like Lola B brought up? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut, but that's hair on your hair. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. Merry Christmas. Sean and RJ here on The Fan.
And happy Hanukkah and happy Kwanzaa and all other days.
All the other days.
Yep.
All the other days.
Happy holidays.
That's right. And then we got New Year's coming up next week. We have a Peyton Russell engagement to get to at 6:40.
What?
Like
Hey.
a party or getting engaged?
Well, welcome back, Peyton.
Wow. What's up, guys? You missed me?
No.
I
Probably
did.
not, yeah.
Bobby
Thank
did.
you. Okay.
Bobby was
I
mad.
figured.
Bobby was not happy at
heard
all
the
yesterday.
sacks.
There was a lot of. I blame you basically for his entire attitude. His entire attitude yesterday was thrown off.
Did I have entire attitude problems yesterday?
I think he did. I think he did.
Peyton, you heard snacks back. Did I sound like I had attitude problems yesterday?
No, I praised it. It was very average, Bobby.
It was very average, Bobby.
After
Yes,
a Cowboys win.
Very average, Bobby. So we will do Peyton's little engagement tales coming up at 6:40. We got a lot to get to. We got Jerry Jones at 8:30. I'm going to have about 6 college football keggers. I'm going to go off on the NCAA because of their ruling that has happened.
Oh, you going to go after Sean's boy?
Nah, it's not
Diego
even him.
Pavia?
It's not even him. I don't blame him. I blame the courts.
Okay.
I blame the NCAA. I don't blame him. Players got to do what you got to do. But it's a bad rule. We'll get to that. But what are you guys doing today?
Shopping.
Have you not done anything?
I haven't done one thing yet.
Oh boy.
But why are you going into a store?
Because I can't ship anything this late.
But just ship it in October.
Well, I can't. They got to have something to open.
I know.
The kids got to have something to open. I can't.
I'm saying ship
Why
it.
did I wait?
Yes.
I don't know
Ship
because
it a month ago.
Because I wait on everything and I delay things.
Yeah.
I have if there's something that has to be done, I'm gonna procrastinate.
But did she already purchase a lot of the stuff for the kids?
She got a lot of stuff, but I was like, this isn't. We still got to get more. I was like, this isn't gonna work. And so I haven't bought her anything yet. So
Okay.
which I already told her, I was like, you're not getting me anything, and then I gotta go ahead and find her something because that's gonna be the bailout when I don't have anything picked by the time it's time to open things.
I have her. So Sarah's big gift is supposed to be here today. I ordered it weeks ago, and the UPS tracker says it's supposed to be here today.
It's cutting it close. Why did it take so long to get here?
Because it's coming from another state, I guess.
Well,
I don't think it's coming from China. Okay, I think it's coming from another state. I think it's coming from like Chicago.
Do you think mail delivery will work more efficiently if maybe you ordered this in 6 weeks or so?
Well, it was not really up to me. The guy who's helping me out with it, his wife had a fall.
Or hold on. 1, 2, 3. More like 3.5 weeks. Do you think the mail delivery would work more efficiently if you ordered in 3.5 weeks or so?
Is this a political take?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about.
I think you're actually trying to go down that road. So yeah, I gotta go. It's not getting sent to my house because it'll give me a dead giveaway on what it is. So I have to go to wherever this guy lives. I think he lives in like Little Elm or something. I've got to go there today and pick it up. It's her major gift. That's her big gift.
No, this is every year. I think I did this last year where I didn't have anything. I had to go to the Target around the corner from here. And do a bunch of shopping at the last second. So I'm probably gonna have to do that. I'm gonna have to do it while I'm sick.
Do y'all budget? Do y'all have a budget for what you spend on Kristen and what she spends on you?
No, we generally just go like we're reasonable with each other. There's a budget obviously with what we're doing with the kids, but like with us, no, it's more just like And so I just always tell her, don't get me anything.
Yeah,
that's what I tell her, but she never listens.
Yeah,
but
she
when
always
I say
asks
don't
what I want, I'm like, I don't know.
But when I say don't get anything, then she gets something. She'll still get something, but it'll at least then I know there's no way she's going to go above and beyond and break the budget.
I went to her this year and I said, I need a new sandwich.
That was what I think she wants. I was telling her yesterday, I was like, I think I'm just going to get you whatever goofy $300 full size mirror she's asking for. It's like, you're just going to, I'm going to tell you that's what you're getting. You're going to go pick it on Amazon.
Yeah. So I told her I wanted that. And now she got all mad. Not mad. She was just like, it's not fun. I want you to open and be surprised. So I was like, well, which one is it? You know?
Yeah.
Which one is it?
You got to make up your mind.
We've already opened one gift. We did that. We did that the other day. I got her cookie dough.
Oh.
Cookie dough?
She likes cookie dough.
What kind of cookie dough?
It's called Dough'd Up. It's like a health cookie dough type thing.
But is it like, what kind of cookies are they? Like sugar cookies or what?
Everything. Cake, sugar, all that stuff. And then she got me a trailer hitch cover, like a hitch cover. The Tennessee logo.
Oh, one of those.
I put it on
because you're a big truck guy now.
I put on the day of the game, so obviously that's the reason why we lost. It was bad luck.
So you had to throw it away.
I had to throw it away. I was like, I get a new one now.
I hope you understand.
I do. That's what I do. Peyton, what are you doing today?
I got family stuff today, and then I'll go over from my family's house to Mackenzie's house because her family does a big Christmas Eve thing. You know, they cook and stuff there, open gifts, and all that fun stuff, and then we'll do it all again on Christmas Day. But all the shopping's done.
All shopping's done.
It's all done.
Online, right? You did it online, shipped to the house?
A lot of it, yeah. But I went to the mall like in November, so I got anything I had to get.
What's a mall like? What goes on there now?
I went to the Galleria, so it wasn't. I mean, it was.
Galleria is still alive.
Is it?
Like Galleria is still alive. There are other ones around here that are not. Valley View's dead.
I still like North Park. I mean, it's all right.
North Park's fine. Grapevine's fine.
I've been to North Park maybe once.
North Park was always my favorite of the malls.
It's just too far. Like I have no reason to go over there.
I mean, it's not that far from here.
No.
So if you wanted you would have wanted to do shopping like after you got off the air, you could have gone down to North Park. Are Are you a Christmas Eve or a Christmas morning present opener?
Present guy. We were Christmas Eve growing up.
Which I think is, I don't remember if it's here or if it's like, that is a foreign concept in a couple different places. The idea of opening presents on Christmas Eve.
I think it's an Italian thing. I don't know.
Is it?
I think so. Every time.
Well, then why did I do it?
Were you Catholic?
No.
I have no idea then.
It's Protestant.
Very weird. I don't know.
Yeah, but we would always open it.
Y'all are supposed to be Christmas Day people.
We would open everything but the stockings and one present. And then the next morning, Christmas morning, we would open stockings and a
I think
present.
it's like, I don't know, like
It was a younger thing for me. When I was young, like it was always Christmas Day. But then, once I got into high school, college, it was like, hey, we're just going to do it Christmas Eve. That way we could sleep in Christmas Day.
To me, it makes sense. Like, it never dawned on me that the three wise men delivered their gifts in the morning. They were following the North Star, had to be at night. So I just figured that's why you do it at night.
Oh, that makes sense.
Right? I don't know. Am I wrong on that?
Isn't that why that's why the gifts are originally supposed to be on Christmas, right? It's because they brought gifts for the birth of baby Jesus.
Yeah. Which I mean, I assume it was at night, and I never read it, so I don't know.
You had it read to you though. I mean, every depiction is at night, and it makes sense. It would be at night,
Which would mean it would be Christmas Eve night.
Yeah,
So that's why I think that's why. So I should be Christmas Eve.
that's reasonable.
Listen to me. I know. Bassick.
See,
I'm the real religious guy here.
see, somewhere buried in the recesses of your mind that exists.
Yes.
I don't know. This is gonna suck. I'm gonna have to do Christmas shopping because it's my own fault, but I'm gonna have to do Christmas shopping with what feels like a sinus infection or something like that.
Oh,
I don't know
man.
what this is all up here. I've already got the Tylenol Sinus Severe, which I've popped this morning, and
All right.
got the Halls right here, ready to go.
You went with the lemon.
Because the red ones just taste too Robitussin.
What about the blue? The blue.
They didn't have them at. I went by Racetrack. It was just yellow and red.
I think blue's the best. That's my favorite.
The best ones are the Halls Breezers. Those taste like candy. But these ones that they have in the gas station, you're only going to get the nasty Halls.
Right.
And so that's what I got right there. I'm decking the Halls.
Deck
know
of
what
the
I mean?
halls. Yeah, I do know what you mean. Peyton, you were morning or night? Did you say?
When it was a age thing for me. So early on, before high school, it was a Christmas Day morning type of thing. We wake up, but then as I got older, my brothers got older, it was always a Christmas Eve thing.
Yeah.
Then.
Daniel in Forney says his family always open presents. Santa all the Santa presents all on Christmas morning. Because Santa's got to come through and drop off presents. We were earlier in the drop off list, and so we were always able to get them earlier.
Yeah.
So that was where things went. But Merry Christmas from Daniel in Forney.
Merry Christmas. Real quick, I want to get to a couple of news and notes. Tell me about this. So Notre Dame is two guys are out for sure.
Two guys.
Carson Beck out for all the playoffs. He had his Tommy John surgery in L.A.
Mm-hmm.
So he is done. That'll put him out for dang near a year. And then Riley Mills at Notre Dame is out. How big of a loss is that for them?
I mean, no, it's significant, but in general, it's not. Look, the whole thing is going to be that the reason that I think that Notre Dame's going to beat Georgia is because it's what Notre Dame does in their secondary. Like Riley Mills is he's a big player, but the thing that Notre Dame does really well is their secondary changes games, and if they don't have Carson back, and we're leaning on old John Stockton.
Is it Gunner Stockton?
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to call him John. If we're leaning on John Stockton and asking him to, look, I know John Stockton's known for passes, but certainly not these.
No,
so,
not these.
I think that what you're looking at with Notre Dame is their secondary has the ability to change games and take over games, and that's what they've done a couple different times this year. They did it to USC late in the season. I don't know that Georgia is going to be able to, without Carson back, be able to handle what Notre Dame is able to do in the back half of the defense and how they can change games. So to me, the much bigger loss for me anyway is Carson back.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you lose your quarterback, it's huge. Stockton was they're not going to have a non-highly touted recruit. It's Georgia. But they're going to have
Is Georgia a little bit? I had said something about this a couple weeks ago. Is Georgia a little bit of you feel like their quarterback is always a role player anyway? Because of their identity of how they play football.
Yeah, kinda.
More so than a lot of other schools.
Stetson was really good.
He was really good. But ultimately, I
He
still
can make
think
a play.
I still think defense is their calling card.
Yeah. Let's see. Stockton, I mean, he was a 4-star recruit, and they had the projection. This was, I mean, out of high school. They thought projected out of high school he could be a day 2 pick. Now, that's obviously out of high school. But, I mean, we're talking about a guy who is...
he did not look good against Texas outside of the first drive.
No, he didn't. He didn't. How much of that is because, he hasn't gotten much work all year? I mean, now he's had 3 weeks of practice. I guess it'd be more than that, right? It'd be about 4.
Yeah, how long ago was that?
It was first week of December.
Jeez. Yeah, time flying. That was back when I still thought I had time to get Christmas gifts.
Yeah, but I mean, now we got what, another week or so until these games happen, and I mean that's plenty of time. They did get, that's the inefficiency with these systems is that the team they beat plays an easier opponent.
By the way, it is starting to. There's a lot of Notre Dame's like the sexy upset pick right now.
Yeah, they are.
Where a lot of people feel like.
But we saw how the sexy upset pick happened last week.
Yeah, but again, I think we're learning. We're learning as we go with the way the CFP setup is. That home field's going to be such a major advantage.
That home field was worth 2 touchdowns. It was
so that's things that like you mentioned. Does SMU win if they're playing that game here in Dallas? Probably not. But I mean, they're not losing by 28. That's not happening.
Right. Yeah, I mean, like those games. I mean, how would Texas have fared at Clemson? But they would have won the game, I think. I think they would have won the game.
These aren't the same. These aren't blowouts, is what we're talking about, though.
I think the Texas game get out of hand.
Texas got out of hand, but I mean, Clemson fought back. They made that a touchdown game.
They did. I know, and they had a chance. But I mean, Arizona State's just limited at the quarterback position. I love Scatterboo, but
Oh, I thought you were talking about.
Oh no, I mean,
Texas game would have been a blowout.
Oh no.
Oh,
I mean, this game coming up.
Oh yeah, no, they're bigger favorites right now against Arizona State than they were against Clemson, and they were at home against Clemson.
Right, and the Penn State Boise game. I mean, I don't know. I mean, Penn State's defense is really good.
Well, and I mean, the bigger issue is the only reason why it's probably even close is because Bevo's not allowed to travel to this game again.
Yeah, but the Sun Devil will be there. So Georgia. Atlanta, big fan of the devil.
You can have Satan there.
You can have literal Satan.
Literal Satan.
Literal Satan can be there.
You can't just have Bevo.
But a bull.
That's grade A bull S, as Texas fans were saying.
All right, Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. He went in. He went in on him yesterday, but he will not go in on him again. What does Mike McCarthy deserve credit for, according to Bobby Belt? That is next on the Fan.
Like snakes in...
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Sapphire Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
said that? Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3233. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
I like the Christmas music, Peyton.
Thank you.
Let's do it all day. Some Bing Crosby, maybe.
Do you know who Bing Crosby is, Peyton?
Is that Bill Crosby's?
It is Bill Crosby's. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes.
Bing Crosby's legacy kind of got tainted at the end with his
Bings?
Yeah, because of his brother Bill's actions.
Oh, yeah, because of his brother Bill. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Yes, and his other brother, Crosby, Stills, and Nash
Hey.
from that one.
So we're going to play How Young is Peyton Russell on Thursday. Peyton, you're just finding out about this? I did have in there, speaking of people who are gone now, I did have in there.
Bing gone?
Yeah, Bing's been gone.
They don't name people Bing anymore.
No, they don't. I did have in there Ricky Henderson because it's going to be Christmas themed, roughly. Like people who were born or died on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, or like had a big moment happen on Christmas Eve or Christmas Day. And I was putting Ricky Henderson in there as the baseball answer for the 80s. And I was like, this is the one that Peyton might know.
Did you know?
Yeah. Stolen base guy. A's.
Yeah. That would have been correct.
That'd have been
Bring
all right.
yourself up.
Bring
You'd
it
have
up.
been knocked it out of the park.
$20. You did. I was gonna say you just went. You have that button right next to you. How lazy are you being?
I know. It's far away.
Do you see
from me.
Jeff Saturday wearing literal light bulbs on his sweater?
So, okay, we're going to get this topic here, but do y'all I've seen an inordinate amount of people taping Christmas lights to their car this year. It's every day.
There's
every
a lot
day.
of them. Yeah.
It used to be like one thing. It is every day.
Yeah.
Is that a
It's
bet,
obnoxious.
that's a bet payoff for next year?
Is that you're gonna go call our great strong Tolo Don Harbor and just be like, hey,
Yeah.
hook up my car.
Jellyfish my car, man.
I need you to pimp my ride.
Like that's a bet payoff. Like Bobby would be so mortified to
I
drive
would.
around in that thing.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, do you know what that is, Peyton? What I just said when I said pimp my ride?
No, I don't think so.
The MTV?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's disappointed. I would think you would know what pimp my ride is. Although that is old. We're getting old, dude.
Yeah, we are. It's like early 2000s.
I saw a TikTok the other day because I'm literally down with TikTok going away. I just put 8 gigs worth of TikToks on my phone because I'm going to my like bookmarks and likes and I'm downloading the videos because if TikTok gets wiped off the face of the earth, there's a bunch of them that my girls have loved over time. So I'm trying to save them and then put them over to a drive. But as I was going through and looking at TikTok, there was one of somebody going, oh yeah, she was, gosh, they must have gotten married 30 years ago. And then somebody says, oh, 1974. And they're like, no 1994.
Yeah,
And they go, what?
Yeah, 30 years ago is 1979.
That's what it feels like.
That's what it is. That to me, it's 30 years ago. It's not 45.
Peyton, when you hear 30 years ago, does that sound to you like, oh yeah, that was 1994? Does even that seem recent to
Yeah,
you?
because I can do basic math, so I mean, I just go to that. But no, I totally get it. Yeah, it seems weird because that's how my parents are. It's like 2009 was like the stoppage. Anything like 10 years ago from now, it would be like, oh, well, it's 2000. No, it's not. It's 2014. So 2009 seems like the year that everything kind of just stopped.
It's a different era.
Different era. All right, Bobby Belt, you have the floor.
Yeah,
What does Mike McCarthy deserve credit for?
I want your interaction on the fan text, the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. The Cowboys have a decision to make about Mike McCarthy, clearly.
I mean, decisions been made.
That's how you seem to feel. But I think we can't, I don't think we can just boil this down to as simple as everything that went right at the end of the season is Mike McCarthy's credit, and everything that went wrong during this year is Mike McCarthy's fault. Like, you've got to break this down a little bit. So what can we fairly say is Mike McCarthy's responsibility or Mike McCarthy's doing over the last month when they've improved, or over the last 6 weeks? And what can we fairly say this was Mike McCarthy's fault? This here was the issue. This is directly related to Mike McCarthy. You have oversight of that. And it's not been good enough. Because if we're going to start figuring out, all right, is he coming back? Then Jerry's got to figure out, what does he deserve credit for? What does he deserve blame for? And what can we improve or what would we struggle with as doing the number one headline thing that everybody's going to grab, and it's fair, is they continue to play hard. Sure. On the offensive side of the ball specifically. Because here's what I will say. Defensively, that Mike Zimmer's basically their coach on defense. And I don't even know that they're actively playing hard for Mike Zimmer. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that it's like they're actively thinking about, like, let's go save coach. I've been asking players this. I asked Tyrone Crawford this on Cowboys Hour or on Cowboys Crosstalk a couple months ago, where it's like, are you guys cognizant of that when somebody's on an expiring deal? Because he had that with Garrett. And he's like, you're aware of it and you feel for them, but it's also like you're kind of just playing for your guys. You're not necessarily playing for coaches. You don't think of it like that. So I do think we have a tendency to oversell that perspective of they're playing for him. They're just not playing against him, I think, a lot of times is what it is. So I think them continuing to play hard. I think this is one that is not talked about enough. Guys have spoken out in his favor pretty consistently in recent weeks. So that at least seems to indicate that he's succeeded in getting guys to coalesce around a vision, which is a big part of team building, is you got to get 53 to move as one.
Sure. Yeah.
And he deserves credit for that. He deserves credit for empowering Cooper Rush and making Cooper Rush feel confident doing the things that he's doing at the line of scrimmage.
You have to put this, I mean, this, I honestly think this needs to be super high on Mike's resume, is that he has gone 9-4 with Cooper Rush.
Mm-hmm.
That is not easy.
No.
Cooper Rush is he can execute a game plan, but to go 9-4 with a backup quarterback when most teams find a backup quarterback and they just crater.
Well, and I'm trying to think. I think it's because they won 4 of their last 6 with Dalton, something like that.
Yeah. And
so, I mean, they're probably something closer to 13-5 or something like that with backup quarterbacks recently.
I mean, what did, like,
I will say too, it's got to be, again, we got to scale it a little bit for who are they playing. They were not playing Carolina earlier in the season.
No, they
Tampa
weren't.
Bay's a playoff team. Tampa Bay's also about one of the more, like we talked about them a couple weeks ago.
Crazy.
They're the most inconsistent team in football.
But I mean, like, you know, I have to go back and look at this. Like, what did Sean Payton do when Drew Brees was hurt?
Right. I think. I bet if we go back and look at it, we can look at it right now to see what Taysom Hill's starting record was when he had to step in and play. But I do think that these are clear checks in his favor of more so than even guys are playing hard. I think that's become a little bit of a lazy, easy one to push. Mm-hmm. I think more it's the messaging being the same across the board from players is a strong sign that he's created a culture or a vision that guys follow. The performance of Cooper Rush is a big positive in his favor. Is the running game something you think he's responsible for? Because the running game has been a big part of things in the second half.
I mean, I think
that's an accident almost.
I don't think. Look, I don't think coaches. It's hard because it's like the players are the ones that have to block.
Yeah,
right? They got to do the blocking. You know, does it matter that it's an accident?
I think it does when we're talking about when you're swapping out third offensive lineman. I don't think that's anything you did. I think you got fortunate that. Well,
maybe
the fact that Brock Hoffman played like he did or TJ Bass played like he did, and even still, offensive line is such a specific group. I don't think Mike McCarthy's coaching up TJ Bass and Brock Hoffman throughout the week when they're not playing. That's Mike Solari.
Well, that's okay. That's his underling. I mean, you know what I mean? Like that's
okay. So again, when we look at what do we give credit for, you would just then say, well, that's McCarthy, is that Solari has gotten the most out of Brock Hoffman specifically. What about that he didn't get the most out of Tyler Guyton as a starter?
I would put that on, like, part on Mike, but also on Tyler, too.
Okay, so we would say that anything they don't do well, we would put on the player?
Or I would put it more on the evaluation of Guyton.
But if he's got skill set, then who are we giving credit? Like, Hoffman's got a skill set, clearly, that is coming together right now.
Well, look, I mean, Mike is not so like.
I think whenever I look at anything really it's like, for instance, I think you said this about Dak. They don't totally get credit for picking Dak in the 4th round because they didn't know that that's what Dak was. when he came together. They didn't know he was going to be the highest paid quarterback in
Right.
the NFL one day. And so it's a little bit of an accident. The running game feels like a little bit of an
Sure.
accident. When you're down to third string offensive lineman, that's nothing you did. That's just, this worked out. Thank God.
Yeah, I mean, that's fine. Yeah, it worked
And so
out.
that's where I say, I don't know that was like the hell of a coaching job here. Whereas I think them coalescing around a vision, them doing what they did to prepare Cooper Rush, that is coaching.
All right, so I compare Mike. I don't compare him to Shanahan and McVay and those guys because those guys are like specialists from a schematic standpoint. And I know he's running the offense, but I still look at him as a CEO type coach. So I have to compare him to Campbell and Tomlin and Harbaugh.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what does Dan Campbell do? What does he get credit for?
So obviously, because we look at it and we say the Ben Johnson stuff is Ben Johnson. And Ben Johnson was not brought in by Dan Campbell. Ben Johnson had been in Detroit.
Everybody kept him and empowered him.
Do you deserve credit for keeping somebody? Like, is that
so.
like is that like an awesome coaching job though, or did you just like sure he can stay? Like Kellen stayed. He didn't ask. That was really not totally Mike McCarthy's decision.
Yeah, I mean, like what is if the offensive line for Pittsburgh is down to their third string and it's working? I mean, is nobody going to give Mike Tomlin credit?
No, I think that if we're talking about third string, you would then start talking about position coaches.
Okay, that's fine.
Is how I
you
would
want to do that, yeah.
But even still, third string, like it's here's the other thing. It's really hard when we look at it and say, and this is the point I made yesterday when I was screaming into a microphone. The idea of it's really hard to say we've got to give credit to this here for look how they handled these injuries, while at the same time saying they need to run it back because they had injuries. Like, well, they didn't make it because they had injuries. But then you're also saying, well, look, they won all these games when they had injuries, so he deserves credit for that. Well, then at the same time, you can't then lean on the injuries are the reason why.
I don't want I say I want Ben Johnson. I really don't want. I hate specialist coaches.
There's no guarantee that Ben Johnson's going to be a great head coach. There's no guarantee that Ben Johnson's career will be better than Mike McCarthy's.
No, I want a CEO coach who doesn't touch a position.
In fact, I could make the argument, I think, rather easily. It's unlikely Ben Johnson has a better career than Mike McCarthy.
It's unlikely. Yeah, for sure.
Winning a Super Bowl is unlikely anytime you get the job.
No doubt.
And
Absolutely.
so he's had that success. And so that's the thing, is that when we start talking about, like, got to get Ben Johnson, I understand a lot of people actively know that's a dice roll. But you need to know it's a dice roll. You can't expect that that's going to be any sort of a slam dunk. I do think there are things that are in Mike's favor, obviously. Like I said, some of the stuff we just laid out there. There are also other things that,
sure,
why didn't it come together the right way early in the season? And when you look at who's made the most improvements on which side of the ball, it's been the defense. The defense has improved most, and that's Zimmer. And Zimmer was not somebody Mike McCarthy wanted to hire. He didn't.
No.
And so I think that when you look at it and go, all right, where do we give credit and blame, and how do we then figure this out? And not that this discussion leads to anything definitive that says, all right, well, Mike's back, or all right, Mike can't come back. It's just, I think we got to start figuring out where are we drawing lines and saying, all right, that needs to be Mike's credit. This is not. This is Mike's fault. Like, you got to start figuring out the checks and the the minuses to figure out is McCarthy coming back next year.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell is about to be
Peyton Fussell.
Mr. Peyton Russell. He is an engaged young man.
Well,
we will get into the how and the why next on 105.3 The Fan. If we get
say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute picture. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, forget it.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
I think the Trans-Siberian Orchestra version is better.
Oh, I think the Burger King version is better.
Yeah, I like the Burger King.
You remember
version.
that one?
No.
It was this. It's not an actual Burger King thing. It was a viral video back like 22 years ago, where it was they played this and it was like, "Ding, fries are done. Ding, fries are done."
Yeah, I do that. Yeah.
I work at Burger King. Make a
Yeah,
whatever it
I
says.
do that.
Yeah.
I do. We used to prank the Burger King hotline as kids.
Did you?
Yeah.
Where's the king?
King.
Can I talk to Howard Eskin?
Why does Burger King smell?
By the way, we didn't even mention the Howard Eskin news.
I know.
Did you see that, Peyton? Howard Eskin's
He's
retiring.
gone. WIP.
Is he retiring? Is that
He
what he's
didn't get
doing?
fired.
I don't know.
I think he got fired.
Forced retirement.
I don't know, right?
You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay.
Y'all can Google it.
All right. So, Peyton Russell has finally become a man. He yesterday posted on the socials that he is now an engaged young man. Congratulations, Peyton Russell. Give yourself a round of applause.
Thank you, RJ. Thank you, Bobby. I know you have so much to say here, Roberto.
Oh, I got a
Thank
lot.
you for all the shout outs yesterday, by the way, on air. I mean, just all the why I wasn't here, making up excuses, why, I was missing work. But yes, some days I take off because I just don't want to come into work. Some days I take off because I'm going to Italy, internationally.
Wow.
But then yesterday I took off because I was proposing to my girlfriend. So pop the question, and now we're in the game, boys.
I want to make something clear because everybody yesterday was trying to then say on Twitter, they're like, "Oh, Bobby, see, this is why he was doing it. You owe an apology." You need to clarify. You put in for that day well before you decided to actually propose on that day.
Oh, yeah.
So that is not why you took off.
That's the fun part, though, is they get people that think, oh, he was proposing the whole time, Bobby.
You just went, I guess I'll propose on this day.
Just to make you look like a jackass. That's the best thing.
So how did you decide on the day? Because here's the thing. We and this is what we were kind of hinting at the whole time. I guess you didn't know this till I just found out during the break you didn't know this. Mackenzie knew you were proposing yesterday.
Yeah. Now, I mean, did I tell her directly? No. Maybe because I talked to her parents and family, so I think there was some yapping going on that caused her to, or maybe she was going through my phone. I don't know. But I never, I swear, I never told her the exact day. Now,
Does she have your password?
Yeah, she does. Yeah. So, now she was looking for. I know that I'd catch her, going through my stuff, and the ring was never at our house, as it was at my parents' house. But yeah, so she knew that it was coming because she always said, like, make sure, my hair's done, my nails are done. So I had, appointments planned like that for her and her mom to go out and get nails done. So she knew it was coming, and I know the element of surprise changes it goes away. But at the end of the day, it was just a matter of getting it done.
Where did you hide your ring from Kristen?
So similarly, we knew. So she went with me to go pick it out and stuff. And
I just hid it under the bed in plain sight.
Oh,
I knew she would never go into there.
What's that book where they're looking for some letter and they're hiding it just in their mail the whole time? Like it's like a Charles Dickens book or something.
I just
whatever it is. No, just play
in the bag.
Hide it right in plain sight.
Right in plain
so
sight.
it's just right under the bed. You just threw it under there.
Like literally on my side of the bed, maybe a foot in.
So she just gone where are my shoes?
Yeah.
And looked under, would have been like, oh, here's my ring.
Yeah, but I knew she wouldn't have done that.
But she also didn't we all? You proposed. She knew it was generally happening. Didn't she?
She had already been tipped off that it was going to be at the time, right? Because her friend spilled the beans on it. So
was Amanda genuinely surprised when all the mariachi were in here?
Yes, she was.
So she did not know that was coming.
I don't. No, because I think Sean had said, that he said J-Lo was going to be down the hall at La Grande, and that's how he got her up here. I think it was J-Lo,
and so that she was disappointed to get engaged. And then she's like, "There's no J-Lo."
And then so Troy and I are sitting here, and all of us we're just talking, and all of a sudden in walks the band, and I think that's when she realized what was happening. So how did you decide? Where did you do it, and how did you decide on that?
So I did it at the Arboretum in Dallas. I was thinking you know, because I've been thinking about this for a few months now about, okay, like we're getting close, like here, you know, in December, January, and I'm probably gonna have to do it. And I was like, well, what if we go on a trip? And she didn't want that. You know, I'd already asked her, like, you know, what if we went on a trip somewhere? And she was like, please don't do it on a trip. Like, I don't want to be like surrounded, you know, like have you, you know, carry the ring on the flight and all that stuff. So she was like, don't do it on a trip. Let's just do it somewhere back here. So I was thinking, okay, well, where could I do it? Like, do I do it like at the park in Dallas or, and I was thinking Arboretum. I'd never been to the Arboretum. Beautiful place. Have lots of gardens there to choose from. A lot of people do it there apparently. So it wasn't unique,
yeah.
But yeah, so I want to do the Arboretum, and I told her mom, like, hey, let's get her out there, you know, just say you're going on a girls' day trip or whatever, because she has Christmas break off from work, and so I was like, well, I have the day off as well, so let's knock it out on a weekday. Not as many people there, you know, could have done on a weekend like usual, but not a whole lot of people there were on Monday, so I was like, well, let's do it then that way, because you can rent out like gardens there at the Arboretum, but for a pricey fee.
So she knew yesterday it was happening that day.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
you did not know until after that she knew.
Right, yes. I did not know she knew the exact day. Now, obviously, when she got, like, her hair done, nails done, all that, like, she knew if her mom's like, hey, you know, being weird about, well, let's just go to Dallas, and she could see my location and where, so, I mean, she knew everything.
Because they always share their location.
Location.
Hey, but when you... A couple things. Which knee did you choose? As you were texting us yesterday,
yeah.
You said, which knee do I go down on?
I did go right knee.
And then did you... Yeah, so you were supposed to be there, or it was like she was out hanging out. It's like, Peyton, what are you doing here? And then you dropped down to a knee, and then did you have like a little speech?
I said something as because we walked a little bit, so I did go on the right knee. But yeah, I said a little something as we were walking for a little bit, and then like, you know, I said her first, middle, last name, and then I got on one knee, and then
She's from Alabama?
Yeah.
Ah, that's why you got on the right knee.
You said first, middle, and last name.
Yeah, would you just say first name?
I didn't even say anything. I just got that on the knee and gave her the
I think
right.
I said full name too. I think I said full name
that's
too.
what you usually do. Full name. You know, you say
In a rom-com.
In real life, apparently.
Serendipity.
I think no. Sean didn't say. I don't remember if Sean said middle name or not, but Sean definitely said Amanda Contreras.
I don't think I did, but
maybe
Well,
it's
that's because you're the one changing your name.
That's an interesting.
I'm not
thing, though.
changing my name.
You're blending your name.
We're going to
Will you do me the honor of becoming Sarah Choppyman?
Choppyman. No, yeah, I don't remember what knee I got to. I think it was the right knee because it was on a bridge at a golf course, and I was just trying not to drop the ring through the cracks of the bridge.
I was trying to think. So I was trying to think when Peyton asked this. I was like, I think I got down on the right knee, but then when I thought about it, I definitely did get down on the left because I needed my right to be more stable. I didn't feel like I could lean on the right knee.
It seemed more natural.
I think it was right because if I were to go down to get something, I would typically drop the right down because it's my dominant leg. So,
but I would think the dominant leg would need to be the one that's up and sturdy and stable, and the knee that's down on the ground is the left. If your dominant leg is right.
I don't know. For some
Do it right
reason.
now. Try it right now.
All
Just
right.
see what. Okay, so Choppy's gonna get up. Just without thinking about it, drop down and see which one feels more natural. So Choppy goes down on the right. All right, now go down on the left. See what if.
Oh, the right's more natural. Yeah.
So putting your right on the ground.
the
is
right
more,
down is more
okay.
natural.
All right. Very good. So you said her full name. Did she cry? Did you cry?
You know, it was weird. I teared up on the way there when it finally hit me because like the days lead up to it, like I knew like I was doing it, but it didn't hit me really until I was driving up to the Arboretum and was like, wow, this is really gonna happen because she was obviously in the car with me. But yeah, she teared up a little bit as I was, you know, as I was getting in position, going down. Yeah, I know, Bobby, laugh at that. Yeah, but yeah, so she knew everything, and she got a little emotional. But she says she was more emotional, like driving up to, you know, the same thing, driving up because she knew like, okay, it's really about to happen.
So have you guys tentatively thought like, all right, we're gonna get married in this general time frame? I would imagine you've got to pick. Are you gonna be like the couple that goes, all right, we're gonna be like Sebastian and Kat when they got married? Kat said she was very specific. Our listeners who got married that I went to their wedding recently, she said she was very specific to pick a day and time where they were getting married where it wasn't gonna cross over with any football that people were gonna be like, well, I got a game, or I'm going to watch this. I can't be at the wedding, or how am I going to do this? Are you guys thinking? Are you going to think through those things? Are you going to get married in a certain time of year like that?
Yeah, I think we've already agreed, like, no fall. You know, she's heard Choppy a lot talking about no fall weddings. Won't be there if it's fall wedding. Tennessee's playing on Saturday, won't be there. So we want RJ at the wedding. So
do not have a fall wedding.
No fall wedding. So yeah, and I mean, I really hope we don't do summer. I know it might be a little cheaper there, but so I think spring is usually what we're gonna pull for here.
So and it wouldn't be this upcoming spring. That'd be too fast. So you're looking at probably at least you're looking at a 15-month engagement.
Right. Yeah.
Something
2026.
Like that.
Yeah, because I mean, what I know from talking to people is that wedding. I mean, it takes a full year usually to do it.
So Chop, here's the big question now.
Mm-hmm.
Which one of us are going to be in your wedding party? Peyton? Are any of us going to be groomsmen or what?
Man, and maybe it's whoever's the nicest for the next 12 months. So, Bobby, you're behind right now. You know?
I'm out.
Choppy's in the lead. But,
Sean, didn't Sean help you? Didn't Sean get you hooked up with the ring?
Yeah, Sean did. So that was very nice of him to get me hooked up with the ring. So glad I went through all that because that was awesome to go through. So thanks to those guys for helping me out. But now, you know, I'm focused on the big thing, and that's the bachelor party.
Yeah.
I've already put Vegas down. Told my friend said it's Vegas.
That's it.
See,
may I suggest March Madness? It is the only way to go.
Okay. Go in March.
Doesn't the best man usually help pay for a lot of the bachelor party and stuff like that?
Well, they
coordinate and they do everything.
They coordinate it, and like Peyton should be covered.
So
like Peyton should not.
Okay. I'm going to send this to them.
Yeah,
okay.
Peyton shouldn't pay for any of the flight or the hotel.
Peyton, your best man needs to be the richest person you know, which would be Sean. And so I think you should, Sean or Choppy, one of them. You've got to make them your best man, just so that they then have to pay for everything.
I've never been a best man. I think I want to go through my whole life without ever having to give one of those speeches, because I think that
I'd kill the best man speech.
Oh, I would too. That's the problem. That's the problem.
You'd be too popular at the wedding.
No, I think it would. I would roast the hell out of the groom. And
yeah, but you got to.
You got to, but
it'd be a comedy show.
It would be a big comedy show. Good,
Congrats,
congratulations, Peyton
Thank
Russell.
you.
Even though you missed work, and I did tell him on Sunday, I was like, "So you're out again tomorrow?" And I knew he was out because I knew he was proposing. And so I was talking to him down the line at Cowboys pregame. I'm like, "You're out again tomorrow?" He's like, "Yeah," and I was like, "I hope she says no. I hope she's like, you have no work ethic." I'm not saying yes.
Breaking news: if anybody is heading to the airport, I hope you're not flying an American right now. They have grounded all their planes.
Why?
There is a technical issue with all American Airlines flights. This happened about 5 minutes ago.
Watch out, DFW Airport.
So yeah. That is good luck with that one. There's like 5 days you don't want this to happen on, and like Christmas Eve is probably one of them.
This is right near the top, yeah.
Yeah, this is not good. So if you're heading to the airport to get out of town to go see family or whatever, or getting people in, if you're on American, it is going to be delayed. They have grounded all flights. We will fix college. We should be fixing the airline industry next. We'll fix college football next with the 7 o'clock hour on Sean and RJ next on the Fan.
Uber Eats has those.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, pepper lady? Those are those.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curb?
No,
Nutmeg Maiden.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
Oh, I win. Google me.
We're not hosting an intergalactic kegger down here.
Oh man, the bowl game, the college football playoff, the bowl games are going away. The point spreads are big for some of them, especially the Texas-Arizona State game, which is now up to dang near 15 points. It's 14.
That's right, baby.
Oregon is a 2.5-point dog to Ohio State.
I
Penn
still
State,
don't understand that one.
I think they're thinking that, considering the game was so close the first time and it was at Oregon. By the way, I got to tell you, I don't know if you saw the ticket prices. Don't look.
Okay.
The lowest ticket price for the Fiesta Bowl, which is Penn State, Boise State, is $160. For the Georgia Notre Dame game, which is at the Sugar Bowl, is $161. For the Oregon Ohio State Rose Bowl game, it is $321.
Ooh.
For the Arizona State Texas game, the cheapest ticket is $1,740 at the Mercedes-Benz, whatever the hell they call it there.
We boost the economy, bro.
Big time. Holy cow. Now, I don't know if that's a lot of Arizona State fans because they're probably a nut bunch.
I mean, we could ask, is Jake in there? No, Jake's not in there. We could ask Stephanie Blumenthal. We could just, we could check in with everybody.
My buddy Reed.
My
buddy Reed's a big Arizona State. He's the head of the fan club or the booster club in town.
Did he go to the Arizona State game?
He did. Yes. He went to the one here. Yeah.
See, I had no idea because Stephanie Blumenthal, who works with us in sales, Stephanie had asked, she was like, do you know anybody who's an Arizona State fan? Because I got extra tickets. I was like, I don't know a single Arizona State fan. And then she had to tell me about Jake. And I was like, I didn't know Jake was an Arizona State fan.
I didn't either.
Jake reps everything but this city.
I know, he really does.
I see Detroit. I see West Virginia. I see Arizona State. Yep. He collects so many hats. He's like Larry Brown.
Yeah. So there's been a lot of talk about what the committee got right and what the committee got wrong. I think less needs to be made about the selection of SMU and Indiana, and more needs to be made about the improper seeding. That, to me, was the bigger deal.
Yeah.
Would Alabama have given Penn State a better game? Yeah, they would have. But, I mean, you lost to Oklahoma and you lost to Vandy. You know what I mean? Lane Kiffin lost to 4-8 Kentucky. What are we doing?
Oh yeah, no. There was a great. Was it Joel Klatt that had that tweet that you sent Peyton going after Lane Kiffin?
So if you played half as hard as you tweeted,
if you played half as well as you tweet, then
and yes, is Alabama. It's the most deserving versus who's better, and most deserving isn't necessarily 12 best.
Alabama didn't show they were a good team this year, though.
No, they played up and down to their competition level.
Yes,
I think we agree with that, right? Because when they played a good team, they came to play.
Yes,
right,
for the most part.
And when they played a bad team, they didn't. That's so I'm not gonna get on the schools that lost big. I
SMU
think
and Indiana deserved it more than Alabama with their resume.
They're like. Do I think Alabama beats them head up? Absolutely.
Probably.
Do I think they should have been in there over them? No, unless the committee's job is to just find the most competitive.
Are you just supposed to rank the rosters by talent? Yeah. Is that what your job is, or is your job to actually figure out who deserved it? Because SMU and Indiana deserved it,
right? So obviously changing and getting rid of the automatic bye for Boise and Arizona State is that's step number one. How does the tournament look if your top four were Oregon, Georgia, let's do Texas, and Ohio State or Penn State. So let's do Penn State because Penn State was in the conference.
Well, yeah. Let me look here. The final CFP rankings were Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State.
There's your top four.
So then if you just say, hey, if you win your conference, you do get an automatic bid, fine.
Okay, so give me 5. 5 is Ohio State now?
So, 5 would be Notre Dame.
Notre Dame.
So it would have been 5 Notre Dame against 12 Arizona State.
I don't think that game's any different than Indiana.
Or let me see here. No. It wouldn't be 5. It would be 5 because at that point you would have an automatic bid from winning the conference, which would have been Clemson. right?
Well, no.
Or
You're
no?
just ranking them. You're not worried about where you are in the conference.
Okay, well then it would be Notre Dame versus Arizona State.
Okay.
Ohio State versus Alabama.
All right.
Tennessee versus SMU. Indiana versus Boise State.
Those are better games.
But if you win your, let's just say if you win your conference, you are automatically in.
So Clemson would have to be in.
You don't get a bye, but you get automatically in.
Right,
So Clemson would be in.
over Bama.
Arizona State would be in.
Yes, sir. So Clemson's in over Bama.
So the game would become Notre Dame versus Clemson, Ohio State versus Arizona State, Tennessee versus SMU, Indiana versus Boise State.
I think those are better games.
I do too. And then that sets up for when we talk about, the 5 seed is just getting a break here. They get this like ushered into their. Then it would be Notre Dame and Penn State in the next round, and it would be Texas versus Ohio State or Arizona State, which is we did get Arizona State. Georgia would get Tennessee or SMU, and then Oregon would get the matchup would be either Indiana or Boise State.
I think that's a better formula.
And being number one matters more at that point because you get Indiana or Boise State.
That's how they got to do it. The other thing they can do, and this is what college basketball has done for years.
Bring in a nun?
No, that's very Sister Jeannie of you.
I mean, Notre Dame is in.
College basketball uses the quadrant system. So they say, like, this team's got, like, X amount of quad 1 wins. A quad 1 win in college basketball is a home win against a top 30 team, a neutral win against a top 50 team, or a road win against a top 75 team.
Okay.
That's a quad 1 win. All right. Quad 2 goes on all the way down to quad 4. So the goal there is like you're rewarding teams for playing tougher competition and winning those games. So the ranking, if they use the college basketball system, it would be very similar. It would be Oregon, Georgia, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame, Ohio State, Tennessee, Indiana, Boise, SMU, Alabama. But because Arizona State and Clemson would jump up, you would have, Bama out, right? It would just be Bama out. And now you're looking at Notre Dame, Clemson, Ohio State, Arizona State, Tennessee, Alabama, Indiana, Boise, or something like that. SMU's thrown in there. Would that work better? I don't know. You got a lot of the same games. There. I think they just rank this thing the way it was ranked. Forget about the stupid added bye for the for every team, the top 4 conference champs, and just go with it.
I like it. I think it's a good way to attack it. Right now the setup is it's such a benefit to a team like Texas
because of the 5.
I think it's the 5. They get a home playoff game, one, something that none of the top 4 get. They get a home playoff game. Then they're going to get the weakest. It's going to be disproportionate because of the automatic buys. You end up getting the number 3 seed against the worst conference winner, basically. Essentially. Yeah. I mean, Clemson won, but they get they get the 2 worst conference winners. They get the worst at home, and then they get the second worst at a neutral site, where Texas is actually closer to that neutral site than Arizona State is.
And then
and then Oregon gets to welcome Ohio State, who's arguably the most talented roster in the CFP.
And then the way it works out this year, and this is going to be
underdog. Like we just said, they're an underdog. Oregon,
they're the
way this is set up,
and this is the way it's going to work this year. Is let's just say Oregon, whoever wins that Rose Bowl game, they'll play Texas here at the Cotton Bowl. Be a road game.
I'm curious. You should ask your handicapper friend. Ask him. Texas versus Ohio State. What does he think the line would be?
I'll send him a text.
Because when we talk about what's legitimate or what have you earned, when Oregon's the 1 seed and Texas is the 5, I bet if Oregon's a 2.5, like Texas might be, maybe Texas would be favored. I don't know. At a neutral site, maybe Texas is favored. But I bet, I mean, either way, Oregon gets screwed in this process. Yeah. Oregon's got the tougher road to the CFP than to the final than Texas does.
They do. It's an unfair system. It's okay that it's unfair.
I mean, I'll say this.
I love
even with the Bloods, I loved the on-campus playoff games.
The on-campus playoff games
are great. It's great.
They were tremendous, and they proved that is the one thing that's going to save the regular season for college football is you want that home playoff game. That proved to be such a massive advantage.
If they're going to go 1 through 16, like, because we all expect, like CFP will expand. If they go 1 through 16, would you rather have the bye, or would you rather just say number 1 plays number 16 and they get the home playoff game? Like, because I would imagine these top seeds would like a home playoff game too.
So I saw the value. I just saw this note. I was looking at Tennessee stuff, and they were talking about if we had gotten a home game, it would have been, it's about $10 million to the university.
Those top seeds are going to want that too.
They're going to want that. Oregon and Georgia and Arizona State and Boise State. I mean, like, yeah, they love that they're in the next round. I think they would have preferred the home game and get the win. So
Indiana, look at Indiana. If you go just 1 through 16, or do it even if you do the first 4 get a bye or whatever, Indiana could have gotten a home playoff game against Boise State. That would have been huge for them.
Huge for them as a program. They probably win the game, or they come close.
Yeah. Or Boise, like Boise. If Boise was able to get somehow up into that top 8 a little bit.
Oh. It'd be crazy.
I mean, SMU was at a point where they had, if they just beat Clemson, if they take care of Clemson, then they would have been looking at, they would have been in the top 4. But
right,
if they would have won that game and you've got home playoff games for everybody, then you're talking about we're having home playoff games right on the corner. We're probably all sitting here talking about we should go out there, like, because that's such a cool atmosphere. Like, we're probably sitting around here talking about trying to get tickets to go to see SMU play, even though none of us. So I mean, that's the thing where you got to think that these universities are going to start saying, well, we want that too.
I think they want it. I think they want the home playoff game. It showed again this week what an advantage it was. I mean, every single home team got off to a great start.
That's what I completely underestimated when picking games. Was just the idea that's such a huge benefit.
You have 18-year-old kids.
Yeah.
These are 18-year-olds. Go look at. There's a reason. Like, go look at teams' road records against quality opponents.
Yeah.
Just not good in college football.
Yep.
It doesn't matter who you are. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean they got it wrong with some of these teams. I mean, if you were to flip all 4 of the games to the other site, I mean, are they different results? I don't know that they're all different results.
I do wonder if SMU Penn State is just
closer.
I wonder if SMU has the same issues with the turnovers and everything else if they're in a more comfortable home environment. I
don't know. The cold weather too plays into it. I mean, how different is going to Clemson for Texas than playing at home?
Very different.
How different would it be for Tennessee if they're playing at home versus Ohio State?
Well, Tennessee came out shirtless, just ready to go.
I know.
Did you love that move? Or did you go, this feels like bad juju?
No, I didn't. I mean,
felt a little cocky.
It did feel a little. It did feel a little cocky. It did feel.
We did have somebody tweet. Somebody was like, "Choppy's going to return from vacation shirtless, running around the studio."
Then they decided that they were going to go into the locker room for a half hour and then get cold. That was, like, what are we doing here? Like, just stay out there.
Yeah,
you're already warmed up. Stay out there.
You've acclimatized.
Yes.
All right.
Yes, you have. You have acclimatized. I don't even know what that means. All right. Sean and RJ here, 105.3 The Fan. We got Ask Reddit coming up in the commercial-free Expressway. I hope Bobby has gotten that ready.
I got it ready. It's in your inbox.
And post-Hut clarity. Next on 105 through The Fan.
Uber Eats has low-leaf products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, fair.
And it's back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On-Time Experts.
Green Bay goes quickly, no huddle, Love under center, takes the snap, hands it off, up the middle, getting the call. It is Chris Brooks barreling into the end zone for the touchdown. Green Bay Packers. It is 20-0.
That is Packers radio. What the call is that? Wayne Larrivee? Sounds like Wayne Larrivee. Packers get the dominant victory over the New Orleans Saints, 34-0. This was an unwatchable football game.
9 different players technically, quote unquote, carried the ball.
How the hell did this game not get flexed?
I don't know. Dallas got flexed. Did you see that?
Yeah.
So that's going to
change. I saw
change.
the email from Tim Collins. Hey.
That's going to change my travel time.
What do you mean?
Because I'm going to Philly. So I always like the Philly trip because most of the games have been at night. So this was going to be at 3 o'clock. And I was like, all right, fine. I'll still be able to do some stuff in the morning in Philly. Not now. Because we're supposed to hop on that bus probably 10 a.m. So that means I got to be sitting out there at 9, which means I got to be up getting ready at 8. So I'm not going to be able to go around Philly at all unless I want to go out into the mean evening streets of Philadelphia, where everybody tells me there's nothing but murder out there.
No, Philly's safe.
At night?
I mean, you stay in parts, stay in Center City. You'll be fine.
I like Philly. I feel like you're trying to dupe me into getting murdered.
No, I don't want you to get killed. I mean, I wouldn't tell you to go to certain parts of it. Don't cross the river.
Don't go to West Philadelphia.
Born and raised. I wouldn't go to Camden either in Jersey. I wouldn't go there.
No.
I wouldn't. I'd stay away from.
I do love Philadelphia. People
it
talk
really
so
is.
much.
I'm a history buff, though. So.
But I mean, even outside of that, like, let's just remove the Eagle aspect of it because people always hate the Philadelphia fans and everything else. That's fine. I agree. But if you're just talking about the aesthetic of the history, like you mentioned there, you can walk around. It feels like there's just this bustling city center, which then you can walk around a corner. It's like, oh, all of a sudden I'm in a community with these brownstone homes and like cobblestone streets and stuff. And then you turn another corner. It's like, wow, 40-foot murals on the side of buildings, and pick up basketball courts, and wow, these really famous old school, been here 100-year restaurants that you can just walk right into. I love the aesthetic and the whole vibe of what Philadelphia is.
Haley Joel Osment was here, kind of vibe.
Was Haley Joel Osment in Philadelphia?
Yeah, and in Sixth Sense.
Was that Philly?
Yeah,
I haven't seen that movie in too long.
Oh yeah.
Turns out he wasn't in Philly at all.
Turns out he wasn't.
Or at least the people talking to him weren't.
Yeah,
Bruce Willis surely wasn't.
Absolutely.
Sorry to spoil that 25 years later. DeMarvion Overshone. DeMarvion Overshone did a charity event yesterday, Chop. We've all been very down, very sad about his surgery. A bunch of Cowboys players have after he had surgery to repair his ACL, MCL, and PCL in his right knee. How long was your surgery, Chop, for your finger? Hold it up for the fan cam.
Here's the finger. Let's see. I got there at 10:30. No, I'm sorry. I got there at 11:30. And I got home by 2 o'clock.
Okay. DeMarvion Overshone, how long do you think just his surgery was to repair the ACL, MCL, and PCL?
Yeah, because the actual time in the operating room for me was probably 20 minutes.
Sure. So how long was the surgery?
I would say the surgery itself.
The longest surgery I've had, I think, was 40 minutes.
I'll say this was 2.5 hours in surgery.
Not even close. An 11-hour surgery in California.
Why?
I mean, you're repairing 3 ligaments there. I assume it's a very, especially with them talking about the timeline and you're talking about a young guy's career, I assume they're just being as careful and detailed as possible trying to check in on things.
Dude, that freaks me out because they... to put you under like that, they're putting they're staking a tube all the way down your throat.
Dude,
they're going into your trachea, and it's going to they were like, I had to sign a waiver that says, this might damage your vocal cords. I was like, bruh,
what?
Hang on a second. I'm on the radio here. I can't have this.
You can't mess with the moneymaker. I had when I had an appendectomy, which is getting the appendix out.
Yeah. Appreciate that.
Well, last week I said something about an appendectomy, and Sean goes which is come on, fill in the audience here. You can't just assume they know what an appendectomy is. So I was like, it's my appendix.
You can. All
right. Well, I just figured I needed to say it again. But when I had the appendectomy, I remember them telling me they're like, the anesthesia, it'll be great. You'll get knocked out. They're like, you're not even, you'll be good, and then we'll wheel you out. I was like, how do I wake up? Like, I was just curious. I was asking questions like, well, it's actually when we pull the tube out of your throat, that's what wakes you up.
That's what wakes you up.
And I was like, that sounds really painful. They're like, oh, yeah, it is.
That's why you're asleep when we do it.
But they're like, you won't remember it. Yeah. I was like, but I mean, it still happens. It still hurts, right?
Yeah.
And they're like, yeah, but you're not going to remember it. You're probably not going to remember this conversation right here. Well, I clearly did. I remembered that conversation. Yeah. I remembered then sitting around waiting in the waiting room. I remember getting wheeled into the operating room. I remember getting transferred from the gurney to this little operating table where I remember thinking, it is cold as you know what in here. Just freezing.
Yeah, it was cold.
And I remember getting told, count backwards from 100 and going 100, 99, 98, 90, and getting all the way into the 80s before my memory goes. And so I don't remember them pulling the tube out, but I remembered much further along than they said. And so it did make me think I very easily could have remembered you guys pulling that tube out and having the memory
11 hours, man.
But 11 hours for DeMarvion Overshown. This is from Nick Harris over at the Fort Worth Star-Telegram. He had talked to DeMarvion Overshown yesterday at a charity event that he was doing in Tyler.
For charity.
Exactly. And so DeMarvion Overshown said, I feel great. One thing about me, I want to inspire whether it's on or off the field. Coming home, especially doing it at home, feels even more special. Nick writes that despite the recovery ahead for Overshown being the second extensive rehab process he will have dealt with in as many years, his mindset has remained consistent, even if he can't truly understand the deeper meaning of the adversity in front of him just yet. Overshown said, I haven't figured it out truly. Now I get to lead and show that same determination to get back where I was after performing. It's another challenge for me that I'm excited to get. I'm ready to attack this road of recovery. The story when I get back on the field is going to be even greater. And that was one of the things he got a lot of praise for within the Cowboys was the way he handled his rehab. Because a lot of guys tend to get down and depressed about things. And he was not that way. He was somebody who attacked his rehab really positively and made sure all the other guys in the rehab group were the same. He was asked about the reports that he could miss the entirety of the 2025 season. He said, my goal is to definitely see action by midseason. I'm going to be smart about it, but I'm going to be ready by midseason. There's no question about it. So positive outlook there from DeMarvion Overshown, which he always has. But still, to say definitively, I'm going to be out there by midseason, that's...
All right.
That's strong.
That's strong. It's almost one of those things you see how the season's going.
Yeah.
And I have no problem with him wanting to. That's his plan. Like, that's his goal. You don't always reach your goal. You want to set attainable
Aaron
goals.
Rodgers planned to be out there 3 months after his Achilles
Yeah.
tore.
So I have no problem with him doing this. Also see how the season is going. So we'll see.
Yeah, but a big positive.
It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Again, the breaking news of the morning. American Airlines has grounded all flights.
And it's still not up?
Still, well, I have not seen anything yet. I mean, they're trending on social media. The amount of polka.
This is awful.
From the John Candy character at Home Alone.
Yep.
That's all it's on social media right now. So we'll see. See what happens.
How are they going to get back home to Kevin?
It's a good question. It's a very good question. All right, let's do a little moment of clarity.
I had what alcoholics refer to as a moment of clarity.
You watch it and you're super into it. It's like really exciting. The storyline's good. And then you finish it and I'm looking at the film and I'm just like, I was watching it?
Stop calling them films.
I mean, that is gross. And those people are getting paid.
Let's do a little post-up clarity after the Dallas Cowboys pick up another victory on Sunday night against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
They did.
A good victory. One of their more solid, probably, would you say best win of the season?
This?
Yep.
I mean, Pittsburgh on the road.
Pittsburgh on the road was a good one, but I think given all the challenges you've got with this team and the fact that this was a playoff team that was coming to town,
so that's important.
And you really were in command of just about all of it, I think this was the best win they've had this year, personally.
Sure.
So when you look at this game back, I was watching some of the film back, and I was like, you know what? Any positives I feel differently about? Any negatives? There wasn't a whole lot I felt different about. It looked pretty similar to what I had felt about it watching it back live. There were a couple things that I felt like I needed to note, though, that we didn't talk about on Monday. Number one, Brock Hoffman. Ooh, buddy, you had a bad game.
Really?
Brock Hoffman was not very good. And look, he gets a pass because he was never supposed to be very good. But he's somebody who has played at a really high level, and the offense has improved with him out there. He had some struggles at guard in this one. He gave up 3 different pressures. He was struggling in pass protection. In the run game, he was not moving things the way he typically did. It's understandable he got Vita Vea there. He can be a handful. Totally get it. One of the things it's bringing up the question of, though, Chop, and I'm curious about from you. Brock Hoffman played center the week before against Carolina. And Hoffman is a center by trade. Cooper Beebe is not. Cooper Beebe is a guard. Would you consider, hey, I know we've committed to this experiment, but Brock Hoffman seems to be pretty good. Things seem to flow well with him in that center. Let's flip things around and say, Cooper Beebe, next year you're going back to right guard with Zach Martin out of the picture, and Brock Hoffman, you're our starting center. Or would you just say, Beebe's already committed time here and has looked better as the season's gone on? I don't want to screw with that.
Well, I mean,
because guard is his natural position, and he can get to the second level a little bit easier with his work at guard. Like, I would imagine Beebe would be better at guard. I think. I don't know for sure, but I think he would be.
If he'd be better at guard, then play him at guard.
And say, Hoffman, you're taking over at center, and just...
So how would you grade... I know you said Hoffman wasn't good in this game. How would you grade him overall?
A resounding success so far in terms of what expectation was.
Well, there you go.
So, and I think
he's probably his worst year too.
Who?
Hoffman.
His worst year?
Like he'll probably get. I assume.
Oh, yeah. I thought you said. I was like, well, he didn't really play the other years. He was on the practice squad.
Right. So I'm saying.
I thought you were making a joke.
No, like this is probably the worst he's going to be. Right.
Right. You would hope so. Yeah, you would hope so. And he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I mean, that was Mike McCarthy told us last week.
Oh, the number one thing I want of the center is brains.
We asked Mike McCarthy last week. We were like, hey, who are some guys that you looked at? And Sean had asked him, like, who would you say is I know I got to give Sean credit for asking the question because God knows he'll get worked up if we don't credit his statement or whatever else.
He listens, I think.
I know. That's why I'm saying it. I want him to hear I'm giving him credit. But Sean had asked him, said, which one of these guys do you think on your team have you thought, man, that guy could be a coach? And he named 3 guys, and one of the guys he named was Brock Hoffman. And so that's the kind of guy you want playing center for you. Maris Leofau. Chef's kiss. Fantastic. Stepping in, playing for DeMarvin Overshone. And this was the first game where they really asked him.
Why do they say that, chef's kiss? I don't want a chef touching their mouth, their hands to their mouth.
Because it's already done. The meal's finished.
Yeah,
he's finished making it. That's why he's like, mwah, like it's fantastic. And I mean, that's an Italian thing, isn't it?
I don't know.
I would think it is. Maris Leofau was great in this game, and his ability to rush the passer was something that was on display in this one that we hadn't seen nearly as much early on, but they're giving him some of those Overshone responsibilities now with the blitz and the things that he's able to do wearing the green dot and, you know, having the communication ability and the processing and the high IQ as a rookie is something that's really impressive. And clearly there's a lot of trust from Mike Zimmer in what Leofau can do. And so I thought Leofau was fantastic in this game, performed at a really high level, really good stuff from him, and something that I'm optimistic about moving forward. If you can get Overshone back healthy and get him playing at the level that you want him at, then Leofau and Overshone are going to be a really good linebacker combination. And it allows you to commit to Micah Parsons just rushing all the time, which is what you want. I mean, he's an edge rusher now. Micah Parsons.
Yes, he is.
By the way, doesn't need to be said because every week we say it, but I'll just say it really quickly. Micah was awesome again. Micah Parsons is great. He always is. He was fantastic again.
He always is. And he's always held on every play. The grounding has been lifted.
Oh,
officially.
good.
It is just got lifted, so head to the airport.
But how much do you think that has put them back?
About an hour.
A 30-minute. You think a 30-minute grounding only sets stuff back an hour? I bet that dominoes get pushed.
Well,
from that, dude.
That's true. That's true.
That might screw up some flights today.
Yeah, it probably.
Check your times is what we're saying. Verify your times if you've got an American flight out today and maybe even tomorrow. Just double check, make sure. Mozzie Smith. He had performed really well the last few weeks, been really strong. This was a step back. I don't even want to say step back because he had played well for about 6 weeks in a row. This just was not his best performance. He was getting blown off the ball. This looked more like early season Mozzie Smith. Not a great performance, but there were some flashes, some times where it was good. It's just he got moved pretty consistently in the run game. There's one play where he got driven back 6-7 yards right off the snap of the ball. So not a particularly dominant day for Mozzie Smith, not what we've become accustomed to in terms of his ability and the things that we've seen from him. But it's not so much a setback as much as I think it's just a one-off and a standalone because he's established at this point over the course of 6 or 7 weeks that he can put good games together consistently. And I think you can feel good about, all right, that is a consistent football player now, and this was just a bad game. It's just a bad game. It's not a bad player. Like, it's not how you're looking at it now. But overall, Mozzie Smith, not a great performance. But really, this game overall was a lot of stuff that you thought you were seeing on tape, or that you thought you were seeing live. CeeDee Lamb was great. Cooper Rush, really good. Jordan Lewis, fantastic. Deron Bland, really good. Like, all these things that you thought you saw live looked to be the case when you went back and watched it on film. Impressive job by the Cowboys. I will say the stuff that I talked about yesterday in terms of McCarthy's mode of attack, it absolutely looked more like a West Coast offense. That was confirmed. That's not what they've been running all year. What they ran on Sunday against the Buccaneers is not what they've run all year.
I think a lot of that had to do, though, like, it's hard to run on Tampa.
Vita Vea is good, but teams have run on Tampa all year. They've all done it.
Yeah, I mean, like, but this could have been a scheme thing. Like, they could have seen, like, this was what we wanted to do.
They've played similar defenses and similar run defenses this year, and they've not run it like that. That was just a very different game plan than what they've run, and very different personnel than what they've run. But it was impressive. It was very, very impressive, and I don't have any other thoughts.
All right. So some flights are 44 minutes delayed, some are an hour and 10. So we're already.
All right, there you go.
That's where we already are.
You always got to make eyes at me. You got to give me the eyebrow lift, and then nobody knows what I'm laughing at.
Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a lot of Ask Reddits.
Oh, dude, I've loaded them up.
Bobby loaded them up.
Hey, I listen in those meetings. I listen in those Monday meetings. We talked about it. We heard the feedback we're getting from people right now. They want more of this. They want more of the Ask Reddit. They want more of that time.
All right. So why don't we do it, Peyton? Ask Reddit.
Do you have a question, Kelly?
Yeah, I have a lot of questions. Number one, how dare you?
All right, let's see if I can get through basically 30 straight minutes of talking shop with this head cold that I think I've picked up. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan, 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel & Frankel Injury Attorneys fan text. It's where you can weigh in, kick these questions around with us from Ask Reddit. These are the most viral questions being asked over there over the last week. And you can weigh in on the fan cam, too, over on the Twitch and the YouTube. And we'll kick things off, as always, because he's the most prepared. He loves it. We're going to start off with one Peyton Phillip Russell.
Yes.
Peyton, what's a skill you wish you'd learned earlier in life?
For me, it would have to be patience. I still haven't learned that. Different skill set here for me. But yeah, patience. Because like with me, I've always been a guy like, let me just get everything done earlier than later, which can be useful sometimes. But, I never want to wait for things. It's like if I can do it that moment, if I can, I was just talking to you about my bachelor's trip. It's like if I can do it next month, I do it. I do it a year and a half out.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it's like, why wait when I can just do something right now? It's on my mind. It's fresh. Let me just do it. So patience for me.
Hey, I was going to be a doctor, but I didn't have the patience.
Because patience,
you get it,
are what doctors
you
have.
Understand. You understand.
I understand.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Wow,
Happy Hanukkah.
That's wonderful.
Happy holidays.
That's
everything
wonderful.
else. Chop, what's a skill you wish you'd learned earlier in life?
I don't know. It's skill. It's more of like. It's not really a skill, I guess I would say. It's how to talk to women. Like, women don't. This is one thing
that
you
is
find
a
out.
skill.
Women don't care about.
It's a hard skill.
Women don't care about gifts. They care about being. If you're funny, that's all they care about. That's all they care about.
Look,
be funny. That's a skill.
That's why you've been able to maintain in the dating game throughout your life. Funny guy. That's why I outkick my coverage.
Funny guy.
Is because I'm funny.
You sure?
Just flat out. And so because of that, funny is a big advantage.
Huge advantage.
I mean, and God gives us certain things. God did not give me the debonair looks or being smooth or anything else, but he did give me the oh, this is funny. I'm going to say this. It's funny. And sometimes it backfires. Sometimes it gets me slapped. So
sometimes it does.
Yeah. Have you ever been slapped by a woman?
Yeah.
Have you ever been slapped by Sarah? And I don't mean with consent.
No, she'll not slapped, but she'll hit me. She'll hit me.
Oh, I got a slap in the face at Pete's Piano Bar one time, dude.
We'll be sitting there just laying in bed, and she'll just kind of whack me.
We were. I just told the story to Sean over the weekend. We were at Pete's Piano Bar for her birthday 10 years ago, something like that. And
underrated place.
Yeah. So
I never don't have fun.
I always love it, and every time I'm like, I don't want to go today, but then I go and I was like, this is great.
Yeah, it's great.
So you've got the back area and then you've got the tables up front.
Yeah.
So somebody had abandoned, left their table. So I was like, we're going to go slide up front. We're going to go sit at that table. So we sat down. Kristen went up to go get a drink. And while she's up to get a drink, the people came back. And when they came back, this lady's like looking around. She's like, where's my phone? And I just I saw it on the floor. So I picked it up and I handed it to her. So I handed this woman her phone. She takes it. She goes, oh my gosh, thank you. And she grabs my jaw in the back of my head and just pulls me to her and kisses my cheek and let's go mwah, thank you so much.
Whoa.
So Kristen comes back and my S-stirring sister is sitting there. And as soon as Kristen walks back, she goes, some girl just kissed Bobby. And Kristen, I just turn around and go wait a sec. Kristen buzzes and just turns around, whack right in the face. I get smacked right in the face. I was like, did you even wait to hear what the context was for this?
Yikes!
At all? No, she did not. Some of the answers over on the YouTube. Whoops. Some of the answers there. I knocked the microphone down. On the Twitch.
Microphone went limp.
Steve from BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says guitar playing. Some of the other answers we're getting guitar from the 214.
Yeah, foreign language.
Dude, okay, so that Spanish. I wish I would have learned Spanish. It would have come in.
I know. I'd be able to sing along to Bad Bunny.
Dude, so we're in the car. We're in the party bus for Amanda's birthday, and a lot of Amanda's friends speak Spanish. And so Kristen is sitting there, and she leads into it at some point, and they're playing some, I think they were playing a Bad Bunny song or something. She leaned over, and she just goes like, I gotta learn Spanish. Just like, I want to sing along with this so bad.
I am so mad at my grandparents. My grandparents refused to teach my dad and us Italian.
It's
they refused to do it.
Such a great, just when you hear somebody speak, you're like, it's almost like they're singing.
Yeah. And they said they're broken English. We left there. Why would we teach you the language? We're here now. And I understand what they were trying to assimilate. I get what they were doing, but that's short-term thought process there, man.
It's great to know another language.
Oh, it would have been fantastic.
469. I want to learn to text and drive right now. 817. How to drive a stick shift. Another 817. How to pull out of a parking spot. How to.
Bobby.
That's what it says.
Go to the next one.
That's what it's. What? Yes, it's Jesus' birthday. I know, Chop. All right, next question here. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 through the Fan. RJ Choppy, if modern medicine didn't exist, would you be dead right now? If yes, from what?
Yeah, I haven't. I don't think I've had a close experience. But I mean, people died in their 30s.
Yeah.
So probably the flu,
something like that.
Pneumonia. I used to get bronchitis a lot as a kid.
What is the rate of death if your appendix ruptures? We talked about how I got the appendectomy, which is an appendix surgery.
45% maybe.
Let's see here.
I don't think it's 45%. I mean, you can get septic. Yeah, you can get septic.
It can kill you if it ruptures.
Absolutely.
What is the fatality rate for a ruptured appendix? What do you think of this, Chop?
But do it in Myanmar. Or something.
Okay, what would it have been?
Don't do it in the U.S.
In the 1600s.
There you go.
I'm just going to put that, okay? In the 1600s, approaching nearly 100%. So, yeah, I'd be dead.
Yeah, you'd be dead.
And my appendix ruptures would have killed me. Peyton, what's your answer?
Well, I had COVID last May, so, I mean, I could go on and say stuff. But
would COVID have existed, though, without modern medicine?
Wow. Ooh. Well done.
It's a good one.
Well done.
I don't know. I've never had a close. I mean, I've had surgeries, but nothing severe for me. But yeah, I'll say COVID.
All right, next question. We're just going to move on here on Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. Peyton Russell, what are some polite ways to end a conversation with someone who keeps talking?
You got to jump in and whenever they take a deep breath or something, because sooner or later they got to breathe. I guess it depends on who you talk to. So it's got to be pause. Well, man, you got to just say something where it's well, good talking. You say the well.
It's
the big
right,
well. And
yeah, something like that. All right.
Well, I'm sure you can hear the wife and kids calling my name.
I will just flat out interrupt somebody, and I'll just go. I mean, usually I'm the person talking this much.
Yeah.
Who needs to be stopped? But I'll just interrupt them and just go hey, I gotta go, or something. Hey, I gotta go. I gotta go do this. They're if you're in person, you just kind of start putting your hand up. Like,
ooh,
hey, no, you just put it up like, oh, I just remembered something. Like, I got to run.
I'm really good at just getting on my phone and ignoring them and like just start texting somebody else.
You know when you look for that, when Peyton says you look for that breath though to do it.
Yeah.
You know who does that?
No.
Sean in these interviews. Somebody's giving us a really long answer at the end. Like let's say, let's say Brett Boone's. Then like
you got to keep it on.
He'll
time.
try to jump in, and then you know what his go-to move is, Sean. Whenever he misses the opportunity to jump in with the breath.
Oh yeah, it throws the
throw the pen on the roof, and then he always gives this to Peyton. Thank you, Brett Boone. We appreciate it.
What's funny is you'll be surprised how many times because I put the guys in queue and they're still talking after I turn them off. It's very funny.
All right. We're going to ask Reddit here on 105 through the fan. Steve from Tyler on the Twitch says, take a cell phone call from no one.
Yeah.
I got to answer. Yeah, that's a good one. All right, here. RJ Choppy, what food do you swear tastes better as leftovers?
Thanksgiving.
See, the only problem with Thanksgiving is warming up the turkey and making it taste good.
Oh, I don't usually even eat the turkey after. It's just the stuffing.
Oh,
and the mashed potato. You know what I mean? Like that stuff is great. Love it.
I'm trying to think. Mashed potatoes are hard because that one you got to like mix in some milk because it'll kind of cake up on you a little bit when you're trying to.
It will cake up
when you're trying to reheat it. I do think it's probably some sort of casserole or something along those lines where you can just add a splash of milk, some salt, stir it up. That's pretty good. Peyton, what food tastes better as leftovers?
It's pizza 100%. And it's not microwave pizza. You got to go air fryer, which I know, that means you have to have the air fryer, obviously. But yeah, pizza, I've learned to notice, over the last year of having an air fryer, it's the pizza. The pizza, and it tastes better than, when you got it.
This is a controversial take of Peyton's here.
I don't mind cold pizza.
Me either, but there's a lot of people who'd say you can't there's no way to reheat it and make it taste as good again.
Air fry. You got to air fry it.
Or you crisps it too much.
It does. You can do a cup of water in the microwave with it.
So I've always done the paper towel on top of it, and then whenever any of that grease starts, it kind of saturates it and makes it so that it's not.
I don't think there's a substitute for fresh pizza though. I like cold pizza. It's got a good. It's a different taste. I enjoy it. I respect it on its own. There is no substitute for fresh pizza.
We got back-to-back from the 254 and the 956 spaghetti. If spaghetti is a good reheat,
especially if you fry it.
If you fry spaghetti,
yeah, you put some oil in a frying pan, just fry it up.
I've not heard of that.
Done that
fantastic.
Before.
That sounds pretty good. 817 again, spaghetti easy, boy. They're going with spaghetti. 945.
Don't microwave it. I'm telling you, just throw some oil in a frying pan and just fry it up.
817, you boys have some weather headed your way. Here in Aledo, getting pounded with rain and lightning and insane thunder. That's from Miguel in Aledo. Well, so if American Airlines has already kind of delayed flights and now you've got storms coming through, it's not a good day to be heading to.
The weatherman on TikTok said that we're going to get a major snowstorm first week of January.
Which weatherman on TikTok?
Just some guy who wants to be a weatherman and he looked at the trends.
Is it that guy who always yells into the camera, goes, "We're reporting live today"? The guy
no,
he
had a beard.
Okay, this is not. I can't describe him any other way than that. Over on the Twitch, Shoot Brown 78 says meatloaf and spaghetti. Meatloaf is a good reheat.
Yeah, it is.
The worst one is a hamburger. If you get a burger from a restaurant, you try to reheat that, it doesn't taste good.
You got the condiments on it already, and
it just doesn't taste good. I don't like it. All right, we're doing Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan as I struggle with my voice here. Peyton Russell, what do you miss about the pandemic?
Oh, man. Really just like not having the feeling of missing out, not having the FOMO, because there were no events going on really. Parties weren't really happening, going out to bars. It was fine staying home on a Friday, Saturday night. I was single then, so I didn't have any FOMO really because nothing was really going on. So I was like, okay, I'm staying home like everyone else. It's fine.
It's working from home.
See, I couldn't do that.
But didn't that make the show really difficult?
I didn't think so.
Just the latency and talking back and forth with each other?
Sometimes there was latency. If you had bad internet connection, sometimes there was latency with that, which is a problem, but it is what it is. Right? You're dealing with the hand that you're dealt. I personally don't think people care about sound quality. We live
We have a lot of people complain whenever we got a phone that's not right, or if somebody sounds different on a remote connection.
I don't mean.
Let us know on the fan text but let me know on the fan text if it bugs you when the sound quality sounds weird.
We live in a podcast world now, right? Everyone's got a podcast.
Yes.
Everyone's got one.
Yes, and on our podcast, Peyton, how often do we get people complaining about mine and Brian's sound quality on Love the Star?
So many times.
But what do people who are doing these Twitch streams and podcasts, they're eating, there's dead air, right? People don't.
Sure.
The younger people don't care about that.
It's more relaxed.
It's more relaxed.
It's more relaxed.
They don't care about that.
But those professional streamers have nicer setups than a lot of broadcasts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, they still invest in that sound.
Sound quality is the wrong thing to say. I don't think they care about a lot of the technical side.
Okay, yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, so if there's like a pause or whatever else, that doesn't happen. Let's see here. Over on the text, we've got the extra $600 a week with furlough, 940, doing psychedelics like mushrooms and LSD, and the lack of traffic. A bunch of people saying traffic here. That is the thing. When you used to go out, there was never traffic when you go on the road.
That first or second day of the pandemic, it was a ghost town.
It was creepy.
It was very, very creepy.
I loved just being able to be home. Like, I didn't have to go anywhere. Like, I didn't have to come up with excuses. I didn't have to think. I could just. I was not expected to go anywhere. It was just like, what do I want to sit? It was like being on vacation. It's like, do I want to sit down and just watch whatever I want to watch?
Yes, it was great. People were dying, but it was great.
I never went into the. I still had to go into the office at my other job.
Yeah.
During the whole time, there was not a single day that I missed work because of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So like, we got these notes that they were providing from like the like Homeland Security or something like that. Those basically like, if you live in an area where they're telling you there's curfew, here's the note you present that says, hey, I've got to go to work. I'm essential.
Mm-hmm.
But I missed even working. You talk about working from home. It was nice to go into work and you didn't have to. Nobody was there. It was like 4 other people and it was just like lounging around all the time. And you could do your work in peace and you weren't just overrun with a bunch of, different folks around there and you didn't have to dress up. It was great. I actually really enjoyed parts of the pandemic.
Yeah.
So
we got time for more.
All right, let's do one more here. We're doing Ask Reddit here on 105 Through the Fan. RJ Choppy, this is perfect for you. What are some of the most polite ways to ask your one-night stand to leave?
Just start getting ready like you have somewhere to be.
But what if they're not moving? What if they're just like, I'll just wait for you?
That's like, yeah, that's not, then you got to be straightforward.
You just got to say you have to go.
Yeah, it's like you can't. I gotta go. You're not gonna stay here all day.
But don't you got to do like this? You got to be like kind of laying back and just like, yeah, I could lounge here all day, and then you just got to go. Wait, what day is it? And you got to. Oh crap! I got to go. Hold on, I got to get ready, and then you jump up, and then you got to make it seem like, oh, I'd love to be here all day, but I can't. And then you gotta get ready.
If you want to do that, you can absolutely go down that road. I would just say, just start getting ready, like you're gonna go somewhere,
without even saying anything.
You start getting ready, and as you're getting ready, I gotta go to the folks' house. Yeah, you gotta say parents because that's not in the cards.
I could never do that, by the way.
You couldn't say that.
No, I couldn't say that. I didn't even mean that, but yeah, I couldn't say that. I could never do the one night stand thing.
Because you'd fall in love.
Yeah. Oh, instantly.
Really?
Instantly.
If someone was willing to do that, you'd be just in love.
I'd just be like, we should do this again. Yeah.
Bobby's too nice of a guy.
Why would we stop doing this? Let's we should do this forever.
I think
I'd catch feelings.
If you do that is
I will say
kind of
I'm
a goal
stunned.
to do it again.
I'm stunned. Yeah, but I am stunned by the perspective of. And it feels more rampant in the last decade or so, or at least the way people talk about it. The ability to just completely divorce emotion or feelings or connection from sex is wild to me. That people are able to do that.
We're like lions.
Yeah, but then the Lions, like a lot of times they create a pride, and it's like, all right, well, this was going somewhere nowhere. They don't just hit it and quit it.
Yeah, maybe not. It's called adulthood.
Peyton, what's really quickly? Peyton, what's your answer?
Yeah, you just tell her that my girlfriend's coming over. she's on her way back, so you might need to go.
That's good. That's a good line.
Well,
Good way to end
wow. Wow. Ask Reddit here on 105.3 The Fan. You know what? I'm going to do... Ooh, my voice cracked. I got a little surprise for you. I'm going to bring back an oldie but a goodie. I am going to gift each local team presents for Christmas.
Aww.
What do we have under the tree for all these locals next on 105 to The Fan?
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Arlington and her studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, DFW. It is Sean and RJ here on 105.3 The Fan. It is a Merry Christmas Eve. Merry Christmas to one and all.
Merry Chrysler.
Peyton Russell, the newly engaged Peyton Russell, is here. Bobby Belt is here. I'm RJ Choppy. Sean's out all week. Caitlin is in the back.
How'd you celebrate yesterday, Peyton?
Went to the parents' house. My parents and her parents, and
you dirty dog.
Was this the first time that y'all's parents had met?
No, they've met before. This wasn't a combined thing. It was a separate. Went to my parents' house, then went over to her parents' house. So
why don't they like each other?
Yeah,
that's not what I meant there. But
obviously,
so
you know what it is. They don't like the way you guys pass the rolls back and forth.
Yeah. Do you have any Christmas traditions like the throwing of the rolls on Thanksgiving?
No, I mean, but I think we do the turkey on Christmas though. We're a turkey on Christmas.
It's a good call, actually. I don't like ham.
It's a month later, so we'll go turkey back.
We're having
on.
lasagna.
Usually we do.
Lasagna. You can heat it back up according to the fan text during Ask Credit.
Yes, you can. Yes, you can. Okay, so I wanted to do this because I'd gotten a text from him a couple of weeks back. The day of the Jerry interview, actually, the day after. The great Randy Galloway.
Ah, yo and hello.
Yo and hello. And he used to do a segment called Randy Claus. And I was like, you know what? Let's just.
It's a good segment.
It's a great segment. He would just gift things to the local teams. And I was like, that's a great idea. I'm just going to steal this. It's Choppy Claus.
There we go.
Bobby Claus, Peyton Claus, whatever. So let me find some gifts to give to each of the local DFW, Texas area sports teams.
Aw.
For the Dallas Stars, I give you health.
It's good. They need it.
They need it.
Money Puck was telling me that.
If this team is healthy and all their vets they're as good as anyone or better. So my gift to the Dallas Stars this year is health for a long playoff run.
Aww. Just what they wanted.
Just what they wanted. For the Dallas Mavericks, it is not making moves at the deadline.
It's not making moves is what you're gifting
you want to
them?
make small changes. You want it's small. Fine. I love the depth on this team. I love where they're at. They got a legit chance to go back to the finals. I want less hero ball. Less hero ball. You can win the West with hero ball. I don't think you can beat the Celtics.
That's probably going to be a challenge. The Orlando Magic beating the Boston Celtics last night. Dallas Mavericks, by the way, winning another game with a little bit of not hero ball. It's really just team play.
Team play.
But they put it together last night. By the way, have you seen the new Kyrie-Luka handshake?
I mean, I can't barely watch any of the games.
Dude, it's so slick. You keep going. I'm going to pull it up while you keep going.
So the Mavericks, there you go. Not making moves. Keep the team as it is. They're good enough.
I do think they will need maybe a small thing here or there.
Well, yeah, you want to do a small thing, fine. I'm just saying, don't sell the farm for. And I like Jimmy Butler. I think Jimmy Butler is a great player. I think the depth of this team is important.
Okay, look at this. There you go. That's the new Kyrie-Luka handshake.
Okay.
It's smooth. I like it. It's very involved. Looks like it involves gang signs or something.
It probably doesn't involve gang signs. Maybe
it does. With Luka, you never know.
You never know. For the Texas Rangers, I want one more piece. One more piece to the puzzle in the offseason.
What kind of piece? Would you like a pitcher, more bullpen help?
Bullpen, I think. And that one piece could be just if you were to tell me that Evan Carter's back never acts up again.
Dude, I'm a little scared about him. So I think that's a good one to ask for. But, man, it's Peyton, we didn't get a chance to ask you. How do you feel about do you feel like Choppy Claus or Santa Claus brought you exactly what you wanted and got rid of Nate Lowe?
Yeah, thank you, Choppy, for that one. No, I mean, look, I know I joke about Nate Lowe, but it's time for him to go.
Doesn't sound like you were joking, though. It sounds like that's exactly what you did.
Nate's a pretty good player. I like Nate. He's a Silver Slugger winner.
He is from like 3 years ago.
It's all right.
And he was not very good after that. He was fine.
Oh, so you agree with me, Bobby?
Yeah, I actually do. It's the one thing I agree with you on.
I do think they're a fringe playoff team. They're obviously better than Houston. They're better than Oakland, and they're better, or whoever the hell they are now, and they're better than the Angels. Obviously, it's Seattle, but I don't trust Seattle.
Fair enough.
For the Dallas Cowboys.
Oh, there's a lot of things you can wish here.
I gift you better roster building.
Anything else you'd like
They're
to wish
really good at finding talent. They're terrible at roster building.
This is a topic that we have saved for Thursday or Friday this week when you come back.
Yeah.
Is the idea of, that was one of the things that I was wanting to kick around, the idea of they have so many Pro Bowlers and everything else, but does this show that they clearly don't know how to put it together?
That is.
They know how to grab individual pieces. They don't know how to put that together to a coherent unit, a coalesced unit.
They are enamored with stars,
and
they sacrifice depth for it. It is better to have 10 good players and 0 great ones than 5 great and 5 bad.
What's the old Scott Pioli line? It's not the best 53 players. It's the right 53 players.
That's true. You want talent, obviously, but so much of football in today's world is weak link. Just don't be bad anywhere. If you're not bad anywhere, you're gonna be great. Let's go a little college. I even have college gifts to give.
College football.
For the Texas Longhorns, I gift you Quinn Ewers remembering how to throw the ball downfield.
Gosh, please, God.
They can beat Arizona State any way they choose. They can't beat Ohio State or Oregon without taking the top off the defense. For SMU, I give you a 20-year contract for Rhett Lashley and NIL money that'll rival Ohio State. The sleeping giant has woken.
It's good. I like it. Rhett Lashley, dude. Mm-hmm. I wonder if at some point the NFL comes calling for him.
I hope not. For TCU, I give you a competitive roster. Been a tough couple of years in Fort Worth after they lost the Natty. And let's be fair, they were never one of the 4 best teams that year, and they showed it, but they still deserve to be there. Right?
Yeah.
It was one of those deserved versus best. That was the glory years. They've been less competitive since, so I'm going to give you a competitive roster. For Texas A&M, at minimum, I'm going to give you an Elite 8 berth in college hoops this year. It's good football. It's a good basketball team.
Thank you.
It's a good basketball team. Conference is a monster, but that's a really good squad that they've got. And for Oklahoma,
whoa! We're calling Oklahoma, Cole. We're going to call them local Oklahoma, OU.
They're absolutely local.
Get out of here.
That's 4
Get out of
hours
here with that
away.
OU.
It's
Is Oklahoma closer than College Station?
Closer than Austin. Norman's closer than Austin. It's like 6 miles closer.
Okay. All right, fine. Pass.
Yeah.
I guess.
But it better be Cole. What are you giving them?
And by the time you get anywhere near Austin, you're in an hour of gridlock. So it's really like an hour and a half closer.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you want to talk about worldview,
Yeah.
Oklahoma's much closer than Austin.
Wow. Look, you already got your Christmas gift with John Mateer. Now it's time for Brett Venables to S or get off the pot. I'm gonna teach you how to coach. That's what I'm gonna give you the gift of knowing how to be a head coach.
There you go.
Yeah,
that's a solid one for them.
Make sure you beat Alabama again.
I like it. Those are good gifts, Choppy Claus. Peyton, you got any gifts you'd like to give out to the Dallas Cowboys or anybody else, or over on the fan text if anybody has some gifts you'd like to give the Dallas area teams?
I want to give Dak Prescott a gift. Hopefully, a better squad than last year.
There you go.
Get him another receiver, Jerry. Come on.
You know what I want to give the Cowboys? I want to give the Cowboys nothing but good health in 2025.
Another head coach?
I mean, I do want to give them another head coach, but I want to give them nothing but health. Regardless of what they do, I want them to be healthier next year because I want to know with certainty and no question, what is the team then? Because there are a lot of people who want to point to the health issue as, well, that's what it is. Okay, fine. I need them to have health next year so we can really identify where do we go forward with this football team. Because that's something maybe we need to ask Jerry coming up here in a few minutes. It's just the idea of what is this team this year if you guys are healthy?
Yeah. There you go. We can ask him that. So. All right, there's Choppy Claus here on 105.3.
Merry Christmas, RJ Choppy.
Merry Christmas, Robert Montgomery Belt.
Not you, Peyton. You took off yesterday.
The NFL Red Zone has buckled for now. For now, the Red Zone has buckled, but that won't last long. And Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30 here on 105 through the fan. Let's get you over to sodaweightloss.com. SOTA.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, great.
RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Good morning, DFW. Jerry Jones coming up at 8:30, and a Merry Christmas to you.
I need you to take a look in there at Corey Majors, looking all fine.
He's probably got to go to. He's probably got to go to dinner.
Look at it. I did. I said, "What are you doing today?" And he said, "I said you look nice." He goes, "Thank you."
Are those snaps? Those are snaps.
I said, "Where you? Why are you dressed up today?" And he said, "Going to my mom's after." And I said, "Oh, nice." And he goes, "Because I have one."
Because I have one. That's right. Well done.
Cutting through my heart on Christmas Eve.
Yeah, well done.
She is dead. So
I like it.
I miss her very much every single day.
She is. She did pass away.
She did.
She did. NFL Network. So we talked about this yesterday, right? Where Scott Hansen got on and said 7 hours of red zone football.
Yes.
Instead of 7 hours of commercial-free
because
football.
It was a lie to say commercial-free.
It was not a lie. I think it's semantics. I think you people are just insane.
What do you mean, you people?
You
Me?
people.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Who are going on and on and on about having a split screen. A split screen is not a commercial. Am I right, Peyton?
Peyton, where do you come down on this? Yeah, they had a. It's always said 7 hours of commercial-free football. They now did a split screen where the game was put in a little tiny box, and they had a giant ad up in the corner.
I'm not going to count it. What is I assume the voiceovers of the commercial, so then it takes away from play-by-play. But no,
I don't care about the play-by-play.
If I can see the game, I don't count it because I'm not worried about the commercial.
That's right.
I just cover my left eye and I can't see. You know?
Exactly. You're like a lizard. Absolutely.
That's what they do?
Yeah, because they can move their eyes in different directions.
Oh, that's right.
They don't have to look at the same spot. Yeah, so the NFL is not sure how to handle the backlash.
They were not anticipating this. That is clear.
Michael McCarthy, not to be confused with Cowboys head coach Michael McCarthy, a front office sports reports that the league and network are unsure where to go from here. They remain undecided on whether it will employ ads in the future. And a source with knowledge said about the league's strategy that means the league could test the double box ads again during week 17 or 18 or wait until the regular season next year and then bring them in a more wide fashion.
Oh, yeah, because at that point, they're like, they'll forget.
They'll forget.
They remember now. They'll forget that.
And listen, anyone out there who thinks that the NFL is going to cater or crater to backlash hasn't been paying attention. They do what they want. And they worry about the backlash later.
They have cowered in some instances.
With what?
They definitely, and they were part of it in terms of part of what they want to do, but they definitely started walking away from Kaepernick.
What do you mean walking away?
Like they did not let him back.
Yeah, because they did what they wanted to do. And
I don't know that it was totally that. I think it was the concern of the backlash. So they're like, we got to get together on this. We can't have this. I think it was a backlash response. That's what they wanted to do. That's what they wanted to do because they were concerned about backlash.
See, I was thinking the backlash was the other way.
Oh, no. I think the backlash was you can't sign him.
But there was backlash from not signing him.
Equal. But I think they felt like it will hurt the bottom line more if we actively put him on a roster.
And this will hurt the bottom line by not putting the ads on.
I don't think it hurts the bottom line nearly as much if people just start going like, I'm not watching Red Zone anymore.
There's not a single person who would not reorder Red Zone because they're going to do a split screen of ads.
I would.
You might because your
because
whole life is a bit.
I'm so dug in.
Your whole life is a bit.
Is there anybody whose life is more of a bit than me that you've ever met?
No.
I do dig in on some
you
weird
do.
Stuff.
You do.
I think there's probably some medical explanation for that.
Yeah, there is. Everyone right now will say, I'm not going to order it next year. But when week 1 rolls around, you're going to order it.
214, view it as a content break. Is that how you need to view it? Just like, it's a little break up from the content. It's so much content. You need a quick refresh.
Got so much content. I got so much content. I don't even know what to do with it. I have so much content. I'm sick of the content.
972 just tuned in. Did someone sit Bobby down yesterday and say, "Bro, chill"? Choppy did.
Yeah,
the bosses did.
Bosses called him. Boss called him from
Boston,
from sunny Massachusetts.
3,000 miles. I don't think Massachusetts hasn't even seen the sun in about 3 months.
I assume not.
It's. I think it's just gray after about October 1st. I don't think the sun comes
501.
up.
If I paid for it and didn't stream illegally, best believe I wouldn't order it.
You know what? Okay, again, you said it now. I do wonder, week 1 rolls around and you're geeked, right? You're all amped up for the season if you don't just say, all right, screw it. I'll deal with a double box.
But can't I catch most of what I want anyway with the 2 games and bouncing back and forth? Like, it's not like it's better, but it's also not like I've watched football the other way my whole life.
Oh, I just discovered that they had been giving me Red Zone all year.
And you don't even like it.
I don't even like it. I tuned in the other day. I was like, I got five minutes in. I was like, I can't handle this. This is too much. I need to go back. And I went and sat through the boring ass Rams-Jets game and like an Eagles game that was played by a backup quarterback instead of going to the Red Zone. I just couldn't take it. I was like, I can't do this.
Because of the ads.
It had nothing to do with the ads.
That threw on even more sensory overload that you weren't anticipating.
Real quick, I want to get to this.
Is it going to be Charlie Woods? Are you going to complain about this?
Yes.
Because I love this. You're talking about... Yeah, go ahead, just lay it out.
File this under things nobody cares about. Charlie Woods got a hole-in-one over the weekend.
Uh-huh.
We are treating this kid like he's the first child golfer ever. Like, let him be a kid. Let him relax.
This is so bitter on your part.
I don't care that he got his first hole-in-one.
You know how I know you're lying?
Why?
I've gotten several prep emails before from you where you will complain about other children getting holes in one. And you're like, you're so bitter about it, where you're just like,
well, yeah.
Why haven't I gotten one yet? Why haven't I gotten one?
I'm not going to lie.
You're so bitter about it. And then on this one, because it's Tiger Woods' offspring, you're trying to be like, who cares? Nobody even cares. No. Why is this a story?
Listen,
it's starting to make you mad that you don't have one yet.
He might be a PGA Tour player someday. He might get a sponsor's exemption. He might win 5 majors, and he might never play in a single one. I don't need to say, we don't need to go and wax poetic for 20 straight hours about Charlie Woods' hole-in-one.
Did you just say, I'm jealous that he has a hole-in-one?
There's 1,000 16-year-olds just as good as him.
Well, you just say, I'm jealous he got a hole-in-one.
I am jealous that he got a hole-in-one.
I knew it.
But it has nothing to do with this take. All right?
It's the holiday season. Be generous.
I like Tiger Woods is a draw. Tiger's a draw. He's the greatest golfer I've ever seen. He's the greatest. He's the greatest. I'm sorry. He's the greatest professional athlete I've ever seen. By a significant margin. He's so much better than anybody else. I don't even know who number 2 is.
It's fair.
Behind Tiger.
Me.
Probably you.
Yep.
But I don't care about his kids.
It's fair enough. I
still care about his kids.
I think it's jealousy. Frankly.
You know what? It probably is.
Probably is.
Jerry Jones. Next on the
coming up.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
What? Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Merry Christmas, DFW. It's Sean and RJ here on 105 through the Fan. Sean is out of RJ Choppy. He is Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Caitlin alongside. And it is time now for the owner of the Dallas Cowboys, the general manager of the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry Jones, brought to you by your North Texas Ford dealers. Ford is the best in Texas. Good morning, Jerry. Merry Christmas.
Well, good morning, and the same to everyone, and certainly everybody that is listening. And wish everybody a great holiday here. And I got a lot of Christmas spirit going on around here right now. So fresh off of that big win over beating Tampa, it's a great Christmas Eve.
Do you find are you a Christmas music guy?
Yes, I am. I'm a very Christmas theme right now. I'm talking to you from my table at my home, and it's beautiful around here. Got a lot of people around here moving around. We have very early Christmas that starts with our family today, and it's just an exciting time. Makes you really appreciate all that is good and all that to be thankful for.
We know the LeSueur peas for Thanksgiving. Is there a Christmas dish that you like to have?
Boy, you got a great memory. I actually had some of those last night with our Christmas dinner that we had with our family. But listen, we do, and it's really good, fresh, we call it side meat. It's fresh pork that's basically fried, and eggs, that type of thing. And it's a great tradition. And kind of the saying around this place among some of the men, I've got to even out my eggs with my pork, and it takes me about an hour to get that done to make it all come out right. So basically, fun time, exciting time. I was privileged to be a part of great tradition growing up, and a great family atmosphere, and this is just expanded on that.
Jerry, I imagine there couldn't have been a better early Christmas gift than getting the win over Tampa Bay on Sunday. Talk a little bit about that game, and then just what you feel like you've maybe learned about your team and your head coach over the last 4 or 5 weeks.
Well, I've always felt that a team is evolving. It's never the same. It's never the same from week to week. It's a moving entity, and just by the very nature of availability of players. But then you've got also the growth of talent level of players, figuratively right before your eyes during a season. And that's a lot of repetition, a lot of weeks are going by, and you have an evolving of a talent level. And boy, that's good to see, and you see it out there, and you can see it in 3 and 4 years play. I'm told that Tom Landry used to say, don't ever judge a defensive lineman until his 3rd year. You just haven't seen the evolving of his talent level or his competitive level. So that's great to see. And so it never stays the same. And that's why you can be playing well in the earliest parts, have a couple of changes, whether it be injury or just have a player come forward. You saw it this year in Overshawn. And if you looked at his whole 2 years, you saw someone that obviously it was exciting to think about his potential when you drafted him. But boy, was he just coming on right before your eyes and making outstanding plays and becoming real impactful on the defensive side of the ball. It's unfortunate that obviously we all know that he had that injury. But the point is, that happens to young players. You can see sometimes not leveling off, but leveling off or a little bit of a challenge for some of the older veteran players. That goes with the territory. And so that thing's all, you try to make that all come up where you're playing your best when you get in those playoffs or you're getting a chance to get in the big game. But all of it is brought back to the subject of we evolved this year. And about the time that we were, I'm going to say, overcoming early some of the price we paid to inject rookies in the offensive line, which is always challenging and going to be challenges just with mistakes and the learning curve. About the time that I thought that we were evolving into a better execution on all three sides of the ball, including special teams. Then you had the key injuries set in on us, and that's every team deals with them. You don't know where it's coming, but it will come, and you hope that it doesn't hit you in places other than where you have a little depth. But bottom line, I can't tell you how proud I am of the way that the coaching staff, led by Mike McCarthy, the way the leadership on this team, and really proud of these young players. They just are growing mentally and physically by leaps and bounds. Makes me think we've got outstanding future ahead of us.
Jerry Jones joined us here at 105 through the Fan. Do you think that was the most physical game y'all have played this year?
Well, we were against a physical team to begin with, one that was very impressive. If they decide to not let you run, it's going to be difficult for anybody to run against them. And that takes a physicalist to do that. And that's what occurred. And I was so impressed with the way we adjusted, the way Rush adjusted, the way Mike adjusted, the way the offensive line was able to give some protection there to Rush. I was very, very impressed, and it gives me real excitement as we look ahead for our future, because we're working with a makeshift offensive line that really is playing a lot of players, and that can be challenging the day of the game or day of week of the game, but on the long run, it's a good thing. And so I'm just pleased with the way the team, I think I said after the game, it looked like that team was out there fighting for the last spot in the playoffs or a home field advantage. And so you can't ask for more than that. Boy, it shows me that there's something really worth maintaining and keeping on course is the ethos of the team, the competes of the team. You get somebody or some groups of people that have been in foxholes and have actually experienced it. That's a tremendous asset if you're looking at a characteristic to go forward with. You get in somebody that's been in foxhole that's also been shot at and hit, that's a real characteristic, shot at and hit. This team has been shot at and hit in many facets of it, and are still the people you want to be in the foxhole with.
Jerry, you mentioned there that, after things have been eliminated, they still came out there and they played really hard. And I know you mentioned after the game that you and Mike McCarthy had spoken right after the news had become official that you guys had been eliminated, and that it was just it was a depressing conversation. You guys were both upset about it. What was that conversation like with Mike, and how did you guys talk about the weeks ahead?
Well, I think that just the reality was there. It was in the room. It was right there. We weren't going to be able to advance into the playoffs. And that's a primary goal of the team. And when the reality of it soaked in, you mean there's no way, there's not a 1% way, that type of thinking. And I really was, it was just noted that you could cut it with a knife in our private conversation that we were having. And so that's bucking up. But the big thing is it transferred over to those players. And, boy, they don't tell those players they weren't playing for a playoff game. They were out there as physical as I've seen us play, gaining on it, exciting. And that's really it's really a great sign here. I'll never forget, we won one football game my first year in the NFL, 1989. One game. And I get a call, and it's Al Davis and John Madden on the other end. And, of course, they were buddies, and they might have had a television personality to everybody, but they were real buddies, and Madden had coached early for Al Davis and the Raiders. And they said, we just wanted to call and tell you, boy, keep your head up, don't get discouraged. You didn't lose the team, so to speak. And I said, guys, thank you for calling. I know what you're doing, and I really appreciate it. I said, but guess what? I burned all my ships at sea. I can't go back. And so I have nothing left to do but go forward. And I'm going forward, and I'm just excited about being in the future of the NFL. But that's the point, is that it kept a level of we're going to get better, we're going to give it everything we've got to get better. That's what that call meant when I got it from Al Davis and John Madden 30-something years ago.
Jerry, when you talk about like the foxhole and having the right guy, are you saying that you're kind of leaning towards Mike returning next year?
We're just talking about what is positive right now. We started the conversation talking about how good a job, I think, with the circumstances that we've been dealing with, how good a job that the coaching staff is doing. It's led by Mike McCarthy. And that's what we're doing. I'm saying just what I'm saying. I'm very impressed with how this team and how it's playing and the level of tenacity. And I'm impressed the fact that we've got a lot of young players that are getting a lot of experience out there. The future looks bright there with those players.
Jerry, and we're talking with Cowboys owner and general manager Jerry Jones here on 105 through the Fan. Jerry, you mentioned and have before that I think your exact phrase was, you said, nothing in my body language has told you guys what I'm thinking either way, with Mike's contract coming up. And so that's not been anything you've ever discussed with us. But do you and Mike ever have conversations about the future, even generally or just kind of broadly?
Yes, we do. And it's implied in every conversation we have about a position, about a player. You're talking about most of the time when you're discussing a situation on this football team, you're talking about the future. Now, the future might be the next game, or it could be next month, but it's always not so much dwelling on what happened last Sunday or what happened 2 weeks ago. Not so much there. That's a reference point, and that's what you've got to make a decision on. But all that counts is the next minute and going forward from there without being any way. The future is where our decision-making is. And, yes, we do, and we talk about the future.
Jerry Jones joins here, 105 through the Fan. Now that the team is officially eliminated, do you expect or want to see Trey Lance play a little bit more or all of the last two games?
Well, listen to me closely. The very best chance that we have to make on the next play or the next series, the very best chance we have to make those plays like the ones we were making out there against Tampa, and the combination of execution as well as just the effort that's going on out there. That's what I want every play to be. And so the people that go out there are the ones that I want to give us the best chance to play like Tampa and play our best plays ever play. Those interceptions, those ripping that ball out on turnovers, those really great passes by Rush. That's what I want on every play. And there's no offsetting that with looking at how any player might play over these next two ball games. That doesn't trump making the play, making the first down.
Jerry,
you need to be out there.
Jerry, you mentioned last week you told us you felt like Cooper Rush has done a great job putting you guys in certain looks for the run game. You mentioned just there how he's done a good job, in the pass game recently. Hindsight's obviously always 20/20, but when Cooper plays as well as he has, does that ever make you feel like maybe I should have waited out Dak's extension a little longer?
Well, no, not at all. What it shows you is if players, as an individual, speaking of, if they're the right stuff, they get better the more reps they have. Cooper Rush will get better the more reps he has from here. And that's a critical. It just reminds you that when you start with a player that hasn't had many reps for whatever the reason, just his entire career and early in it, or whether he's been injured and out of commission for several games, the more reps they can take, the better they will get. And that's what you're seeing with Cooper Rush.
Jerry, CeeDee Lamb has talked about just how banged up he's been. He's played really well the last couple weeks. Has there been any consideration for you guys for like, hey, now that this is done, maybe we just let that shoulder heal a little bit, or are you going to leave it up to the player and just say, hey, if he's feeling like he can go, we're going to let him go?
The latter. We'll leave it up to the player. He'll certainly be advised by our medical people, but absolutely in this particular case, leave it up to the player, and we'll be monitoring that carefully.
Jerry, we have Christmas Day football tomorrow. It's going to be on Netflix, and I know during the Jake Paul fight there was problems with the streaming. Are you confident? Is the league confident that those problems have been worked out?
Well, let me say this. You couldn't have asked for a better trial run than to have done that Jake Paul fight because they got to see a lot of issues when you have, I bet they had 3 times the amount of viewers that they might have anticipated. Mm-hmm. And they worked during the game, so to speak, or they worked in the fray to make adjustments on the run that will serve them well in anything we're doing Christmas Day. You couldn't have asked, and they couldn't have been smarter than to have had an event like that, have the kind of viewership they had for it, and work out the kinks, so to speak, with all that viewership. I'm very confident that we'll have a great viewing and great presentation of those Christmas games on Netflix. They are absolutely doing one of the best jobs of any area of sport or entertainment that I've ever seen. And they're developing and using technology and developing programming, and at the same time developing their business model right before our eyes. You're seeing a multifaceted birth of really something very innovative and very new, this streaming. And it's got to be done in a way that creates a model that works so you can go again, a financial model. And all of this has been, over the last several years, nothing about it has been stable. It's all an evolving, a birthing, if you will. And boy, I really have such admiration for that Netflix bunch because they are truly groundbreakers for this industry.
Do you envision Christmas Day games, regardless of the day, moving forward, even on like a Tuesday, which seems to be the only day that you guys haven't played a game in the league?
Well, I think that Christmas Day is Christmas Day, and it doesn't wait around for what day it's on. And so we want to be there on Christmas Day, and that's what happened this year, is because it falls, that's why we're there. And so I would think the future is whatever day it's on, we're going to be there on Christmas with the present lay of the land.
Jerry, last one for you here. Obviously, it is Christmas Eve today, and I know it was actually, I think, 35 years ago today when you've talked about the low point of the '89 season when all the toilets froze at Texas Stadium. But do you have any other big memories or things that you look back on associated with Christmas during your time in the league?
Oh, I love we went to Tennessee, and during our years there with Troy and Emmett, and we go to Tennessee on Christmas night or Christmas Eve night, and I had these porcelain Santa Claus made, and they were just magnificent. I had no idea they'd turn out so nice, and every one of them was a treasure, a keepsake, like a piece of art. And I had them made because I'd planned to go around to each player's room and be Santa Claus about the time they got in their rooms and getting ready for Christmas Day game. And I got to be Santa Claus and take those around. And I have letters and presents from those players today, remembering coming in those rooms and presenting them their Santa Claus.
Hey, Jerry, we appreciate it. Merry Christmas. Hope you guys have a great holiday. And then good luck this weekend. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, guys, and the same to you. Let's enjoy our life. Thank you.
Jerry Jones on this Christmas Eve day. Bobby is, I think Bobby thinks. Bobby thinks a certain way.
I think, and we got a couple minutes here, so we can talk about this. Boy, that sounds like he's at least talking like Mike is back. Now, Jerry,
Look, that little kid with the green shirt on, a little baby.
Yeah. Jerry will. I think Jerry likes to. He doesn't like to indicate a certain way either way. Like, I think he likes to keep things open. I think he loves ambiguity. And he said things to either side. I still would not say I think he's back. But
don't tell me what I'm saying.
At the very least, I think, I don't know about you, that sounds like Jerry's at least talking like he's back. That's how Jerry just positioned it.
I think you're right.
And I think it's a couple different takeaways from that. I think the fact that he talked about, boy, when you've been wounded in the foxhole with somebody, there's something different about it. And talking about essentially pushing the idea of continuity is a good thing and kind of laying that groundwork. Talking about the future with Mike McCarthy, that everything they talk about is colored with the future, which makes sense.
Yeah.
That you're going to talk with those sort of things in mind. But also the fact that he has heaped a lot of praise on top of Dak, or on top of Cooper Rush. And that
he deserves it.
But yeah, absolutely. And I didn't mean, when I asked him that question, and I think he understood what I meant. I wasn't saying Cooper Rush is better than Dak. But seeing that the offense can run fine, not just with Cooper Rush, but without Dak, you can figure out ways to make the offense move the ball. Doesn't make you at all say, maybe we should have waited a little bit longer. Maybe we should have created leverage for ourselves that we didn't have.
I'll tell you this. If they had waited and Dak went into this year, this final year, right, and the same thing happened where he got hurt and was lost for the season, I don't think he returns.
It's possible. I don't think his price goes down, though. I think his price is his price.
Price is his price.
And
I agree. Someone gives it to him.
Yeah, and even if the Cowboys bring him back, I don't think the Cowboys get a break on it.
No, I don't think so. I don't think so either. He would have gotten the same amount of money. But I do think that if he went into this year without a deal, and the same year happened, they started off, 3-2 with him, 3-3, and he gets hurt, and then he's gone for the year. I think they look at like we're just gonna part ways.
Boy, that was the.
Now, if they did that, they would have, I think, also parted ways with Mike.
Yes, I agree.
Just
hit a reset at that point. Thought it was interesting. CeeDee Lamb, it sounds like it's completely up to him if he wants to keep going, as long as medical people say it can't get worse. Which, if that's the case, CeeDee will keep playing. And then, man, he wanted to. The strongest endorsement he gave there was to Netflix.
Yeah,
boy, they want to keep that partnership going. There's something about that partnership they seem to really like. So that was.
I guess if they play a Tuesday game, they're going to have them those same two teams play on Friday.
Yeah, so they did Saturday to Wednesday. So I'm guessing those teams would just get the Thursday. They would just play the Thursday game, and then they would have them play Tuesday.
Yeah, and then they would have them play Sunday.
Tuesday, man. So that would be the start of the week, though. Couldn't you just end the week on a Tuesday?
You could,
instead of. You know what I'm saying? Like,
and then
just
have them play Monday night the next week,
and then have them play Tuesday to Monday or something.
Yeah, you could do that.
So, a couple different options there.
All right, that's Jerry Jones here on 105.3 The Fan. It is Sean and RJ. Sean is out all week. Bobby is here. Peyton and Caitlin as well. More college football kegger. Some college football overreactions or not. Next on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freak me out a little bit.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Did you forget to study up on Saturday's action? Well, it's time for a cram session, baby. With the good, the bad, and the ugly from this past weekend of college football, it's RJ Choppy and the College Football Kegger. Take it away, Chop.
Oh, wow. Thank you, Carter.
What an intro.
We already used the other one today. We get a one-time use per show.
Carter off this week? Is he? I
don't know.
I didn't see him yesterday.
He was here. He walked in, I think, at 10. Like he was here starting at 10.
Ah, okay. All right, very nice. Well, it's always good to play the Carter one. That's a good one. All right, college football kegger. Now, we did a little bit of how to fix the CFP earlier because it is broken. But let's do some overreactions or not to this past weekend and the college football playoff and all the things.
Hit me.
All right, overreaction or not, they do not need to expand the field to 16. This weekend proved there's Tier 1 teams and everyone else, and 1 versus 16 and such is going to be even worse.
That's not an overreaction. Because if anything, I think we need to tighten it. Right?
Bring
6.
less?
6.
6 teams?
See, Kevin Clark over at previous to the Ringer.
You would eliminate conference champs.
Now to ESPN, yes, you would, which is great.
So this year you would have had Georgia, Ohio State, Oregon, Texas, Penn State, Notre Dame.
Yep. It's a good 6.
It's a good 6. Yeah, it's a good 6. But we'd have been a first.
2 buys.
That would be the second time in 3 years we'd be the first team out.
Bro.
Oh, man, that would have been a killer.
2 buys, though. You get 2 buys. 1 and 2 get buys. 3 plays 6. 4 plays 5.
Yeah.
You do
Notre Dame.
on campus games.
Oh, it'd be Georgia, Notre Dame, Texas, Ohio State.
You do
Texas, Penn State, or something like that.
No, it'd be Texas, Penn State, and then
Ohio State, Notre
Dame.
Dame.
I got to pull up the CFP rankings.
Yeah, Ohio State.
Because I got to see exactly where it is. Okay, so if you did 1 through 6, it would have been Texas versus Ohio State at DKR, Penn State versus Notre Dame. And then you give Georgia and Oregon their home games. And then you have a neutral site national championship.
Be fun.
Dude.
I think 8. I think you get away with 8. I think you can get away with 8.
And then just say 1 versus 8, 2 versus 7, and everybody gets first round home games, and then we go to bowls for
I think
semis.
That.
We can do that. We can go that way. Either way, this is I like what they have right now. You're not going to have things as close most years as it is this year, a little up in the air, and it still was a bunch of blowouts. And the field was as even as it's felt all year, and we still had a bunch of blowouts. Do you know what I mean, Chad?
Mm-hmm. You're right. I'm trying to think.
Because, no, here's what I'm just saying is that this is as close as teams 1 through 12 have been in the CFP in a long time, right?
Yeah.
Like the number 1 team is normally so much further away from the number 12 team in the country, right?
Normally.
So this is as close as it'll have been.
And I think it's getting closer.
And 5, 12, 6, 11, these games are still blowouts.
They're still blowouts. But I think
So it's only going to get worse. Because most years are not going to be, although I don't know, maybe this is just the new era portal
I think it is the new era.
existence.
Yeah, and I do think this. If they go to 1 through 16, I wonder if they're going to, as good as the home field advantages were, like that was fun, I do think they're going to get rid of that eventually.
So if we would have had 1 through 16, here's what we would have had.
It'd be Oregon against
home games, okay? Because all the teams that won, even if you say automatic bid, all the conference champs finished in the top 16.
Yeah.
So you would have had Oregon versus Clemson, Georgia versus South Carolina. I actually think Georgia, South Carolina would have been a good game. Texas versus Ole Miss.
That'd be a good game.
Penn State versus Miami, Florida.
That would have been a better game.
Arizona State versus Notre Dame.
Okay. Yeah.
Bama, Dame. Ohio State.
I mean, if it's in Ohio State, I think it would have been about the same.
Tennessee, SMU.
If it's in Knoxville, I might be tough for SMU.
Boise State, Indiana.
That'd be the best game of the bunch.
I mean, Ole Miss, Texas wouldn't be bad.
No.
Georgia, South Carolina wouldn't be bad.
I do think what they're going to do is they're going to get. I think. Well, how about this overreaction?
Hit me.
The committee should do away with home games and put them all at bowl sites.
No. Overreaction.
Well, if you want competitive games, like if all those games this weekend were at neutral fields, if they're at Peach Bowl, Orange Bowl, Fiesta, how many of them are decided by double digits?
I think still handily most of them. I think the advantage would have helped. Home flip advantage would help Clemson. Like if Clemson would have been at home, it would have been closer. I don't think Clemson's playing that much closer to neutral site. I think neutral site, DKR, whatever. I think it's still, but in Clemson is where it could be a little tighter. You could say this if you told me you got neutral site games for the 5 through 12, 5, 12, 6, 11, whatever else, and then you get to the 1 versus 8 and 2, and you told those top 4 seeds they got the home games. I could get down with that.
Yeah,
not having home games until the next round. I could do that.
That could be interesting. The committee's job should be to put the most competitive games in the schedule over who the most deserving teams are.
Overreaction. It's not your job. It's not the job. We've got to reward these teams for how they play.
Yeah, I do think. I hate the fact that it's that way, but it has to be that way. Otherwise, you're just going to pick these teams in August.
Yeah, because what was it? It was you had Jim Nagy, who I like a lot from the Senior Bowl, and I got to find his exact tweet, but he had gone viral for something that he said afterwards, after the college selection, the CFP selection. Where he had just gone off on the idea of, here we go, this is what he said. As someone, this got 4.5 million impressions. As someone with access to college tape and staff of 11 former NFL scouts that logged hundreds of hours evaluating the CFP season, it's easy to see why SEC coaches are upset with the final playoff bracket. Based strictly off future NFL talent, Alabama, South Carolina, and Ole Miss, and you can even throw in Florida, Texas A&M, and LSU for that matter, are all easily in the top 12. SEC ADs now have no incentive for scheduling tough non-conference opponents moving forward, which is too bad for college fans. And
he's factually correct.
Yeah, but at some point, as a lot of the reply said to him, was like, dude, how you play as a team does matter. We're not just we're not just evaluating who's the most talented. It's how you play as a team.
It absolutely matters. There's no doubt about that.
Coop even replied to him. He said, "What should they do? Leave for the ACC? It's losses to 6-6 Vandy and OU that doomed Alabama. Not a weak non-conference schedule. Frankly, how could they make it any weaker than they already do?" Boom! You got Coop.
Yeah, look, I mean,
yeah. When he says tough non-conference, you're going to schedule Mercer again? Oh, none of these Mercer games for Alabama anymore.
It is. Look, I think what happened is, Bama played up and then they played down to their competition. They played up and down.
Yes.
They played up to Georgia, up to...
all the way up.
They played up to Tennessee. They played up to Wisconsin when they played them. Did they play Ole Miss? I don't think they played Ole Miss. But then they played down to OU and down to Vandy.
Yeah,
you got to go through the schedule.
They won, but I mean they played down to South Florida. They played down. Yeah. They played down to teams they beat.
Did. They played down to those teams. So the games have to matter to some degree. Do I think that a 3-loss SEC team is more deserving than a 2-loss ACC or whatever? In a vacuum, yeah, I do think so.
But again, it's not about talent. It's about what team are you putting out there. Because Ohio State's the most talented team in the country, and they S the bet against Michigan.
They had 2 losses. SMU ruined it for the ACC and maybe even the Big 12 in future years to get another 2-bid playoff.
I don't know that that's an overreaction. I'm going to say no. I do wonder if this is going to be held against them.
Yeah.
Because I think when they watch it back, even though it's not fair, and I still don't think it changes anything, I would still put Indiana and SMU in. I do wonder if the CFP committee would look at it and go, next time we're going to put a Bama in. Bama's going in.
Or Miami.
Yeah,
or
somebody else is going in.
Yeah.
We're not doing this again. I do wonder, and that's a shame because I think SMU's building a good program, and I think SMU's good now. SMU's biggest problem is they turn the ball over, If they didn't turn the ball over so much, and there was a problem all year, they wouldn't have had the same problem. I don't think it's that they can't hang. They can hang. Yeah. They do some reckless things from time to time. They do some dumb stuff from time to time.
They move the ball okay. They moved the ball okay in that game.
They moved the ball perfectly fine against Clemson. They moved the ball okay in the opening drive against Penn State. They moved the ball okay at times against Penn State. It's they turn the ball over.
They do. Next one. Ryan Day and James Franklin saved their jobs but didn't change their narratives.
It's an overreaction in part. I don't think their jobs were on the line.
I don't know. If James Franklin had lost to SMU at home,
I don't think it would have ended things for him. I do think overreaction to say they saved their jobs, not an overreaction to say they didn't save their legacies. They still have to clean that up, especially Penn State. Ohio State too, probably to an extent.
I'd like to know where Lou Holtz is right now.
But Ohio State, here's the thing, and we've talked about this a little bit. What are the chances Ryan Day just tells Ross Bjork and Ohio State, like, I'm good. Thanks. Appreciate your time. I'm going. And just he walks away.
I don't know.
This was something that was brought up recently by Bruce Feldman, where he had said, is it the craziest thing to think Ryan Day goes, do I want to put up with this? Do I want to put up with I'm just judged off of have Michigan. I beaten Michigan? Like, because I've put together the most talented roster in the CFP.
Yeah.
And I'm getting judged on losing one game. Do I want that? And could I walk away? It's the same thing we've asked about with McCarthy. Could McCarthy go, well, that's nice that you want me back, but I don't want to deal with this anymore. I don't want to deal with feeling like I'm looking over my shoulder every single week.
I don't think it's crazy.
Which could you see? Which would be easier for you to see? Mike McCarthy rejecting an extension here, or Ryan Day rejecting an extension at Ohio State?
What's easier to see?
Yeah, which do you think?
Ryan Day.
You think so?
Yeah, because because of the age. I think like if Mike McCarthy decides to walk away, I don't know that Mike gets another job. I mean, he might.
Yeah, Ryan Day definitely does.
Ryan Day definitely gets hired.
Maybe again. McCarthy does, but Ryan Day definitely gets another job.
I could see Mike, somebody hiring Mike, but I could also see like Mike getting left out. I
Sure.
can see he's older, and he might not. His heart might not be in it. I get it. Ryan Day, he would get a job in 2 seconds.
Yeah.
He would take over. He would take up. Name a program.
Texas.
He'll go to Virginia. He'll go to Kentucky.
Right.
You know what I mean? Coach Google Me should never stop chirping.
I mean, until somebody shuts him up, and I don't qualify what happened with Notre Dame or Ohio State shutting him up. He shut me up because I talked a lot of trash about him after his press conference, and he earned every bit of it. So keep talking as long as you can back it up. You've earned it.
Yeah.
He was fantastic.
I love it. And then finally, despite the dud of games it was still the greatest day in football history.
Oh, that's an overreaction, I think. We've had better days of football.
Because you got to count the NFL, too. We had 2 NFL games.
I feel like we've had better days.
By the way,
of
did
football.
anybody watch those games? I wonder what the ratings were.
Yeah, I did. I hooked up while we were on the little party bus thing. I smart casted my phone up there with YouTube TV. We have the split screen of Baltimore, Pittsburgh, and Texas, Clemson. It was pretty awesome.
Really?
Yeah, YouTube TV's with that split screen, the stuff you can do there, it's legit. But no, I think we've had better days of football, haven't we? You don't think so?
I don't think so.
Man, I think every Super Bowl Sunday is better. Super Bowl Sunday is just great.
Well, I mean, it's totally different, right?
But I mean, we're talking about it's the greatest day of football. Super Bowl Sunday is the greatest day of football.
Okay. All right, let's see.
And I think in general, just some opening playoff weekends for the NFL have been better.
Yeah, I mean, opening day, some of those games were really good. Let's see. Here's some of the ratings for this weekend. The 4 games that average more viewers than a non-CFP. Ohio State's win over Tennessee drew the biggest TV audience in the first round, 14 million. Notre Dame, Indiana had 13 million. Now, the SEC championship game on December 7th got 17 million, so it beat both of those games. That was a better game. It was more competitive, too.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're asking me what's the greatest day in sports,
Texas Clemson got 8.6 million. Penn State SMU got 6.4 million.
So it's not the greatest day in football history. Definitely not even the greatest day in sports this year. I mean, anytime Caitlin Clark rolled a basketball out there.
Very, very good.
Bro.
You're right. You are right.
Man,
Bobby
when she
Bell.
put up those Fred VanVleet numbers,
Let's go around the National Football League coming up next.
Tingles right up my spine.
Around the National Football League, Raiders are tanking, but it's a bad tank.
Just love watching that crossover.
Aaron Rodgers with one of the more funny remarks you'll ever hear.
You seen her shoot that granny shot, bro?
The Packers absolutely blow out the Saints. It's all coming up next. Around the National Football League, 105.3 The Fan.
What's it, Saffron Squad?
products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else.
Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cards for Kids. Donate today at cardsforkids.com, and please, it is also brought to you by the Frankels and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car truck attorneys in Dallas.
Merry Christmas, DFW. Merry Christmas, Texas.
Merry Christmas, Peyton Russell.
Merry Christmas,
thanks for that, Bobby.
Peyton Russell. That's right.
my
Merry
name.
Christmas, Caitlin. Merry Christmas, Sean, listening at home, I'm sure.
Merry Christmas, James, back there prepping for KNC.
I like the hat.
Or the BBC, as we called it yesterday.
Yes, that's right. Peyton has still not played Bing Crosby at all today.
Have yourself a merry little Christmas. That's actually Nat King Cole.
No, rumpa bump bump, little drummer boy.
Oh, little drummer boy?
Yeah.
What is your favorite Christmas song?
Jingle Bells.
Because you break them off into two sections. You've got the campy, fun Jingle Bells and all that, and then you've got the
I like the religious Christmas song.
I do too.
I don't care for the. You can have your Mariah Carey songs. I need my.
Oh Holy Night.
Oh Holy Night. Little
Oh
drummer
Come,
boy.
Oh Come, Emmanuel.
Oh Come, All Ye Faithful.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Did you like when
Hark the Herald Angel?
Did you like when Mrs. Brady sang "Oh Come All Ye Faithful" in the Brady Bunch?
I don't know it.
You don't know "Oh Come All Ye Faithful"?
I do, but I don't know.
Oh, she sang it in the Brady Bunch. You struck me as a Brady Bunch guy.
It came out before I was born.
Yeah, but still, you just strike me as a Brady Bunch guy.
So yeah, I like more of the religious Christmas.
I
songs.
love "Oh Come, Emmanuel." It's a great song. "Oh Holy Night's" great too.
Oh Holy Night's great. Cartman's version's fantastic.
Oh Holy Night, the stars are brightly shining.
That clip we played. Thank
We
God.
didn't play a clip.
Oh, we didn't play the clip.
Nope, Peyton didn't play it because he was too busy. He was too distracted to play it. But yeah, basically it was the Packers beating down the Saints.
The Packers beat the crap out of the Saints.
34-0. This was not without some problems, though. Christian Watson is hurt again. And Christian Watson has been dealing with injuries consistently ever since he got in the NFL, but he's got a knee injury now, and it occurred at the end of the second quarter during the middle of this blowout. He landed on his left knee as he went out of bounds at the Saints 6-yard line. Matt LaFleur said there's some concern there. Certainly, we're going to get some more testing done tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll have an answer for you tomorrow. But, Chop, does this change anything for you in the NFC playoff picture moving forward? I mean, Green Bay's in, but does it change anything for you for Green Bay as a threat with Christian Watson is out for any amount of time? And if that's only if you ever thought Green Bay could have been any sort of a threat in the NFC.
It doesn't really change it for me because
Sean has mentioned this before. He keeps forgetting them, like as being one of the. It is odd how we just keep forgetting that Green Bay has been one of the better teams in the NFL this whole season.
The Packers are good, and Jordan Love is especially good during Toyotathon. That's not
one of our
sponsor
endorsements.
For me,
Well, no free shout-outs then, Chop.
People are aware of that
Of
vehicle.
Toyota?
I think
Yeah,
they're aware
that's true,
of it, right? But this is a TikTok conspiracy that NFL fans are convinced that Jordan Love has some weird thing going on with Toyota because during whatever this Toyotathon thing is, which is like mid-November to January, his career numbers are insane. This is him in this time frame in his career. 26 TDs, 2 picks. Not during Toyotathon, 29 TDs, 25 picks.
Ooh.
Like, and like, this is like late year in Green Bay. You would think you would like be throwing more picks in the cold weather.
What if he does have like a low key?
Yeah.
Ooh, I didn't even. I like this. I like this theory. Does he have any sort of a Toyota sponsorship?
Yeah, I think there's a photo of him in a Toyota Christmas.
Oh yeah, he posted a photo of himself to Instagram rocking a Merry Toyotathon ugly sweater in front of a Toyota. Bro,
could you imagine?
This is the script.
That's great.
This is the script. So man, yeah. I mean, Christian Watson be damned. Toyotathon's here.
Yeah.
And so that's the Jordan Love. All right, I got some clinch scenarios for you before we get into Raiders fans whining about winning and whatever Aaron Rodgers had to say. By the way, did you catch any of the Aaron Rodgers documentary?
I don't have Netflix.
I think you need to steal somebody's login and watch it because I think you'd like it.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. These are the clinch scenarios coming up this weekend. We start with tomorrow. Did you realize that was a noon kickoff tomorrow?
Yeah, I don't know.
Steelers?
I don't know who the hell's
like
going to
that.
watch this.
I don't like that.
Who is going to be able? Who is getting away from their family? Who's getting away from their in-laws, their kids, all that stuff in the middle of the day?
Well, it's just background noise. That's all it is.
Well, then that defeats the purpose of why they have it on there.
Yeah.
Don't they want it to be like a draw?
Well, if it's on, it's on. I mean, you don't have to be listening or watching it, I guess.
Kansas City clinches the number 1 seed and the lone first-round bye with home field advantage with a win or tie against the Steelers tomorrow, or with a Buffalo loss or tie this week. Denver clinches a playoff berth on Saturday with a win or a tie against the 7-8 Cincinnati Bengals. That's 3:30 on NFL Network. The Chargers clinch a playoff berth if they get a win or a tie against the Patriots on Saturday, or a Miami loss or tie plus an Indiana loss or tie. The people have already clinched. Detroit, Green Bay, Minnesota, and Philly have playoff berths. Detroit can clinch the NFC North and the number 1 seed if they win and Minnesota loses. Philadelphia
And Minnesota has Green Bay.
Yes.
At Green Bay, or is that home or is that Green Bay?
No, they've got that one's at Green Bay.
Baby, I need a Green Bay. I need the Lions. I need the Lions to get the number 1 seed.
Philadelphia clinches the NFC East with a win over the Cowboys this weekend, or a tie, and or if they get a Washington loss or tie. Atlanta clinches the NFC South with a win and a Tampa Bay loss. They've got the Commanders, and then the Rams clinch the NFC West division title with a couple different scenarios: a win or a Seattle loss, a win plus the Rams clinch strength of victory tiebreaker over Seattle, or a Rams win or a Rams tie and a Seahawks loss. Commanders clinch a playoff berth with a win or a tie, or a Tampa Bay loss or tie. Now, here's one of the things that was fascinating to me. It looks like we're going to get Atlanta and the Rams as the division winners in the South and the West. There's 2 weeks left. They both have negative point differentials. We might get 2 division champs in the NFC who have negative point differentials.
That Rams one is weird though, right? Because then they get destroyed by.
They've gotten destroyed a couple times.
Yeah, by Arizona and was it San Fran?
The NFC West, the only team that has a positive point differential is Arizona at +2.
Oof,
that's just brutal. You know
Yeah,
who's
it
got a
is.
really negative point differential? One of the worst in the NFL. The Las Vegas Raiders.
Yeah, they do, and they're mad. They are big mad. And Antonio Pierce, he's taking criticism for winning the game.
Boy, I've started to hear some bad stuff about him.
Really?
Behind the scenes, yeah. That's not a good situation in Las Vegas.
So he got pretty destroyed on social media. A lot of Raider fans coming out, criticizing the fact that they won the game, and in doing so, they went from the number 1 pick to the 6th pick. And
that's a drop.
It's a drop. It's a drop, but guess what? You know what? And this is what, Raider fans are mad. The media wants blood. I don't understand how you can be mad at the coach. Regardless, the coaches, even the GM's job.
Even if it's not reasonable to think he would do that, right? But to think that he would just tank it away. You're just mad that he succeeded now. It's like, why now?
Yeah.
Why are you winning now?
But the coach's job is to win games this year. Not for next year. It's not his job to lose games so some other coach can come in and he gets fired and reap the rewards of that high pick. And guess what? It's not the GM's job to lose games either. Because that GM, if they lose games, they tank. They're tanking for somebody else to be the GM. It's the owner's job, right? And this is where the owner needs to step in and say, you tank and I will save your jobs. I will put this in the... I'm not going to fire you. But you want these guys to lose... then you're going to have to guarantee them that they're going to get some kind of protection. Otherwise, what is Mike McCarthy's motivation if he doesn't have a contract to tank games?
Right. I mean, if you listen to 8:30, you can go back on the Odyssey app. Doesn't sound like he needs any motivation. Sounds like he's back. That he's got it locked in.
If he's just out there trying to save his job, I don't have a problem with that.
Sure.
I would do the same thing. Everybody covers their desk. Guard your desk, man. That's like rule number 1 of life.
Yeah, I totally see it. I understand. I get why a Raiders fan would be upset, though, in general. And you know what? Here's
be mad at Mark Davis then.
People have been mad about the Cowboys winning lately. If the Cowboys had been there's a shot. If the Cowboys would have finished this year 4-13. Did you know there is a shot that the Cowboys could have finished 4-13 and picked 10th?
Yeah.
The way things are set up right now, they could have picked 10th, being 4-13.
There you go.
That just goes to show like where things are at in terms of how bad we talked about it yesterday. The AP had it, the have and the have-nots, how there's just become this wide chasm. The NFL had been such an 8-8 league, an 8-9, a 9-8, 8-1 league, whatever it was. It was a 500 league for so long, and now there's just this wide gap of good versus bad.
Yeah,
and I mean,
it is.
You've got some of these runs that are. The Giants have lost 10 in a row. The Bears have lost 9 in a row. The Bears were 4-2. They're 4-11 now. It's just absurd.
Yikes. All right, real quick here. I want to do this before we get to crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece. But Aaron Rodgers was on with Pat McAfee. And this was, I thought, one of my most favorite things he's done. This guy's got total FU vibes going on right now. He was joking about being released by Woody Johnson's child, Brick Johnson.
Yeah.
All right.
All bricked up,
joking about being released by Woody's kid.
Listen, first time, just to answer that, first time for everything. There's been a few of those, and this year, and first time in 20 years. But I've never been released before, so being released would be a first. Being released by a teenager, that would also be a first. So hey, I'm open to everything, and I find the comedy in all of it. If that happens, hey, it's a great story.
It is phenomenal.
It's a great story.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the NFL is a funny place.
It's so this all comes from this Woody Johnson piece about his kids. And first of all,
dude, it's an insane article. Did you read it?
I did. Well, I read most of it.
Holy cow.
About his kids. Like he goes to his teenage sons for advice,
and they lean on Madden ratings, and they talk trash about the players. Joe Douglas was joking there for a while. He said, "I answer to teenagers." Like it was New York is a mess, and you know what? That makes Bill Belichick all the more pathetic that he actually went back to Woody Johnson and tried to get a job.
Well,
that he knows all that and all the trash he talked. He tried to get a job.
It's bad. It's bad. Like it's one thing. Like it's one thing for you to try to get in with your kids and learn what the new thing is. In terms of hey, let's try to find what are the younger people talking about with how they view football from a marketing standpoint. What's important to them?
Mm-hmm.
You're asking your teenage son about football, and you're the owner. What are we doing here?
Yeah, no, I mean it's silly, but I mean I wouldn't expect much different from a guy named Woody Johnson who named his son Brick Johnson. It's about what I'd expect.
It's not bad. All right.
Who does that?
Well, I think his name is. I don't think his name is Woody. I think his name is Robert.
Okay, but who goes by Woody Johnson?
His family, yeah.
But who goes by Woody Johnson and then names their child Brick Johnson?
His family owns a lot of hospitals up in New Jersey, like Robert Wood Johnson. I think he's from the Johnson & Johnson family.
Yes, he is.
But they were on Robert Wood Johnson. I think the Wood is why he goes by Woody.
Go by something else. And then don't name your child Brick Johnson.
Wood as a middle name is strange anyway.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would have preferred Lumber.
It's not bad.
Crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece is next after we get you over to Platinum Ford in Terrell. It is
Very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Ranger fans, it's baseball time once again in
RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023. And the Fan replay is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka.
Good morning, DFW. Merry Christmas.
Merry Chrysler.
All right, I've heard you say that at least 3 times this morning.
3 times too many.
I think I've said it 3
Why?
times this season. It's an old vine.
It's an old vine.
It's this girl walking
I love
around and
vines.
just she goes like
miss
Merry
it.
Christmas. She mumbles it and then she just starts saying stuff that's not even Merry Christmas.
Gotcha.
And she goes Merry Chrysler, and people just go Merry Christmas.
I don't find it funny. Like, Sarah
have it.
loves it.
It's
Sarah
just
loves it. She's
buried.
like,
Mary
yeah.
Chrysler is just buried in my brain. I don't think it's necessarily funny. It's just I've heard it for so long that now that's what I think of.
Yeah.
My grandma had a Chrysler. She's still with us, but the Chrysler's not.
My grandma's not with me either.
And she
mine just passed away.
I was driving it for a while.
Yeah.
And
102.
I was driving over
Your
to
grandma was 102?
Yes.
How old are you?
I'm sorry, Corey. 102.
You're 100.
I'm right behind her.
Doesn't matter who I'm with.
I enjoyed it. Corey, I was listening. It's not
I'm
mine.
going to go ahead and go home today.
Oh, my bad.
I'm going home today. No,
Hey, listen, I'm going to do something that nobody in your show says. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm sorry.
That is true.
I'm
No.
sorry.
Go
Hey,
go
Peyton,
ahead.
cut off everybody's mic but Corey's real quick.
102 years old. Picked up a hitchhiker on Christmas Day one year.
In her Chrysler?
In her Chrysler, and then he threw up in her car. And then his face was cut open, and then I was like, "You got to get out of the car!" And I kicked him out of the car. And Gus Thomason. That was the story, basically.
You picked up a hitchhiker?
Yeah, he looked like he'd been in a fight. Looked like he was having a rough night. And I was like, "I need to take this dude. It's Christmas Day. I got to take this guy to the Lord is telling me, take this man to where he needs to be."
I just wrote a joke. What do you call it when Ellen DeGeneres is hitchhiking?
I don't know that I want to know where this is going.
Hitchhiking, that's all. Go ahead. You get
Boom, boom, boom. Rim shot.
So
Alec just realized what it was. He's just walking away.
go back to the 102 thing.
Yeah, let's talk about your grandma, CA. She was awesome. You were telling me all about her when we did Cowboys Crosstalk. She was a firecracker.
102 years old. She wasn't. She wasn't sick.
Are you going to go? You're going to go all the way across the room to tell him the payoff to that joke.
RJ?
I figured it was there. I would whatever.
Okay, go ahead.
Alec, tell me.
Have Bobby tell you. I don't.
All right, I'll tell Chris.
All right.
Choppy, set us up for a topic, okay?
Yeah. So what do we have coming up on the show today?
We do have great conversations, Choppy, today. Did the Cowboys break your trust too much? We start off with at 10 o'clock, and then we also have Anthony Edwards saying that his team has no identity. We discuss the Mavericks' identity at 10:20. And I think my favorite topic of the day, and these guys got really excited when I brought it up, is college sports GM now the most desirable job in sports?
That is a good question, because we keep trying to figure out what exactly are you doing?
Exactly.
And now once you figure out what they're doing, it still seems like it's pretty secure team building, though.
Yeah, you're a GM, and you don't get saddled with contracts.
Right.
You get to turn your roster over every year.
Exactly. And you get to handle the booster money, which is NIL.
Yeah, and the beauty of it is, it's just kind of accepted that it might not work out that year.
Exactly. You got elbow room.
Yeah. Look at Memphis. Look at Memphis basketball. Yeah. Last year, they had a great transfer portal class. Team sucked. They couldn't play together. What are you gonna do?
That's right.
What are you gonna do?
Can't blame the GM.
No, it happens.
It happens. And again, every college now needs that, as opposed to some vice president of student affairs that was handling it, or somebody in the athletic department that's really not a GM. You got to have a real GM nowadays in college football.
What do you think about the? We were talking about that a little bit with the Diego Pavia thing, where now it's opening up the door where you may just have 5-year
burn
athletes.
that topic?
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
we'll
Go ahead
burn
and
it.
get
We'll burn
it.
it.
We got plenty that we're stashing away for Thursday. We got how young is Peyton Russell and other stuff.
All right, so this really bothered me. So the court ruled that junior college doesn't count anymore.
Yep.
Really? I didn't know that.
If you go to JUCO
doesn't count towards eligibility.
If you go to JUCO for 2 years, you can go to a 4-year school as a freshman and still get 4 years eligibility, which this essentially ends high school recruiting.
Yeah, because you just go to Jake. Oh my goodness.
Which has been kind of the path lately.
Well, a lot of them, yeah.
Anyway, is a lot of coaches are going and saying, let's get from these junior colleges, let's go there.
The portal has already heard it, right? Because now you're just you're not getting a freshman quarterback.
No.
You're gonna do what OU did, get Mateer. You're gonna do what Oregon did, get Dylan Gabriel. You're gonna do what
Colorado
Notre
did.
Dame did with Riley Leonard, and Colorado did with Caden Salter from Cedar Hill. That's what you're gonna do. And it's not just football.
Yeah, any sport.
It's any sport.
Any sport.
So my kid plays at a club baseball team.
Yeah,
and
a training.
That's
year.
what I'm wondering.
And they've got on the board all the high school seniors they got, or I guess they're going into senior year. They have all their commits.
Yep.
it's one of the better teams in the state. They only have one kid going to a 4-year school. The rest are all going to like Weatherford or Blinn or Navarro or Tyler. And if you talk to coaches, they're like, why would I take a kid from high school when I can take a kid who's had 300 at bats at junior college level?
Exactly. Cam Newton was in the junior college before he went to Auburn. Yeah.
I'm wondering what that does for minor league baseball, though, because does it essentially eliminate any kind of need for the lower ends, like low A ball? Like, you're not really going to need that anymore because, like you said, you're going to have guys getting 300 at-bats, then going to a 4-year. They could stay there till their mid-20s.
I know.
And have more at-bats than they would have gotten in a low-A season. And they would make more money. If they are a talented player, they would make a lot more money. It would make a lot more sense for them to stay in college until they're 24, 25, and especially position players, because you see how long it takes them to marinate and actually come up into the majors. Pitchers, it's a little bit different, especially relievers. It might not change as much in that part, but position players, you might see them just coming into the draft in their mid-20s saying, I have played more baseball than most people in your farm system. I'm ready to play today. And maybe then you start to see, like the other sports, those top 10, top 15 picks are actually showing up and playing the same year they get drafted.
What about as for the player, wouldn't you rather get paid as opposed to not, quote unquote, getting paid in junior college? I'm talking about being in the minors. I'm just talking about money.
Maybe. And
that's the only thing you say, okay, being a junior college, you get all these at-bats, but you're not getting paid like you would in minors.
Yeah, I think the pros might still draft you out of high school because they want the youth. They want the age. But I don't know, man. Like it's gonna ruin high school recruiting. Done.
And on the other end, I was watching that Notre Dame Indiana Snooze Fest Friday night, right? And I was like, how the hell they got a running back that's 30 years old? How the hell is a quarterback 26 years old? And they're going I'm talking about Indiana. I'm like, but it's just what you said.
Yeah.
You throw in the junior college.
Well, now you have the COVID. We're still at the end of COVID years.
Yeah, the COVID years. You throw in the COVID years because Will Chambers was talking about that too. You throw it all in there, you got you a 30-year-old running back.
Didn't Cam Rising, wasn't he in the same recruiting class as Trevor Lawrence?
Yeah, pretty. Like Cam Rising was. He came into college the year Leighton Vander Esch was like a rookie. Like he's been around for forever.
What?
Yeah, he got
an 8th year of eligibility for next year.
Woo. And meanwhile, Leighton Vander Esch is already retired. He's already had an NFL career. Unfortunately,
I don't know why.
He got to Texas in 2018, so he committed to Texas while Leighton Vander Esch was still at Boise.
Damn. Everybody's a Stetson Bennett.
Yeah, they are. I mean, like that's and Sark hates it, but he's going to have to start adapting to it because it's going to make his team better. Do you want a team full of 18? We saw that. Do you want a team full of 18-year-olds or 22-year-olds? I mean, I'd rather have the 22-year-olds. It just sucks.
Mark.
I'm 23, so let me scoot over.
Choppy, are you 23?
Yes, I am.
He just graduated last
Fetus.
year. He just graduated from UT.
Zygo. Chop needs this midweek hump day holiday away from me. He thinks I've just been too much these first 2 days.
Aren't you always?
No, he thinks it's been especially too much the first 2 days.
You've been unleashed because Sean is gone?
Yesterday
he was...
No Sean to keep you in check? Is that what it is?
Sean called me a name in our group text yesterday. He heard from me twice, and he was like, you know what? You've been a real PR is how... what do you say?
Real Peyton Russell?
Yeah, he's like, you've been a real Peyton Russell to start this day. And so, by the way, are you guys going to congratulate Peyton on his engagement?
Or he did?
Oh, I am.
You are.
Is that why you shaved your mustache?
That's why I was off yesterday, CA.
Are you guys going to come back?
My mustache? Yeah, it's usually a 2-week process. It'll be back.
Are you?
What if it doesn't cooperate?
It never has.
When did it start?
Did you get that makeup out of the off your shirt?
Nope, still in the dirty clothes.
So we did notice.
We'll do it when I get home.
We did notice the stain on Peyton's shirt sleeve, and I was like, when I saw the photo, I was like, why did he wear a shirt with like a stain on it? And then Sean is the one who actually decided to say something in our text about why are you wearing a stained shirt, and it was what? What was the reason?
Well, Mackenzie, of course, got emotional, and so when she was putting her head on my shoulder, her makeup kind of rubbed off on it, and
the tears.
that was at the beginning too. So all of our pictures have that stain in it. So thank you.
Awesome.
Tears and makeup.
Nice. All right. Well, Merry Christmas, everyone.
Yeah. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
Happy
guys.
holidays.
All right.
Congratulations, Peyton.
Whatever the show's called today, Can't See Masterpiece?
The ACC.
I'm still here.
The
yeah.
ACC? It's just the C
Well,
Masters.
yeah.
It's the CP.
It can still be the show.
CCA.
With
CCA.
With special guests.
Yes.
With special guests, CA, because Alex part of the show.
Yeah,
Corey and Company.
Corey
Yeah.
found me hitchhiking and brought me into
Oh, man.
Yeah, Corey Majors and Company.
Yeah, there you go.
You could be on an and Company show.
Yeah.
Yeah. Back in the
Stop.
day. What's up, Skip Murphy?
It's your second one.
Corey and Company next.
Thanks to Comerica, you can listen to Sean and I.
5-3 The Fan. I got Alec Medford in studio with me today, as well as Mr. Chris Arnold.
Got you down.
And James, who is the most festive of all the people. Although Alec is wearing the Mean Girls shirt that I gave him for Christmas. And I can't tell y'all how much I appreciate that. When I saw it, I was like, I just want to see Alec in this shirt. and then whenever I got it, I was like, man, this shirt's too small, so I got him a large. Does it fit okay?
I like the fit.
Okay, all right.
I really do. I washed it last night before wearing it, thinking that it would shrink a little bit, and it did. So I think it actually fits the perfect way.
Well, there we go. Merry Christmas to all you fellas, and Merry Christmas to all the Tolos out there. Thank you very much for being with us today. We will start things off with some Cowboys questions, but I also have this question. What is the worst thing to wake up to on Christmas Day?
Ooh.
And the reason I asked this question to start off is this morning I got up and the house was very quiet. Everybody's still asleep.
Not a creature was stirring.
Not a creature was stirring.
Not even a mouse.
Not even my dog. And he usually is barking at something.
Is he named Mouse?
No. His name's Landry. But I'm looking out the window while I'm making my eggs, and I look over there and I see that there's a tow truck, and he is hooking up the van across the street from me.
Oh,
and then
no.
whenever I get done, the tow truck drives off. And I know my neighbor, like, there was no problem with that car last night.
Repo man.
And then this morning, the repo man showed up and took his car. And I can't, like, that would ruin my effing day. Yeah. If on like today's Christmas Eve, but tomorrow morning, if you woke up, you went outside and your car was just gone. And then you get a little note that says, I don't know, how do they do that? Do they say you've been repoed? Like, I don't know how that works.
I don't
They
know.
leave a little card. The repo van.
778-811-1053. We got some Tolos who are repo guys or repo victims.
You let them know?
Let us know.
There are repo guys on TikTok that make content out of it. They'll literally just sneak up on people. They'll be at Target grocery shopping. They'll go find the car in the sea of absolute monstrosity that is a parking lot this time of the year. They'll find the car. They'll just back that thing up, hook it up, and drive away with it like nothing happened.
They get paid.
And some of them will even wait for the people to start walking out of the store, walking out of the house before they drive away so they see it get taken away.
That's the worst.
And then they're like, haha, I'm going to make money off of this, not because it's my job, because I'm posting this on TikTok.
Power tripping.
Yeah, so go buy this cologne that I'm going to attach in the comments,
Right.
Creator
We got some Tolos texting in real quick. The 817 says, worst thing happened on Wake Up on Christmas. I had sewage water backed up in all the bathtubs.
That's ruining your day.
downstairs. Yeah.
That's ruining your Christmas day right there, because you got all the, you go to bed, sugar plums and all that stuff. You wake up, you got the excitement of Christmas Day, and then there's something that you either, I guess that's the other question. Do you take care of it then, or do you say I'll take care of it tomorrow? Like the sewage, I feel like you got to take care of it then.
You got to take care of that now because, you might have people coming over. Unless you're going to leave the house and go to grandma's house or something. You got to take care. You have no idea who's coming over there.
Yeah.
That's messed up.
I love the problems that you can be like, that's for another day. I can't do anything about this today.
We got some Tolos texting in who actually do repo and have been victims. 817 says, I'm in auto collections. For sure, we send repo guys every day of the year. Holidays, extended holidays are always a busy time. Ho, ho, ho.
My uncle and both of my uncles and my mom's husband, they ran Toe Jam for a while, and that was like they were on call all the time, and that was part of their money making was pulling up into somebody's driveway and taking off with their car.
So what can you do? 214 says no, they don't tell you when they take it away. You can call your loan company,
I bet,
and they'll tell you exactly who has your car.
Yeah,
because that's how they get paid. Also, let's see. This guy says another bad thing to have. He said my coworker as a kid growing up, their mobile home got repossessed on Christmas Day.
Not the whole house.
A whole mobile home house.
Wow. Just wake up and your house is gone and you're just like in the middle of the grass. Like, what happened? Did I party too hard last night?
Yeah. Somebody said from the 816, worst thing is your wife sitting on your chest holding a butcher knife over and you screaming she's going to kill you.
Oh, no.
I can imagine that's a bad day. Like, how are you supposed to overcome that? And say, hey, let's open these presents together. Can you please get the eggnog ready?
Yeah, that's not a good look.
Spiking the wrong thing.
Do you expect that she's going to give you rum or poison? That's what I'm thinking.
The 214 says a lot of plumbers do good with the poop around the holidays. I'm going to say this. I looked this up one time. They said, how does garbage disposals always get broke on and toilets backed up. They said people be throwing whole turkeys and stuff.
Huh? Why?
And it's not just poop. That's not a lot of poop. It's turkeys and bones and things like that. Just crazy.
Rice, because rice will puff back up.
Oh yeah.
And then it's stuck to grease, and then it's like stuck in your pipes. Starches like sweet potato. Don't throw a whole when you're shaving. Don't throw them in the disposal. It's not going to work that way. The way that you want it to, it's not going to work. It's going to take forever for it to break down and all that stuff. So don't throw a whole turkey in the disposal. Throw it in the trash.
We got another repo guy texting in 972 says, "Don't let the owner know. Conflict can happen. Go incognito. Less risk of guns and knives."
It's not that deep.
Some
Never
people get
is.
mad. Hey, what are you doing in my car? And then all of a sudden, take it off the hook. But I was told to come out here.
Exactly.
There's all of them got stories. Some of them are running their own business, repo business. Some of them just work there.
Hey, I didn't give my neighbor's name, douchebag, so don't worry about it. From the 702.
Yeah, he's trying
the
to
person who's trying to
mad at
start
you
crap
for-
on. This is Christmas Eve. What are
Yeah,
you doing
be
here, calling
nice.
people douchebag? Why are you doing that right
Yeah,
now?
Christmas
Not a
Eve.
good way to start it.
Yeah,
All right,
exactly.
So continue to text in your feelings on what the worst thing could possibly be, and I don't know. Do you have one, Alec, that you think that would be just the worst?
For me personally, I'm always worried. We have like all the inflatable decorations out in the front yard. I'm worried that like there's going to be that one group of like high schoolers or something that's going to drive by Christmas Eve night and slash all of them, and we're going to wake up and they're all going to be deflated. Like that.
no,
that's
no, that's
they're
mean.
very expensive.
Those are expensive.
But that like.
Has it ever happened?
No, it's never happened. It happened in our old neighborhood, not to us, but to some neighbors that they went all out. That's why we never did, because it happened to them. When we got to the new house, we're like, okay, a little bit of a better area. We're going to try it out. We haven't had that issue, but I every year, because it takes us 2.5 hours
Yeah, to
probably
set that
to
up.
set all of that up and get everything staked and tied down. So I'm like, if I come out here 3 days later and it's all deflated because somebody took a knife to it, I'm going to be so mad.
By the way, Corey, you got to tell the story about when you guys were in high school and what you guys did to those decorations outside the people.
So we were.
It's easy. I mean, it's really.
We were I actually thought this was fun, and it was really funny whenever I had to reply back to the person that called me a whiner. I called them a wiener. All right, so
you were a teenager.
it's the same guy. When I was in high school, my friends and I, instead of like going and wrecking people's stuff,
right.
The only time we ever wrecked one thing was we picked up one of those wooden reindeers, and it just fell apart. It was one of those that was like barely held together.
Yeah, wooden horse kind of reindeer.
We would go and we would take one neighbor's all their yard work and move it next door.
Just
and then
one
we
house
would go
down.
back over and take that neighbor's and move it. So we would move everything one house down.
And they'd wake up the next
on the
day.
whole street.
Oh, what the hell?
And a lot of times people were like, screw it, I'm not messing with it.
Yeah.
They'd just be like, just leave it
Leave
that
it
way.
there
They
till
wouldn't even
Christmas
try
is
and move
over.
it back
Yep.
every once in a while. But that was the what we thought was funny. And I don't know if anybody woke up and thought it was funny because their stuff wasn't wrecked.
Yeah.
It wasn't broken or
Right.
anything. It was just moved next door.
You know, there's a Tolo from the 469 did the same thing. They said they didn't destroy their decorations. They just take them, set them up in the neighbor's yard across the street. Same deal.
Yeah. From the
That's a
940.
prank, not a terrorist act.
When your wife brings her boyfriend to the Christmas party, that's a tough one right there, I think. Yeah.
How does that?
All you can do is drink it off your mind with more eggnog.
From the 214.
Huh.
The worst thing that happened to me was on Christmas Day was my father died.
Oh, man.
The last time I saw him was when Leon Lett had the Thanksgiving goof up. That's the last moment you remember with your father was Leon Lett
Watching the
touching the
Thanksgiving
ball
game
in
on
the end
field goal.
zone.
Yeah, Miami Dolphins game. Yeah. By the way, George Michael also died on Christmas. And George Michael wrote, "The last Christmas."
Okay,
That was his last
I'll
Christmas.
tell you,
It was.
yes, it was that song and the Beatles "Simply Having a Wonderful Christmas Time."
Simply
Get them out of here.
Oh, you
Throw
tired?
them out. Throw them in the ocean.
Yeah,
never
we're
bring them
starting
back.
off hot today.
I love Christmas music when it's called for. My kids start it like after Peace-a-thon, basically, is when they start playing Christmas music. I do
fair.
like it around the house, but those two songs, they can go. And like I said, Merry
Which one do you
Christmas to
like?
the person. Which out of those two?
No, period. Because you're talking about
the Peanuts. I like that one, but it's the
That's my favorite.
all
too.
the ones from the. I can't think of his name right now. Actually,
Giraldi?
My wife's.
You talking about
yes,
Vince?
Giraldi. Yeah, Vince Giraldi. all that whole album. I
Yeah,
love that.
me too.
I recently started playing the Elf soundtrack because that's got some good beats like from New York City kind of vibe to it. So
I'm gonna tell you this: a staple. This Christmas by Donny Hathaway. Then Chris Brown did a version of it. It's absolutely amazing as well. And I highly recommend anybody to pick up Christina Aguilera's Christmas album because every song she sings is just incredible.
Yeah, and I mean,
and Kelly Clarkson
crushes it. That her
Burleson's own
Wrapped in Red, I think, is the one that my wife loves
She can
the
sing
most.
anything.
Listening to my daughter though, she just will go into her room and just start playing Christmas music, and I love it. Christmas Shoes is one of the worst songs ever. Yeah, I agree with you
Makes
on
no
that.
sense.
That one's a tough listen. That is for sure. As Chris, so while I was looking at the clock, so for Christmas, my wife. I'm not going to tell that part.
Okay, don't tell that part.
For me, though, I bought myself the Peanuts Vince Giraldi album for Christmas.
The Peanuts Gang.
That was, so I never buy myself a gift, but I literally went to the store and was like, I'm taking this home for me this year. And I wrapped it and I put to Corey from Corey on it. I don't know why.
Alec, you've never seen a Christmas special with Charlie Brown?
Oh, yes, I have.
That background music?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't know if you were understanding what he was talking about.
No, yeah, I was just I was telling James to mark something.
Oh, no.
See, that's the way his mind works. He's a producer, even though he's over here being a host.
Yeah, he is always
saying,
thinking
I got to have material for Friday.
Guys, I have this question with the Cowboys. So it's a sports segment. With the Cowboys, have they broken your heart too much that it'll never recover? Or can they get you back some way? Is there a way the Cowboys can get you back? This season's been tough, and a lot of fans have been brutal towards the Cowboys about this. So much so that it's been misdirected at us at times.
Sure.
So is there a way the Cowboys can get you back this holiday time? Or maybe even next year?
Is Mike listening?
Mike will never come back. I think he's Mike is not to
not the way
I
you
was about to say what
fanatical. Not to this
hear.
show.
Yeah.
But as far as
to the Cowboys,
as far as the Cowboys being a family tradition and being a staple in his life, he says, you know what? I'll keep up with him for my job, but my heart can't take it.
Yeah. That's where Mike is on that. Is there anything they can do? Because for me, I'm sad. I'm depressed about the Cowboys.
Sure.
And but I'll be trying to rebuild this offseason. I'll be trying to figure out, how do they do this thing? So I'm never really that far away. There could be something. I mean, Jerry's cussed at me before, and that didn't send me that way. So there could be something that really sends me that way. And maybe it is just like multiple years of ineptitude. But with this team, I will be back next season trying to rebuild. But for those who have been like, I'm done, is there anything that they can do to get you back? From the 702, I'm truly starting to fade from the Cowboys because I don't see any changes going forward.
Yeah, that's
tough.
they say that now. Here's what's so wild. Most Cowboy fans will admit they have a toxic relationship with the Cowboys. Oh, the Cowboys might do them wrong, beat them up, cuss them out or whatever, and then they keep coming back because some play or something happens because it's just a lifestyle. And I've asked that question on Twitter during a big game that they've lost, and I'm not lying. Thousands and thousands of fans will say, yeah, I'm addicted to them. Stick it in my vein. It's a shame, but it is what it is.
That is what the Cowboys have done. Jerry's done that. He's been very smart about being able to market. He told us one day on the show, and I saw this actually in person when he talked about this too. He was like, look, if you pick up a magazine, whether it's wine or Southern Living or whatever, I want the Cowboys to be in there somewhere.
Right.
I want the brand to you always be recognized. Because one of the most recognizable symbols in the world is the American flag. Everybody knows what it is, right? The other one, the Coke bottle.
Yeah.
That Coke bottle, everybody knows that means Coca-Cola around the world.
Yes.
And they want the star to be the same thing.
And it has been, because guess what? It's the most valuable franchise in the world for the umpteenth year in a row. You wish they could win a Super Bowl to go along with it. But as long as they're a lightning rod where people either love them or hate them, they're being relevant. And Jerry's only fear, he's told me this over the years, he has a fear of them ever becoming irrelevant. In other words, where people don't care at all. He doesn't want them to turn into the current Raiders. The Raiders used to be the evil empire.
Yep.
Cowboys used to be the good guys. Raiders used to be the bad guys. And it's like, whatever. He's always wanted to make sure that they don't become, where people don't care one way or the other.
From the 817, I would come back if we had a couple years of smart management. Ball is ball. I can take losing. I can't take stupidity with contracts and player personnel management. I agree with that. You can lose. That's fine.
Like that. It's part of the game, but I'm there too because if you can make enough smart decisions, I haven't fully gone like Mike, not a fan anymore kind of thing, or like pure hatred or whatever. I've just dropped the emotional attachment. They'll always be my favorite team. They always will be my football team and the first sports team I ever loved. But I think what could get me back emotionally invested is making an NFC championship. I'm not saying you even got to win it. That's just progress. That's improvement. And that shows me that you've done something right. And it's probably over the course of a couple years. It's not going to be an overnight 1 year thing, one off season thing. So if you can do that, I think I'd be roped back in at least for one season. I'll say, hey, we didn't make it this year. Next year, I'm in. I'm all in. And I mean it when I say that. But outside of that, there's not really anything because I just need to see it. I can't have you like say, here's one big free agent signing and fall in love with them and fall in love with the team again. Here's a divisional round exit. Take that and love it. We'll build on next year. No, I need to see something different that I haven't seen because like Choppy called me a fetus earlier. I'm 23. I haven't seen an NFC championship appearance. I don't know what that's like. If I can get that,
fun.
I think I'll be roped back in.
From the 817, this is 3 consecutive texts. From the 817, wanted the Cowboys to lose so bad for them to tank. But dang it, they pulled me back in this week, and now I'm rooting for them to win. Either you're a Cowboys fan from the 214 or you're not. I'm going to support and watch my team. And then from the 214, those guys never gave up on the season. They were a bonehead play away from still being in the playoff conversation. For everybody out there that thinks that it's just all negative towards the Cowboys, there's a huge mass of people that are still completely in on this team.
Here's another one from the 281. 59-year-old lifetime Cowboy fan, and shake my head. They drive me nuts, but I love them and will never quit them. Cowboy fans are spoiled AF. Yes, they are.
That is a reality. It is
what it is. They're not going to turn back. It's a family tradition for a lot of people.
Mavs get a big work from the big man last night. Anthony Edwards says the Wolves have no identity. What is the Mavs' identity? I think it's this. Next on The Fan.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
.com.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. And by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
Washington grabs the rebound. Not a lot of continuity offensively for Portland.
This, however, is continuity personified, what Dallas is doing on offense. A wide open transition three for Klay Thompson.
I will say Mark Followell used some big words that I didn't quite understand there,
Yeah, me
but
too.
I got the picture. I totally got the picture on that one. The Mavericks win last night. What a game that was, because that was, you had the guys back in action. You had Luka, you had Kai doing their thing again. But for me, I don't know why. I love Daniel Gafford. I know that is friend of the evening show with Blake. I know they've gotten really tight. I love, since he got here.
Yeah,
I've just loved the personality of him.
Sure.
The way that he plays, and then last night he had one finish where he had touch under the basket and goes behind his back and hits it off the backboard. And I was like, not only does he do all these big man things, but he's got touch too.
He was 7 for 7, and he had 21 points. If he had made his free throws, he might have had 30.
Yeah, that was the only thing that wasn't working for him, was he was getting trips to the line and he wasn't finishing
the
there.
And ones were amazing because he's so strong. They were grabbing his arms and it still go in.
Yeah. Now that being said, I don't want to act like Portland is a world beater or anything.
No.
They're a bad basketball team, and the Mavs should have run away the way they did last night. And quite honestly, that third and fourth quarter for last night, would they score 40 in the third quarter last night? Those two middle quarters were where they won that game and ran away with it. But the pace, Sia, you were there last night.
Yep.
That pace just seemed like Portland was like, we're going to push it, and the Mavericks were like, yeah, this is what we do too.
Right. Here's what's so wild. They played Portland in Portland. Remember that 40 days trip, and they only came home 4 times.
Yes.
Most November and part of December. They were in Portland. And they beat the Blazers, I want to say, like 139 to 134, something like it was in the 130s. The Mavericks scored 132 last night, beat them 132 to 108. So the defense was there, but Portland knows how to score. They're just not a good team. They've only won 9 games. Mavericks, meanwhile, have won 19 games. That being said, that tempo, it's definitely Luka understands this because it's also saving his legs for the playoffs. But with that tempo, they're still playing defense because I don't want people to think it's just going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
Yeah.
They're clamping down on defense as well. And once again, you had a lot of scoring from a lot of different people. And it wasn't just Luka trying to carry them on their back. Here's another little nugget that a lot of people aren't aware of. Their starting lineup last night, by the way, Luka's been out for about 5 days because since the Golden State game in San Francisco because he had a heel bruise. Luka's back. You got Luka, P.J. Washington, Derek Lively, Kyrie Irving, and Klay Thompson. That starting lineup has only been together starting 6 times. They're 6-0.
Really?
Because it had been Daniel Gafford starting, and then he said, okay, let me slide in. Because he could switch them back and forth.
Yeah.
And Lively has no problem. And that's the other thing. Derek, the majority of these players, in fact, the whole team, they do not care how many touches they get. They don't care who starts or not. They're like, man, we just trust in the whole process because we know we're good. And they are. And to show you how sneaky good they are, they're 19-10. That 40 days and only 4 games at home, they only lost 2 games on their road trip. They went 12 out of 14.
Yeah, they're 14 out of their last 17.
This is a good. The 4 game. Remember in the first part of the season, they lost 4 straight games. All of those were last possession losses, like 1 possession losses. those 4 games, imagine if they had won that last possession.
Mm-hmm.
They'd have the best record in the league right behind Cleveland, right with them.
Yeah.
Right now, there's only like 4 teams who have a better record than the Mavericks in the entire NBA.
You go look at those Tim Duncan, Greg Popovich teams back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at how in the middle of a season they would have an 18-game win streak.
Yeah,
or
I don't know
a
where.
16-game win streak. They would win games, and then they'd have a loss, and then they'd come back with another 10 straight. And you're like, that's how the best teams do it. They have large, swaths of wins, just sections where you're like, they didn't lose for a long period of time.
Here's one other note to take it, because a lot of people are not aware of the plus minuses, which is a stat that even if you don't score a lot of points or get a lot of rebounds, you're making the other guys on the floor better while you're out there. Across the board last night, everybody had pluses. Listen to this: P.J. Washington, plus 27. Derek Lively, a plus 16. Kyrie Irving, a plus 30. Luka Doncic, a plus 16. Klay Thompson, a plus 21. Daniel Gafford, a plus 10. Quentin Grimes, a plus 14. I could go on and on and on. That's just showing you this is a team that's playing like a team.
There is something I learned about this. Mike taught me this. I did not know this. If you check into a game during free throws and the guy misses a free throw, that gives you a negative. So anybody that was negative last night was checking in when Daniel Gafford was on the floor. I love Daniel Gafford. I just want to make sure everybody understands that.
Plus minus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So Alec, this team, I saw this from Anthony Edwards, and it really started making me think about what this Mavericks identity is. Anthony Edwards says that it's just 4 people at the rim. He said we're not an offensive team. We're a defensive team. So I don't think there's going to be much change. I just think we got to play better defense. And they've been a very strong defensive team since they put that thing together. He said, we don't have S on offense. We have no identity. I mean, we know I'm going to shoot a bunch of shots. We know Drew's going to shoot a bunch of shots, and that's all we know. We don't really know anything else. I mean, it's not on the coaches at all. It's on us. We're out there playing, but we got to make it easier for each other. Coaches put us in great positions too. We just don't do it. And it goes back to, for me, the identity of the Mavs used to be stand in a corner and wait until Luka gives you a basketball. And when Luka gives you a basketball, then you can shoot your three-pointer. Don't do anything else, because you can't do anything else, but Luka will find you, and once he finds you, he knows it's your time to shoot. This team is completely different from that identity, and the identity now is, how would you describe it?
I would say, in a way, it's like follow the energy, if that makes sense, because it's not, like you said, it's the complete opposite now. It's not standing around and waiting for something to be created for you. Even in the non-Luka minutes last night, like specifically with Quentin Grimes, that it felt like it was kind of let everything develop in front of you, see and feel out that rhythm, because we're talking about the pace of play. The Mavericks are playing, I think, the 7th fastest pace of play right now in the NBA. And that's for a reason. It's not in the top 5, but it's in the upper echelon, because they know when to speed it up. They play with a high motor, but they know when to slow it down too. So bringing the ball up the court, just, off of a regular inbound, they know, okay, we have time, we can let things develop. But you saw it in the fast break last night too, that, hey, if we do pick someone off here, we can fly down the court, we can score with pace. I think 17 fast break points last night that you saw off of 10 different turnovers by 9 different players.
Yeah.
Like, you are starting to see everybody is kind of reading the room a little bit more and making decisions on their own without going into business for themselves, like you've seen Luka do in the past. You've seen Kyrie do in the past. You saw it even in the playoff run at times last year, where guys were kind of going into business for themselves, playing a little bit of hero ball. Now it's just trusting things, and you saw it with Daniel Gafford last night on an and one that he got. Quentin Grimes driving to the basket from the left corner, from the three-point line. He's got an open shot. He drives, fakes the shot, and just flings it to Gafford right in front of him, because he says, we can get 3 here. It's feeling out that rhythm, and part of that is because of the pace of the play. So feeling out the energy and feeling out, really just reading the room. It's all about tempo now, and it feels like it hasn't been about tempo in a really long time. And it's not just Luka's fault, because the pieces around him when he first got here, exactly, they didn't have enough.
Yeah, he had to back then.
But Now you can actually work with that. You totally see them slow things down and let him just ISO and completely demolish people in front of him. But you'll see him have a willingness to be that tertiary guy to a Kyrie Irving who wants to move a little bit quicker. So it's just feeling out the rhythm and the feel of that game in that moment against who you're playing right then.
Speaking of feeling out, there were some fans during the game that were texting on or actually posting stuff on social media saying, how come Jason Kidd's not playing Najee? What did Najee do wrong? How come he's playing Maxi Kleber all the time? I'm like, why are they nitpicking this when you got to basically trust that Jason Kidd knows what he's doing? You think you would learn this by now. What he's doing is you're playing Portland, a team you're supposed to beat anyway. Najee has been brilliant, right?
Played a lot of minutes, too.
Yeah.
Played a lot, probably more minutes than he's played at this point in any season.
In any season with the New Orleans Pelicans. But here's where he is now. Mavericks love Najee. All right, he's a Swiss Army.
Yes,
his nickname is Knife because he's a Swiss Army knife. He can do it all. His productivity in the paint, these floaters and things that he does, nobody saw that coming. So why is Kidd not playing him that much? Well, number one, he was coming off of an illness. And yeah, he's been all right, but guess what? This is the team you're supposed to beat, and you got to get Maxey back into the groove. Maxey had I want to say a rib situation, a bruised rib or something. Well, you're going to need Maxey at some point in time, even if you say, well, what makes you think Maxey's going to be here at the trade deadline? You have no idea, but you still got to have him contribute. So here's the perfect situation where you can get Maxey back to contributing, or the guys around him who hadn't been working with him last year, some of the new guys like Q-Dot, they can see what Maxey can do with it. I mean, you got to use the opportunities to where it's not a matchup against the Celtics or a matchup against the Lakers or a matchup against, we got to win this game because, you're going to beat Portland. If you don't, that's saying something about the entire roster. If this roster, as deep as it is, cannot beat Portland, they had a come to Jesus meeting earlier in the season when they lost at Utah. Utah sucks. And after that game, they didn't have Kyrie. They didn't have. Guess what? They had a come to Jesus meeting. They said, if we're so deep, we need to step it up. And you see what they're doing.
From the 3-6-1, this team is a pick, pop, roll, pass, crash. And that is definitely, and they have the bodies to do it.
They really do.
And
versatile.
This is where I think their identity lies more in adaptability. Mm-hmm. And I love what you said though, Alec. Follow the energy, because on offense they definitely, and even on defense too. On offense they feel I got something else here. They definitely feel where the play should go. And I always love that moment. We had Jason Kidd on. We were talking to him about Scalabrine, and he said Scalabrine told us, he was like, he passed me the ball and I passed it out, and then it was a turnover, and Jason Kidd was staring lasers through me, and I was like, "What's up?" And he said, "I already made the decision for you to shoot that, and now it's a turnover on me instead of an assist. I already made the decision for you." Yeah. You don't have to do it. You don't have to think. I'm thinking for you.
Quarterback on
and
the
that's
floor.
the way this team is. Like Luka's the thinker for them, and everybody just kind of responds. Kyrie's a good thinker too.
Yes.
But if you go back, I know this is dumb. I watched Uncle Drew a while back, and hearing the line, "They don't play the game the right way," from Kyrie as Uncle Drew, I hear it whenever I watch him play. When he's going, this is the right way to play the game.
Right.
There's pockets. There's energy pockets that he's talking about. But that team, that era of what Pop put together. When I watched Greg Popovich's teams dominate, they were able to beat you at what you could do, and they were able to beat you at what they could do.
Exactly.
It didn't matter what it was on the court. They were good. Their bench was so deep and so versatile that they could do anything you could do and just as well. And that's where this Mavs team is right now. If you want to run, they'll run you off the floor. If you want to play big, they'll play bigger than you. If you want to shoot threes all day, they can shoot them just as well. They have every tool at their disposal. That's why I'm not really looking for them to move anything off this roster right now, because of the way that it's built. When you get in the playoffs, you have, 5 teams, 4 teams you're going to have to match up against.
Exactly.
And neither one of them are the same. So you're going to have to be able to adapt with that roster. I know Corey Brewer didn't play a huge role in the entire run to the championship, but that one time they needed needed him.
Exactly.
They pulled him off the bench, and he brought life to the team.
Exactly.
And you're going to need that in the playoffs whenever you're adjusting to Oklahoma City versus Denver versus Boston. All those things are unique and different.
Exactly. So I love the way you summarized that up, and I'm glad you brought in Pop, because for those who don't know, Pop has always admired Jason Kidd when he was a player.
Yes.
In fact, he wanted him to play for the Spurs at one point, and they couldn't work out a trade. At the same time, when J. Kidd got fired from the Milwaukee Bucks, the first person he was consulting with was Popovich. He went on a tour picking the brains of Popovich, Rick Carlisle, a couple of other different head coaches to see, because remember, he was hired as a head coach for the Brooklyn Nets without any coaching experience. So there's a couple of things he wanted to work on, and he did. Became the defensive coordinator for the Lakers when they won the championship at the bubble. So he's always been a high IQ, basketball IQ guy. He's a very brilliant guy. I'm talking about Jason Kidd. And the Dallas Mavericks are versatile like that because he picked those things up from Popovich. The only time I have a concern about the Dallas Mavericks is when Luka and Kyrie are both out. We saw that in the first game against the Clippers. But guess what? There might be a situation in the playoffs where that does happen, so they're preparing for that too. You got to prepare for it, where Luka and Kyrie both aren't there. There might, like, for example, Kyrie was nursing his shoulder. It was kind of like CD. He could have played through it if, I'm talking about last Thursday against the Clippers. He could have played through it like CD's been playing through all season, because he played through it most of the way. I'm talking about Kyrie. J. Kidd said, you know what? No.
Don't need you tonight.
We don't need you tonight. Luka's not going to play tonight either. Let's see how these guys do without both of y'all.
So let them get their work
He's
in.
getting the plans in stuff for the playoffs.
You did bring up Quentin Grimes. Y'all both did earlier. Early in when he was here, I was like, oh, it's just like Josh Green. Like, that's what I was like, it's just like Josh Green.
Mm-hmm.
And now that he's found himself in the offense, and now that he's found himself defensively, it no longer looks like just like Josh Green. He's got that high energy,
yes,
but he's got more skill, and he fits in better with this because he knows what he's doing, and he knows what his role is. And
he had 20 points against the Clippers
nice.
Saturday.
It is nice. And the confidence you're seeing right now, Josh Green never had that confidence.
Never. It's like he would disappear.
Yeah, he never had that. And Quentin right now looks like, hey, I know what I'm supposed to do, and I'm supposed to take a shot right now.
Yeah,
and I'm going to make it. It's really nice to see what they're doing right now. It's really awesome, really fun. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, I'll ask all the football questions, and we might give some presents away to all 32 NFL teams next in the Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, you're freaking me out a little bit.
This segment on 105 through the fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Johnston. That's it back to the front. It's right on the doorstep, and they score. And it's Jamie Benn. It was in and out. And it's 3-1 Stars and a huge goal here in the second period.
Yeah, Ben gets them to the 3-1 mark, and they stay at 3 for the night, win 3-2 over Utah. Rope Hintz scored his team-leading 15th goal to get them to that point as well. He snapped a 1-1 tie about somewhere in the second period to get that thing rolling, and then having Jamie Benn do that too. Always love to see that.
Nice.
Dallas gets out to that lead, and they just stay there. They had great aggressive defense last night. Their attack was they were very focused on what they were doing. They had a lot of opportunities, great shots for their team in the second period, and that leveled off for them. So that was a nice night for the Stars. Second period goals from Hintz and Ben. That's the one that gives them the cushion. That was the key moment of the night. They are 18-6 and had an 18-6 advantage in shots on goal in the second period. That was the moment where they really took over in that game. Stars, man, I love having a team like them, like the Mavericks doing what they're doing at the AAC. They will get back in action, I believe, on Friday.
Yeah, the NHL is off today and tomorrow.
Yeah, they'll host the Wild on Friday.
Quick question. What is Utah's team name? Because they don't really have a name, do they?
It is the Utah Hockey Club.
Why?
Remember, it was Utah or the Washington football team,
right?
And they went with Utah Hockey Club.
Okay.
And I don't know. Is there another?
Not mad at it.
Is there a future? They just didn't do it. Do we have any confirmation on that yet?
I think they'll adapt something later on, but this came together so randomly, didn't it?
Yeah.
Like it felt like it was an overnight thing that they were going to be moving to Utah and dropping all affiliation with the previous history. Like it feels very sudden, and that's probably why. Because there's a lot of stuff that goes into it, right? Like the trademarking and everything.
Sure.
And it's the same conversation, just in an opposite way, that comes up whenever people want the Washington Commanders to go back to their old name. It's like, well, there's already thousands of pieces of merch out
Licensing
there that have the
else.
current logo, the current name, and everything. So it's going to take a while, and then some of those things get leaked, and people will go buy those trademarks. So then the team has to pay, Joe down the street, $500,000 for the trademark, and then he's set for retirement.
Yeah.
So yeah, that stuff you got to think ahead of time, and they really didn't.
How would you identify the state of Utah, though? Like, I'm trying to figure that out. Like, what?
Dirk called it the city of Utah.
The Jazz. Yes, I remember that. The Utah Jazz. Everybody knows that team was taken. That name was taken from New Orleans, and so that was just moved.
Right.
There's no Jazz in Utah. They don't.
No.
They don't even know if they like.
That's true.
No.
But like, I don't know how they identify, because like Stars in Dallas makes sense, especially
Even
with
though
the
they
Cowboys.
were the North Stars.
Yeah, but you
initially.
had the Cowboys around
Yeah,
here, and that
fits.
made a lot of sense. The Mavericks. That
makes sense.
Thank you, Don Carter. Appreciate you.
Yeah.
And then the Rangers like that. Those all make sense. The Spurs in San Antonio.
But there's no Jazz in you. It's like it's kind of the Lakers in LA.
There's no lakes in LA,
but they started in Minnesota, which was the land of lakes.
Yeah,
and that's why it's there.
The Houston Oilers moved to Tennessee, where there is no oil.
Yeah, they're Titans.
I thought about, what about the state bird, right? How about the Utah state bird? Tell me how this makes sense. The state bird of the state of Utah is the California seagull.
See, they have no identity.
California seagull?
It is a state.
It's the California
with
seagull.
Zero identity.
But hey, they have a state cooking pot.
What is that?
The Dutch oven.
Okay, there you go, Derek.
How about
you finally made it,
if
man.
the hockey team wanted to name itself something, the Utah Salt Lakes.
Yeah, why not? Oh, well, you're not going to be able to skate on that one,
Right, you can't.
It's not going to freeze.
They have a
But
state
you can
dance.
float.
All right, the overreaction or reality. We'll dive in a little bit on this. Question number 1: Michael Penix, or Penix, if you are fancy. Michael Penix will take the Falcons to the playoffs. Overreaction or reality? Alec?
That division is so bad. I'm going to say reality because of that. I didn't think he looked bad at all. I actually did get the chance to watch that game, his debut game as a starter in the NFL. Didn't look bad. He had one interception that went in and out of the hands of Kyle Pitts.
That was
Their
tight end's fault.
that was definitely Kyle's fault. Their defense was really good in that game.
And they probably...
It's the Giants, too. So
It is the Giants, so I don't want to put too much stock into that, but he looked so comfortable, and he did look like Washington. Penix is what I'm going to go with there because I'm not fancy. He looked comfortable. He looked poised. The deep ball even looked the same. Like, it looked like nothing had changed in a good way from college. Everything that I liked about him coming out, the throwing motion, I don't mind it. I know some people hate it. He looked fine. He looked okay. I think that he's going to continue to develop, and I think that this honestly isn't a bad scenario for him to get some reps at the end of a season where it is still meaningful football. Like, he knows that he can't go out there and screw it up, but he's got his last 2 against the Commanders. That's going to be a tough ask.
Yep.
And then the Panthers.
There you go.
So
They're tough.
They do have the tiebreaker against the Bucs,
And that's
though.
why I think it's a legit situation. That's where I was going to go with my take. My take was, guess what? They've already beaten the Bucs twice, and to me, that's why this was a heart-crushing loss to the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football for the Bucs because they had no elbow room. You can't let Atlanta win, and because they went out, you might have the same identical records, but they own the tiebreaker. So to me, Penix is not going to screw it up because all he had to do was just be himself and not carry the team. Kirk Cousins was not carrying the team. He was weighing them down, unfortunately for him.
Overreaction or reality? Jaden Daniels is having a better rookie season than C.J. Stroud did.
I'm going to say that's what's the answer?
Overreaction or reality?
I'm going to say reality only because he's had more dramatic moments where he saved them, and he's proven that he could. C.J. Stroud, don't get me wrong, I really, really like him, and it's not about, well, look, he's kind of fallen down in the sophomore year. He had a hell of a rookie year, but I think Jaden Daniels' rookie year has been more impressive.
Are you looking at numbers right now? 'Cause
Yeah.
a lot of times I do the same thing where I'm like, I need to really look at the numbers because I know what I feel, and I feel like he's getting more publicity than C.J.
That's
Stroud did.
exactly where I was
the
going.
East Coast media thing?
And I'm going to say
hear that.
I'm going to say that this is overreaction. CJ Stroud, what I saw from him, not only was it impressive, it was unprecedented. You don't see that, especially for me. It's kind of a low blow. I know, I'm sorry to any Texans fans. I know like 2 of you, and I don't really care if you get offended, Anthony. You don't expect that kind of a quick turnaround from the Houston football franchise. They have been so poorly managed over the past few years, really ever since that last Deshaun Watson playoff run. That was their last real window, and they completely goofed that whole thing after that. Bringing in Nick Caserio was the best thing that they've really ever done with that franchise.
It took a while, but it definitely was.
He is one of the top 5, if not 3 best GMs in the NFL for my money. So I think what he did with a patchwork offensive line in his rookie season, it really was not great. A new offensive coordinator, a young hotshot defensive coordinator of a head coach. 4,100 passing yards, only 5 interceptions to 23 touchdowns, and almost 300 passing yards per game. I I think that was more impressive.
The Daniels is different for sure.
Sure.
He has a higher completion percentage and 1 touchdown away from matching Stroud's numbers.
With 2 games left.
He also has 1 more win, but I'm with you. I think what Stroud did last year was phenomenal. I think Daniels is doing a phenomenal job this year as a rookie. I just think he's getting more pub. I think he's getting a lot more of the shine, because I don't know if it's the East Coast thing or Washington's whole new vibrance, like the
new ownership,
everything.
I think that's
But
it.
having D'Amico Ryans, also it was the Texans. Everybody kind of looks down at Texas when they're looking from elsewhere, and they're like Cowboys, and then the Texans get lost because everybody sees the Cowboys first. Overreaction to reality: Saquon Barkley will break Eric Dickerson's rushing record. He sits currently at 1,838 yards.
Who are the last?
He's set to finish.
They play the Cowboys, and they play. Who's their last game? Eagles.
Let's see.
Alec?
Eagles. No, that he's on the Eagles.
That's what I'm saying. Who's the Eagles' last game?
Lions. No, that's not it either.
The
I don't
Lions.
have it.
Let's see. The Eagles' last game is the Giants.
Giants.
Oh, he could really break the record.
He could break it against his former
He
team.
really could
He's
break
on
this
pace.
record.
He's
That
on
would be
pace
awesome.
to get 2,083 rushing yards, which would be 22 shy of Eric Dickerson's number.
I think he could get it because Giants are on the schedule. Cowboys are not a great run defense. They've been playing better. That's going to be kind of tougher than expected. But he may be getting the ball a lot because even if Jalen Hurts plays, he may not be back in the pocket a whole lot if he doesn't have to be. I'm just saying because of the concussion thing. All I got to say is he's got a shot at it, and I'm going to go ahead and say he will. And Eric Dickerson would not mind because he says, I don't mind because his records are meant to be broken.
This is a reality, and for one reason only. It has nothing to do with Saquon. His head coach is so full of himself and wants to be all over those headlines when nobody cares.
He'll run him into the ground on the last game against the Giants.
Exactly.
Of course.
And not only because of that, because it's against his former team. He is that petty. He is that much of a D that he is going to make it happen because he wants his name attached to it.
Yeah, no, you're probably right about that. I was thinking to myself that maybe Saquon wouldn't be in the Giants game, but then I'm like, no, it makes a lot more sense. Sirianni, that's a really good,
I'm
really
glad you
good
brought
one right
that
there.
up because you would think you want to rest guys or meaningless game, whatever. No, not Sirianni.
They'll want to rub it in just a little bit. Oh, hey, this is the guy that we took from you, by the way,
Right.
and he just broke the record against you. Could have been you.
He wants the fans to boo some more.
Coming up next, it's time for some gridiron gravy. Is pickup basketball the best way to play football? Next on The Fan.
You've made us #1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing.
that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Was it? Cinnamon?
Basil Lady.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Lady? No.
Nutmeg Lady.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. It is me, Corey Majors, alongside Alec Medford, and the 3-time Hall of Famer Chris Arnold, along with James, who is
James Tritley.
Yes, James Tritley. Wearing what Santa shirt is that? Is that the
This is
Elf Will Ferrell? That's that's a good one right
It's
there.
a solid one.
Yeah, I got the T-shirt that says "Son of a Nutcracker" on
There
it.
we
I
go.
really like that one. Alec is wearing his festive Mean Girl shirt. Thank you very much, Alec, for humoring me a little bit there.
Well, thank
man.
you for gifting it to me. I love it.
It is a Christmas Eve special with the KNC Masterpiece as we send you off of your driving around, getting to your family or whatever it is today. We will be with you the entire time. So we're looking forward to the holiday tomorrow and having a little bit of reprieve and then getting back after it. All right, guys, let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip.
Gridiron Gravy brought to you by Rhino Shield. Why paint your house when you can shield your house?
Do it.
Love Rhino Shield. Jim Harbaugh says that he wishes he had the approach to the game that Justin Herbert has. I love this little paragraph that Jim Harbaugh says. He's talking about the way that Herbert goes about it. It's kind of a let it rip mentality, and he never played that way. He was always very, very structured. But he said he reflected on how much more serious he was when playing organized football than he was when playing pickup basketball.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he likes the way that Herbert plays because he's playing with a less structured vibe to it.
Mm-hmm.
But here it is with Harbaugh. You think about pickup basketball. In the summer, you'd show up at the court, outside basketball court on cement. There's nets, chain nets. I like that. You formed your team early in the morning, and then you would play until you got beat. So much like the playoffs. And then once you got beat, you had to form a new team, and the goal was to play to lunch. If you could get your team together, play all the way to lunchtime, then you could go eat, come back, start the afternoon, and see if you could play the rest of the day with your team. It meant a lot. There was so much on the line. You wanted to play your best, but you just played. We play better when we're free and loose and focused at the same time. I think everybody plays better when they're playing with that kind of joy. And sometimes you do get caught up too much in all these other things, and you forget to have fun with that game. And that's what Jim Harbaugh says is play football more like pickup basketball. Now, I don't know about you guys, but every time I've ever played pickup basketball, there was the one really good guy, and everybody on his team, knew he's the really good guy. All we got to do is just rebound for him and to make sure he's got it. So that feels like they're just saying that Justin Herbert, let's just rebound for him and make sure that he's okay.
And it felt like with Brandon Staley, they didn't really have that mentality. It felt over-structured at times, and you need structure in pro football. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying go out there with no game plan and just say, hey, whatever happens, happens, and we'll try to win a football game. Harbaugh is really good at keeping the room light and keeping everybody energized in a way to where they're amped up to play, but they're not over-analyzing. They're not breaking things down to exact sciences. And we were kind of talking about this a little bit yesterday. I don't remember if it was on or off the air, but like a knock you could have on Dak is that in the big games, you feel like maybe he's doing too much or maybe he's overthinking it. Like, just go out there and do your job. Go out there and be you, and your team's going to back you up every single time. And with Justin Herbert, he's such a unique talent, and he has the ability to turn a game upside down where like you said, if he does fall down, if he does throw a nasty pick, if you can just go out there and say, hey, next time he gets that ball, he's going to be angry. Let him do his job again. Give him another chance, especially late in games. If you say, we give him one more chance, I bet you he's not going to make that same mistake again. And so if you can just get the ball back in his hands, you're probably in a good spot. And that defense, even though they gutted it for salary cap reasons over the offseason, they've been really good at playing complementary football. They might not be in the top 3 of every single defensive statistic that you can find on ESPN, but they know when to step up in those big moments because they say, it's almost like the Mahomes theory, if we can just get him the ball one more time,
exactly,
we're
and
probably going to be
Mahomes,
okay.
That's the deal. I'm not saying he's Patrick Mahomes, but you got to let him freelance. You got to let him try some things that he knows he can do, and he's such a laid-back guy. He's a West Coast guy. We're talking about Justin Herbert. He's a laid-back guy, and again, even though Harbaugh had coached the 49ers back in the day, he's from Michigan. He was quarterback in Michigan, so like you say, he's used to all that structure. You know who else is keeping Harbaugh light on the team? How about UT's own Dicker the Kicker?
Uh-huh.
Dicker the Kicker is the guy that Harbaugh loves. Dicker the Kicker and Harbaugh get along so well. Dicker's Halloween costume was Harbaugh. It was dressed up like Harbaugh, and they did videos and stuff together. And so you can imagine Dicker the Kicker, who is a team favorite, and then here's Herbert, and now Harbaugh's like, yeah, party.
That is, you brought up Dak a minute ago, and I don't know if we did talk about that on air. I've always felt like Dak at the beginning of big games feels like he has to win it all right then.
Mm-hmm.
And all the best players I've ever seen, there are opportunities to come out of the gate and crush an opponent and move on. But the big playoff games usually it's the plays late in the game.
Yes.
And Aaron Rodgers was so good at it.
As Cowboy
keeping
fans.
you in a game, just keeping it close. His defense was good enough to keep it close too, but you were always just right there. And then he knew, now is my time. And I would love for Dak to have that kind of a mentality of, we're going to be able to keep it close, but late is whenever I'm going to turn it on and send an opponent home going, what the F just happened?
Well, here's the deal about Dak. He's not insane arm talent guy. There's like 5 of them in the league. Joe Burrow, Patrick Mahomes, Josh Allen, a couple other guys, even Herbert.
Yeah.
So those guys have insane arm talent where they could carry a team. Dak can execute the game plan. He can do the script.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have the right pieces around him offensively and defensively, he can make sure that it happens. In other words, he's going to have the lead. There was a criticism back in the day that Troy Aikman is really not that good because he didn't have to come from behind like Roger Staubach.
He was very good.
He was very good, and he also kept his talent within himself to let Emmitt Smith score the touchdowns or let the defense carry the day or whatever. Troy fit into what they had. With Dak Prescott, he's got to have that. He can't be the guy that, you know what, I'm going to Patrick Mahomes this thing in the fourth quarter. I'm going to Aaron Rodgers this thing. That's not what he does. That's not his arm talent. But what fans love is a guy who's got that arm talent because going into a game, even if the opponent is better, you feel like you got a chance.
Yeah.
With Dak, it's like, well, I don't know.
Yeah.
And that's not, to me, that's not a knock against Dak. It's just what the expectation is, and that's not his skill set.
The Texans claim Deontay Johnson off of waiver wires. Alec, he's had a bit of a weird run here, but losing Tank Dell to that bad knee injury, they needed a player. Deontay Johnson was with the the Steelers. Then he's down in Carolina this year. Then he gets released from them and then picked up by Baltimore. And then he doesn't go in to play for them, and they're like, we're letting you go. And now the Texans.
They got the playbook, and I'm just kidding. That's all they need.
It's a weird situation for him, and it seems like it's just continuing the run on Pittsburgh wide receivers that have like some sort of attitude issue. And
starting with AB,
it was quite. It was what you saw to a lesser capacity. It wasn't as well covered with the 49ers, having their defensive lineman that didn't want to go in the game, and they're like, we're going to suspend him for 3 games, whatever that actually means. Harbaugh was kind of just deflecting any questions about him after they acquired him. Why he wasn't playing, he was getting like 4 snaps a game, if that. And I think the last game he suited up for them, he got 0. And they asked him again, why this guy that you went out and acquired, why didn't he play? And he was like, that's something we're going to have to figure out. Like he straight up said that we're going to have to get this figured out because it's a weird situation.
That is weird.
And then literally days later, he gets waived.
Yeah.
So it was a attitude thing. And I don't know if that's going to change with a change of scenery because I thought that playing with a 2-time MVP as your quarterback would give me a great attitude personally. It seems like a great culture out there in Baltimore. Everybody seems to like playing there. They're playing winning football right now. And the Texans, I guess, give him a more immediate chance to be a playmaker and to be an impact guy. So maybe he shows up and says, I'm ready. I'm fresh. I haven't really played all year. It's my fault, but I haven't played all year, so I'm ready to go. We can try to make this playoff run because you guys need help. So if he goes in there open-minded and they accept him open-minded and say, hey, that stuff in the past
is the past.
Let's just
until
leave
you
it there.
do it here and then you're cut.
We're not going to act like it didn't happen, but let's just say new beginnings. We're at the end of the season. We really need your help because our guy just went down.
And how about this? This could be your last chance in this league.
Probably.
And by the way, the San Francisco situation, what's the kid's name? They walked off the field. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I think I heard this on G-Bag. I can't remember which show I heard this because it's like, why did they just suspend him and not just right out cut him? Because he obviously is a quitter. Well, apparently, if you do that, that gives him a great chance to just go somewhere else and make himself. In other words, it might open the door for players like, oh, I don't want to play here no more, so I'll act up.
I'm just not going to play.
I'm just not going to. And so what you do is you suspend them where they're still stuck and have to play for your organization, or at least be tied to you till the team decides they're through with you. And you can't just say, okay, I'll just act up now and then I'll be cut and I'm free to go wherever I want to go.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of NBA players did that. They'd get their big contract with the bad team.
Yep.
And then they'd say, all right, now trade me. I want out of here because we're not winning.
Yep.
But hold on, we just gave you all this money. That's great. Now go send me to a winner.
Why you bring up Jimmy Butler? Like?
Well, I was actually Deron Williams always comes to mind for me.
Will?
Yeah, I liked him, but I remember in Utah he finally got his big contract and was like, I want out of here now. He'd done everything he could with that team, but they were on the down. He gets paid and he's like, send me somewhere else. I like the guy. I really did. But I that's one that sticks out. There are lots of other ones that have happened too as well.
Yeah, he was having it out with the coach.
The Packers clinched their playoff spot last night by destroying the Saints. 34-0. That is 5 straight games of at least 30 points. Jordan Love, however, says, I still think there's a lot more points out there for us. He's 5 straight games of 30 points, and he's like, we can be better.
Meat on the bone. Is that what he's saying?
Yeah, he said, I think it's just little things.
He's not satisfied. I like that.
We're starting to be more consistent, dialing it in. The sky is the limit for this offense. That does concern me a little bit. I think they are a wild card for me in this playoffs. Now, I think they're probably going to be a wild card team too, but they are a wild card because they can outscore you, but they also can just throw in one of those games where you're like, what just happened?
Right. Yeah.
So I'm afraid of the Packers for anybody that has to play them in the playoffs.
A knock for me all season has been their defense. And I know it's the Saints. They're beat up and they're not exactly good by any means. But this is from our friend Ross Jackson. We had him on the show earlier in the year to preview the Cowboys and Saints. Saints rookie quarterback Spencer Rattler was pressured on 52.6% of his dropbacks against the Packers.
You say he was rattled?
He was rattled. He absolutely was. And it's hard to pitch a shutout in the NFL.
Yes, it is.
Against anybody. Against the Carolina Panthers.
Yes, anybody.
It is hard to shut NFL teams out because they're talented players. You hear the cliche all the time. Well, the other team gets paid too.
Jerry says that very frequently on
this
our show.
looked like a contender. It did that's what playoff teams do to bad teams. So, and you mentioned they probably left some points on the board. Not anything of their own fault. It's just typical inconsistencies that you see throughout the season. And I think that Jordan Love is going to be a guy that might not be this year because the NFC is so weird just in general, but he's a guy that you will win because of, you won't win with.
They pitched that shutout because the Saints, all to a man, were on the sideline saying those 2 words,
It's cold.
It's cold. It's cold.
They went and hung out in the freezer. That wasn't enough.
That wasn't enough.
Wasn't enough for them.
Get on the plane. Let's go.
Let's just get out. Remember that?
It's cold.
Remember that Steelers game when Romo throws an incompletion and then runs to the sideline and puts his hands on the. He's just like, it was cold.
It's cold.
And the offensive linemen are like, we're not even wearing sleeves. The Aaron Rodgers on Pat McAfee show said being released would be a first for him. But being released by a teenager would also be a first. He thinks that the possibility of Woody Johnson's teenage
fired.
son would be
What's his name? Brick?
Yeah, I think it is Brick.
I got released by a kid named Brick.
Killed a guy. He said, so, hey, I'm open to everything, but I find comedy in all of it. If it happens, hey, that's a great story.
They asked Rodgers, okay, so you got cut. What happened? My Madden score wasn't high enough.
Yeah. Madden score wasn't. Was Ocho Cinco doing something the other day where he was live changing Madden ratings? I think
he works for him.
Yeah, but
some kind of way.
Like in the game, he was like, these guys can change their rating within this game. And I can't remember. I just saw it on Red Zone for a second, so that was a quick thing there. The NFL, all right, the power rankings. The worst teams in the NFL have stayed the same. It is still Vegas, the Giants,
Carolina,
the Jacksonville's, and Tennessee. No, Carolina's actually moved their way up a little bit.
Their only loss has been at the Cowboys.
They are now number 24. The Cowboys move up as well to number 19 after a nice stretch here. And then the top teams let's go for the top 10. Who do you got at number 1 in the NFL according to ESPN?
Alec?
I think just because of their slip up the other week, the Lions would not be in consideration there. I'm going to go with the Kansas City Chiefs.
Chiefs at 14-1 are still number 1.
I was going to say the Chiefs. And
number 2?
Number 2, Buffalo Bills.
They got Detroit Lions there.
Okay.
The Bills come in at 4.
Really? So who's in the sweet spot of number 3?
They got a running back.
Minnesota.
They got a running back.
No.
Eagles.
That's
Eagles.
fascinating.
It's the Eagles.
It is the Eagles, and I'm fascinated that Minnesota is number 5 and not higher up on this list, considering everybody keeps disrespecting Minnesota, and I don't understand why. Baltimore falls in at 6, Green Bay 7, Pittsburgh, Washington, and Houston. Coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, it's time for AM on the FM. Where are we headed?
We got the question of the day, plus workplace drama is so much more fun when it's on national TV. Next on The Fan.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. It's also brought to you by the personal injury attorneys, the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214 or 817-333-3333. With the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget this Friday, all three of us are going to be at Buffalo Wild Wings at Left Bank in Fort Worth. So look forward to seeing y'all at Left Bank in Fort Worth. And we'll be out there doing all the Cowboys ticket giveaways and all the merchandise giveaways and also the $4 Ice Cold Miller Lite. So be there on Friday, 10 to 2 at Left Bank. But right now it's time for AM on the FM.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful. 1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
It's just so hard to focus now. All I can smell is the wings. I can smell the lemon pepper. I can taste the Miller Lite.
Yeah.
Friday. I need to get there already.
Ready to take a load off, huh?
Yeah, I'm so ready to take a load off with everybody in the city of Fort Worth. I need the entire city there.
Let's do it.
I need the fire marshal to threaten us. That's what I need.
It's happened before.
Yeah, we need to do that again.
We need Kelly Clarkson to stay in town, show up and sing some Christmas songs.
Amazing. It's my first time out there for one of these Friday football feasts, so I need y'all to show up and show out,
That's
please.
right. You've been holding it down at the Pimp Cup.
Oh, yeah. I could just smell it through the radio waves, and I get so hungry, and all I have in the backpack is a protein bar. You know, it's a hard knock life up here at 75 and Fitzhugh. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorney text line to answer today's question of the day for AM on the FM Plus. I know we all selfishly love workplace drama, but it's just so much better when it happens to people who are on national TV for a living. We'll hear from that here in just a minute. There's some drama brewing over at ESPN.
Oh.
And it sounds like the personal variety, not the bit variety. Sounds like
There always is.
It's funny that they're all coworkers, but the different programs don't really mess with each other.
Yeah.
We'll get to that here in just a little bit because Shannon Sharp was out here wilding yesterday on First Take. The question of the day today is going to be very topical, gentlemen. 1, because I am wearing my new favorite t-shirt. 2, because it is December 24th, 2024. It's a lot of 2s and a lot of 4s. Especially because James is wearing his ugly Christmas sweater and a Santa hat that he has now switched out of, I imagine because it gets itchy.
It got itchy.
Got itchy, and they can get warm, too. And you got the headphones on, the over-the-ear headphones. So I respect it, but as soon as the red light goes off at about 1:55 today and we give way to the G-Bag Nation, I need that thing back on, all right? Need the top back on, all right?
You got it.
Put your top on.
Yeah, please put your top on, please. And keep
It may come off here.
And keep it red.
No shirt noon on the way.
Hey, there we go.
I love it red. I love it when it's red. So
this is a TD Tuesday, like G-Bag?
It is a TD Tuesday, and James is acting very accordingly. Actually, he's still got it on. I can still see. But the question is going to be, do you have, and if you do, what is your favorite Christmas Eve tradition that you do? 877-881-1053, as well as Twitch and YouTube, because for me, we did a lot more when I was growing up, when I was a kid. There was, we would drive around the neighborhood and look at everybody's Christmas lights, and we would do the hot chocolate. We would watch, there was like 2 or 3 movies we had to watch every single year. Now that I'm grown up, it's not in, like my sister lives in a different state, so like it's a lot more, we kind of just make it up as we go. But I'm hoping what my dad did for us today is going to be tradition going forward. He went over to HEB, something Mike Bassett can't do yesterday, and he spent his day off shopping for meat, and he got himself some Wagyu steaks that he's going to cook up for us, which we do steak every now and then. More so when we go out, we don't really cook it at home, but this is like maybe the 3rd time that I can remember him actually making steak for us, but he was like, I'm going big or I'm going home. I'm getting the nicest stuff I can find at the store, and we're going to have ourselves a good night. So I'm hoping this turns into a tradition where Christmas Eve is going to be steak night at the Medford household.
Can I do a quick shout out to that new HEB in Mansfield? Because
it's great. I love it.
I was driving down 287 minding my own business, and traffic was backed up on the exit. for Broad because that's where that HBEB was. I mean, it was on the highway, the backup. Like they were going to see Christmas lights, but they're getting the Christmas food.
So I haven't been to the HEB in Plano just because,
it's crowded out.
Plano, yeah.
Got stuff to do. But like
too rich.
The first time I ever went to an HEB was in San Antonio.
That's where they
would go down to Port O'Connor and fish, and then we'd bring the fish back to my buddy's place in San Antonio, and we'd have a big fish fry. And so all four of us went in to go buy stuff at HEB, and I'm walking around, I get to the beer section, and there is a super hot lady giving samples of beer, and she let me stand there and get hammered. Like I was sitting there, she just kept pouring. She was like, nobody's been coming by, and I was like, I'll stay here until you stop giving me beer. And that was a great time. So I appreciate HEB.
Interesting. I love HEB too. And I saw a video. I want to catch this in store. I saw on TikTok they will do like a whole presentation where they split Parmesan wheels. Like in store, and they give you like a history lesson on where it came from, the process,
HEB, man.
like how the whole like process of it was created and everything, and then they hand out little samples of that freshly sliced Parmesan wheel. And Parmesan cheese is just like a delicacy. It was made by Jesus himself, if you didn't know.
Really?
I don't know if that's true. I'm just making that up, but it may as well be because it is so good. But I do want to see some of that stuff, and they do some really good stuff like that, and everything. The deals are just amazing.
From the 469, every Christmas Eve, build a Lego set, preferably Star Wars, and then smoke with my gorgeous wife. I'm assuming like a brisket or something like that.
Yeah, because
nobody's talking about the green sticky stuff.
I mean, none of our listeners smoke weed.
Not a single one.
Nobody. I dare you, if you do, or if you currently are, 877-881-1053, because not a single person is going to text in and say that. Not today.
Not on Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
Y'all haven't seen the Snoop Dogg that was the night before Christmas?
Have you seen the Snoop on a Shelf or Snoop on a Stoop?
Snoop on a Stoop?
My kid wants a Snoop on the Stoop really bad. Like the Elf on a Shelf.
Now
Snoop
drop
on a
that
Stoop.
jingle.
Yeah, exactly. Now drop that jingle.
Yeah, drop that jingle.
For our family, so growing up, my childhood, we always went to Grandma Major's on Christmas Eve and Grandma Stevens on Christmas Day. That was how it was. Then divorce happens after high school. Everything just fell apart. Like it was just like, I don't know. We schedule at Thanksgiving, everybody just kind of starts flipping coins on how it's going to be. And this year we are going to my mom's tonight and then my dad's tomorrow. So I think just opening presents, being around family is my favorite Christmas Eve thing.
Yeah.
It really is, because now when I was a kid, it was like, what electronic might I get? I might get lucky and get an electronic tonight, but Santa's going to bring me the good stuff. But now it really is watching the kids, watching them open presents. That really does give me joy. I don't know. I can't explain how just being a dad is a really fun thing.
I'm with you on that. I love watching the kids open those Christmas gifts. They're a little bit older now. But this is the craziest thing. It seems like, I don't know how this has happened, but since the kids were kids, my wife has gotten us wearing these Christmas onesies. The whole family's matching in these onesies. And then they take pictures, and I guess that's the tradition now. Yes. That never happened when I was growing up. But my family's like, they got the onesies. Where's your onesie?
Yeah, we get Christmas pajamas every year now. My daughter loves it, and I'm always like, pajamas. Oh my gosh. But I got the last 6 or 7 years, I still have all the pajamas that have gone through there. So
yeah. Well, Alec, you done opened up Pandora's box on the text.
Hey, the 469 did follow up with you, Corey, and said, yep, brisket.
Okay, yeah, good. Glad to hear that.
I don't think you're telling the truth.
For him,
because nobody else.
All these other TOLOs. In fact, this one TOLO said, it helps take the load off.
Well, I guess so. Somebody said they're smoking crack.
Yeah, well,
so
whatever, to each his own. Or as Snoop used to say, to each his reaching. If you can't get it, it ain't yours to have.
Exactly.
That's a great point. I was still trying to comprehend yesterday, even after the show, that Mike actually smoked with Ricky Henderson.
Oh yeah, you never heard that story before?
I've heard it before, but like hearing it again,
that's Mike's
just
legendary
like
story.
It finally like hit me like that actually happened. That's awesome. That's one that you take to the grave. That's so cool. But keep those coming in. 877-881-1053. Your favorite Christmas Eve tradition. I saw this multiple times. people saying tamale dinners.
Yes, there's a lot of people that make tamales. If
Sounds
not Christmas
lovely.
Eve, they do it on New Year's
We're
Eve.
having Tex-Mex tonight. I'm in charge of the queso.
There you go.
Because Lucy and I have been, we got a queso
Love some
book
queso.
that's awesome. It's all these different types of queso. I recently made a Gulf queso with like crab in it. That one wasn't great.
I was about to
That
say
one, that one wasn't great. All the rest
like
of
there's
them,
a line.
They've crushed. They have crushed.
Yeah.
So yeah, we are doing. My mom she's like, look, everybody's probably gonna do some traditional stuff. We're doing Tex-Mex.
The meat, if you put any meat in the queso's got to be ground beef.
So usually with this queso,
chili-ish,
it's ground hot spicy. Is it Jimmy Dean or Owen's sausage?
Yeah, sausage.
Usually it's that. But I told Adrian, because my son does not eat pork, I was like, let's just make some picadillo and throw that in there, and so we'll have some ground beef in there today. That is what's going on.
Sorry, I love
You're just laughing right now.
These
He's thinking like a producer. Oh, okay.
These responses are amazing.
You've opened up Pandora's box, Alec.
Nobody's passing around a Jolly Santa bongs.
The 214 said just rolled up my Christmas spirit.
People say they're doing this as we speak.
I'm sorry.
I don't believe any of
I
you.
don't believe any of you. You're doing it for the bits. You want to be famous, and I respect it because I will.
There's got to be 100 texts, all
This
on the
is
same
great.
topic.
Well, it's illegal in Texas, I believe, right? Isn't that
Yeah.
How's that work? Is it you can only carry so much?
Something like that.
These are Oklahoma Tolos.
I found this out. By the way, Tolos out there who are texting in right now, I want you to be careful if you have pets. I found out because my dog swallowed some dental floss, and the people he had to have surgery and get the whole thing
Oh, they
taken
couldn't
out.
just pull the string out of his butt?
They tried that, and it was 5 foot long worth of dental floss.
Oh, man.
But where I was going with this was
A long day right there.
where I was going with this was the people who worked at the vet were saying, you have no idea how many pot puppies come in here. People are leaving their weed around, and the dogs are eating it and getting woozy, and you have to cart them off to the vet. Just saying, don't do it. And gummies, too. They said they're eating all that stuff. So be careful.
I've seen that before. I've seen that before. It wasn't mine.
Right.
Somebody else's.
He said, what's wrong with that dog? He's wobbling. He said, what's wrong with that dog? His last name is D-O-double-G.
By the way, Chris, somebody did text this in. Elf on a shelf, Snoop on a stoop, K&C in a tree, Chris on the town got you down.
Got you down.
So
Look at that.
Oh, that'll work.
Just Chris all over
Rhyming all over the
DFW.
place, yeah.
That's what we got to get for next
Can never
year.
have too much Chris.
And Christmas.
Be honest. You guys, to an extent, you enjoy drama, right?
To a degree. But you love chaos.
I try
That's what this
to
thing is.
personally avoid it. All right, I try to personally avoid it.
Oh yeah, not being in it,
but
being a bystander.
I
is
do
great.
like to. I try to personally avoid as much drama. If stuff goes on around the office, my first thing is to be like, just put my head down and keep work. Just do my thing.
But you're still listening.
I'm
out
going
that
to hear
radio.
about it though. I
Yeah.
know somebody's going to tell me about what's going on.
You're not taking sides.
What are you proud of?
Yeah, what are you proud of?
So apparently there's this whole thing where there was like a misunderstanding or a misquoting of Kirk Herbstreit, where they were First Take was talking about Kirk Herbstreit's comments about Ryan Day or whatever. And he said during the playoff game against Tennessee, about First Take, he said, quote, they thought he was done talking about Ryan Day, so I'll be excited to see what they talk about on Monday.
Okay.
And I guess Shannon Sharp took exception to that on First Take yesterday. Take it away, Skip.
Even though I'm going to let it slide. I'm going to be a good teammate. I'm going to let it slide. Everybody's at ESPN because had you not taken the route you taken, I would have lit their ass up.
Oh.
But I'm going to let it slide. You know what, guys? Congratulations, Ohio State. You won the game. But, hey, if we're going to be on the same team, if we're going to work for the same network, don't do that. Kurt, Chris Fowler, I promise you, if you ever mention anything, any platform that I'm on again and talking about, I wonder what they're going to say in negativity, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough bosses to keep me off y'all for what I'm going to say. So I'm going to let y'all slide today. I'm going to turn it over to D.O. before I get myself in trouble. But don't play with me. Go ahead, D.O.
Damn. I got to follow? Go ahead. Oh, man.
It sounded like Herb Street was just trying to tease to his show on Monday.
Exactly. Like, if anything, it was a good plug. But I want to know what he has on Herb Street, because he said there's not enough bosses that could keep me from saying what I'm going to say. What does he have?
I don't think
on
he have
Herb
anything.
Street?
I think he's just going to go off.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to go off.
Just let me go off. Let me do it.
I want to hear him just go nuclear, though. That would be kind of fun. Just because
Didn't Herb Street go to Ohio State back in the day?
he did. And I just want to know what that would sound like a 2-minute rant of Shannon Sharp just lisp and all going in on Kirk.
You know
Herb
who
Street.
does a great impersonation? Lucius.
Yeah,
of Shannon
he can
Sharp.
impersonate
Kills
anybody
it.
on this planet. I'm
No,
convinced of that.
Skip.
Yeah, skip. Don't do that, Skip. So I want to see how that goes. But I just want to be able to run that sound. So please, ESPN corporate, let him cook.
Yeah,
That's
let him
AM
cook.
on the FM.
All right, thank you very much. Fantastic work there, Alec. Coming up next, we'll
Great
chit-chat
job,
with our
Skip.
friend Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, it's a Christmas Eve TD Tuesday, and Mark Schlereth joins.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it?
The Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford. We got Chris Arnold in studio and James. We're all learning how to communicate together.
You scare me. You just threw everybody's looking at me this way, and we've all got thumbs up. I'm like, oh, God, what happened? Am I not supposed to do a read right now?
We're thumbs up, though?
Okay, yeah, we're good.
We got Mickey Spagnola from DallasCowboys.com joining us right now. Mickey, how are we doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. You keeping these boys in line?
No.
You know what? It just turns into chaos, and I'm okay with that. I'm one of those people that I enjoy the chaos, Mickey, because I don't know what's going to happen. All right.
Well, very good.
Yeah, I'm all right with that. Now, that being said, Jerry Jones was on this morning, and we're always trying to read and decipher Jerry and what he says, and I don't think a lot of times he tries to trick people. I've never really felt that way, but he also sometimes doesn't give all truths,
like vague.
Yeah, he gives you just enough, but he did say we have an outstanding future ahead when he was talking about what Mike McCarthy has done and what the Cowboys team has done late here. Do you get the feeling, based on times you've seen coaches leave this organization from Jerry, that Mike McCarthy is pretty secure at this point?
Well, I don't know about pretty secure, but I think it's better than what the outside noise would interpret. And think about it. That started before the season ever began, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
He was on the hot seat.
From that playoff game on.
Right, and then they lose 5 straight, and then the seat got hotter.
Mm-hmm.
And then now, you're looking at it pragmatically and factoring in all the – and it's not just injuries. It's who got hurt, right?
Pro Bowlers.
Prominent guys. Like I think Steven said it Monday. Right now, it's like 40% of their salary cap's on injured reserve. And that doesn't account for the guys that came back. I want to say 4 of their top 5 salaries spent time on injured reserve this year. And so that's got to factor in, I think, to any evaluation of, where you're going and, where you are right now at 7-8. And I guarantee you, there's not a lot of people that want to put their hand up in the air and say, yeah, I thought this team could get back to 7-8 with 2 games to go. No one believed that. Hell, no one believed they could win this past Sunday, right?
Sure.
Anybody pick it?
I did not. I had it close, but I didn't pick it for sure.
I was too scared.
Yeah, right. But again, so I think some of that's got to factor in the overall valuation. And, when he was talking about the future, too, I think he was talking about the team future of some of these guys that have been forced to play,
right?
And all of a sudden you're getting some stuff out of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you didn't expect and probably wouldn't have got the opportunity if there was a bunch of injuries. Now, some of that is going to cause them some headaches once free agency starts. Like, well, can I keep this guy?
Right.
Can I keep that guy? When you're looking at guys like Osa and Chauncey Golston stepping up, Jordan Lewis, yeah, by the way. And so, but I guess that's a good thing to have to worry about. Rico, we can go on and on a bunch of these
Cooper
guys.
Rush.
Yes, yeah. Don't forget that. How valuable your backup quarterback is.
I'm co-signing with you, Mickey, because when everybody was supposedly mad that they beat Washington and there goes the pick, I said, with the team building process, and I understand the strategy, but I want to see who you're going to keep on this roster right now. It's not about can they make the playoffs or not. I want to see who can play because I want to make the right choices. So you better watch these games as much as you watch the college tape to get ready for a draft.
Well, right now at 7-8, they would pick 14th, right?
Mm-hmm.
But think about how bad the records are that are, ahead of him in the draft choice. We weren't going to get there. there's too many teams that are like 4 wins, 3 wins, 2 wins, whatever, right? It's unreal how many like really bad records are out there. So even if you're kind of middle of the pack, around 500 or whatever, okay, so you're picking in the middle. You pick Zach Martin at number 16, right? So it's like I said yesterday. You're dealing with human beings out here playing these games. It's not trading stocks.
Right, and the other part about it, like I said, team building is a sport, and people like the strategy. Oh, let's get the highest pick possible. But guess what? You still have to fill out a roster, and there are guys here who are free agents. There are guys here who are rookies that get the reps and whatever. You got to assess what you've got. You can't say, okay, let's skip to the draft and throw away the entire roster. Except for CD and Dak because they got a contract. You got to,
and I get 5 more guys,
right?
Yeah, exactly. So anyway,
if we're going to talk about the future, something that's come up a lot is your defensive coordinator, Mike Zimmer, and he talked yesterday, and something that Twitter's had a little bit of fun with, and I want to see your read on it, was he was asked if he's enjoyed this enough that he wants to keep doing it. So, he came out of retirement, and he said, quote, "We'll see. Let's wait until the end of the year and see where we are at." Do you take anything away from that? Because I, honestly, if you had to make me make a bet today, I'd say he's coaching the Cowboys defense again next year.
I would think they want him to. I think the way this is kind of turned around, and as I watched him and I've known Zim for quite a while, right? We first met in 1979, if you can believe that.
Wow.
Now
I wasn't even born yet.
There was a period in there where we weren't around each other, but we were for 2 years, and then he comes back 94 with the Cowboys. So he's not one to. I think he kind of warmed to the thing, like, okay, I'm going to try and do this. And then as the season went along, and I can tell the way he's dealing with his Monday press conferences when the coordinators speak, that he's gotten a little more comfortable, a little more giving out a little bit more information. And I said, okay, I think this season has grabbed him, right? It's sucked him in. And I could see him wanting to go on. Absolutely. I mean, these coaches, it's in their soul, right?
Yeah,
it really is.
They do.
I mean, I remember I got to cover Bear Bryant's last game that he coached. It was a Liberty Bowl,
Memphis,
1980. I want to say it was 83 Liberty Bowl, and it was the 82 season, but I don't know. Yeah, they probably played in December of 82. And he was going to retire after that game. And I saw him. It was cold. He was standing on like a milk crate to do the press conference afterwards. They won. They beat Illinois. And he just looked ashy. And I'm going, golly, this guy doesn't look good. And I swear it was a month later and he passed away.
Sure did.
And it's almost like, they need to coach, right? Like maybe some of us in the media. I don't know. I don't know who that would be, right? But
why are we looking at each other, Mick?
Right. I mean, that's what they do, and I think Mike's really enjoying this, and I think his relationship with Micah Parsons that has grown, and everybody thought, whoa, this is going to be tenuous to start, and now, you hear Micah talking about them going out to dinner. Yeah. Tex Schramm once said, because he got accused of hanging around with too many young people, and it was messing up his mind, right? It was changing how he thought. And Tex said, he goes, when you hang around with young people, you keep young. And I think there's something to it.
Yeah, I think you got something right there for sure, Mickey. Merry Christmas to you. Happy holidays. We will talk with you. I'll talk with you on Friday.
All right.
The fellas will check
I'll
in with
talk to
you
somebody on Thursday.
Yeah, right now
we will be
some
here.
buddies. All right. Very
we'll show
good.
up just for
Merry
you.
Christmas, Mick.
Hey, like I always say, I don't know who decided to put Christmas in the middle of the NFL season, but we got to carry on.
So rude.
Why'd they do that? All right, Mickey, have a good one, man.
See you
Merry
guys.
Christmas.
There he goes, Mickey Spagnola right here on 105.3 The Fan. I just wanted to fit this in real quick. Chris Young, we love him. Like that's all I can say is like I just love this dude.
More than I love most people.
He is a GM who whenever it's like, all right, I'm ready to make a run this year. He's like, all right, I'm going to add. And you're like, oh, wow, that was impressive. He's like, yeah, guess what? I added again. You're like, oh, okay, this is great. No, adding again. He's just like more. And this is Chris Young. Now, they did talk to Roki Sasaki, but he said, I won't talk more about other than we had the conversation.
Don't jinx it.
But he did say this. I'm very happy with the moves we've made. And I think all of us are very happy with the moves we made. But then he goes on. But certainly we don't want to stop. Good God, I love hearing that. We feel like we're trying to build a team that can compete for a division title and hopefully a World Series championship, and we're going to need to continue to pursue leverage arms.
Yep.
And that's not going to be just this offseason. That's going to be into the season as well. So I feel like they're going to make trades in the season, but they want to go into spring training with as solid of a team as they can and say, okay, what else do we need?
Sounds like, once again, he's going to be working on Christmas Eve, and his wife is going to be so unhappy.
She's going to be so sick of him.
Say, how you like that ring?
So sick of him, and we're all going to be so thankful for those Christmas gifts. And
why is the man?
I'm glad he outwardly said that because, even Jared said it yesterday when he joined us during the show. He was like, it might not be until after Christmas, but he's like, the Rangers aren't done. And I seriously believe that because you hear Mike talk about it all the time too. They still need a closer.
Yep.
And I'll tell you right now, if I'm making a bet, which I don't bet because you can't do that here, his name is Kirby Yates. I think he's back. I really do. And there is some smoke to the idea I threw at Jared yesterday. Chris Martin, he played for the Rangers before. He lives here in Arlington, actually. He's like,
I thought he performs at Coldplay.
Yeah, so he might be in the middle of a world tour right now. I saw him at the Cotton Bowl. Yeah, he was really good, and the team's colors don't involve yellow, so I don't know how that's going to work. But no, he showed with the Red Sox that he still got it. Jared mentioned there was some medical issues that he's gotten over. We don't have to worry about that, but it will bring the price down to where you could probably get him and Kirby Yates. So that's 2 more leverage arms that you could add to your bullpen, including a true closer that made an all-star team. So I think they are far from done.
I love it. Viva la vida, if you will. All right, guys, coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, is college GM now the most desirable job in all of sports? We talk about it next in the...
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Hall of Famer Chris Arnold.
Got you
That's
down.
3-time Hall of Famer right there. Riding shotgun with us today. We got Alec Medford hanging out and James, and who's in the great holiday spirit.
Mm-hmm.
It's also starting to rain here at the Fitzhugh location where our building is.
I just washed my car.
And it's it looks like it's rolling in as we speak from probably from around Arlington area.
Christmas is canceled.
No, you can still be. Are you doing Christmas outside?
Yeah.
Is it because your car's getting rained on?
I was going to do Christmas in the car. You know, I'm so in love with the new car from Platinum Chevy. So I wanted to celebrate in there.
The
Christmas these chestnuts.
Mm-hmm. The new job
Big nut guy.
of college GM is fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I love this line is a CBS Sports story on Darian Mensah. Darian Mensah is a transfer to Duke. He is signing an $8 million contract. He is signing an $8 million NIL deal to play at Duke.
Okay.
Here's the line though: $5 million budgets become $15 million, and $10 million becomes $25 million in a market rife with NIL inflation. And this deal for Mensah is the highest deal so far. And we can only assume that with the way money is rolling around there, they're just going to continue to go up. $4 million annual average salary for a college football player would make him the highest paid. The world of college football, the world of college sports, the landscape is changing every day. I don't think it's like changed and now we're concrete and we know what it's going to be.
It's the Wild Wild West.
It's continuing. And what's going to happen is people who can apply business models to sports are going to find themselves having the most success. If you're somebody who can say, you know what, I'm not really good at selling this, I'm going to hire the best salesman, and they're going to go out and get me the recruits because they have the money, and they're going to go out and get the money because somebody's got to go talk to the donors. Somebody's got to go talk to these big wigs that have the money that T. Boone Pickens had while he was going to Oklahoma State.
Name a building after him.
Yeah, and like my kid, my oldest or my middle kid, we're talking about where he wants to go in college, and he was watching UT, and he was like, "Dad, I think I want to play there." And I was like, "Hey, listen, man, they got the Pancake Factory, a specific group just to pay offensive linemen."
Yep.
And so I said, and he's like, "Hold on, what's that?" So I had to explain all of NIL to him, and he's like, "Oh, and they've been doing that forever?" And I was like, "No, this is new. This is a whole new world right now." But the rise of the college sports GM is starting to get to a point where in the program, only maybe the coach will have more power. If you're the way we've seen it with the NFL is some coaches, Shanahan, gets in and says, "I want John Lynch as my GM."
Exactly. They want some protection.
Yeah. And so you want to know that you can work together with that person. And I feel like what we just saw with Bill Belichick, he said, "Let me handpick Michael Lombardi as my GM."
Yep.
You're really growing. You're really growing a new job in this world that I think a lot of people are going to look at and go, "I want that job. I want that position because I can control the entire campus's funds for where it needs to go, and I can go pick whatever players I want." Is the GM for college football the most desirable job in all of sports right now?
I think it is because you're working with a lot less limitation in some of these areas too, because you kind of hinted at it with the inflation aspect of it, where I could see a lot of scenarios where you're seeing Andrew Luck take a job like this.
Yes.
And you're getting people that have pull with a specific program that can give the ultimate sales pitch to a 5-star quarterback, and then he can come back and say, "But USC is offering me $1 million more."
Mm-hmm.
And then that budget, that $9 million that you offered, you can have the power. If you have the budget, you know what that revenue share number is looking like. You know what the donors are doing for you. You can easily just say, My budget was $9 million. We're $1 million away. He wants to go here, $10 million done. There's a lot more flexibility because there is no cap to this. There is no limitation. It really is just the amount of money that the school and their donors are willing to give you on top of how good at you are you at selling a vision. If you can sell that vision, then I think the money part will work itself out, because usually if you're selling a vision, you're selling it at a big name program like for Andrew Luck, a Stanford, for a USC, for a UNC now with Bill Belichick. It's usually going to be a big money program already. So I'm not even worried about that if I am a former player or a former league GM. I'm saying, look, they're going to take care of that. And even if we have to work some extra levers and get some more advertisers, we can work that out later. You are working with a whole different system to where the only thing you have to worry about is scholarships that the NCAA is willing to give you. And that's about it. And guys that would maybe fit into your scheme, but at that point, you're not worried about that. You're worried about talented kids that you can coach.
This was so crazy about that, because everything you're saying is exactly right. For anybody who used to think the NCAA had some kind of rules that were always broken underneath the table or whatever, those rules don't apply anymore.
Nope.
It truly is the Wild Wild West. The only people these general managers have to be concerned with are the coach, the alumni, the boosters who are giving the money, and the conference commissioners, because the conference commissioners help dole out the TV money. So as long as you got a point person in your college football program or your college big sport program, that person can handle all those things. The coach has plausible deniability on a lot of stuff as far as recruiting and all those things anyway. It's something that had to happen and is evolving. And with that being said, you would think at some point in time, they all got to get an agreement and say, you know what? This is out of control. We just offered this freshman blue chip recruit from X high school $100 million deal, $10 million or $100 million. I'm just being outrageous because that's what it's evolving to. If the money is there, if the late great T. Boone Pickens was still alive, they might say, T. Boone, this kid wants $12 million a year. What?
And he'd say, put up another win.
We gotta get our program established. Meanwhile, Alabama, and I'm talking about traditional powers, Oklahoma, Ohio State, Texas, are like, wait a minute. How come Oklahoma State has all this big money quarterback? And will the quarterback even work out? Will he adjust to the college life? I mean, the whole point is it's going to all of a sudden have to have some rules. Maybe you sign the players through contracts for that team. Because remember that UNLV quarterback, the start of the season, they go 3-0, and he goes, where's that $100,000 I was promised? I'm not going to play until I get my $100,000.
Well, and that is the big deal of trying to keep players happy, because
and their parents,
and that's got to be, for the longest time, coaches knew you want to get to the NFL. I got your career in my hand, and your scholarship, you being here, you want to get to the next place. All you playing time is all predicated by me.
And guess what? This is the part we haven't even brought up yet, because everything where you're saying this leads to this. They used to control it, and you could even say the money part with the boosters and NIL. Guess what? The players can say, F you, I'm going to the portal.
Yeah, that's all
That's what I'm saying. It's the Wild Wild West. They could take all that money and go to the portal next season.
You send a kid to the shed for migraines, and he's going to end up saying, I don't want to be here anymore, which usually happens. But if you yell at a kid the wrong way, if you take playing time away, there's no way to really have control or discipline, because they can do what they want. They can go to any other college they want. Now, Jeff Collins is considered patient zero in the GM game. He and Chan Gailey were talking at Georgia Tech, and they were having a conversation about it, and they were putting together an idea on what he could be. And eventually Chan Gailey said, all right, listen, I just want you, what you can call it, whatever you want it, I just want you to take care of recruiting. And he became essentially the first player personnel person for college football without really having a title for that. Yeah. But he was considered, he was what is believed the first college director of player personnel. Then they signed a top 15 class in 2007. So this was back then. Was that he was like, I'm gonna be in charge of this. if I need you, Chan Gailey, to come in and talk to these guys, I will, but I'm going to take care of the whole thing for you. I'll provide the team. You just tell me what kind of team you want. And that's pretty much what the NFL does. And then I guess Nick Saban heard about it, and Nick Saban said the next year, he was like, I want to get my own. The next year, they got Collins. They signed the first of his 10 number 1 overall recruiting classes with the Tide. So, like, this guy knew what he was doing.
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing. And
10 of them.
The quote from him was, I was really the first and second person to have that GM role. And he said, Andrew Luck is, like you pointed out, he's done this too. Yeah. But those guys, they kind of created the vision of what this job should be. And now, just like an NFL GM, just like Will McClay.
Yep.
They can sit there and not be known so much.
Right.
Not be the guy that's getting pointed at for whatever class, while the coach is still taking on a lot of that. But the coach gets to just focus on coaching. Yeah. Maybe be called in every once in a while. There was another quote, though, that I was looking for that I saw that I really wanted to roll. Oh, here it is. Nope, never mind. Go ahead.
While you look for that, something that I was thinking about is think about the opportunities this could open to for maybe some coaches that you think of as great recruiters, but
that's all they can do.
But not good coaches. Like,
correct, not sideline guys.
A lot of this would be fantasy land. Like, it's almost like fantasy booking in pro wrestling. Like, you're making stuff up, and it would be fun. But think about, just imagine if a guy that already recruits good, like a Steve Sarkisian, had a Mario Cristobal in his front office helping him recruit. Like, the UT is already fine with recruiting. But if you added somebody like that you don't regard as a great coach, but you say, you know how to find talent.
Yeah.
You put him in the front office and help that thing out, they're not going anywhere for a really long time. So, and then think about what that could do for some maybe smaller programs that don't have as much money yet, but they are really well coached. You give them a good recruiter like that, that's going to change things.
While you're playing, and I'm saying, I'm kidding. This is seriously. Will McClay was a coach. And see where he is at Dallas Cowboys. He could get the play. He was a coach, and he's great at finding talent.
Yeah, I mean, I do remember when I was covering the Desperados at the time, and they were like, "Oh, what are we going to do here?" And then all of a sudden, Clint Dolezal shows up, and he's like one of the best quarterbacks in Arena League, and he shows up, and they're just killing. I was like, Will McClay's he knows what good talent is. Man. Here's the line I was looking for. Collins, the first one, he said, I started it one day to go to the NFL. Now the NFL has come to college. And that's where I'm starting to, this is where the next picture of it is, because the NFL has been taking from college for a long time.
Yeah, feeder system.
They take players, they take systems.
And coaches.
They take plays, they take styles of play, and coaches as well.
Kingsbury.
And now you might be able to make more money going to college to be a GM than you're going to make, because it's really limitless. How much can I raise?
Right.
How much money can I raise?
There's more schools than NFL teams.
Yeah. How much money? Exactly. More opportunities, more jobs. You know, maybe the potential of having to run more of the programs rather than just concentrating on football. I don't know if if they're hiring different ones for different sports, or if they're just saying you're overseeing the entire thing. But yeah, man, that is their opportunity to. He was trying to prove himself at this level so he could go to the NFL, where everybody thinks that's the best. But now it's like, if you're an NFL GM, or if you're an NFL coach and you kind of want to do some certain things, you can start leveraging college against the NFL. And I wonder how the NFL is going to combat that. That's what that's the big interest for me is, will the NFL say, because what's the rule? You can't hire a coach from college unless he becomes a head coach. Like, he can't take the same role on in that position. And so they instilled that rule so you couldn't just pluck. And now I feel like there's going to be another rule for GMs where they're just like, hey, you can't just go back all the time. We're losing all our best guys.
I don't know if there really is going to be much of a way to combat that. I'm sure the NFL will think of something, and it's either going to be not enough or it's going to be egregious. We got to see how this shakes out. They got to give it a few years. They got to see how that money, how the TV deals change, how the revenue coming in from donors and everything really changes everything, because we can sit here and say that, with the revenue split that Congress has put together on top of donors willing to give more because you can pay for talent, you got to actually see how it plays out, because for some programs, it is going to be amazing. It is going to be program altering just because you can use money. Think of SMU. They haven't been recruiting great over the past few years, but they have so much generational money that keeps getting passed down and passed down and passed down.
They call them resources.
Exactly. They have unlimited resources, as they like to say, and that's never going to change. So that opened up a chance for them to be in the college football playoff within 1 year of this whole thing happening. But for other schools, it might not be the exact same case. So I think that it's going to be a longer burn than we're expecting, but I do think we will eventually, whether it's 5, 10, 15 years down the road, we are going to get to the place where the NFL is going to be like, crap, we are losing all of our smartest people, and we're having to start getting these hotshot young people that aren't experienced, and they're making bad moves for our league. And in turn, we're losing ratings, we're losing jersey sales because they're getting bad players on their teams. Yada yada. People are getting fired, and we're having to bring in new people
that
we don't exactly
get
trust.
leveled?
Yes, it would. It absolutely would. So I think we got to ride this thing out. But for now, this has to be a really sexy job idea
for sure.
for some really smart people.
Heck, you might be able to start in college as a student and be working in that program and work your way into that job.
And stay at school.
We see it happen with SIDs all the time.
All the time.
All right, guys, coming up next here on the
Graduate
KNC
assistant
Masterpiece, we give away some Christmas presents to the NFL teams, but also, what gift do you need that you just won't admit you need? Next on The Fan.
Are you ready for some commercial-free KNC Masterpiece?
remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
Nah, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The Expressway on 105.3 The Fan is brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. What is the Christmas present that you need, but you just won't admit that you need it? And I'll tell you exactly why I brought this up. Also, here in the Expressway, 40 minutes of uninterrupted sports content. We will have, it's your choice. CA Confidential, CA Sports, whatever you want to do, Chris Arnold. We'll have you here in just about 15 minutes. But
you want a tease?
Yes, absolutely.
The tease is how Michael Irvin stole my Hall of Fame jacket and still has it to this day.
To this day.
That's rude.
No, it's not rude.
Stealing's not good.
Yeah.
That's what they told me in kindergarten.
Yeah, I was taught that very early on.
Cornerbacks think it's an honor. Steal picks.
The entire NFL, CBS Sports has given them a Christmas wish list. So for every single team in the NFL, what do they need this Christmas? The New York Giants, the number one pick in the 2025 NFL draft.
They need more than that.
They need a lot more than that, but that is something that they're getting it. They're getting gifted that. So that is the gift that they're getting. The Philadelphia Eagles, and I don't know if as a human, I think we all want this, a quick recovery for Jalen Hurts. Obviously, the concussion there, the rib injury to Kenny Pickett. What does it look like for them? But I think he'll get over that concussion, be back pretty quickly.
Might be Sunday.
And as Sirianni at one point did say he heals faster than us.
Put it like this.
He did say that.
They'll probably do gamesmanship and not let anybody know until close to that, injury. Oh, he's healed.
But the most important part, he will be back for playoffs.
Oh yeah.
For the Washington Commanders, they want to gift 2 Eagles losses. So not Jalen Hurts not being on the field, probably important to that. And in the NFC, we're sticking in the NFC East here for the Dallas Cowboys. A new approach to roster building.
Huh.
Yeah.
Now,
as opposed to not doing anything at all. Which was last offseason. They did nothing.
However,
draft.
in the past, I mean, they did have, let's give them the credit. I know they talk about it a lot. But they did have 3 straight years of quality football. Did they win in the playoffs?
No.
They had quality football. They had good roster. Last year might have been one of the best rosters I've seen in a long time.
Agreed.
And then they backed off for whatever reason this year.
Crazy.
Because they're saying they have to save money for Micah. It doesn't make sense.
Nope. And they got $25 million under the cap right now.
And quite honestly, fans are smarter. They understand that's not really a true thing.
Thank you.
But the roster building approach for the Cowboys is what kind of throws me off a little bit because they put a lot of trust in Will McClay. On
the draft.
That has worked for them, but it seems like it works in about 3-year windows. And then it's time to kind of revisit the way that is. So how would you divvy up the pie for the Cowboys if they are going to take on a new approach? And you have everything at your disposal here, so don't limit yourself like Jerry. Don't limit yourself.
Let me. I've simply said this for the longest. If you're going to team build, you got to use all aspects of it. You can't just say we're all in the draft and that's all we do. You can't say all we do is trade. We can't. All we do is sign free agents. I hate to say this, but Philadelphia's got it right. Howie knows exactly how to build a team because they've been to the Super Bowl. They've won They've been to 2 Super Bowls, won one of them under Howie being the GM. And Howie not only drafts well, he makes trades well. He signs free agents well, including his own. And guess what? Saquon, we'll bring you 2. Mm-hmm. So you never have to say with the Philadelphia Eagles, you never hear them say, we like our guys. We're good. We're set. They didn't need Saquon, but guess what? they got Saquon. And not only did it hurt an adversary in the division, but it also made them more dynamic. So
it was
again,
just as effective as San Francisco trading for McCaffrey.
Exactly. And so with me, with the Dallas Cowboys, Jerry put a governor on his free agent signings. I don't know if he did it or Steven did it or both. All I know is since Brandon Carr got $50 million, they don't even try to sign a free agent, which is just be smarter about it. And Jerry used to say, I'm a wildcatter. I'll take the risk and then I'll move on if it doesn't work out. Suddenly it's like, well, we're not going to go there anymore.
I'd say if you're really trying to change the roster building philosophy, I think in terms of money, I would say don't be afraid to pay for it right now, because they do this with more than just their long-term contracts, even some of their shorter-term deals. You hear it all the time. They kick the can down the road as far as they can. They keep kicking it to the point where guys that aren't on the team are going to be accounting for dead money, even if they're not getting actual game checks for years to come. Some of these free agent signings that you're going to have to make, like an Eric Kendricks, I'll give them that. That was one of the best signings in free agency that they've made in a while.
That was Zim saying, I need a guy that could tell my defense to these guys.
Exactly, but that's a 1-year deal that they are paying for right now. Derrick Henry is a right now deal for the Baltimore Ravens. Good teams make those deals that they are not afraid to pay right here, right now for. And even the Houston Texans, I'd say that they're further away than the Cowboys would be on paper, just in terms of rosters, right after the season ended, right after this past Super Bowl. What do? They go and get 1 year of Stephon Diggs. And of course, it ended up not working out. He tears his ACL. They can't see that coming. But they go and get Stephon Diggs, what, a second-round pick? Like, they're not afraid to move and take that money right now. They don't even know if he's going to re-sign with the team, but they give up an asset for him, and they say, we will give you a restructured deal to where you will hit free agency after this season, and you can get even more money. So they weren't afraid to give him his money right now, kill the rest of his deal so he can enter unrestricted free agency. That's what competitive teams do. They're not afraid to swing for the fences by paying for stuff right now.
You know, they did that one time last year, shocked the world, Stephon Gilmore, and they just let him go to Minnesota.
Exactly.
That's crazy.
And sometimes that happens.
Minnesota's going to the playoffs.
Sometimes that happens.
But you can't give it up.
Exactly.
You got to keep trying.
Exactly. You at least have to try. So if they were competitive in that space and saying, look, we tried to bring him back. We did offer him a, like a 2-year deal.
But they didn't.
And he wanted something 1 year. That's fine. You can't control that. If the player wants one thing and you tried to give him something that would make sense for both parties, I get that. Things happen. It's a business. But the fact that you're not trying to get those right here, right now solutions, and you say, hey, first round draft pick that we took at number 24, whatever you are, whatever position, whatever your name is, we need you to start week 1 and we need you to play at a Pro Bowl level so we can make a playoff run. That's just not fair. It's not fair to anybody. It's not fair to a Caleb Williams level talent. It's not fair to a Tyler Guyton level talent. You need to be more fair to your team by supplementing, and you just said it. The Eagles did it with Saquon Barkley. They said, we are this close. Another good draft will help, but we have this money. What's the one thing that we haven't had in a while? A marquee running game. So they go and get the highest priced, hottest ticket running back in the free agent market, and they say, here is exactly what you want. Let's try to win this division, and more importantly, win a Super Bowl. So if they can just say, you know what? For this year, let's try paying for stuff today. Let's try paying for it this year, right now. And
because what's the assignment? Get out of the first round.
Exactly.
It'd be different if we're going to build a team and start from scratch and we got a young squad. No, you're trying to get out of the first round, so you do what you're saying, Alex. Everything you're saying is what they need to be doing.
And now they're faced with a weird situation with Zach Martin. Even if he retires, he's got a massive cap hit next year. Even if he's not on the team, if he's sitting at couch rooting from home on his own couch with his family, he's not wearing pads, he's not wearing cleats, he's still going to account for a ton of dead money against this team. You can't keep doing that unless you are winning. And you see the Kansas City Chiefs doing that because they're winning. They win every single year, so they can afford to kick the can on some of these deals with a Chris Jones, with a Patrick Mahomes, because of course he's the best quarterback on the planet. So that's a little bit different, but you're seeing it with some of their better players, some of their offensive linemen like Orlando Brown Jr. They're trying to get things done in a way where they can afford to do that right now, but they can kick the can down the road because they know we're probably going to win another Super Bowl in that time that we are stretching out their dead money hits. So it's got to make sense for what you're aiming for right now. If you're aiming for 12 wins every year and getting bounced in the first round, you can't be kicking the can down the road so many times.
One of the things that I've never really quite understood with their roster building approach is because I'm not a cap fundamentalist. I don't understand it enough. I let Kevin handle all that. But I need a person.
He balances checkbook too.
I need a person that does that. I need a person that is like, hey, here's what we can work with. So I have to have that. But
Cowboys got 8 of them, by the way.
Working within that approach is, all right, I got this linebacker. He's good. Can I find a better one? Do I need to pay the good one what the better one's making? Or should the good one just be making, the right amount for a good linebacker? Every time it feels like they've gone, okay, we got our starter. Now go find somebody cheap to fill in the rest of the roster. And when I'm looking at Chris Young, and I'm looking at Moore, and I'm looking at Nico Harrison, and I'm looking at guys that are just like Moore.
Yeah.
Najee Marshall. I need a Najee Marshall.
Exactly.
I don't have this. I don't have that.
Right.
I need more of it. And it seems like the Cowboys are like, we got enough. When they don't.
Or we're going to draft a guy, but guess what the problem is? You're watching on-the-job training. Not that the draft pick might suck. He might not be ready yet. I mean, we don't know if Guyton's going to be ready yet or if he sucks. You just don't know
but
that
they
yet.
threw him out there, and the way they look at it is that was a great experience for him.
But
we look at it as that was a waste of a year.
Because you're trying to get out of the first round.
Yeah.
It would be different. Again, if the roster's young, if they're a young Green Bay team or a young team that's on the rise, and we got to. But no. The edict in this town for these fans and the media is get out the freaking first round. The coach himself was told get out of the first round. We could have kept Jason Garrett if you don't get us out the first round, and then they give him rookies alone.
Yeah, and that's where when you go into a season with unproven players and you're like, we'll coach them up. That isn't an answer to the team building question.
Thank you.
I feel like they have to be a little more advanced on making sure they do have their pieces. Look, I love the way they re-sign their own. I love the way that they're like, look, we hit on this guy. We're keeping him around. I think that's a great approach because it shows that you're doing that portion of it right. But to fill in the cracks, you decide to do it with whatever you find in the designer bin at Goodwill instead of saying I'm going to get the best.
It's usually late August after training camp is over with. It's like, how are they going to learn Zim's new defense if you just got
That's
him?
another valid point there too. You're taking a little too. So Carl Lawson, got
Lucky
here late, and now you're starting to see him come on a little stronger. But
after you lose for a month, when the defense is getting overwhelmed in these home games, it's the formula was bad, and that's why, ironically, with the fan base, half the fan base, or at least a chunk of them, actually want McCarthy and his staff back because guess what? They didn't lose out. They started winning. Why did they start winning now? Because the rookies got better and the guys you got off the scrap heap, you're able to sort them out in the middle of the season.
And
nobody wants to watch on-the-job training when you're supposed to be getting out the first round.
I remember asking Eric Kendricks this because I did feel like when Mike Zimmer was hired, a lot of people were like, we fixed it. And I was like, it just takes time to change from the type of defense Dan Quinn had.
Right.
Plus, you had Dante Fowler. That was your fourth guy. Dante Fowler, is he leading Washington right now?
Yes, that's actually, I think at 10.
You had those guys
and you let them walk
as your backups.
That was your real depth. That was your real depth. You let them all go.
Yeah, and you didn't replace it with more depth. You replaced it with more future opportunity.
And for everybody who says, well, they shouldn't have gave Dak and CD all that money. They could have kept them. Guess what? If you had signed them in the offseason instead of the day of the game, you would have been able to make those moves around the cap.
And what I remember asking Eric Kendricks, though, while we were in Oxnard, I said, hey, man, are we going to see this defense right out of the gate being what Mike Zimmer envisions? And I remember him pausing and looking at me for a second and going, it's going to take some time. He knew then.
He
knew before in training camp. It's going to take some time for us to become the defense that we want to be, because there are a lot of things. The thing we've seen this year is, I think the biggest factor was, for a long time, Dan Quinn said, you can go out there and be an athlete, play
That's right.
fast. We want to keep things simple for you.
Punch the ball out and just go for it. Just hold. Instead, here's
And
Zimmer
with
wants some
we
discipline.
want you to be in this system.
They need a spot. We got packages within packages. We got a Micah package where he's doing different. Is a little bit more complicated than Dan Quinn saying fly around the ball.
Yeah.
And nothing wrong with fly around the ball, but there's another reason why the Green Bay Packers stomped you and all these Kyle Shanahan coaching trees on Dan Quinn. And I love Dan Quinn.
You've been putting together cars on an assembly line the same way for the last 20 years. And then your boss comes in and tells you, guys, we're doing it this way. We're not using lug nuts anymore. We're using this different one. And you're like, I've had this down. My body physically, I knew everything I was supposed to do, and now you're changing on me. It's going to take me some time to learn how to change that. So in order to do that, I think that's another factor that we're starting to see this season. But for me, when it comes to building a roster, I say don't just settle for this if that's just good enough. If your first baseman's pretty good and helped you win a World Series, hey, let's go get another dude that can hit even better. Keep adding to that, because then you take your standard up to a point where this is what we expect when you walk in the door, not the low end of things. So that's where I'm kind of sitting with the Cowboys and all of that. All right, let's go over to Chris Arnold. You take it away, good sir.
Do you like some CA Stories Confidential?
Absolutely.
Well, we got some CA Stories Confidential. Let's go ahead and get some CA Stories Confidential music. Corey and Alec and James and TOLOs, I always appreciate y'all. Let me share some of these stories. And before I get into Michael Irvin stealing my Hall of Fame jacket, and still has it to this day, since this is Christmas Eve, something I've done on the air quite a bit was a little different kind of Christmas, something special.
Okay.
Because way back when he was on Death Row Records, respect, drop that jingle. Snoop Dogg, he had a Christmas carol, right? And all of a sudden, it kind of got popular, and he actually did a TV commercial for it. So instead of bleepity bleepity bleep, Christmas Carol by Snoop Dogg, here's the commercial version, which still sounds pretty cool because it's Snoop. Now drop that jingle.
'Twas the night before Christmas, when all through the house, not a creature was stirring, not even a mouse. The whole world was just chilling, waiting on Santa Claus, except for our Jewish friends, and to them I say Mazel Tov. Santa delivered gifts that night, even down in the hood, but he was tired of warm milk and chocolate chip cookies. But as we say, it was still all good. He then dropped into a crib on the east side of the track. Santa popped out the chimney and saw a cold Pepsi Max.
No, he did.
Yeah, he did. Santa said, yeah, I'm hooking these fools up.
Santa cursed? Seems out of character.
So he unloaded some gifts while sipping Pepsi Max from his cup. That very next morning, little Calvin ran down to the tree. He saw 2 turntables and a microphone and 3 beautiful ladies. Santa took care of Calvin before leaving with Prancer. And all day that boy rapped, him and his new background dancers. And from me to you, we're gonna keep it true. And that's the story.
Well done, Snoop. Well done. Such a classic.
No fingerprints.
Of course not. Never.
No fingerprints.
Oh, that's why Snoop Dogg
That
is
is
running
great.
things now.
That is
and
great.
that was a 15-year-old commercial. But anyway, I got to tell this story about how Michael Irvin, my guy Michael Irvin, stole my Hall of Fame jacket. And Corey, you've mentioned, I've been fortunate enough. They put me in 3 different Hall of Fames.
Heck yeah.
And in 2017, I went into the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. 2020, Texas Radio Hall of Fame. And then out of the blue in 2022, the Texas Boxing Hall of Fame in the special contributor category in the media.
Which one was the best party?
All of them.
Okay, good. Smart answer. Smart answer.
Yeah. The first one, the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame, I was fortunate enough to have all these different guys that I know cover sports, all these different sports figures. I did a tribute video for me. And Michael was on it, Emmett was on it, Troy Aikman was on it, Romo was on it, Jerry was on it, Mark Cuban was on it, Jason Kidd was on it, Dirk was on it, all the LT, LaDainian Tomlinson, all these different guys were on it, and Tom Jordan, of course, Skip Murphy and company. It was just a lot of different people, and I was just floored and very excited and like grateful. And in Michael's part of the tribute, he's talking about it's an honor and it's that you were able to get in the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. And he said he's at his office in his house, and he's got his Super Bowl trophies behind him and his rings on his desk. And he said, and it's that to be able to wear one of these. And then he holds up his own gold jacket from the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and he taps it. And I fell out when I said, Michael, you did all of that? He goes, oh, yeah, I wrote a speech for you. So he did all of that. And then years later, he gets put into the Texas Black Sports Hall of Fame. Long overdue. Should have been there a long time ago, but he's in there. Well, the crazy thing about it is he wanted to know about his jacket. These jackets are purple. They're not gold like the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Oh, okay.
These are purple jackets. Clarence Hill, writes for used to read Star Telegram. Now he's with DLLS Sports.
Mm-hmm.
He would always kid me and say, you can wear those Q-Dog colors now, Kappa.
Mm-hmm. That's right, yeah.
Yeah, Kappa's wear the
that fraternity.
Green, yep, and Q-Dogs wear the purple.
Chill always has purple on.
Always.
Oh, unless either that or it's burnt orange.
Burnt orange. So Michael, he gets nominated, of course. He's an inductee, and they're going to have the ceremony, like I said, probably at the end of that March. And it was like March of 2022 or 2023, something like that. And he says, Chris, when do they give us the jackets? I said, they're going to give you the jackets when you get inducted. They'll do the ceremony, and then they'll give you like a plaque and all this stuff, and give you the jacket. He goes, no. I got to make sure mine fit right.
That's right.
And I was like, okay, well, they'll ask you your size. He goes, no. I don't need them to give me a large, extra large, or a medium. I need the jacket. Mm-hmm. I need to get my tailor to work the jacket. So when they're going to give us the jackets? I said, let me find out. So I found out. Now they said the week before, you could probably get the jacket. He said the week before. I don't know if that's enough time.
What to get it
altered
hemmed up?
To get it altered. I said, well,
I guess to get a good tailor.
We're gonna figure out something. The jackets will come in and they'll ask you what size, and then you can alter it. He said, well, I need a large, but it's got to be better than that because it's got to get altered. And I said, all right, as soon as I find out that the jackets are coming in, I'll let you know, and we can get you that jacket so you can alter it. Well, the jackets come in, and by the way, he says, I got to know the exact purple. I said the exact
purple.
There's
so you can
different
have the right
shades of
pants and the tie.
He's going all out.
He was probably sporting it all.
Pocket square.
I've seen him.
Michael, come on, man.
He always every year at the Super Bowl.
Yes.
Everybody's showing up in whatever. Michael Irvin, no matter what, has the best suit you see
dressed
in the entire Super Bowl.
Every suit he's got, he's walking the red carpet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's looking good.
When I see him in like jeans and a polo, like on TV, I'm like, I'm not used to that.
Right. He's always dressed up. If he's got to wear a suit, tie, jacket, something, he's dressed up.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, can you I said, I'll take a picture of my jacket and I'll text it to you, and you can show it to your guy who's going to make your whole wardrobe for this jacket. So I took a picture of my jacket, and he said, Chris, can you let him just look at the jacket? Because the picture might not do it justice. I said, all right, I will let him see my jacket, and then I'll get my jacket back, and because I got to wear it too for your ceremony, because I'm actually emceeing the ceremony that year. I said, okay, and I'm going to wear the jacket anyway if I'm at the event, because I'm a Hall of Famer. And he said, yep, no problem. So I give him my jacket, and then I don't see him anymore. And I'm like, where's my jacket? And then it's the day of the event. And here's what's really wild. Michael had a commitment for NFL, the NFL TV. NFL Network. On the same day.
Oh, wow.
The night before, they had a big reception, but that Saturday afternoon is when they have the ceremony. Well, that evening reception, he was there. Okay? And so he did a video thing to be played for the event. That we worked that all out because he had to be like in Washington, D.C. the exact same day for the NFL Network. And, this was not something, it came up like within those weeks. It was like right after the combine. I was like, whoa, you got to be kidding me.
And he's working the combine.
He's working the combine. You got to do all that. And so I was like, how can we do? So, okay, we're going to tape your video speech, whatever, the night before at the reception at the African American Museum in Dallas. So we're there at this reception, and I'm like, I need my jacket back. Michael walks in with my jacket altered.
No.
It's completely altered. He's got
Your
a pocket,
jacket.
my jacket. He's got my jacket on, and it's altered, and it fits him perfectly. I mean, he's done things with this jacket that, I'm like, oh my God. And he said, I know you wouldn't mind. I mean, and by the way, you can have my jacket.
Oh my gosh.
So I've got his jacket.
You have his.
And he's got my jacket.
He's got
to
yours.
this day.
That is.
To this day, I've got his, because the jackets were in the back room.
Did it have like did it say your name on the inside or anything? Was there anything specific that says that's your jacket?
I could have done it, but I never did get around to it.
All right.
So he didn't take my name out. And I got his jacket. He got my jacket, but now it's his jacket because it's altered.
Well, does his jacket that is now your jacket fit?
It actually does. The sleeves are a little bit longer.
Sleeves a little long.
A little bit longer, but it's a large. And
Can you get it tailored?
I could get it altered, but
you should ask him. You should say, "Hey, I need your tailor."
I'm gonna have your tailor put my name, because I bet he's got his name in my jacket.
Yeah, I bet he does.
Probably. I bet
or
he
his
does.
initials,
something.
Because he is working with these guys as often as we have whenever we do the Cowboys Hour or what. They always do bring up the
gold jacket.
Not the gold jacket, but you open here, but for the poor guys it's back here on the neck, but for the rich guys everything's on the
pocket.
inside.
Yeah, they get your name on the pocket and all that when it's tailored. Man, when you got a tailored suit. And by the way, for those who are wondering, do I have a jacket for the Texas Radio Hall of Fame? It's like a bomber jacket, or if you're a football player in high school and you get a leather jacket, it's kind of like that. Texas Radio Hall of Fame and the Texas Boxing Hall of Fame. We don't have a jacket yet. I'm going to inquire.
Yeah.
But Michael Irvin got my jacket, but I got his.
Dude, I had the opportunity. We were working at the newspaper, and I'm not exactly sure what the story was at this point, because his kids were there, and they were in like 8th grade. I don't know if his kids were playing football in Plano, but they were there. Oh, man. And that was a big old lightning strike.
That lightning is foggy.
And he was the guest speaker for this it looked like middle schoolers football, Pee-wee football banquet. And he was the guest speaker. And he goes out there and delivers a fantastic speech, had his son stand up. Again, this is a man that is talking to a bunch of middle schoolers in the nicest suit you've ever seen.
Always.
Like, it was like he didn't have to look that good for it, but he was like, nah, I got it. And then after he was done, he steps to the side. Now, I was supposed to interview him for the newspaper and write a little story about it. And so I talked to him for about 5 minutes, got what I needed, and then he sat there for the next 45 minutes just talking to me.
He's a great guy.
He was, during the middle of everything, though, as he's talking to me, he would check his phone periodically. And then about halfway through, he goes, all right, sorry to keep doing this, but I'm negotiating my deal with ESPN Radio right now.
Oh, I believe
So this was the time that he was getting ready to do that.
Believe it, yeah.
And he was like, these guys they're trying to lowball me right now. And he's going on and on. And then right as I'm like, all right, well, I appreciate it and everything, he goes, there's the number. And he showed me and I was like, oh, okay.
Michael's
I'm getting
completely
into radio.
wide open. this was so crazy.
I'm not Michael Irvin, though.
This was so crazy. I've been knowing Michael. When he played for the University of Miami, they played OU in the Orange Bowl. And they beat OU. It's Jimmy Johnson beating Barry Switzer's team. And I was at that game, and I interviewed Michael afterwards. And back then, he used to wear number 47 for the Hurricane. And so that's the first time I ever met him. And then that following April, the Cowboys drafted him in the first round. Look at that lightning.
Alec, are you afraid of thunder? Is that
No, I'm just like, I didn't expect all this.
Is diverted.
In the show right here. Well, anyway, Michael gets drafted by the Cowboys, and I go out to the airport. Back then, they didn't fly them in; they flew on the American Airlines or something. So he flies in, and he's holding court I mean, the camera crews are there, first round pick in 1988. And I'm like, dude, you are so good. How would you like your own radio show? Because at the time we were doing it, here on the fan, we got a Cowboy Report with who's doing it this year? Eric Kendrick with G-Bag. Well, we do this on K104.
Yeah.
And at the time it was Everson Walls, and he's about to retire, or he's going to the Giants or something. No, he was still there. But I said, we can have both of y'all. So I had him on K104, and then he stayed on K104 doing these reports for us. And so I've been knowing Michael forever, and I always kid him, and he kids me. You started my broadcaster career, dog. I said, no, you were just so personality. You had to do this,
dude. That is a fantastic story. I'm glad you have a jacket. That's important.
Yeah, I do have a jacket.
It's not yours, but it is a jacket that represents
It's a playmaker jacket.
Yeah, it is. It is the playmaker jacket right there. That is great stuff. Chris Arnold, the 3-time Hall of Famer, right here on 105.3 The Fan. And coming up next, it is time for the C Block. Let's revisit some of what Jerry said this morning and check out what the Cows need the most next on The Fan.
Lola V product? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
From our Hiley Mazda of Arlington and her studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan. We are final hour before we turn it over to Christmas. All right.
Huh.
Hold on. Can I ask you a question? Growing up, did you think that was your day?
What, Christmas?
Yeah.
Oh, as a kid?
Yeah, because you're Chris, and it's Christmas.
No. But there's a friend of mine who used to wear me out. He used to say, Christmas be my lucky day.
There you go.
That's
all right.
he would ever say to me.
I like it. From the 830, I've seen some weird numbers that I've never seen before today, this week. I've never seen 830. Thanks for working on this Christmas Eve. Appreciate you guys giving us all something to listen to while we finish up last minute stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, we really appreciate you listening and tuning
Appreciate
in,
y'all.
being part of this thing. If you're wrapping gifts right now, thanks for wrapping gifts, listening to us. Are y'all good at rapping?
No.
James,
With a hell no.
James saying no back there too.
I'm worse than Zeke Elliott.
Hell no.
Okay.
I'm a bags person.
Okay, bags is the way to go.
No, I attempt, and it's
Go to
just-
YouTube like Zeke.
I did that, and I still suck at it. Like, I don't know why I can never get like the proportions right. It's like I think I have it measured up right, and then I actually cut it, and I'm like, oh, one side is longer than the other. Okay, so I try folding it over on top of itself in some fancy way to try to hide that I suck at this, and then it ends up needing way more tape than it should need. And then I look at the gifts my dad wraps for me. It's just like 2 pieces of tape, and it's all perfectly executed. I'm like, I don't get it. I don't understand.
I've watched my wife enough. Okay, I've always been terrible at wrapping gifts, but I've watched her enough that I've got it figured out. Usually, what I always did was I cut too long a paper, and so I had too much left over, and I'm trying to figure out how to fold that up or cut it and all that stuff. But I've watched her enough that I was like, I think I can do this. So this year, I wrapped all the presents that I got. For the kids, for her, for Mike, and for Al. Well, I gave you a bag.
Yeah, I got a bag.
That was definitely a bag. I didn't know how to wrap a shirt, so I was like, because I would have had to put it in a box.
Right.
But I wrapped it, and Mike even said, he was like, okay, I think Adrian wrapped that. I was like, no, that was me. And
that's a compliment then.
So I'm pretty impressed with that I've learned how to do this. However, I was watching Adrian the other day, and she was wrapping, and I was like, that's really good. And then she got the bow on. I don't know how to do the bow that goes on all 4 sides of the box. It doesn't make any sense. She's like, you got to fold it and overlap it and all that. But then I was like, well, that looks ugly. After she'd done it, I was like, that looks ugly. And she goes, just wait. I was like, what do you mean, just wait? And then she gets her scissors out and she goes, and makes the little curl.
Oh,
and
yeah.
the bow looked perfect. And I was like, gosh.
They know all the tricks.
She's so good at this.
I'm going to tell you something. Back in the day when we first got married, because I don't like to shop anyway. I'm one of the guys who just don't like to shop. I just go in and I come out with what I want. So I went shopping on Christmas Eve at the Galleria.
Okay.
And it was like Christmas Eve night. And I'm like, okay, I'm last minute. I'm going to just get what I can get and get out of it. Well, I can't wrap nothing. Well, the Macy's has a wrapping department. And I said, I'll just have Macy's wrap it. And I'll just come home and put them under the tree. I gave them to Macy's. And of course, there was a list.
They gave you Michael Irvin's presents instead.
No, there was just a long wait. And I'm like, that's fine. I'll go down to the bar by the skating rink and I'll just kill time.
Heck yeah.
I eggnogged all the way to midnight. The mall Galleria was closed. And I'm like, where are my gifts? They were finally ready. And then I had to fight the leftover traffic down the tollway. Ho, 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 and here's the gifts. They're perfectly wrapped. I'll never forget that as long. I was like, it was nobody there. I was just me and a couple of skaters.
One of my favorite scenes in Love Actually is whenever the guy who played Hans Gruber, who's no longer with us, by the way, he's trying to buy a necklace for his mistress. They weren't really mistress at the time.
Chick?
Yeah, his side piece. But his wife's at the mall with him.
Oh.
She goes off to go get something, and he's like, let me buy this necklace real quick. And he's trying to buy it, and Mr. Bean is the salesman behind the counter. And he's like, would you like it gift wrapped? And he's like, yeah, sure, go ahead, just hurry up. And then he pulls out a plastic bag and puts little flowers in it and some oregano, and he's putting all like a stick of cinnamon.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing right now? And he's just sitting there, hold on, we're not done yet. And he keeps all these things to it, and that's just one of my favorite scenes. If you get a chance, watch the Mr. Bean scene from Love Actually. It's fantastic.
We had a Tolo text. I got to shout him out real quick.
It's not a present. It's an experience.
It's an experience. This Tolo's texting in because, it's pouring rain outside. 972 says, I'm out here scooping dog poop in the rain. But I'm raking in those Christmas tips, though. I just hit $800 from tips on cleaning out people's yards. He said, I'm trying to reach 1,000. So if you're in his neighborhood, please take care of the pooper scooper guys in this rain.
Yeah, poopity scoop.
Somebody got to do it.
Somebody definitely does have to do it.
Scoop and do.
Jerry Jones was on with Sean and RJ and Bobby and Peyton's show this morning, which was featuring just RJ and Bobby and Peyton. And they were talking a little bit about being eliminated from the playoffs. Let's go with cut 3 here. And he said they said, was the conversation? I like this question a lot. The conversation with you and the other people on the staff when you found out you were eliminated from the playoffs.
Well, I think that just the reality was there. It was in the room. It was right there. We weren't going to be able to advance into the playoffs. And that's a primary goal of the team. And when the reality of it soaked in, you mean there's no way, there's not a 1% way, that type of thinking. And I really was, it was just noted that you could cut it with a knife in our private conversation that we were having. And so that's bucking up. But the big thing is it transferred over to those players. And, boy, they don't tell those players they weren't playing for a playoff game. They were out there as physical as I've seen us play, gaining on it, exciting. And that's really it's really a great sign here. I'll never forget, we won one football game my first year in the NFL, 1989. One game. And I get a call, and it's Al Davis and John Madden on the other end. And, of course, they were buddies, and they might have had a television personality to everybody, but they were real buddies, and Madden had coached early for Al Davis and the Raiders. And they said, we just wanted to call and tell you, boy, keep your head up, don't get discouraged. You didn't lose the team, so to speak. And I said, guys, thank you for calling. I know what you're doing, and I really appreciate it. I said, but guess what? I burned all my ships at sea. I can't go back. And so I have nothing left to do but go forward. And I'm going forward, and I'm just excited about being in the future of the NFL. But that's the point, is that it kept a level of we're going to get better. We're going to give it everything we've got to get better. That's what that call meant when I got it from Al Davis and John Madden 30-something years ago.
That is that approach that the Cowboys have right now. They could just continue to fold up. Like, they really could. Or they can use the time that they have left this season to work on something. It sounds like, based on what Steven told us yesterday, what you told us, when they went into that locker room, Mike McCarthy was like, I'm not even going to act like anything's wrong. We're just going to go play a football game. And I feel like McCarthy's still preparing this week, just like we're playing a football game. And there's no difference in the way he's approaching it. I like that approach. I hope it's useful to the team. I hope they can build off of it.
I think they're going to be trying to play the spoiler role. Micah was talking about that. But at the same, Philadelphia and Washington at the end of it, because it's the last two games. But they're also, like I said, and Micah said this, it may sound unbelievable to some people, but these things that they were doing these last month or two, 4-1 in the last month, those carry over to next season for the guys who will be here.
Mm-hmm.
And you really do have to watch this team to see if you're a Cowboys front office person or just a fan who's interested. If you're interested in team building, you have to watch these guys to see who you really want to keep.
Yeah.
You really, and again, it's not even like, I want to see the backup quarterback.
Trey Lance.
They know what they got with him, and it's not much. All right. The other part about the equation, if you're a business person as a strategy, Isaiah Stanback was telling me this on the air. He probably won't play a minute because you can keep his price down. He's a free agent too. If you want to have him back to keep developing him, if you play him now, some other teams might like what they see. But also for the rest of that locker room, that may mean that okay, we're giving up on the season.
Yeah.
And so there's a mentality you don't want to mess with. It's a fine line. This is not just cookie cutter. It's a lot of degrees to this thing, unfortunately.
Based on the way he answered that question, though, and based on the way that he's been approaching the last couple of weeks here, it sounded more and more like Jerry likes Mike McCarthy. Now, you can look at a lot of different ways that he's talked about his head coaches, but here's cut 4. Are you leaning to having McCarthy back this season?
We're just talking about what is positive right now. We started the conversation talking about how good a job, I think, with the circumstances that we've been dealing with, how good a job that the coaching staff is doing. It's led by Mike McCarthy. And that's what we're doing. I'm saying just what I'm saying. I'm very impressed with how this team and how it's playing and the level of tenacity. And I'm impressed the fact that we've got a lot of young players that are getting a lot of experience out there. The future looks bright there with those players.
That is interesting right there, because that sound was, if you listen to what he said, he said multiple times, I'm just saying what I'm saying right now. And that sounded to me more like, I'm not saying I'm leaning towards bringing him back. I'm just saying, right in this moment, I'm living in this moment.
The team
I like what I'm seeing.
Well.
I like what I'm seeing
He's
this
not
week.
giving him any leverage while he negotiates a contract if he brings him back.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying the whole season. I think he's talking very right now, and I feel like that's the purpose of the weekly hits with him, is to talk about the right now, to talk about what happened in the last game on Tuesday, and then on Friday we talk to him about what's going to happen in the next game. And so I think it's all very reactionary, because even I don't think we can get him. He might say it out loud, but he won't mean it. I don't think that we could get him to sit here on Friday and say 7-8 is impressive. It's not. And he's going to bring up the injuries. Who cares? Everybody deals with them. Even when your team was fully healthy, you were still losing football games. The only thing that looked somewhat impressive was week 1 against the Cleveland Browns, who have no identity whatsoever. They lost their quarterback, who didn't even know what he was doing. They weren't fully healthy either. Everybody deals with these things. Right now, you can't tell me that 7-8, no matter what the dichotomy of the roster and the situational football, you can break down everything that bounced your way and bounced against you. Nothing about this season as a whole is impressive, because CA has said it probably 4 or 5 times in the past 2 days. What is the goal? Get past the first round of the playoffs. We've seen good teams do it without their starting quarterback. You saw it in your own division, and they ran away and they won a Super Bowl with Nick Foles, who isn't even in the league anymore. Like, we've seen people deal with a lot worse and do a lot more with it. So he's got to be talking about right now, because I will give him that. The win against Tampa Bay was impressive, because we joked about it with Mickey. Nobody had the gall to actually take the Cowboys in this game because the Buccaneers are actually talented and they're
something to play for.
And they're probably better than what their record indicates right now, even after that game.
The problem for Jerry Jones and all the Cowboy fans, whether you want Mike McCarthy or not, he was hired to replace Jason Garrett to get them out of the first round. That was the assignment. But as I told you guys off the air, Jerry loves a soap opera. And they kneecapped Mike McCarthy in the offseason, but not even bringing the entire team back that they had for 12-5, 12-5, 12-5. They didn't do anything but draft some guys. They didn't do it like they had been doing it. So guess what? He creates a soap opera where had they lost out and played the way they were playing in September and October, yeah, he's gone. But guess what happens? All of a sudden, you see that the team's not quitting. You're finding out who's good in the foxhole. You're finding out that they don't quit on Mike McCarthy. And guess what? Even though Mike McCarthy may not be the best coach to deliver you to the promised land, they didn't quit on him. And because they didn't quit on him, and the fact that whoever you might not like or whoever you might like is not available in January, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, the soap opera continues. If the team had quit on Mike McCarthy, if the fans were quit, because the fans quit on Jason Garrett, if the fans had quit on Mike McCarthy, some of the fans say, wait a minute, you can't blame this on Mike McCarthy. Well, guess what? Jerry's got his soap opera.
He always loves for those stories.
The storyline.
Those stories.
And guess what? In all seriousness, this team will be probably better next year than they are this year. Can they get out of the first round? We have no idea because Mike McCarthy's going to still be the coach.
Coming up next on the KNC Masterpiece, it is time for the Tuesday tailgate. We'll have our friend Carter Freeman come in and break all the college football playoff down for you next on The Fan.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Was it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Sweet
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
This segment of the Fan is brought to you by Ciroc Vodka. Please drink responsibly. And carsforkids.org. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Also by the Frankels. You've been injured in a car or truck wreck, you can call Frankel first. That's 214-817-3333. For the Frankels, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. That's Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, we got Carter Freeman in studio with us to talk about the college football playoff, past and the future of it. And we will turn things over to G-Bag Nation and Crosstalk coming up here in just about 10 minutes. So we're looking forward to chatting with them and then going and having a nice Christmas Eve. Enjoy y'all's Christmas tomorrow, and we look forward to getting back at it after that. All right, guys. Carter, how was the college football playoff first round?
From an atmosphere standpoint, 10 out of 10. I mean, that's what I took away, was that having the home games, the home playoff games, totally worth it.
I loved that part of it.
It made a huge difference for the home teams, and they were big lines in all these games. Anyway, the road teams were heavy underdogs, and they all lost pretty big, but having that home field advantage definitely helped. It was most noticeable to me when Kevin Jennings and SMU were in the red zone 3 or 4 times. That was right in Penn State's student section.
Yep. And he
so that
couldn't
is
hear anything.
Nope. And every time he put his hands on his helmet to try and hear Rhett Lashley and his play calls, the crowd got that much louder.
Yep.
So it makes a huge
100,000
difference. But on the flip side, and G-Bag and I talked about this yesterday, Texas had offensive linemen get hurt on back-to-back plays. And we don't know their status for the upcoming Peach Bowl against Arizona State. Notre Dame loses Riley Mills, who's their best defensive lineman. So getting the bye is still much more important, I think, because you're not playing. You get the bye, you get to rest, you get to be healthy. You don't risk the injury of losing, important players like these teams did. But from an atmosphere standpoint, I think it was excellent. If it was me, I would have all these playoff games at home. Like I would go through the semifinals. I would have them on campus, because I think that's what makes college special, is those crazy fans in these smaller areas where you just don't get that with the NFL.
And
you get noise,
them with
but
the better record or the conference championship.
Yeah, I think they should be rewarded if you're.
But you know
winning
why
stuff
they
like
don't?
that.
Because the bowl system's been in place a million years and they didn't want to get replaced.
It has, and it's not going to. And
nowhere.
But yeah, I would have more of these. But just having them for these first round games, I thought year one was a smashing success, except for the actual results of the game. But in the 4-team era, the semifinal games are almost always blowouts. I think 60% of them were more than 3-score games.
I heard that number this morning. That's insane.
Yeah, but instead of big schools getting blown out, it's teams like Indiana or teams like SMU, smaller schools that you don't think of with a whole lot of football success in their history. That's why I think people are getting angrier about it. But the results are the same. There's just different schools are the ones getting blown out.
Do you want to start with the past then and kind of revisit that, or are you ready to start looking towards the next phase of this?
I mean, it's tough because they were blowouts and because so much of the conversation, as during AM on the FM y'all talked about, is about ESPN and a lot of the coverage being just negative towards the teams that actually made the playoff.
Right.
It's just amazing that the people covering these games are just outright crapping on a lot of the teams that ended up making it. I think that's disingenuous.
They were mad because they wanted to call a close game.
Well, sure, and I bet they wanted that for the last 10 years, and they didn't get that.
Yeah.
It's just any given year, I think there's about 2 or 3 teams in college football that can really win the national championship. This is something I was reading this morning on The Athletic, was they didn't expand the playoff because they think that there's 12 teams that can win the the playoff, that can be national champion. That's not why they expanded it. They expanded it because it's more money, because that's what drives a sport.
Yeah. So, on the expansion, how much did losing a conference kind of change what they were hoping for the 12-team playoff format? Because I feel like that doesn't get talked about enough, that they come up with this idea and then realignment kind of shakes things up too.
It's totally different. When they had the 12-team playoff that we currently have in mind, the Pac-12 existed, and it was 6 automatic qualifying conference champions. So it was the 5 from the Power 5, highest ranked group is 5 champion, and then 6 at-larges. But yeah, not only does it change with losing the Pac-12, and then you go from 4 group of 4, 4 Power 4 champions, and then the group of 5 champion. You have these majorly imbalanced conferences too. Like, that was one thing about the Pac-12 existing, is you look at Arizona State, you look at Oregon. Both of them won their conferences in their new year. The Pac-12 was never a bad league. It just never had a superpower like a Bama or an Oklahoma or a Texas that was winning it every year. So they split up because of that. But those are good teams that are going to come in to these new conferences, and it's just going to make everything unbalanced.
They kind of beat each other up in the regular season, so they weren't like quote unquote dominant to the East Coast media.
Right, and a lot of those people aren't going to stay up late to watch those games anyway. They're not a sicko like me.
They didn't think Christian McCaffrey was a good player. They didn't get a Heisman.
He should have won it in 2015. And it's how good Derrick Henry was. Christian McCaffrey was just that much better. Everything he did. But no, it makes a big difference towards what we're currently dealing with now. And I don't think it's going to result in a 16-team playoff anytime soon. I think what the decision makers saw in this first round, they're happy with that, because you get the home playoff games, which people wanted.
Sure.
Then you move on to the classic New Year's Six bowl games, which keep them happy, and then so on and so forth. But
by the way, for those who don't know, one of the semifinals, the Final Four, will be at AT&T Stadium for the Cotton Bowl. Cotton Bowl in Miami got the 2 games for the championship.
Yep, Cotton
Texas.
in the orange, and then Texas, if they are to beat Arizona State, they would play here on January 10th
against Ohio State or Oregon. The Carson Beck is out for Georgia. He has been ruled out. He's going to have elbow surgery. Somehow he was able to win against Texas on a play that every single person knew he was not throwing on, and they ran the ball in. But with him out, how does that change for Georgia going up against Notre Dame?
It changes them on offense a ton. I mean, their offense was already something this year for Georgia that we had questions about, because Carson Beck comes back, but he doesn't bring back Brock Bowers. He doesn't bring back Ladd McConkey. Like, they lose a lot of their weapons from the previous season that really got them to undefeated up until the SEC championship game. So their offense had struggles already this year. Still a good running team, still a good offensive line. That's going to help a guy like Gunnar Stockton, who's taken, 50 career snaps maybe, and most of that in garbage time. But what they showed me beating Texas, they were down at halftime, losing their quarterback, and they were still able to come back and win that game and win the SEC. I don't want to bet against them until I really... And I think Texas is, at worst, the 3rd best team in the playoff. And at best, they're the best team in the playoff. So for Georgia to come back and beat them without their starting quarterback, I really value that. So unless Notre Dame...
And Gunnar got destroyed at one point in that game too.
The helmet, his head got knocked off.
I thought he was Patrick Mahomes killed.
And by the way, can I debate you on that? Not debate you and say that you don't have a good opinion, but I want to give you the opposite opinion. I think the emotion of him coming in and them being at home and that crowd helped them win that game, because college football is such an emotional sport. And I think they rode that emotion. That's just my opinion. Had that game been played in Austin and he's filling in, it's kind of like SMU going up to Penn State and Kevin Jennings get his mistakes mounted because he's just a college guy, and the crowd goes wild. And when he makes the mistake, well, the crowd was going wild when Gunnar was doing everything right.
Yeah, and that's what makes the sport.
He won't have that crowd.
That's what makes the sport so much fun, is that you're watching a bunch of 18 to 22-year-olds who. That's why everything becomes so random. But when it comes to Kirby Smart's teams, in situations like this, they just find ways to win, and they flex the 5- and 4-star talent that's all over the roster.
And by the way, that was my team to win the whole championship. I think they're the most talented team in the country. Everybody thinks it's Ohio State. I think it's Georgia and the coaching staff, because I don't think Ohio State's coaching staff is as good as their talent.
Yeah, I mean, Kirby Smart is as close to Nick Saban as we currently have in college football.
And he was his assistant coach.
I think Dan Lanning, also a former Saban assistant up at Oregon, I think he has a chance to establish that, but they're 1-point underdogs. They're undefeated.
How surprised are people about to be about Oregon and how good they are? Because I feel like a lot of people have just been like, okay, Oregon exists.
They're the most blasé undefeated team we've had in the last several years in the sport, which is funny because they are extremely fundamentally sound at every position. There is no spot where you look at it and it's like that is a major weakness. And I don't think you can really say that about a lot of the teams that are left in the playoff. It's tough. We're talking, Pac-12 earlier. A lot of people don't stay up to watch them play, but they had a couple scares late in the season, which I think were good for them to do that against lesser teams. They're a battle-tested team. They've taken care of business week in and week out. I think a lot of people are about to be surprised by it, and you're going to get it against Ohio State in the granddaddy of them all, the most picturesque, spot in the sport. Like that game is going to be awesome. The Rose Bowl. I cannot wait for it, but it is a little silly that it seems a bit reactionary.
You said 1 point. I have it right now at Ohio State -2.5.
Okay, then that's moved.
That's gone up.
So when that line opened, it was Ohio State -1. So it's moved, which feels a little reactionary. And what we saw from Ohio State was awesome. That was every bit the $20 million team that we expected them to be when the season started. And it was against a Tennessee team that had a very good regular season. Ohio State dominated them. But I still think back to Michigan. I still think back to when they played Oregon and Eugene in the regular season, they lost by 1 point. And they were driving to win that game at the very end. They just forgot how much time was on the clock. Talking about 18 to 22-year-olds. And
it happens.
Yes, it happens. So the fact that we've already seen this game before and it was as close as it was at Oregon's home field, that might make people think, yes, Ohio State maybe is actually the better team and they would be able to actually pull through this time. But I picked Oregon before the season to win the national championship, and they haven't shown me anything yet to where I say I'm going to pick against them. And it does feel a little reactionary with Ohio State with how they crushed Tennessee versus some of their other kind of spottier moments, even in some wins. Like Ohio State, I think they beat Nebraska at home by like 4, maybe 7 points, and it was like a 17-10 victory. I can think of more moments from wins with Ohio State where there's still a couple questions about them that I don't think they should be the favorite.
I think Oregon's got the best quarterback standing in these playoffs with Dylan Gabriel.
It's the most consistent. And again, he's boring. He's not lighting things up.
He was boring at Oklahoma too.
I argue he was much more entertaining at OU and Jeff Lebby's system they had at OU.
Okay,
but just the way that Oregon's offense goes, it's just straightforward. They just move the ball down the field. There's not a whole lot of like explosive plays. I don't feel like, but they do what they're supposed to do. And week in and week out, they've taken care of business. So
undefeated.
Yeah, and the winner of that Ohio State-Oregon game, they'll be here in the Cotton Bowl come the semifinals. So one of those two, I think those are the two best teams left in the playoff. They've been 1-2 for most of the regular season. Like they'll be here in our backyard. If you want to go out and see one of the best teams in the country, they'll be here in a couple weeks.
I know there's going to be a specific game that you're going to have your eye on, but is there like a story that you're looking to watch? Because for me, Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame has been one of my favorite watches all year, and I want to see how he can do. He can fly, and I want to see what he can do against Georgia's vaunted defense, because I honestly have no idea how that's going to shake out. That's probably the one storyline that I'm most intrigued by. Is there one that you're really like, maybe like a position battle that you're really looking forward to?
I just want to see if Ashton Genty and Boise State, if they are for real, like a lot of people think they aren't.
Yeah.
They are the 3 seed. There's some chaos around them. Barely lost to Oregon. And in that game, Ashton Genty, Heisman runner-up, has it all either close to or a little more than 200 rushing yards, a couple touchdowns, and they barely lose that game on the road. So we've seen him do it now. That was months ago. And he's had a whole season to wear down, quote-unquote. Not that Ashton Genty's worn down at all. He's been excellent all season long. So Penn State's defensive front is excellent as usual. That's historically been Penn State's strength. So, seeing if Ashton Genty can overcome a Penn State offensive line, even if they don't win, like I just want to see, like, can he do this against one of the best in the country? Because Oregon's defensive line is very good. Penn State's one of the best of the best. So that's, I think, what I'm looking for in the Fiesta Bowl.
Okay, because I feel like everybody's really hot on Arizona State right now.
Cam Scattaboo, man, he's so much fun to watch.
Yeah,
He's a bowling ball. And he was that way last year when Arizona State was losing games, and now that they've started to win games, more people know who he is, which is really, really fun. And that's a strength-on-strength matchup, him going up against Texas's defensive line, because theirs is about as good as you're going to get in this playoff. But Cam Scattaboo's been untackleable all season. Now, it was against Big 12 defenses. Texas defense is excellent, so it's going to be really fun to watch. And I would have to give it to Texas's defensive front in that game. Watching them shut Texas, watching them shut down A&M in the finale, A&M trying to run the ball several times at the goal line, getting stuffed. Then Clemson comes out and does the exact same thing in their first-round game last week. I'm like, did you guys not watch the film?
Yeah.
Pass. Because Clemson they'd had success in the second half passing on Texas's secondary. That's how they made that a one-score game late or early in the fourth quarter. Then they get down to the goal line, they go away from it. And what does Texas do? They stop them, and that game's never close after that. So,
Scattaboo reminds me of Marshawn Lynch. I swear he's beast mode.
Just a little bowling ball.
Yeah.
Just rattling around out there, and just a low center of gravity. You just cannot take him down.
Do you have any advice then for those that are going to calmly sit down and watch these games, or is it all just get ready, get a party going? How do you do this? How are you doing it?
So my team's not involved, so I don't have to party too hard. I mean, have fun. New Year's Day is going to be great because we've always had these New Year's Six Bowl games around that time.
Yeah.
They're actually playing for more than just bowl championship this time. All these teams that are playing, they're playing to move on. And it's weird that they have to wait basically 10 days between each round when we're used to like the NFL where it's like every 6 to 7 days we have playoffs, and then you wait after the Super Bowl. But that's different. With college, you wait a lot longer in between each one because the playoffs started on the 21st. I think they end on January 20th, sometime around then. So it's a good month-long stretch, but
Carter,
it's just fun.
These kids have finals they got to take care of.
Yeah, they do have their very important exams.
Yeah.
Yes.
Apparently Notre Dame, all their players,
student athletes,
they took all their finals either the day of or the day before their win over Indiana last Friday because they wouldn't shut up about it on the broadcast.
See, what I'd do, I'd have them take their finals at the beginning of the school year. All right, just take your finals then, get it out of the way. You don't even have to worry about it.
Just make them employees, and then just have them have a separate system because football needs to be its own thing.
He is Carter Freeman. That is his opinion right here on 105.3 The Fan. We really appreciate you, man. Merry Christmas to you, Carter.
Merry Christmas, everybody.
Hope everything works out for you as you try to complete your job today. All right, coming up next here on the KNC Masterpiece, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation.
Coming up Wednesday morning on Sean and RJ.
This segment here on 105 through the Fan is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Relax and enjoy the difference based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Back here on the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan, Corey Majors alongside Alec Medford and Chris Arnold, three-time Hall of Famer, right there in your ear holes. And it is time to chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation, brought to you by D&M Leasing. Gentlemen, how are we doing today?
Fantastic. Fantastic, fellas. How are y'all?
Doing well.
Beautiful.
You win the shirt of the day, Medford.
You can thank Majors. He got it for me. That was one of my Christmas gifts.
That is fetch as hell, dog.
Yeah, Kevin forces us to do Christmas gifts every year because I'm like, I don't know.
I loved that y'all were
Kevin's
doing that. I was having
gifting.
FOMO.
I'm bad at gifting. All right, I'm very bad at it. But I did see this shirt and I was like, I have to see Alec in that shirt. So that was my desire.
I was telling him, I think my dad got more joy out of it when he woke up, rolled out of bed half awake, and he saw me when he was waking his coffee. He's like, that is the best bleeping thing I've
Tell
ever
everybody
seen.
what's on it for those who don't know.
It's a Mean Girls shirt. Everybody in their Santa outfits, and it says Christmas is so fast.
That should have been in the Christmas movie bracket. That's a Christmas movie, dude. How are you going to tell me?
Think about it.
If that's all you know about
valid.
that movie,
That's valid.
that's a Christmas movie.
But
One
a
of the best
reminder
there
that
ever
we did
was.
vote on it. It was all of our conglomerate
It's true.
picks
We
that
did.
made
We
it.
did
So
have that
Not a
chance.
single
we
host
should have
put
made
that
it a
in
one
there.
seed. And then it would have been in there.
I love that the shirt's tight enough on Medford's pecs so you can see his pierced nipples poking through.
This is not
That's
true.
my favorite part.
This is not true.
I literally went with the larger one,
Allegations.
just a little bit larger, so we didn't have to experience
It's
too
bulk
much
season
of that.
in the Medford household.
It is. Yeah, man.
Is
we're
that why you don't wear a Christmas sweater? Because it gets stuck and you have to use a T-shirt instead?
Gets stuck on that ring,
that
dude.
ring.
Because he's a hoop guy.
Oh, yeah.
He used to be a bar guy, but now he's a hoop guy.
man, I'm a hoop guy on the ears. I can only comment to that extent because that's all I have. I will shut that down right now. There is nothing going on underneath the shirt. It is too early in the day for it to come off. It's raining outside. I'm not going to take the shirt
Never
off.
too early. If you're a bad gift giver, Corey, does that mean of your kids just have bad Christmases every year? They tear through the present. They're like, Dad, what do you mean, Dad?
And I'm like, hey, that is firewood I can use for the smoker. And they're like, that's not what I want. No, Adrian is the primary
She
gift.
takes ownership.
Yeah, you know women, right?
Yeah, women, right?
So
Yeah.
like she's really good at it. She loves to sit down and shop on Amazon. And that's how she
loves to
approaches
click
it.
buttons and scroll.
I do have every year though. I will take like one day where I'm like, I'm gonna go buy gifts and I'm gonna come back and I'll have stuff for people.
So you're going brick and mortar.
I want to be in a store. Yeah, I don't like to shop online as much.
You and Broadus, man.
There's just something about I don't get too caught up in the season too much, but when I do walk into the store that has all the Christmas stuff, which right now they don't.
Yeah.
Last weekend I went. And they were already done with their Christmas stuff, and they're moving on to New Year's. I was like, "The hell are we doing here?" I got last minute
shop in
shopping
October.
to do here.
Then when you see that,
Yeah.
shop in October.
There's just something
That's
romantic
crazy.
about walking into the store and all the environment that's going on.
Yeah, the pageantry. I tend to agree. I mean, I didn't do any Christmas shopping, and the little that I actually did do was on Amazon.
I'm allergic
But
to it.
I do love the idea of going into the store.
Yeah, and also brought us. I think when you're in the store, you can get your hands on whatever it is.
Yeah,
and so you know the actual size of shirt, or you know the actual size of whatever.
Sure,
you don't want to show up with a robot that's a minifigure. You know, and they're just like, wow, what's this? And you're like, I don't know, I ordered it online.
Yeah, the picture looked a lot better.
Yeah.
Then I totally agree.
I had to give the Hail Mary phone call to my wife a few minutes ago because I've been delaying getting this little like stuffed animal dog thing that all my daughters want from Cabela's. We go to Cabela's all the time just to kill time. You know what I mean? It's like if it's too hot,
They got
too
used to
cold.
the fish tank there?
They haven't gotten used to it yet. The fish tank's wonderful. All the different animals. I mean, it's great. So we go all the time, but they have like a little section of stuffed animals, and we end up spending like a good 15 minutes in that area of them just playing around. They're just playing with toys. But I'm always like, hey, we're not buying that. Dude. We're not buying that. And then for the last month, it's been like, hey, it's going on the Christmas list. All right, so we'll just see. Maybe you get it for Christmas. And then I have just forgotten to go to Cabela's without them to actually buy them. So then I was like, I'll just hit it on the way home tonight. It's right by my house. Unfortunately, they close at 6 o'clock. Oh, like crap. So, honey, you're going to have to make a move today.
One more swing through.
Find a way to.
Do you ever worry about all the girls have to get the same gift? Is there some gift envy?
They both want the exact same Labrador. And so I'm like, there's chocolate labs, there's the gold ones, but they both want the black lab. And I'm like, okay, fine. If you both want that, then I'm going to have to put the name on the collar And when one of them gets lost, I'm going to know whose is still here. This is a good opportunity for you to be responsible and show that you can do this thing, taking care of a fake animal, because they keep talking about wanting a real one.
Right.
We know
Baby
that ain't
steps.
happening,
Oh, no.
CA.
Yeah, baby
No,
steps.
you guys hunt real animals. What are you talking about?
That's right.
over there?
That's all we do.
My man and the family, yeah. You go to Cabela's, have you got like fatigues or anything like that?
We,
You know,
we haven't leveled up.
Yeah.
We haven't leveled up. We really, I don't know that we've
Take a
actually
spin by the
purchased.
gun store.
No.
Oh, y'all are guns, not bow and arrow type people?
His daughters are like,
your
they're
crossbow,
like,
man.
they're like, hey, if you had to go eat, you know, and you had to live off the land, I'd go with Chiafalo's daughters.
Okay,
They know
they're
how
the
to kill
hunter-gatherers.
animals. Yeah.
You
Oh,
guys,
and they hold the gun sideways. They're gangsters.
you guys can grade the parenting on this. I am not a hunter in any way. I've never done it.
Daughters
I'm not
are, though.
against
Thank
it
God
at all.
for
I
that.
love when I have somebody close to me that's like, hey, I got some deer meat. Please enjoy it. I'm like, yes, but I've never done that. But we went to my buddy's ranch house like last year. And what he would do is he was getting ready for the big turkey hunt. Well, the big problem with the turkey hunt is the raccoons like to crawl around and steal the turkey eggs, and they eat the eggs of the turkeys before they can hatch.
You got to go hunt the raccoons first.
Boom, ding, ding, ding.
Xavier Lee Getz style. Yeah.
So yes, except we weren't going to
Jerry
consume
Jones style.
Jerry Jones style.
We
Save the
were
brain.
not going to consume the raccoons, but he's got these little traps set up where you go and put like Captain Crunch or something in these little things that are
God,
sticking out
gets
of the
me
ground.
every time too.
Yeah. and it doesn't.
Can't resist.
Oh!
My left hand.
Oh no, not again!
The crunch berries, dude. I mean, that can get all of us.
Help!
But these dumbass raccoons, they keep
They're
putting
not
their hands in
dumbass
there.
raccoons.
They
They're
are.
Captain Crunch.
Well, they know they're getting trapped, and they stick their hand in there, and
Yeah.
now they're stuck. The problem is it doesn't like just kill them. You got to go around the next day
They're not happy.
and see which ones got caught, and now you've got to execute the mission.
So Chiafalo let the daughters go on the mission.
So my daughters saw raccoons being capitally murdered, and then tossed into the pond.
But then from there, though, they decided, like, I kind of like this, it sounds like.
They're 3 years old.
Okay, all right. All right. So they're not into, are they into hunting or not? I can't decide here.
If you give them a raccoon gift as a stuffed animal,
They
you
know how
might
it
get
happened.
a funny
Right.
look.
My older one, I think, liked it maybe a little too much. The younger one was, I don't even think she remembers it. It was probably just something she
tell
wanted
them
to
Lion
forget.
King, Circle of Life.
Or maybe that's all the bad
Parent of the
dreams
year
she's been
over there,
having.
man. I'll tell you, you got it down.
We had a G-Bag Nation, you make the call. Was that bad parenting or not, allowing that to be seen? And, I have some regrets about it.
I mean, listen, man, reality happens. The kids got to see reality
Circle
at
of
some
life.
point. They're just more educated than others
Okay,
now.
real quick, if we're doing if we're
They got
doing
an
the
early
circle
education.
life thing,
Yeah.
saw a clip of guys on a boat, and sea turtle is getting attacked by shark.
I seen this.
Sea turtle is trying to get to boat. Do you circle a life and let it happen, or do you save the sea turtle?
I'm gonna save the sea turtle. I've seen this video. I'm gonna do what I can. I know he's got the protective shell and everything,
Yeah.
but he's asking me. He's looking at me with his big turtle eyes, and he's like, "Let me in that boat, please."
What
guys.
do you do with him later?
Push
feed
him back out,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, feed
Yeah,
him,
you
push him
better
back out
not
in the
put him in
ocean.
a zoo.
Catch and release.
We'll figure it out
No,
at some point.
But
Yeah.
you don't. The shark has got the sea
he
turtle.
needs to eat.
Yeah, that's what I'm
I
saying.
get that part, but
You can find some other turtle.
yeah, I'm not gonna let him look at me with those just
Turtle eyes.
I've seen this before with the seals, like with the orcas,
Yeah.
and like the
That's
seal
intense,
jumps up on the
dude.
boat.
Yeah.
you know,
They're
and then-
terrified.
And then
Yep.
the orca starts circling the boat, and I'm starting to think,
He can flip that boat
man,
over.
this orca could
he
get
wanted to.
really mad at me right now.
Yep.
Do I want to just like, no, Mister Seal, you need to get back in the water? You know, do you make that
Back
decision?
off, Shannon.
Fend for yourself.
Yeah, yeah. Good luck.
FIN.
That is interesting because here I am saying I'll protect the turtle, but I'm more than happy to throw a shrimp on the hook or whatever it is so I can catch me some fish. You know, I'm more than happy to be like, hey, I'll sacrifice your life so that I can do it. That is
It is shrimp.
yeah. Well, yeah, shrimp.
They
or-
are the rat of the sea.
Oh, really?
Rat?
Yeah. Pretty much,
I like
if you think
shrimp.
about it.
Shrimp's tasty.
I mean, I like them too.
Damn good.
Yeah,
Yeah,
shrimp
I
was
eat shrimp. I'm
fantastic.
just saying, if you think about it, they kind of are like the
So
rats
you
of the sea.
suggesting we eat rat of the land
No.
then? Okay.
No, I'm just saying they kind of serve the same purpose.
They
Just in a different
bottom
landscape.
feeders.
They
Yeah.
rat in Thailand, and I was in Thailand. It was I was on a jungle safari kind of deal, and they had them on a stick, and I was not. It's like like a, what do you call it? A
shish kebab.
Shish kebab, yeah. And I was like, no. And they go, no, it tastes like chicken. I'm like, no. They said
tastes
it's
like
not
rat.
they said it's
tastes
not
like
like American rats that eat trash and garbage. They said these are field rats and mice, and they're clean and healthy. It's like grass-fed beef. And I'm like, what?
Gamey flavor.
Very
Wagyu
nutrient dense.
Couldn't
man.
do it.
Probably the leanest protein you could ever imagine having.
Gamey flavor.
I'm passing on
Yeah, I'm
that.
going to pass on that one, too.
I think I'm good.
I pass.
I'll get my
trying a lot
calories
of
somewhere
things.
else.
It's like a when in Rome thing, though, dude. Like, you only go to Bangkok once.
Yep.
Yeah.
What do you do there?
Other things.
Eat rats.
I guess so. What do you guys got coming up on the show, Graham, today?
Pure gold, as always. Corey, thank you so much for asking. We're actually going to get a Will Chambers Power Hour in the 3 o'clock.
Hey,
Look at you.
College football.
Working on his day off.
Maybe a little college football roundtable at 3:20.
Got him
I
out
was
of the bar.
You're probably going to have to go pull him
He's
from
on,
the
he's
bar.
on his way to the bar. That's why he's going to do
about to say, how
it.
drunk
Yeah,
is
catch Will at 4:01 at the bar.
He'll be
right?
riding to good balls. We do have Chuck Cooperstein,
Nice.
who will not be
at the bar.
buzzed
Yeah, good.
when he calls in at 4 o'clock. Mark Schlereth at 4:40.
Yeah.
And it's a TD Tuesday, man. Oh, and who's got John Gruden feeling nicey in week 16?
Shred it, baby!
I like it. That is the G-Bag Nation there coming your way right now. We will see you. Well, we'll see you on Thursday. Until then, you've been Masterpiece.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maid?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Well, despite Jerry just completely glowing and glazing about old Mike McCarthy this morning with the Morning Boys, we're going to attempt to have ourselves a good, fun, positive show. I mean, it's Christmas Eve, for goodness sakes, Brian Broaddus.
Yeah.
Let's go out here and have some fun for the next 5 hours.
Yeah.
Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation on a Christmas Eve, TD Tuesday, right here on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. Eric Chiafalo alongside the Super Bowl winning scout, Brian Broaddus. And, of course, Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup, holding it down for the next 5 hours. Carter Freeman coordinating the video on Twitch and YouTube with the fan cam there. You're going to want to see what's on the fan cam coming up here in about 20 minutes, by the way. ESPN with a graphic mistake during a bowl game last night. So we'll tee that up here in just a few minutes. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30. Dawson and Wolchuk out on family holiday assignment. And we're here holding it down, dude. It's great to see you. Shout out to the tamales, by the way.
Yeah.
From Mama Portillo. Ruben's mom brought it strong.
Whoa. I've never, and this just shows you, I kind of feel myself as being a guy that is well-rounded when it comes to food. I have never had them with red pork. That is a game changer right there.
A little spicy?
A little bit.
Got a little kick?
Just
enough?
Well, it's got the kick, but the presentation of it, when you bite in, it's just that kind of that holiday. Tamales to me are just such. Matter of fact, tomorrow, my family's we're having the Mexican feast. So it's tamales and enchiladas and all that.
That's in store for Christmas Day at the Broaddus's tomorrow?
Yeah. Trust me, I could look at videos all day about how to make a standing rib roast and beef Wellington and all that. Love to try it one day. But just try and be a little bit different on the Christmas holidays. So every year we try something. So this year, is the tamales, enchiladas, chili, that kind of stuff.
I love it.
It's not going to be cold. It's not going to be cold enough, though, I don't think. That's the problem with this. When you have a dish where you're throwing in chili and things like that, you want that thing to be in the 30s or 40s.
Yeah, I was thinking sub 60 for sure.
Yeah.
But I think we'll be in the 60s or 70s tomorrow.
It's
I don't know.
It's going to be like 60s.
Yeah.
Yeah,
it's disappointing. Yeah. But that's a nice touch there.
Yeah. But yeah, you're right. Ruben's mom family did a heck of a job. Had a couple of them, man. There with the red pork, that makes a big difference.
Are you doing any heavy lifting with the cooking tomorrow, or are you going to be kicking your feet up, taking a load off?
No, the mom said she wanted to get it all together, and she's from scratch. I did contribute the tamales though. Got a good tamale source, but have, like I said, never had them with the red pork. But man, they are good. They're the cheese and the beef variety. So I'm gonna get those taken care of, and then mom's handling the scratch-made enchiladas.
That's money. That's money.
Yeah.
Well, congrats on that. 817 hitting the tamales tonight for Christmas Eve as well. So I know that's big here. I do want to weave in and out the holiday vibes as much as possible on the show today.
Yeah.
So I would like to tee up, and we'll keep this game going for hopefully the next 5 hours, unless it just sort of peters out on us. But TOLOs.
Kind of like Survivor picks.
Yeah.
I think we just got tired of like sweating games every week, huh?
Yeah.
And I owe 3. I mean, eventually it's probably going to be. We're probably going to be at spring training. Probably going to have to drink a bottle of Tito's by myself and just kind of.
No, have I ever let you drink alone? Even once?
No, you haven't.
I'm not going to do that.
But yeah, I maybe the Dodgers will come back in town and we'll relive all that.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to spring training already.
Yes, yeah.
And we got a little nugget on our guy Jock Peterson.
Yes,
that's coming up.
I got a scouting report on him too.
Okay, at 2:40 we get the Jock Peterson scouting report from Broaddus's MLB Gang of 7.
Yep.
And
gang of 2 actually.
Gang of 2. All right. You gotta start somewhere though.
I'm working my way up.
2 more than what I got. So we'll hit that, and he's definitely going to be he's going to be a fan favorite. We're going to be wrapping our arms.
Yeah,
around him. So
it sounds like it. Yeah.
Looking forward to hopefully catching up with him in the clubhouse once we get to Surprise here coming up here in just a couple of months. But I would like to play the game TOLOs text in as they pop into your brain over the course of the next 5 hours as we honor this great Christmas holiday. Please text in athletes, all-time athletes whose names connote Christmas. All-time athletes whose names connote Christmas. At any point, you can just shout. You could interrupt me if something pops into your head.
Okay.
All of a sudden, Frosty Rucker pops into your brain.
Nerlens Noel.
There you go. We got the bell working today.
I can work the bell. You can work the bell.
Okay.
But whenever a name gets dropped, if we like it, you get the ding.
Like that.
Did I get a ding for that Nerlens Noel?
Yeah,
you got one.
You definitely got
that
the
was
ding for
acknowledged right off the jump.
I just got to make sure.
Yeah, no, you nailed it. Merry Christmas, Lucius. That was a
Merry
good
Christmas
pull.
to you, fam.
I mean, geez, can you even beat Nerlens Noel? I mean, that's pretty strong. That's pretty strong right there. I was going Frosty Rucker.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Which ain't bad. I felt good about it, but
why do I feel like we've done this before and it kind of petered out?
I remember asking
I think you and I have done this before.
We're doing some reruns. We're doing some reruns.
No, we did it for like a pregame show. And it just kind of like it started off like it was leading the Daytona 500, and then
you come out of the gates hot,
and then lap 3 we were retired with transmission problems.
It happens. So hey, if this game's only a couple of segments, then so be it. If we stretch it to 5 hours and somebody wants to come over the top at the finish line with the number 1 Christmas athlete name of all time, then so be it. We'll crown you champion. But I mean, the text is already lighting up in a huge way.
What do you got?
Drew Holiday.
Boom. Bell.
Mason Rudolph.
Ooh, that's real good.
Gosh, what are we doing there? That's good.
By the way, they treated Rudolph real bad, bro. I'm telling you.
I'd like to
go back and watch it. It's really nasty how they did Rudolph. And then they needed him in the last moments.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then it's like, now save us.
Yeah.
After we've kicked you for 90% of this movie, now we need you to put your team on your back. Really put the whole world on your back.
Put the whole world on my... No, you treated me so bad. He should have dipped to the island of misfit toys and just disappeared.
Yeah,
Did Santa,
that's right.
Did Santa
Take your ball and go home.
Did Santa have something? Did he not help? Did he not save the situation or protect the situation?
What was Santa's role in all this? Was he just so aloof? He had too much going on.
He didn't see that they were bullying Rudolph.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I mean, I'm kind of like wondering, like, I can understand his teammates kind of getting on it, but, like, is Santa got to step in and, like, is being the commander of this thing?
You'd like to think, like, Santa, you would think he would lead from the front, but at the same time, you're kind of like, the players kind of run the locker room a little bit. So it's a weird dynamic.
He needs to get a hold of the locker room a little bit, I think.
Yeah. Well, the Rudolph stuff, you got Kyle Rudolph being texted in as well.
Kyle Rudolph's a good one.
Any of the Rudolphs are going to work. You're going to thank you, Broadus. You're getting a ding for any of the Rudolphs.
Put that over here. I'll ding for you.
Yeah, you did have McCarthy getting a lot of love from Sean and RJ this morning, or with Sean and RJ this morning. It was Bobby and Chop. Bobby belt down, our G-Bag of the Day champion.
Bobby belt down. But Bobby, do you think he's the strongest voice on our station of moving on from McCarthy?
Yes, absolutely.
He's the one.
Like, you can be
Bobby's definitely the strongest voice on this station, that's for sure.
It's the loudest.
Fam doesn't even microphone get to Garland from here.
Yeah.
It's the truth, man.
Well put. And to me, I feel like that he is the one guy that if McCarthy does come back, I just could see him like just...
He'll be fit for a straitjacket.
Yeah. A real meltdown.
I'm serious, yes. There's no question he's the most passionate about it. I feel like there's a handful of us that are pretty strong.
Yeah.
But you look around the gym, it doesn't matter how strong you are, there's always someone stronger. And that guy is Bobby Belt as it pertains to whether or not McCarthy's going to return. But with
what do you look at as your strength of this? What you're the most adamant against? The drafting of a running back or the signing of your quarterback?
Oh, I think the quarterback one I was stronger on.
Yeah. I think you were too.
I mean, I was a little bit more respectful with it. The running back stuff.
No.
I've been drawn off sides with the running back stuff.
No. We've
for
all
sure.
Been,
That's
been
well
drawn
established.
Off.
Yeah, I'm not proud of
when
that.
When I stood up and scolded you like Santa needed to talk in his locker room situation.
That was amazing. Yeah. Had the FCC been monitoring that, we would have been fined.
We'd have been fined
plenty of dollars. But yeah, Jerry talking with the boys this morning. I can't tell you how proud I am of the way the coaching staff, led by Mike McCarthy, the way that the leadership on this team, and really proud of these young players, they're just growing mentally and physically by leaps and bounds. And then here we go, Broadus. Makes me think we've got an outstanding future ahead of us.
Okay, if you're Mike McCarthy, are you going to hold up Jerry Jones? You know, are you going to make Jerry Jones like Bill Parcells? You know, Bill Parcells kind of did that. Well, I don't know if I'm going to coach. Well, I'm going to coach. I don't know if, you know, ultimately Jerry had enough of Bill Parcells and moved on that way. Does Mike McCarthy hold Jerry Jones up for a contract for a number of years? Like Jerry maybe wants to offer him 3-year deal. And Mike's like, nah, it's either 5 or I'm not signing this deal. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, that's interesting.
It is as glowing as Jerry is talking about Mike McCarthy.
We know Jerry's
maybe
always
we should
selling.
connect the dots. Maybe we should. I mean, there's people that I trust that are very much adamant, like, no, Broadus, there's a decision has not been made. Don't be going down that path. You know, because they hear what I'm saying. They hear what others on our station are saying.
And to Bobby and Choppy's credit this morning, they sort of pressed him on it a little bit later on in the interview of like, so what does that mean about the future here kind of deal? And he wanted to immediately distance himself from it. I'm only talking glowingly about McCarthy right now for what he's done, but I'm not talking about the future in any way. So he's still couching it and he's still keeping it. I mean, we know how he loves ambiguity, right? So he's not going to be definitive with it, but I mean, if he's just trying to, you know, pull the curtain over eyes or whatever it is, then
will he look foolish if, with everything that he said about Mike McCarthy the last several weeks, will he look foolish? And this is probably something he's accustomed to anyway. Look foolish by being as glowing as he has and then let Mike McCarthy go?
No, because
are we just that par for the course?
Yeah, I just think most of the fan base is probably wanting change.
Yeah.
So they'll be like, thank you, Jerry, for reversing course on everything you've talked about during the season and how much you've been propping up McCarthy.
I just don't think people have a problem with Mike McCarthy, the coach. I think they have a problem with Mike McCarthy, the play caller. I think there's a lot of people that would be happy with Mike McCarthy still being the head coach here if they had somebody else calling the plays. Am I way off base on that?
I don't think you're way off base. I think that would be the starting point on trying to make it satiable for those of us that don't want McCarthy back. If it comes with, hey, McCarthy's back as the head coach, but Schottenheimer's no longer a part of things, and we are distancing ourselves from the Mike McCarthy offense, and we're bringing in, name that young kind of forward
just
thinking.
Name that more modern offense.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And like, hey, McCarthy, I really don't need you much in the room here.
Yeah.
Like Ben Johnson's running that offense with the Detroit Lions. Man Campbell is just overseeing things kind of from a distance.
Feeding
there.
the Lions the meat.
Yeah, let those guys handle their business. That's what I would want. At the bare minimum, if you're bringing McCarthy back, you've got to change what this offense is.
Yeah.
And it's not just, Schottenheimer gets to call the plays, same playbook.
Yeah.
Or McCarthy's kind of doing a thing where it's his offense.
See,
and
this
he's
is
trying to blend something. It's like, no, this needs to be new cutting edge offense, and teams are doing it left and right. Go find somebody that can do that.
Who wins this one? Mike, I'm calling the plays. Jerry, I'm not letting you call the plays. Who wins that?
Well, if Jerry's serious about it, then Jerry will always win.
I wonder if Jerry will cave on that one. And say, okay, Mike, you can continue to call them.
Because I could see McCarthy pushing back.
That's
in
what I'm
this
saying.
World.
If McCarthy, if Jerry's insistent about McCarthy not calling the plays, then if you're Jerry, do you think Mike folds and says, okay, fine? Do you think who folds?
I don't know
folds?
McCarthy.
Jerry, that's what I'm trying to ask. Who folds? I never ask questions the right way. I'm sorry.
Well, I just don't know McCarthy well enough to know if he's like so hell bent on
coaching.
Like does he just want to coach no matter what, and even if that means he's stripped of a handful of his duties from a play calling standpoint?
He talked about it yesterday. He basically said he worries about his assistants. He worries about those guys. You know, Mike's got money put away in the bank. You know, Mike doesn't have to worry about things. His assistant coaches are the ones that need to kind of worry about things. They're the ones that get caught up in this thing and don't have an opportunity. You know, maybe, Mike said that. He's not worried about himself. He's worried about these assistants. Would he take the job and relinquish play call or sign the contract, relinquish play calling for his assistants?
I think that would probably put it over the top for him then if he's actually serious about it.
See, I think he is serious about that. The fact that he was asked about it and brought it up yesterday, I think he generally is very concerned about his assistants and what happens to them.
Well, then maybe he'd be willing to take the 3-year deal instead of the 4 or 5-year deal. Maybe he'd be willing to relinquish play calling duties and
That's
the
what I'm saying.
playbook for something else.
You might get, if you're a Cowboy fan and you want Mike to not call the plays, you might get your wish because Mike's loyalty to his staff might mean him coming back so everybody can keep their jobs. That's where that's how you might get Mike not calling the plays anymore.
972 Steve Christmas. 972 Pete Carroll. Another 972 John Garland.
Is a pitcher, I believe. John Garland.
Does it get the ding? I'm asking you. It's not Garnish, right?
Garland.
I give it to him.
Wow,
I give it to him.
We're in the Christmas spirit, ladies and gentlemen. I give it to him. My goodness, thank you.
Because what else do you use like Garland for, right? Am I thinking about this wrong?
See, I don't. The Garland is what I'm thinking of. Like, is
Christmas
this
decoration?
That's what I'm thinking too.
Okay, is that what? Okay, yeah, I guess. Okay, that's gonna work. That's gonna work.
Good for you.
My apologies.
Texter.
Nice work, 972. You're 3 for 3 on that one.
Look at you.
Eric Snow being texted in.
Yeah.
Read him and wheat, man. I mean, these guys are on fire right now.
This is we're on lap 3 of the Daytona 500.
we're going to start running out of names here. 877-881.
We might be on fire at about 4 o'clock. He's trying to escape from the car.
Hopefully we don't burn all of our athletes' names that connote Christmas currency.
We absolutely have.
But we may have. No, there's
no more.
There's still some more.
We're using Garland. Lucius, we're having to go to Lucius as a judge.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. I blame myself for that one. I didn't really know the true definition
That's exactly
of a Garland.
the point. Yeah. This thing's 16 minutes old and we're doomed.
I might not be the best arbiter for this. G-Bag of the Day coming up at 2:30 and a giant mistake at the worldwide leader. You're going to want to get to the fan cam for this next year in the nation.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
For no apparent reason, Broadus was just bragging off air how he's never seen one single second of the Harry Potter series, and it felt like he was proud of that one.
I don't know if I was proud. I know there's a lot of people that are just fascinated by that whole phenomenon, and
just flying on brooms or whatever. Turning kids into cats or whatever.
Did I miss a lot of things in life with media?
Yeah.
When I was scouting and stuff like that, did I miss like great movies? And
yes, dude, you haven't seen Dumb and Dumber. I think that's really all that needs to be said there in terms of your blind spots.
I've seen every Mission Impossible, and that's only because of traveling on Dallas Cowboys road trips. It seems to be the movie that they put up on the for the airplane movie as we're flying across the country. So I've seen that's kind of, but I just never did any of that. And I'm sorry I missed on the Harry Potter stuff though, but it was worthwhile. Really was?
Oh, I have no idea.
Okay.
I never.
Oh,
really
you didn't
watched
watch it either.
No.
But you want to.
I just wasn't flexing it off the
air. You want
to
blindside block me, destroy my day and say, oh, Harry Potter bragging guy.
Merry Christmas.
Yeah.
972 James Wiseman.
Well done. All right. We got a chance here.
Black and Gold B and other texters. Neftali Felice.
Oh, here we go. There we go.
Rocking and rolling right now, ladies and gentlemen. G-Bag Nation here. We'll get you the G-Bag of the day.
I got an ugly Christmas sweater that says Feliz Navidad. I should have got that one. And it has Nephew Felice on there.
Oh, that's a good one, dude.
Should have got it.
All right, we do have G-Bag today.
Forgot, bro.
I was about to say, Lucius, though, you're a man of style, though. I mean, you didn't pay attention? You just
I totally forgot, bro.
Totally forgot?
Yeah.
It's all right, dude.
I'll be here about 4 o'clock.
Yeah. Well, this segment of the G-Bag Nation is brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first. 214-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Segment also brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Okay, what do you guys think? Where do you think Jordan Lewis ended up with that interception? Okay, at the goal line there. Where do you think he ended up in the Sports Center top 10 plays?
Number 2.
It's got to be top 3. It's got to be top 3.
It's nasty.
Yeah.
Was it number 1?
Okay. No, it wasn't?
No, it wasn't. I was asking, was it? No, it was number 2. Broadus nailed it. Makes me think that maybe you were watching Sports Center.
No, I wasn't watching.
I wouldn't blame you if you were.
No. I was not watching.
Jordan Lewis.
I usually see the not so good ones. What's that? Top 10 not so good plays?
The not top 10. Yeah, every Friday. Every Friday. They're great.
Yeah, they are great. Yeah.
It still holds up, dude. The top 10 plays are still appointment television for me. Yeah, number 1 from the football weekend.
Had to be a one-hand catch or something like that, bro.
It was Joe Burrow's horizontal
throw.
Yeah. Okay, I see that.
A centimeter from the turf there. That was pretty impressive.
Yeah.
And I would imagine, not to play spoiler, but we will be hearing that when we go motorboating at 6 o'clock TD Tuesday.
I love Joe Burrow. That play wasn't as good as Lewis's play.
Really?
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not going to fight you on it. That's a coin flip. I don't know I don't know if that's a one-man job who's determining what the top 10 are, or if they have sort of a committee of people. But that would have been probably
Lewis's
neck and neck.
Oof.
It was a great play.
Yeah.
Deron Blands was on there as well.
What number was playing? Like 5?
I think he was 4th.
4, yeah.
I think he was 4th.
Those are the plays that save your game.
Yeah, those were phenomenal.
Yeah.
Both were phenomenal. No question about it. Okay, so we did have a funny ESPN mistake, by the way, yesterday during it's bowl season.
Say like the holiday staff is not really on the marks.
Yeah, they're not super buttoned up right now. Maybe they have some new interns, holiday season. Everybody's kind of getting a little bit lazy.
Brian brought us working for some guys not normally in the mix.
Or maybe this was an inside job kind of deal.
Oh.
You guys tell me. This is Fresno State Bulldogs faced off against Northern Illinois
Potato Bowl
Huskies. That's right. Famous Idaho Potato Bowl. And when you were watching along the ESPN broadcast, you could see that the Bulldogs, the dogs, were being called a different name with all the graphics that were being shown of Fresno State. Every single time they put up a Fresno State Bulldogs graphic at all, you got what Carter just put on the fan cam right now. Can you tell me where they screwed that up? What does it say? What school is the Ida? What is ESPN telling you? Fresno State. What are they? Who are they?
The Bulldogs.
The Bulldogs. For the entirety of the broadcast, you had graphics. Fresno State. They were the Bulldogs for 4 quarters yesterday. And something tells me this was not an accidental mistake, because that would be the most serendipitous way. You could misspell Bulldogs a million different ways. Could have put the N anywhere.
Yeah.
You put it right there to make it Bulldogs. This is a 20-year-old college kid hanging out.
You think he got hacked?
He's looking around the office. It's Christmas week. Nobody's really here. He's probably thinking whatever his name is, Jimmy Shapiro or whatever it is, who runs ESPN, not even paying attention. Not caring about what's going on there at the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and they were the Bulldogs for 4 quarters. Pretty amazing stuff. Bowl season, baby. I mean, you got to love it. Did you see what Oklahoma's getting for their swag bag or whatever? Their party bag?
They're playing here in Fort Worth, aren't they?
Yeah, Armed Forces Bowl. Dang right they are.
Is it okay? Is it a military-themed bag, maybe?
I don't see anything about the military-themed bag itself.
Okay.
But I do know that,
like a bomber's jacket, something like that. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, there might be a military twist on it of sorts. I mean, there is actually a part of it. The surprise in here was there's some type of sword. These players are getting a sword. I don't think it's like a katana samurai, badass, expensive sword like Joe Burrow gifted his teammates.
Right.
But they are getting a sword. So, for what that's worth,
I'll take it.
They're also getting all kinds of clothes and hoodies and sweatpants and that kind of deal.
They're a Jordan brand team.
Exactly. So they are going to get a new pair of Jordans.
Yeah.
Each player, along with a sword.
Yeah.
An allegedly pretty cool bag to carry it in. Don't know what the bag is.
I'll be recording myself like Britney Spears in my living room with the sword. Remember how she was dancing with the knife? Yeah, they're dancing with my junk.
You got also the Normatex. Those recovery leg boot things.
That seems to be a popular item now.
Yeah, I think any worth your salt athlete might want to get in the mix on one of those deals. So yeah, those are like $700 a pop as well. And I also saw
we got worked.
I think Dion is flying out the Colorado squad.
Seen it in the plane. Seen it.
Is it a Rolls-Royce plane?
Well, the plane basically it's a beautiful plane. I don't know the identification of whether it's a 777 or a 67 or a 757, but it's got the theme. It's got Colorado. It's got the Colorado name. They painted it up.
Looks great.
It's what you would take if you were going overseas. It's kind of an overseas plane. It might be a 767, but it's got the individual, like in first class cabin. It has the individual pots.
Yeah, that's where I saw Shadur was sitting in there.
Yeah, that's why I took when I went to Saudi Arabia, and that, trust me, I was completely flat on my back when I went to sleep. Like usually you think of seats that recline or go.
Yeah, no, you go full.
These
bed.
are like beds, and
this
this bed. Yeah, this thing, it looked like I think it's a plane that they use to charter for special events, and teams can do that. Soccer teams. I know we flew to Hawaii. The Cowboys from Oxnard. We played the Rams that time. We flew into what was known as Atlas Air, and they're a cargo company, but they have these fitted 747s that are beautiful inside. I mean, can you talk about just comfortable? Service is unbelievable on the plane. You go on a long trip like that, it makes all the difference in the world. And I think that this probably was a company that the Buffs got but they marked that plane up.
Yeah, it looks amazing.
They what they called it. They call it when you a car. When you
they wrapped it?
Wrapped it.
Yeah.
They basically wrapped the plane, yeah.
Yeah, Coach Prime said that if they don't handle business in their bowl game, they'll be flying back Southwest. So we'll
nothing
see how
wrong
that
with
plays out.
Southwest.
All right, let's go into the Pimp Cup. It's a Christmas Eve edition. TD Tuesday edition. G-Bag of the day.
You said Rolls-Royce airplane, and immediately I thought, well, damn, Rolls-Royce makes a lot of airplane engines.
They make the engines.
Yeah.
They're beautiful engines. Very efficient.
Yeah, that's how they got in their bag.
Yeah.
Hey,
I didn't realize that.
They made airline
Then
engines.
General Electric. People that make refrigerators make engines too for airplanes.
BMW make, what was that, helicopters? Something like that, I believe that is.
Oh.
Yeah, listen, don't let me get to lying. Don't let me get to lying right here. But yeah, that's what I believe it is. That's what that emblem means.
Oh, there you go.
Anyway, all right, our winner right here so far is about Bobby Belt. He crashed on out. I can't believe RJ Choppy was the voice of reason in this moment,
He really
but he
wasn't.
is.
He was encouraging him.
Stand up RJ Choppy. Yeah, Bobby Belt crashed out over Coach McCarthy in the fan tax. He's had enough.
0696 is, gosh, you're about to get your whole number right on here,
Listen,
bro.
you I think you're missing the point. You're too much, on Mike's butt. You got sooner or later.
God damn. Okay, 9-3.
Whoa.
They won 12 games 3 years in a row. Injuries took them out of the playoffs this year. How can you say that?
later.
How can you say injuries? Hold on. How can you say injuries took them out of the playoffs when they're winning all their freaking games now? They're winning all their freaking games.
This guy.
It is a total.
Look at this guy.
I'm sick and tired. It is a.
Chris Arnold's going to come in here.
Leaning in here to this jackass opinion that injuries are the reason why they lost. They had their health when they were losing. They're winning these games
They were
with
not
their
any
injuries.
good this year. The team was not any good this year.
And
That's
they're winning.
the
They're winning
reason.
with the injuries. These people, anybody who's blaming injuries for this, you're an idiot.
Bobby.
You are an idiot,
Bobby.
and you are comfortable
You know what?
with the standard of 9
You
and 8.
need to relax.
Jeff
You
Fisher
need
fan
to
base.
relax.
Jeff Fisher fan base. I think it's a good point.
Bobby sound like he's talking to his therapist.
Yeah.
Calm down. You need to relax.
Oh, my goodness, man.
All right, let's see here, folks. Let me sit myself down, get comfortable in front of this microphone. Give you some of these G-Bag of the Day nominees. A microphone went off yesterday during Coach McCarthy's presser. You guys, not a microphone, a phone. A phone. Excuse me.
Your star players, how they persevered through this, such as like CD and Micah. What have you seen from them in this stretch?
Well, I mean, CD's just, battles every.
My angel is a centerfold.
Name that tune.
Yeah.
That's nice.
Centerfold.
I would have expected Christmas music, but we'll move forward.
Do we know who that? Who?
Yeah, it's Jake Isles. It's Centerfold. It's the name of the song, I believe. I'm right about that.
I don't know, man. I've heard it before.
Yeah.
Carter played it for me.
Does she walk? Does she talk?
Yeah.
Does she
I've
come
heard it
complete?
before. I've never checked for the name.
Jake
Never
Isles.
hit my, what it says, Shazam. I never said, I got to Shazam this one.
Yeah.
No shade to anybody whose phone that was.
I know. I'm trying to figure out whose phone that was.
Yeah.
You got to do some recon on that.
Somebody in my age bracket. 'Cause
Clarence Hill Jr. That's Clarence.
That's an older song. Let's see if these guys know. Maybe my man Nick Harris will know. Well, let me ask him. We'll go.
Okay, let's see what else we got right here. Pat McAfee's broadcast of Tennessee, Ohio State. Did you guys watch that?
Okay. I only saw clips from the alternate broadcast.
Yeah.
But I saw one that I'm like, how are they getting away with this?
I think this is the one right here. I had to bleep it because, the boss is not around. I was going to ask before I played it. I was like, hey, just to make sure, it's Christmas Eve.
You're a better man than me, because I had it ready to go at some point if need be.
You're a
So
wild
I'm
boy.
glad.
Here we go.
You boys are down there in front of the Tennessee fans. There has to be a lot of regret coming from down there.
Oh, yeah. It's terrible. I honestly am starting to feel bad for some of them, and the worst part is Thick Nut, a.k.a. Slim Nut, is busting his all over their face because he is partying in front of them right now.
Yeah, anytime a nut goes wild, things get crazy.
Wow.
I mean, my goodness,
Unbelievable.
dude.
Unbelievable.
How does McAfee and his boys keep getting away with it?
They don't care.
They don't.
They just do not care.
That was pretty aggressive.
That's wild.
Very aggressive.
For ESPN, the Disney Network, that is wild. That means nobody else has any rules. We can just go for it, right?
No.
At least at ESPN, you can just go for it, right?
I
If you're under that umbrella, be like, look what Pat Mack is doing,
no.
bro.
Well, we're starting to see like
They talk about facials, fam. What are we talking about?
Nick Saban, when he's on that set, he's dropping a lot of he's
does.
cussing like he's
you're
talking to
right.
other coaches.
You're right. You're right. Look at you with your cape out real quick for ESPN. Look at you caping for ESPN. Let's go to Barstool, the shred line. I was going to play this yesterday. Didn't have time. Eagles fans, if you're a Cowboys fan, it's always good to hear Eagles fans cry. There's an Eagles fan that had no idea what was going on yesterday, and he has questions for Gruden.
It's Max from Pennsylvania here. I'm just calling in to ask how bad of a sign is it for a top team in the league to drop a game-sealing wide-open pass twice now? I'm just calling in to ask how bad of a sign is it for a defense to give up a game-winning touchdown with very little time on the clock twice now? I'm just calling in to ask how bad of a sign is it for a team to win the turnover battle 5-1 and still lose the game? I'm just calling in to ask how bad of a sign is it for the kicking team to give up field position at the 40 on every kickoff? I'm just calling in to ask how bad is it for a defensive player to get thrown out of a football game for speaking words? I'm just calling in to ask what the just happened to the Philadelphia Eagles. Thanks, Coach. Look forward to hearing from you soon.
That is a great tip-off.
Yeah, way to get him, John. Way to get it, John.
He likes chaos.
He loves chaos. Trust me,
that
he
is
loves
phenomenal,
chaos.
dude.
Yeah.
That is really good right there. Just asking angry, rhetorical questions.
Yeah.
On the shred line, venting. That's beautiful. And again, that was the silver lining. Commanders beat the Eagles, eliminate the Cowboys from the postseason, but it's that right there that gets you fired up with the way the Eagles are going to melt down. They're going to belt down.
Oh, man, that had to suck. Knowing oh, well, what are we doing this for? You're suiting up at that time probably, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you were suiting up, stretching out.
I mean, we heard McCarthy was sham yesterday. 2 guys, 1 booth, just as dejected as ever. They had a 1% chance to make the playoffs. He was acting like it was a 99% chance, and it got pulled from him. It was ridiculous. All right, that's a hell of a crew here. You got more?
I mean, I do, but we don't have.
Hey, man,
I just want to get rid of some of this stuff that's in my folder before we do anything.
It's a
I never
holidays.
played this one, but it brought us in Dawson.
Oh, no.
The I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
It's a famous Broadus line right there.
I'm just saying, bro. I'm just saying. Yeah, Broadus is not feeling Dawson or something. I don't know what was going on right here, y'all.
That's all I'm saying. That's why I think he's going to get an opportunity.
And
because they know the player. They know the person. That's why I think he gets an opportunity.
Of course, that is the voice of Brian Broadus, the former Cowboys scout, and he knows better than anybody how that
I'm not
work.
saying. I'm not saying that. Don't throw that in there, Dawson. I'm just saying.
I was just trying to give you some love, brother.
It's not. Not with you. It doesn't come that way sometimes. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying, bro.
I'm just trying to give you some love.
Don't throw that in there now, Dawson.
You know your teammates. You know your
5 years
teammates.
now. I gotta know that. I've learned. Hey, I appreciate the man, but that right there, I did not detect that was any bit of love his direction at all.
Yeah, it'd be like 2 days later for you realize, hey, that son of a gun.
Yeah, exactly. I made sure that we're not going to let that happen anymore.
Your spidey senses were working that day, Broadus.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
I'm just saying.
Don't throw that in there now. All right, go ahead, bro.
All right, here we go. Is it the one-time champ Bobby's belt down yesterday with RJ? Is it the name that tune moment in the McCarthy presser? Or is it the McAfee crew? I mean, how do they just keep getting away with it? That was unbelievable. Eagles fan on the shred line or Broadus? I'm just saying. I got to go with McAfee's crew, man. I mean, they are pioneers right now, revolutionizing the sport of broadcasting. And they're doing it at a high level. Lucius?
Bobby No Belt.
Okay, it's 1-1.
Old swivel hips.
You're the swing vote here, Broadus.
It's McAfee.
It's McAfee. All right. By a score of 2-1, your new G-Bag of the Day champion, McAfee and his crew. They keep getting away with it. Unbelievable. Okay, NFL news of the day and the 3 o'clock power hour featuring Will Chambers all hour long coming up here in just a bit. But let's go ahead and hit you with a sports hodgepodge. You're going to love this Jock Peterson fella. And Broadus has the scouting report next right here on the
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you haven't. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like your name. No, I'm Jen. Your name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay.
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023.
469 Deontay Christmas. 817 Scott Frost. 325 Joey Chestnut.
Oh, there we go.
A great American eater. Yeah. I have his top 10 record-setting moments as it pertains to consuming food, and we'll spank bank it and maybe do it next week or something like that. I actually have a pretty fun top 10 list of the day for you today. I'm excited about it.
Cool. I have the guilty party, I believe, of the phone going off in the
Oh, we have the McCarthy presser.
Yeah.
Name that tune.
Yeah.
Phone goes off. Who's the culprit? Please say Mickey.
No, it's Garrett Podell of CBS.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
I actually think I met him the
At the
other day in
game,
the
yeah,
press box.
at the
Yeah.
game?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Young buck.
Yep.
Writing for CBS.
Yep.
And he's got this on. This is like he's probably 30.
This
is probably 30 years old.
Actually, my guy says he's 26.
Okay. I mean, even younger.
Yeah.
He's a wild boy.
This is from my era of music. So Jake Isles band. Yeah.
That's hilarious, dude.
Jake Isles.
Well, good on him. Making an impression. All right, let's go ahead and get the broadest MLB Gang of Two scouting report on the Rangers Jock Peterson signing.
Yeah. I mean, this is where hold on one second here. I got to go to my I went to my basketball source first. I got to go to my baseball source now.
You got to go to the baseball guy.
So set it up a little bit here. I got to find. Oh, there's my baseball source right there. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Okay. This guy, okay, Jock Peterson, this is what my guy says. He's tremendous in the clubhouse. True pro. And he's outstanding slugging against right-handed pitching. We heard that. Jared Sandler talked about that a little bit.
He was all over that.
Huge baseball IQ is what he says.
Okay.
Loves the game.
True seam head.
Yeah. Loves the game. Loves to play. Loves football, too. Got that kind of mentality. Played at high school and was legit. So this guy's kind of
he was a footballer in high school?
This guy's an athlete is what this is. Yeah, footballer in high school, high baseball IQ.
He's built like a football player.
Yeah, but total pro, tremendous in the clubhouse was what I was told. So.
Yeah, that's I know Bassick was talking about some of that yesterday. Total clubhouse guy, baseball lover, and definitely a dude that is going to be a huge contributor on and off the diamond. Like, how many more awesome clubhouse guys can you have? You bring back Evaldi. We know he's the one seed, maybe across all of baseball for being an amazing clubhouse guy. But having Peterson here now, the power that he brings, this is going to be a lot of fun. I cannot wait to get to see him up close and personal. Hopefully, catch up with him a little bit.
Yeah, I know you
get
will.
to meet him.
You're going to ask him like those uncomfortable questions that you do.
Of course I am.
Well, okay, in the locker room, who has his shirt off looks the best?
It's going to be Adolis again.
You think so?
I mean,
do you sit the P-man?
Yeah.
3 years running, only in the comfort of your own home. Are you willing to do that? Yeah, I met a dad the other day, and we got on the topic, and he was like, "Yeah, I sit to pee every time in my
Unbelievable.
house." And he was, we actually fist bumped about it.
People feel real comfortable talking to you.
Fist bump.
Like, why?
People feel real comfortable talking to him.
Yeah, it was a good bonding moment.
Fist bumped.
Yeah.
He fist bumped over that.
Because we were like, we were simpatico on that.
Why didn't you guys just hug a couple of women?
Yeah. Yeah, honestly.
I mean that in respect. I don't mean
done like
that
a good bro dad.
I wasn't like doing that dame. I wasn't doing that number.
Yeah, it's a stronger species.
Yeah, come on, dame. Come on, you broad.
I got extra muscle.
Yeah.
You broad. Well, as if we couldn't already love Jock Peterson enough, I saw this on his Instagram account. What a man Jock Peterson is. Take it away, Jock.
Come along with me to one of my favorite spots, the Whataburger.
Oh.
So it's the off season now, and it was a great year in Arizona. We came short of our team goal, but learned a lot and just continue. You got to get back up, put one foot in front of the next, and keep going. And that's what this off season's for: is to continue to get ready, prepared. It's all about getting good quality food and nutrients in before a tough workout. And that's why I go with the B.O.B. breakfast on a bun. It's got everything you need.
If that's not amazing, so he's taking you through a Whataburger experience, Jock Peterson style, welcoming you into the great sanctuary that is every Whataburger in America, especially in Texas. Now home sweet home for him. He's clearly got a love for Whataburger. He's sitting down, he's talking baseball, and he likes to fuel up the best way possible before an intense workout, a game, and he's going breakfast on the bun. He says all the nutrients that you need. This is from a professional athlete. Yeah. So what more do you need? This is Jock Peterson being a lovable figure already and ingratiating himself into Texas culture.
Yeah.
This is I'm already starting to try and figure out how we can make a menu item for him.
I'm fired up that he crushes right-handed pitching more than his Whataburger takes. That's kind of,
well, to each his own,
Yeah, I appreciate the story, but I'm glad he's here crushing right-handed pitching.
It'll help if he's eating Whataburger after hitting a bunch of dongs.
Here's the first question, Jock. Heard you kind of like Whataburger. True? You're gonna do some kind of
True or false? You like
Fancy
Whataburger?
yourself a Whataburger guy, huh,
I understand your favorite order: breakfast on a bun.
Going regular spicy ketchup.
Yeah,
spicy every time.
And he's gonna get into a conversation with you about that and give you a fist bump.
Yeah, me and him are gonna be bros when it's all said and done. I look forward to that interaction in the surprise.
Look at Mr.
Clubhouse.
Rogers just showed up.
Surprise! We have Will Chambers.
He's got like a cardigan on. What is he doing?
He's always
got a button up front. He's a very stylish man.
He looks like he might have had to do some working today. He's got some business. Oh no, you're going to the Christmas Eve church service.
It's a church
after
day,
this.
guys.
Yeah, it's a church day. That's right. Sunday best.
Yeah, making us all feel bad, huh? Is that what you're doing? Yeah.
Will Chambers, ladies and gentlemen, Christmas Eve, sparing some wonderful time that he could be
Some holiday cheer.
Dressed like he mentors half. Hold on.
Like watching you guys yesterday.
What? Sorry. You got to put your headphones on, sir.
Who does he mentoring, Lucius?
At-risk youth, but I want him to hear it.
I want him to hear it.
Like he had a court hearing on the way over here.
He looks like
a custody hearing.
He looks like a guy.
He's on probation for sure.
What's that commercial with he's
community
like,
service?
He's like the guy that don't be like your parents. That guy. He's looking like
yeah,
progressive.
Yeah, it might be.
What insurance company? He's looking like
that's
You're looking like the dude. It's like he's kind of the counselor for Don't Be Like Your Parents guy.
Yeah, that's progressive.
Progressive.
It's
hard to tell them all apart now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, Will Chambers, Merry Christmas. Great to see you. Thanks for hopping in with us, dude. Let's go ahead and tee up the Will Chambers Power Hour here, 3 o'clock style. At 3:20, we'll welcome in Carter Freeman, do a little college football roundtable discussion. But we got some NFL news of the day for you here, and some stats of the day, and an Eagles chestnut checkers moment that we need to look ahead for next year in the name.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the Nation.
All right, let's get you the NFL news of the day here. Christmas Eve style, TD Tuesday style, coming up 3 hours from right now. Looking forward to that. It's the Will Chambers Power Hour doing us a great service here.
Merry Christmas, everyone.
Merry Christmas to you,
Merry
brother.
Christmas, this is my early Santa-looking attire, actually. Although I do agree, couldn't hear at the time, that I look like I'm counseling like the underprivileged or
at-risk
something.
youth, for sure. Custody battle you're going through right now.
Yeah. Come on in, take a seat, take a load off.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Take a load off, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great day, holiday wise. Everything is fun. Will's about to head off to a church service after this, then hitting dinner
after. So
the Christmas traditions, man, it's beautiful. I feel weird because I'm not getting to attend a Christmas Eve church service right now.
This is as weird of a year as it gets for like when you have Christmas Day on a Wednesday. That's just bizarre.
Yeah, middle of the week.
Everything's thrown off. Yeah,
that's true. That's true. And Jerry this morning talking about like it really doesn't matter anymore. Whatever day Christmas is on, we're going to be playing some NFL football.
Oh, they're going to be playing some football.
So, if it's a Tuesday, because Tuesday and Wednesday.
Whether we're sending guys to trauma centers or not, we're playing some football on Christmas Day, buddy.
That's exactly right. So, man, NFL news of the day here. Let's go ahead and jump right into it. We have another gift opportunity to show some love. Packers running back. Packers just absolutely dominate the Saints last night.
They did.
That was a good 12-minute in real time watch when I got home, and then okay, we don't need to do this, honey. Let's watch something else.
So let me ask you guys this, and I know we've been having fun with it, and we were just kind of joking about it in the break here that like Bobby and that Philadelphia caller, I think he only had one clip in between, Lucius, but I was like, that wasn't too dissimilar. Where I think anybody that is a fan of a team would get frustrated is, okay, can you win with this? Can you be okay? Yeah, but are we going anywhere? Like I look at the Packers and LaFleur, you're like, okay, that's a team, that's a program, that's a coach that can take you ultimately there.
Difference makers?
Coaches that are difference makers. I'm a big believer in that.
See, that's where I'm at, I think that there's when you get down to, and I just was always kind of wondering how many coaches in this league do you think are difference makers?
Yeah,
obviously Bill Belichick for the majority of his career was a difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Walsh, difference maker. Tom Landry, difference maker. That's where I think that you've got guys that can coach in this league and are really good as regular season coaches. And then something happens when they get on the big stage, then they don't, maybe they play another difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
And that takes them out.
And that's where I'll defend Bobby a little bit as to where his frustration comes in, because you're like, and I'm not saying that I see it the way that he does. I'm saying I get where the frustration is when you see, if you go through a hiring cycle and you go like, what are we really doing here? Why are these other people chosen instead? So and that goes back on the franchise. But yeah, I look at Kevin O'Connell.
Mm-hmm.
One of the things that I think is really important too, that you can win with a CEO style head coach like Dan Campbell, right? Mm-hmm. Dan Campbell's terrific. How good are they going to be offensively the next couple of years or few years after Ben Johnson is gone?
Right.
That's what makes it really difficult, instead of having a team that has Sean McVay, Kyle Shanahan, Andy Reid. By the way, those three coaches have coached more games than anybody in the NFL over the course of the last 5+ years, because why? They're coaching way more playoff games.
Deep into the postseason.
See, this is where Dan Campbell and them, if say they do go to the Super Bowl this year and win it, and they start to lose assistants. This is what happened to Dallas Cowboys in the early 90s. When they had,
this is what's happening to the Niners right now.
Yeah.
Philadelphia has not been back since Shane Steichen left.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. You could start to lose assistants, but you need somebody in the building that's able to identify. And that's one of the things I prided myself on when I was working in pro personnel and around the league, is that I knew who all the young assistant coaches were. I had a list of guys that like I had.
You're working with quite a tree yourself.
That's
at
what I'm
that
saying.
one point.
Well, at Green Bay, we had a great one. And so to me, I always had that list of guys that if we lost a line coach, I knew where to go get the next line coach. Maybe there was one in the pros. Maybe there was an assistant in the pros, an assistant line coach. Maybe there was one in college football we needed to interview. I think you have to have lists ready, and you have to have that prep because
people love lists. Man.
And Brian, be honest, their teams don't do this. By the way,
I can't speak.
They recycle.
I just know I've had teams call me before, other guys I know around the league, and like, hey, who do you like as a running back coach? And I would honestly ask this question: you need a black guy or white guy?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean that's how it kind of went down.
That's how it started.
Well, that's how it kind of But it was sometimes staffs have to they want to
make dynamic of locker rooms.
Yeah, dynamics of locker rooms. I mean it's not nothing offensive. I hope there or anything, but that's guys would ask that.
Well, that's how it goes.
That's how they because we want to have your staff to have balance. And it's I know it's probably sounds crazy, but that's teams really look at that.
Well, I just think that LaFleur does such a good job that's kind of what you're looking for, and I think that's where you get frustrated if we've seen the 12-5, but it still wasn't good enough. Now, again, I'm projecting out some thoughts and feelings out there. I don't really know for sure how I feel about Mike because I look at this year and go, I don't. How do you put it on him?
It's not about this year, Will. It's about the last 3 years when you were a 12-win team and you were spoon-fed great opportunities, especially last year, versus the youngest team in all of football at home. There's no reason not to get to the NFC Championship game. Or at the very least, just win the first game. Look competent. Look like you've been there before.
Yeah.
And
I
they
get it.
didn't.
Because
That's the reason.
When a team as a collective lets you down, we have to look at one source, and it goes to the head coach. So I get it. Fair or not with that. But I don't know what was the dynamic leading into the Packers, not to make it a whole thing on, Cowboys Packers from the playoff game because it was symptomatic of what we saw 2 years prior, when they faced San Francisco. But it really came to a head, it felt like, in that playoff game last year. Is Mike to blame for that? I mean, partially, mostly, I don't know. That stuff for inside the room.
You know what, and I got yelled at by Will McClay about this. Because I was like, my questions were about Dan Quinn. You had not seen, they had a bad day at the office.
Mm-hmm.
They had a really bad day at the office. Green Bay was ready to play. Dallas wasn't ready to play. You could talk about McCarthy and all that, maybe the players, maybe the fact it's 2 versus 7. But, Will McClay, he's like, listen, you should know better than to go after Dan Quinn. And I'm like, well, Dan Quinn did get an interview and didn't get a job shortly after that. Was he prepping for this opportunity? Or, it's just human nature. When you're thinking about your job and your next, potentially your next job.
How much checkout is there? Well,
not checkout, but how much attention to detail like that. We had not seen a Dan Quinn defense look that bad.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I guess we could say maybe the game against Buffalo,
the Buffalo game,
they got run on.
They
got run on. But we haven't seen a game where they completely were busting assignments, and so you wonder about the game prep. And it was just a question. We're all human, but when we're trying to get, we have an opportunity. Hey, I got an interview for this job, but wait a minute, I have to get this team through the playoffs. This is what I always hated about the fact that the league and how they allowed guys to get interviewed. And I'm like, man, we're screwed here. Because our coaches are interviewing for jobs when we're trying to win playoff games.
Yeah, I mean, I look at it very similar to the transfer portal, that we've got to come up with a system that starts after the year, it's after the Super Bowl, after the national championship game for some of this, because, you could do that, and then that's part of the defense, and then Dak sailing the ball, just looking really nervy all over the place. And it just seemed like from the first few seconds of the first quarter that it fell apart. So again, it's easy, I think, to point the blame at the head coach. And as, somebody would say, well, it does, the buckhole stops with me with all that. So it's a really difficult thing to determine. But, going back to watching the Packers last night, and they're playing a lowly Saints team. But we've seen the Packers coming on now.
The Packers they're a real threat.
Some of these teams, they reset like that. We thought that the Rams were going to be down for at least 2 2 years, right? At least.
Yeah.
They're down 1.
Yeah.
And back in the playoffs. San Francisco's got a tough road here because they were a little bit different with paying a lot of their guys, older guys that are under contract. That's going to take a lot more maneuvering. But if there's anybody else that's going to get a turnaround real quick, it's Kyle Shanahan. Do we think that Mike McCarthy does that here in Dallas? I don't. And I don't think it's his fault either because the personnel is what it is as well.
Well, you have the news now that Ben Johnson is expected to interview for the Bears head coaching vacancy.
Yeah.
A couple of weeks ago, reports emerged that Ben Johnson will only take interviews for jobs he is willing to accept. So for Chicago,
I did that last year, right?
Yeah, just get out of your own way, Chicago. Just open it up and say, hey, what do you want? You can have it. Don't screw this up. Bears. This is your chance,
Brian. This is one where, because you know these people, I mean, maybe not personally, but you know how it's done, that I can sit here, you and I very easily can just sit here, lay back and go like, it's Ben Johnson, it's the right call.
Yeah.
But even like say with a Kevin O'Connell, you want to go offense, I believe it's going offense is the right thing with Caleb, but they need to be a guy that can be the coach of the team, not just the offense. You can run the offense, but be the coach of the team because that's what Kevin O'Connell is. That's what Sean McVay is. Is Ben Johnson, only they will be able to figure that out. But I think that that's really, really important because as the head guy, you got to be able to handle it. Matt Nagy looked good.
Year 1, right?
Year 1, but being as a coordinator too, right?
Yeah.
You have other guys so that's what they've got to make sure of. I think it's the right hire there. I'd sure like to get Robert Salah on the defensive side.
Yeah.
If I'm looking for a DC anywhere, that's the first call I'm making.
If I'm Ben Johnson, I'm asking, how the hell are we getting offensive linemen here? That's the first question I'm at. I'm interviewing him. Poles, those guys, the GM. I mean, the president. I'm interviewing all these guys. Listen,
they're getting it wrong over and over and over again.
Well, how are we evaluating these guys? Why all of a sudden did we have to just get all skill? And you guys didn't think did you guys not watch us in Detroit? What we were doing in Detroit when we're adding all those first and second round offensive linemen. I mean, that's the way that look what's going on in Philadelphia.
When you say offensive line coach is big, I was talking with Nate Newton about this a couple weeks ago. Yeah,
huge. Todd Archer and I've had this discussion many a day, and Todd Archer starts to talk about. He's like, listen, he goes, when you start to think about offensive line coaches and the importance of where they are on the staff, you can say offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator, offensive line coach. Offensive line coach is huge because of the number of players that he affects and the way it affects your team.
I mean, Bill Callahan comes to mind as one of the greatest. And that the teams
had some
that
good
were
ones
so
here.
good. Yeah,
Tony Wise, Hudson Houck. They've had some great line coaches here, and there's no reason why not. I mean, you look at the line coaches and how they were able to navigate that in the early 90s here.
That's what we're seeing right now as how good these teams are, or like say Kansas City keeps winning, but they're a little bit shaky because they've been shaky on the offensive line.
Yeah.
Detroit, for all the injuries they've had, continue to win. Why? They haven't had the injuries on the offensive line. And this is where I think you're also seeing, and this isn't a shot at you, I'm not trying to stir it, but the element of the running back and the running game and how important it has been that the best teams that we're seeing now can effectively run the football, even though it's like having a great defense. We talk about in college football, like the last few years, like how great Georgia has been on defense. Well, C.J. Stroud absolutely carved him up, and Stetson Bennett had to bring him back. To get to the party, you've got to have a great defense. I think with the NFL right now, to get to the party, you're going to have a good running game. You're going to have to be able to run the football somewhat effectively and then have your quarterback stealing first downs here and there, because that's why I think Kansas City continually shows that they can win and why they're so great, and why, like what you were saying, how important it is to get that right, especially with the quarterback you've got in front of him or behind him.
Yeah, no, I agree with everything you say. I mean, now in terms of how you build out your rushing attack and what you prioritize, I think is the question here. You have a guy pulling the strings from an offensive line coach, OC standpoint, where it's expansive, it's nuanced, it's versatile in terms of you're not just, hey, we're an inside zone running team. Like Detroit is a pick your poison kind of whatever your front looks like. We've got a run play that can work for it. We have creativity and nuance within the way that we're attacking it. You see with Kyle Shanahan, of course, all these things where they don't
These
have
are
just
good franchises,
they don't
right?
yeah.
We're talking about good franchises here. You know who picks up Mike McCarthy if he doesn't get renewed? The Bears. That's the kind of thing that they do. The Packers don't do that. The 49ers don't do that. You've got the Chiefs don't do that. It looks like the turnaround, even with maybe a new coach in New England, is right about there with Drake May. These are good franchises that it starts from the top down. Now, you can be a solid franchise like the Cowboys have been, but is it one that is going to get you a Super Bowl? Bobby is only portraying the exact anger that Zach Wolchuk feels, that every other Cowboys fan feels, because they are so tired of this crap. And we can sit up here all day long and be like, well, 12, and it's true, but you're like, okay, what is going to make the difference? What is going to get the different type of mentality in there? Because it just has not worked for more than a quarter century.
By the way, Ian Rappaport saying Gerard Mayo expected to return as Patriots head coach for next season, barring a total collapse in the final 2 weeks. So, for whatever that means there. You have I can't believe the Niners extending their streak. Have you guys seen this?
No.
22 seasons now that they've been eliminated from the playoffs officially. It's 22 seasons of either missing the playoffs or
going to the championship game.
You get to the NFC championship game.
Yeah.
That's for the last 22 years for Niners fans. You're either missing the playoffs or you're getting to the conference title game.
Wow.
Now, obviously, they haven't won a Super Bowl in that time. They've been to a couple, handful.
The last one they won was 94, right before the Cowboys.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So their Super Bowl winning drought is actually longer than the Cowboys.
Yeah.
And
but they've been
that
the
gets talked
championship
about.
game.
But just the idea that
and a couple Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Few Super Bowls.
Yeah. But the idea that for the last 22 years, you've either been missing the playoffs or you've been getting to the conference title game, that's just hilarious.
Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, Shanahan took over for Harbaugh, right? Those are two damn good coaches that you've had the last, whatever it is, 15 years.
Yeah. Oh, no question. Yeah, they got it right.
When did we get when did we get Chip Kelly and Jim Tomsulin? And
that might have been
that was Nolan. It was Nolan.
Yeah, Mike Nolan had
Tom
Jim
Sula, and then Chip
then
Kelly.
It was Harbaugh, right?
Then Harbaugh.
Yeah.
Then they go from Harbaugh to Shanahan.
Okay.
That's what they did. I
think so.
That's impressive stuff right there. Will's on fire, says the 214. Yes, he is. Will Chambers in here for the Power Hour. We'll bring in college football Carter Freeman for a little college football playoff roundtable next right here on the
Mavericks has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, what's your name? No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Can I throw a Dylan Gabriel in there? How about a Michael Mistletoe and Holly? This one was a stretch. Leon, Let It Snow.
I like what you're doing.
Yeah.
You're playing a slightly different game with that.
Yeah, no,
but I like what you're doing right
you
there.
see what he's doing? He's trying to extend the game by adding words to the name.
The Holly one
I don't
was,
think we've got to that point yet. I really don't. I
right,
think
but
we're still
Holly
cooking.
is still okay.
Yeah, you're still good, bro.
I'm still good with Michael.
I seen a Wilma Rudolph on the fan text. I thought that was brilliant.
Oh,
Wilma Rudolph.
That is good. That is a good one.
Let's ding that for sure. All right, the G-Bag Nation
can
here.
run.
It's the College Football Playoff Roundtable. Will Chambers in all hour long on a Christmas Eve TD Tuesday. We have college football Carter Freeman hanging out as well. Let's see if we can get these two to come to blows college football style. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-333-3333 with Frankel and Frankel. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Segment also brought to you by Ciroc Vodka and Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org.
I don't think we had. Did we have a disagreement last weekend?
I was going to say, Will and I think, see pretty eye to eye on how most of this stuff goes down. You said
or should go down.
You said Indiana was going to win. I told
Indiana
you that wasn't going to happen.
Yeah.
I said SMU had a chance to win. I was clearly wrong about that. So we both.
I
missed.
swept Saturday. But the start on Friday night was not a good one.
Credit to Will. He was trying to talk me out of my underplay and taking Clemson with the points, and they both got botched.
And that was the one game I figured would be high scoring because I thought Texas was going to win by 30. And it ended up being closer, but it ended up being the highest scoring of any of those games.
It really didn't go down quite the way that I thought because at times that offense for Clemson really struggled and took football back about 40 years, it felt like, with what should be a really good quarterback. And Cade I thought he was sensational.
He got better as the game went along.
Yeah.
That's something we talked about yesterday.
That first drive, I'm like, oh crap.
Yeah.
That Texas defense is on alert here. And then it started to get away from them. But like you said, by the end, Klubnik was playing out of his mind. And I was asking Carter this yesterday, like, are you feeling better about, if you're a Texas fan, do you have some concern about the way the defense played there moving forward now? Obviously, ASU, and they're a huge favorite, 13.5-point favorite versus Arizona State for the
I don't. I
Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl.
I think the concern for Texas fans was going into that game on how offensively in Quinn. They scored a touchdown on their first 3 possessions. They didn't do that all year. In fact, I don't think they scored a touchdown on their first 2 possessions at any point this year.
So Texas fans should be more fired up about the offense than being like side-eyeing the D.
Like I was saying before, remember how you got to have a good defense to get to the party. It's them and Ohio State, whichever one you want to choose. Those are the 2 best defenses in the country.
I've already looked at a bunch of college players from Ohio State that are defensive tackles, edge rushers, Sawyer, those guys.
Yeah.
I mean, they've got some legitimate defense front 7 dudes.
Yeah, and
So-
Caleb Downs is arguably, the best, safety
And
probably
he's got
in
another
college
year in
football.
college, right?
Yeah, I think Ohio State.
Starks would like a word with you at Georgia. Malachi Starks.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
he is
depending
damn
on
good.
depending on what you do with the kid from Texas too. Texas got a safety that's
Macaba.
No, the other one.
The other one.
Number 7. Oh, geez.
Oh, Barron?
Barron, yeah.
Yeah.
Barron.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to be a top. Is he the top 10 pick?
He'll be a first rounder. I don't know if he'll be top 10.
Okay,
but he'll probably be a first rounder.
Because I have not seen the Texas kid play. I have not seen him on film play yet. But I mean, I know one thing.
Yeah, the Jim Thorpe winner, Jahdae Barron. Yeah.
Starks is a big time player for Georgia, and you're now kind of trying to find, you're trying to find those dudes that can play the coverage, of course, can play down, line up. I mean, it's like the Brian Branches at Detroit. That's what everybody's kind of looking for now. These 2 guys are very similar to that.
Carter, do you like the way Texas is favored in the Peach Bowl here? I mean, 13.5.
Yeah, it's a big number, but I think it's fair. I think it's tough looking at Clemson because they were the lowest seed and they deserve to be the lowest seed, but it's still Clemson. And even though they don't take a whole lot of, in fact, they didn't take any transfer talent up until this current cycle. During this current open transfer portal we have now, Clemson finally got transfer players coming to their school. So even with that being said, what Dabo has done with building that program, keeping them competitive, not at a national championship level anymore, I still think that team is probably more talented on the whole than Arizona State. So Arizona State's all about Cam Skattebo, the running back. Sam Levitt, their quarterback, had a very good season. Their receivers are young and solid, and the defense has done enough to help them win the Big 12 this year. But there's no unit on anywhere on Arizona State that you say that's better than what Texas has.
I think you
Texas
have to,
run D is unbelievable.
Yeah, that's going to be it. So what did we see with every team that won? Ohio State kind of flipped it a little bit because it started with their passing game, but all of them won at the line of scrimmage, and all of them were able to run the ball effectively. And I think that that's where Texas, that was the biggest takeaway there, because I was listening to you guys last week, and when Brian had brought up, going with Arch Manning.
Yeah.
I would say I think that they are a more dynamic offense with Arch Manning, but I think that you got to play both of them. Like, don't upset the apple cart by going and starting Arch and all that, to see him play a little bit more, because I still have issues with, Quinn. Quinn doesn't have many ways to throw the football. I hypothetically texted Zach last week. I don't know if he asked you, Brian, or not. But if I said, okay, you've got a quarterback that, 1, does not throw with anticipation. 2, only has one pitch, and it's not really it's not a fastball.
Right.
He has that he just kind of flicks it down the field, almost like a floater. He doesn't really drive it.
Right.
If you just knew that, what kind of grade, where would they go? He said third day, but
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, see, the NFL, the problem that you deal with the NFL is if you're a floater, they drive on the ball, man. These corners
Safeties
and
are gonna get it,
and linebackers are too good. If you've got to get the ball, because everything we talk about nowadays is what tight window throws.
Mm-hmm.
And if you're giving secondary a chance to drive on these guys, I'm not saying you have to throw it through people but you can't be a floater and be, now I've seen some guys do it and get away. The Cooper Rush is a floater.
Mm-hmm.
Cooper Rush isn't going to drive it through. The guy he played the other day,
if you're a floater, you're going to get flushed.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a good way to
Winners
put it.
get washed, floaters get flushed.
Yeah, and that's my biggest concern for Texas. But if they're able to run the ball, this ain't going to be close.
Yeah.
Okay, so you like Texas to cover the 13.5. That's the vibe right now. We still got time. We still got time.
Just looking at the run defense numbers for Clemson versus Arizona State, Clemson's ranked around 60th in the country. They're allowing around 150 rushing yards a game. That clearly showed Texas was able to run all over them. Arizona State's ranked 22nd. They allow about 35 less rushing yards a game than Clemson has, but yeah, I still don't think it's going to make that much of a difference.
This is my question for you college football experts here. What did Texas State do to Arizona State that only this kid had 24 carries for 62 yards? What did Texas Tech do to him that he had 18 carries for 60 yards?
Texas Tech, it got away with him. It got away from him real quick. I didn't see what Texas State did, but I watched.
They won the game. They won the game 31-28. Arizona State did.
And this is their third and fourth game of the season, right?
Yeah,
these are early season games for Scatterbo.
He came off. He rushed 30 the week before. He had 33 carries for 252 against Mississippi State.
This was one from my memory, because these are the only two games.
What did Kansas State do that made him 25 for 73?
Well, he only had 2 games in which he ran for under 5 a carry, and it was Texas Tech and
Kansas State, it's 2.9.
Okay, I'm sorry, I have it backwards. In the 2 losses, he was under 5 a carry.
Yeah, that's it. Texas Tech was 2.9. Texas Tech was 3.3. The game they won against Texas State, which I think they had to come back in. I think Arizona State traveled to down to San Marcos. 2.6. This guy had 24 carries for 62 yards in that game. I need to watch that game.
Yeah, I think
need to figure out
my memory
what
on
happened.
that one is being lost in the mix and lost in the play calling. Like when we look at the end, do an autopsy of a game, like Ohio State, Michigan for one. It's like, wait, what? How many targets did Jeremiah Smith and Emeka Egbuka get?
Yeah.
That's not anywhere near enough.
And Ohio State flipped that at the very beginning of their game against Tennessee. They figured it out, but we all knew.
And that's where you go, it's another thing, like we were talking about coaching before. How much of it do you put on? I get Ryan Day is going to get all of it, but I'm texting, my brother-in-law is a huge Ohio State fan. He's there at the game on the field, and I'm texting him during the game, like, how badly do you want to go punch Chip Kelly? I mean, and he's like, everybody here is talking about it. Now, they were worried about Will Howard because he may have gotten a little hurt. It was windy. He looked awful. I get it. But sometimes they just get lost in the sauce, I feel like, and play calling. And I would have asked Ryan Day afterwards what the game plan was against Ohio State, because they certainly figured it out And he said they went opposite of
against
that.
Tennessee. Oh, you said Ohio State.
Ohio State.
Yeah. Okay.
So that's where, from my memory, when it came to like the Tech Arizona State thing, was just that he was kind of lost in the shuffle and wasn't breaking off any runs.
Okay, and like that game, it looks like to me because that was a 30-22 game. That's not one of your traditional Texas Tech games where it's 58,
35,
58 to 34, or something like that. But I need to go back and watch and see if I can get a hold of that Texas State game because I'm curious what they did because he came off a previous week of rushing for 262 against Mississippi State. Mississippi State's bad football. Play bad football right now.
And I'll tell you, too, with Scatterboo, he is not a big guy. He's a tough guy.
Yeah.
And if you give him a few yards and you're trying to hit him in space, you're going to bounce off.
He's going to shed the tackles.
But if you're clogging up, the lane and he's not getting any momentum, then he can be brought down.
Before the playoffs started, did you guys have a champion prediction?
Yeah, I want to change it.
I don't. I picked Oregon before the season.
Yeah.
I picked him to beat Georgia, and I still think that's a real possibility. Even without Carson Beck, who he's been ruled out for the entire playoff for Georgia, I still think that team is good enough. What they showed me beating Texas coming back without Beck, except for that final play where everyone knew they were going to run the ball, and they brought Carson Beck in for that for some reason.
That game with Notre Dame is going to be fascinating. But
because Stockton had his face taken off.
That's
on
right, the play before, and he had to
was,
come out.
He was shaken up. I can't believe he didn't blow his knee out either with the way he fell.
I'm really fascinated to watch him because, he was a big-time recruit. He was a freshman, an All-American as a freshman in high school. 5-star, he
can run around on
24/7
you.
Sports had him as their number one dual threat guy. Who knows with that? My pick was Oregon. Oregon went through. They played their entire Big Ten schedule continuously, without a bye. All in success. You're like, okay, I don't care who you are. That's tough, or who you're playing in that. They've been the best on both sides of the ball, like Carter was saying, but. These teams, we have to look at them a bit on a bell curve, right? Like, what can you be at your best? Like Carter was saying with Georgia. I watched Alabama in front of my face in your house, which is one of the greatest experiences of my life. Yeah. That was amazing.
At Broadus's?
At Baton Rouge. At Tiger Stadium.
And LSU was awful that night.
And Alabama looked like you could not beat Alabama if they played like that or the way they did against in the first half against Georgia. If Ohio State plays like they did against Tennessee, nobody will touch them. That is still the roster that's $25 million. If they get adequate quarterback play from Will Howard, and that's how it looks, Tennessee's defense is really good. And that front 7, front 8, which is really about their front 15, how many guys do they recycle through that? It's incredibly deep. Yeah. It made no difference.
Well, here's the difference. Dan Lanning, difference maker.
He is. I totally agree.
Ryan Day, maybe not a difference maker.
Maybe not.
But to Ohio State's credit, they didn't get blown out by Oregon when they lost to them in the regular season.
No, not at all.
Close
Not
game.
at all. Not at all. It's great tape to watch because of the number of players on both sides that are draft eligible.
Yeah, Will had a great day.
Until the
final
very
play.
end. Other than that, he was awesome. But Oregon's just boring. They're the most boring 13-0 team we've had in the last, couple years. So people don't want to give them the credit I think they deserve. But I think we'll see that in the Rose Bowl. Like, you are going to see just how fundamentally sound every player on that defense, on that offense is.
They're super tenacious.
Hit hard.
I know this is probably close to home for you, but does Oregon has the quarterback advantage here, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
I think so.
I mean, both these dudes were Big 12 quarterbacks, right, at one point in time in their life?
Dylan is, in my estimation, on a way different tier. Will Howard has been sketching me all year, and then watching him against Michigan, it was pretty bad. Now, it got a lot better, but he's getting to Jeremiah Smith, Emeka Egbuka, even Travion Henderson, running back. They're getting it to him in space.
Yeah, a lot of space. That was something I noticed in the Tennessee game. Is a lot of their guys had so much room in front of them, and that was a sound Tennessee defense the entire year. And they finally managed to cook them the entire way. But Gabriel's just like the rest of the Oregon team. He's not super exciting to watch. He just gets the job done. And if he needs to bomb it 60 yards down the field, he can. But they can dink and dunk your way to beating you.
Yeah. I don't know if this kid's declared yet, but I watched this Evan Stewart.
I was just going to say his name. He was the one that had the big game against Ohio State.
Yeah,
he's super fast.
He's a transfer from Texas A&M. He's a Frisco kid. But keep an eye on him. I watched him thinking he might come out. I don't think he's declared yet.
No.
So
he probably does.
Yeah.
Tez Johnson, I believe, is a senior. And he's
like-
kind of the leader.
Okay.
Yeah, because he came back.
He
could've
reminds me
left
of
last
Jordan
year.
Addison. He was at USC.
Oh,
He's with the Vikings. That's
what a year he's having right now for the
that's
Vikings.
the kind of player he is.
All right, there it is, your college football roundtable. Thank you, Carter Freeman. Will
Thanks,
Chambers
guys.
sticks around for one more. Krusty's Corner on a Christmas Eve
Yeah.
TD Tuesday, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air.
I'm glad Will's here. We're going to have some questions for him about this Dallas Cowboy team. We'll do that next.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roast food?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, a pepper lady? Pepper lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg maidens?
Pre-curve?
No.
Nutmeg Maiden?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today and visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
682 Tree Rollins, former Atlanta Hawk. Nice work, 682.
Yeah.
Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Dallas Mavericks.
That's not one, is it? No, it's not.
No. I don't think Chuck Cooperstein.
How about Jesse Holly?
Jesse Holly. That deserves a ding right there.
Can't believe I didn't get that after Michael.
Yeah.
Should have gone Jesse first.
Did you and Jesse work together?
We just missed each other.
That was who was he working with? A guy-
Ari?
No, the movie studio grill guy.
Oh, Dingus.
Mike Dingus. That's who he was working with.
Shout out Mike Dingus.
Man, I miss him, bro. He used to drop off them coupons and go watch a movie anytime.
No kidding.
Used to hook
I used
it
to
up.
walk away with a stack of them boys.
That's what I'm saying. He would,
I miss you, dog.
It's like he wouldn't give you just one or two. He'd give you like, here you go, man. Enjoy a movie.
Yeah.
And like you could go a whole year with the number of coupons. he gave
Love
you.
it, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's the man. Love us some Mike Dingus. Love us some Chuck Cooperstein joins us in 12 minutes. Radio voice of the Mavericks. We'll talk a little Mavs victory from last night, and then, of course, look ahead, a little Christmas Day action with the man himself, Chuck Cooperstein. Right now, though, we turn it over to the Super Bowl champion, the king of the Crusties, brought to you by Reliant Heating and Air. It's Krusty's Corner.
Thank you very much, Chief. Thank you very much to Reliant. Happy holidays to everybody out there, and happy Hanukkah and whatever else you celebrate out there. All right, Will Chambers, since you're in with us today, I have questions. I need answers. Will?
How do you feel about your questions today, by the way? You confident?
I feel like this is going to make you think a little bit.
You're not mailing it in on a Christmas Eve?
No, I'm trying my best. I always try my best. It just doesn't always work out my best.
Yeah, well said.
Okay.
Amen.
Thank you.
I got a Sean Connery quote that's just floating around my head right now.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I'm just kind of missing that you said you were going to bring in some of your mom's Italian bread for the holiday.
Oh, that's Thursday. I'm getting it tomorrow at Christmas.
Are you
Thursday,
really?
I'll bring it in.
Oh man, I was just throwing a Hail Mary there.
I have a hilarious
I know
text
she's got
from
a
my
million
mom.
things going on right there. Your
She
mom,
does.
that Christmas bread is incredible.
Yeah, it's
that will
dominant.
wreck a diet.
It will.
But it's some of the best.
Might
food.
swing by here on Thursday. Then.
Yeah, we need to get a Will Chambers power
We can
hour.
definitely do that again.
Thursday
especially if we're
and
talking
Friday.
about Christmas bread.
Yeah, no, his mom. Oof, tell you, it's great. All right, Will. Hey, did Brock Hoffman struggle with Vita Vea change your thoughts about him being a full-time starter at guard?
No. Look, not to try to cop out or just to cheat on basically all of this. I think my whole theory on the Cowboys has been that they're 4 guys away from being 4 guys away. I mean, I think we've seen some good out of Hoffman, but right now we need, able bodies in there. The departures that left last year, if you don't agree, or you do agree, like, yeah, I wouldn't have brought them back. I didn't want to pay for Tony Pollard. I didn't want to do this, that. That's fine. But they didn't replace him. Coming into the season, I had huge questions in 2 areas, depth and the running back room, which is like, I'm not trying to be Mr. Running Back advocate here, but you got to at least have something in there. And Dowdo, who I like, is injured a lot. And then they just didn't replace a lot of these guys. So I know that it's been a little bit makeshift with your situations on the offensive line. But 1, Vita Vea is terrific. And 2, I mean, if you're going to get somebody else to replace him to have depth there, I don't know. I think that you need so many guys at this point that looking at what he did on, against Tampa, I'm not going to take anything away from him.
Right. Yeah. So you're not. How about you, Eric? Are you looking at it as maybe not the starter dude, and maybe he needs to play center and not guard, and maybe we need to see BB play a little guard? I mean, how do you feel about this? Did it change a little bit for you?
It does.
And you got 2 big time teams defensive tackle wise. You're playing these next 2 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
Philadelphia and the Commanders. It could kind of maybe, I don't know. Does that influence you that maybe he's not the guy?
Yeah, these final 3 games we were looking at, we discussed it plenty on, like, this is going to be the real test now.
Yeah.
He's done a nice job versus some poor fronts, some poor run defenses. The whole offensive line has. And then it was like, okay, this final 3-game stretch here, you're going to run into some guys, especially Vita Vea, the other night. You're going to get Jalen Carter and company, the big dogs there interior with the Eagles next week. And that was going to be the real sort of determining factor of, has Hoffman really broken through here, or is he just beating up on bad teams like the Cowboys love to do? And so he failed this test. Like, he was not good the other night.
Yeah.
And he went up against a super beast for sure.
Sure.
But if I'm going to pen you in as a starter going into next year, I got to see you at least win some of those individual matchups in a game like that. And he didn't at all. It was a tough watching Hoffman. So yes, I do. I'm not going to rule out the idea that he could compete for a starting job next season.
Right.
But after a game like
he's
that,
a depth guy. I mean, this is an undrafted. How long does it take to figure out a guy on the offensive line? You're going to give a first-round draft pick, definitely 2 years. But if we're talking about somebody, that's that's playing right now, does it take more than 2 years to figure out what you've got in the building in that area?
Will, I got another question for you here. For the skilled guys, has Turpin replaced Ferguson as your third most important piece of your offense? Lamb and Dowdle would be the other two, in my opinion. But has Turpin replaced Ferguson as your third most important offensive weapon?
No, I would say no, because we all know that he's dangerous, and we've all been clamoring for them to figure out a way to get him the ball in space. I saw him lined up in the backfield. Correct me if I'm wrong here. That didn't happen before, right? Like at the running back position where he was 7 behind.
Yeah, they did it versus
Carolina.
the Panthers. Was when they first unveiled that, and
I was
it
like,
worked.
I don't remember seeing that.
Yeah.
But I'm like, why couldn't they figure out other ways to get him the ball, from the slot or, some of those? We couldn't understand it. But I think that Ferguson, your starting tight end, is going to be more important than I think your third wide receiver, and that is pretty much what he is.
I do think that it's been a bummer that the Cowboys haven't been able to get more out of both of these guys this year. Yeah. Of course, the quarterback stuff plays a factor in just the offense being so bad for the first 10 weeks or whatever of the season. But I feel like Kevontae Turpin in different settings could be a real legitimate player. Jake Ferguson at the tight end spot. We saw what he did last year. We know what he's capable of. Right. Both of them, I think, we're leaving meat on the bone here. But as currently constructed, I do think Turpin's more important
as a weapon. As a third weapon. Yeah,
definitely. Because they have no speed whatsoever. I mean, Scooney filled in for Ferguson. It was like you didn't even notice Ferguson was gone. This version of Ferguson, last year's Ferguson, we've been missing all season long. But this version of Ferguson hasn't been overly dynamic, and it's not all his fault. But when he was out with the concussion, Scooney comes in, and it's like, okay, he's getting it done. There's no replacing that Turpin speed in the game.
Right, he's the only guy on the field that if there's a breath of air, he can be gone.
Yeah,
he's the only guy on the team that can do it.
All right, Mike, can I get one more question? Or you want to?
No, let's just be quick. I don't want to keep Chuck Cooperstein waiting.
You got it. Okay, Will. Jordan Lewis is your defensive MVP this season.
Yeah, I would agree. Micah missed so much of it, and Jordan Lewis, who has some of the guys that based on the position they play are going to be a little bit unsung. I'm going to start all offseason being Mr. Middle linebacker guy. Get ready for that because I think that position has gotten so undervalued, and sometimes like a nickel guy or one that plays down and plays dirty like he does, tough. I would agree.
Yeah, I do think he deserves all the love. This is no disparaging on Jordan Lewis. He's had an amazing season. But Micah Parsons, the on-off splits, we ran the numbers yesterday.
Overshown maybe?
Overshown for sure. Did a lot and deserves some credit. But Micah Parsons, with him on the field, they make
he's
quarterbacks.
No question the best player, no doubt.
They make quarterbacks look like Daniel Jones from a success rate standpoint when he's on the field this year. When he's off the field, the quarterbacks have a success rate that's equal to Josh Allen this season, 49%. It is an unbelievable difference. Micah Parsons has been a monster.
We talk about Woody and the career he had and how he didn't have the numbers and all this stuff. And I'm not saying that, he's a Hall of Famer. I'm just saying that sometimes there are guys, positions on the team, and especially the defense, that just you don't feel like the impact that they truly have made. And Jordan's one of those guys.
Will Chambers, ladies and gentlemen, Merry Christmas. Love you more.
Happy
Thanks
holidays,
for the time.
Happy holidays, you will.
Hopefully we'll get Will Chambers back in the mix on a Thirsty Thursday, maybe a Football Friday as well.
You got me for a Thirsty Thursday.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. He'll bring the whiskey and everything. It'll be great. All right, Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Mavericks, joins us next here on The Nation.
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has roasted.
No, that's
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
All right, let's welcome in the voice of the Dallas Mavericks, Chuck Cooperstein, after the Mavs get another dominant victory. They win 13 out of their last 16, and we look ahead to tomorrow's Christmas Day action after the beatdown of the Trailblazers. It's the G-Bag Nation, Eric Chiafalo, alongside the Super Bowl winning scout Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander in the Pim Cup, and Carter Freeman's running the Fan Cam Twitch and YouTube. Great to have you in. Merry Christmas, everybody, as we welcome in Mr. Chuck Cooperstein. Chuck, Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. How the heck are you, man?
It's all good. Going to be a whole lot better in Mavs land right now.
Yeah, things are coming together nicely, very nicely. Last night was super impressive. I mean, they just tear up these Trailblazers. That's what they do. But everything's clicking right now. The health of Luka, no question about whether he plays tomorrow, right?
No, I mean he's back, and I haven't seen the injury report for today, but it's not like he was taxed or anything like that last night. And, he played 30 minutes, which is, again, well below his average, and that's all well and good. It's part of the real strength of this team that there is incredible depth. For years, it's always been talked about, well, we've got depth. We can do this and we can do that. And then you get toward the end of the season, you try to pare down your rotation to 8.5 and maybe 9, and you know who those players are. Well, here you don't know who those players are, and it really could come down to who they're playing at a particular time. The players that are in the rotation, and it's a wonderful problem for Jason Kidd to have.
Chuck, is there a thought? And you were talking about the depth. Does Jason Kidd play with the lineup in a way of when guys are available and guys are not available that maybe that we might see with Kyrie and Luka both being out of a game at the same time and seeing how those rotations and stuff work? I mean, would he take the season to do things like that?
Well, we saw that the other night.
Yeah.
That didn't go very well.
No.
And so I can't imagine them doing that on purpose.
Okay.
Or unless you get the game 81 and 82 and everything's already decided.
Sure.
And that's what happened last year, against Detroit and Oklahoma City at the end of the year. And it didn't matter, and so they sat those guys out. But if there's anything to play for, I can't imagine, unless they're both injured, that they won't play. And so you're going to have at least one of those guys.
Yeah, it just seems like to me that this coaching staff is such attention to detail in the way that they operate and stuff like that. And they're like no stone unturned type of a group. So I just didn't know if that they're like, listen, tonight let's think about this, or let's think about with the way the schedule plays out for you sometimes.
Well, I think, again, you look at a team like the Clippers, whose record isn't particularly good, but they did go into Memphis and win last night.
Yeah, they did.
They did beat the Mavericks in one of the two games in Dallas. I mean, they're the type of team. They're probably going to make the playoffs. They're athletic and long, and they've got some bulk in the middle. It's hard to score against them. It really is. And the Mavericks didn't score easily against them in either one of those games, even with Luka, coming back, or Luka, Kyrie was back, Luka was out for both of those games. But when they didn't play, that was a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, it's one thing to have depth, and depth is a wonderful thing, especially in the regular season.
Right.
But it's not like you're just wanting to play with food just to play with food. Right. Okay, that's not a good thing, especially when you do know that as things are as tight as they are, and you see where the Mavericks are in relation to Houston and Memphis in the standings right now.
Right.
I mean, you've got to make sure at the very least you have a top 4 seed, and preferably you'd like to be in the top 2 or 3 so that you can avoid the top seed, likely to be Oklahoma City, for as long as you possibly can.
Chuck, real quick, Chuck, are you more surprised of Houston forever? It seems like always had young talent, but not the coach to go along with it. And I mean, no disrespect to the coaches that have been there before, but now they have that. Are you more surprised by where they are or where Minnesota is?
That's a good question, Brian.
Because Minnesota's
I would
10th.
say, in fairness to Steven Silas, who was there before Ime
exactly.
Udoka,
Yeah.
he was given a bunch of AAU players.
Sure.
He was not given Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks to bring a sense of professionalism to them, and Steven Adams too, for that matter. So that's. I really hate, because Steven Silas is my neighbor, quite frankly, here, and I'm good friends with him. And he's a hell of a coach. He really is, but he was not given the means by which to succeed. Having said that, Ime Udoka is a hell of a coach, and he has Dylan Brooks and Fred VanVleet to execute his mindset. That then translates to other guys, and like guys like Tari Eason and Amen Thompson, guys you don't even talk about, right? But they're unbelievable. Okay, they're unbelievably athletic, and they're a pain in the butt to play, as we saw when the Mavericks played them very early in the season.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm really looking forward to next week on New Year's night, when most of the world's going to be watching football and watching the Sugar Bowl between Notre Dame and Georgia. I'm going to be in Houston watching the Mavericks play the Rockets, and it's going to be a hell of a game. It really is. But Minnesota. They made a big trade, and sometimes it works, like it did with the Mavericks last year, okay? Sometimes it doesn't work, like with the Mavericks when they got Kyrie. It didn't work right away, not necessarily because he and Luka didn't work, but it just the team just never quite got together. And it seems like Minnesota, their defense is still really good. Like their last 10 games, they're the best defensive team in the NBA right now, and they were the best defensive team last year, but they can't score. Their offense is just all messed up. I mean, they're working on a streak now of, I want to say it's something like 10 straight games where they have not even scored 110 points. And in the NBA today, that's almost impossible to do. So there are some real issues there that they've got to get figured out. It's not easy for them because, frankly, Randall plays differently than Towns, and that changes the spacing on the floor. And Mike Conley, as much as I have loved him through the years, he's gotten old, and they don't have a legitimate backup point guard. They don't have anybody who can go get them a bucket, other than Anthony Edwards, who is now having to do all kinds of things and doing different things. He's shooting a bunch of threes, not driving the ball anymore. They're kind of messed up. I mean, they've lost 3 games in a row here, got beat by Atlanta last night, and the games before that against New York and Golden State, they've been smacked in all 3 of those games. They're all over the place right now. Houston is definitely not.
No, Houston's pretty legit right now, for sure. It's Chuck Cooperstein, radio voice of the Mavericks, with us here on The Fan. Where would you like to see the Mavs start to improve here, other than just remaining healthy, building that continuity? What areas of the team need to be improved as you start looking ahead towards the rest of the season?
Well, I mean, I think the backup 4 probably needs some looking at. Now, whether that is already on the roster with Kleba and Prosper, or whether they feel the need toward the deadline to try to find another person, who can fill that backup role better behind PJ Washington. That's something I think that can be looked at. I think, just from an overall standpoint, they've been a little loose with the basketball over the last month, a little bit better the last couple of games, but they really just need to sort of buckle down. They've been looking for a lot of those home run passes to try to beat the defense down the floor, so you're not playing against a set defense, and sometimes discretion is the better part of valor. And rebounding is always going to be an issue. And they've been playing a bunch of teams here lately that are really good offensive rebounding teams, and they've been hurt a bit because of that. And that's just something that I think when you have Luka back at full strength, that really solves a lot of the problems because he is such a good rebounder from the perimeter. So. I think that can definitely help too. So there isn't really a lot I think that they've got to worry about, given not only their record, but how they've played, where they pretty well dominated people.
Is Kyrie even better than he was last year?
I'm sorry?
Is Kyrie even better than he was last year?
Kyrie's been sensational. And I tell you that where you don't maybe appreciate Kyrie so much, and you saw it against James Harden the other night, and you saw it last night when Jeremy Grant was trying to post him up and try to play bully ball with him down the block. When Kyrie wants to guard, and he's being challenged by people. I mean, he's going to get his chest into you, and he's going to make it hard. And that he's doing it in game 28 of the season, as opposed to just waiting until the playoffs to start doing it, is a great sign. And obviously, Luka's defense has been so much better this year. And not that it was ever really as bad as people wanted to make it out to be, and especially with what happened in the finals. But he's much better on that end this year. And I do think that if your best player is going to try and play the way they're playing, then that's going to pretty much trickle down to everybody else on the roster, and they're going to try and do the same thing.
Chuck, when I was working with Bill Parcells, and the one thing he always was talking to us about was, your team by Thanksgiving. You understand where's the NBA point of your basketball team? Is there a date for that? Is there basketball folks say, hey, you'll know your team at this time?
Well, most teams will say basically from 25 to 30 games. But there's always the caveat of the trade deadline.
Right.
And what do you do with the trade deadline? Football, it doesn't really work that way. I mean, it's better now in football than it was as far as acquiring difference-making players. But even at that level, there are so many other players in football that have to play in order for the team to win that unless you were getting, a franchise quarterback, I don't know what material difference, making a trade week 10 of the season is going to make. In the NBA, generally speaking, even at the trade deadline and afterward, there are very few trades that ultimately become difference makers. You may improve on the margins, but there's nothing that really or rarely that materially changes your team. Last year was obviously the exception with the Mavericks because their two trades clearly changed everything. But I would say, generally speaking, 30 games into the season, you pretty well know who you are. So that's basically about 38% of the season.
Chuck Cooperstein with us here on The Fan. Chuck, obviously a lot of conversation just generally around the NBA right now with the ratings down and people are trying to change the game, too much three-point shooting. Well, what are your thoughts on all that?
Well, I mean, I don't mind three-point shooting at all, as long as the guys taking three-pointers are the ones who are capable of making it. There's a lot of times when, teams will come down and be 3-on-1, and in the past, the ball handler was getting it to the foul line, the guys are running the wing, and they're going to the basket, and you're throwing a pass, and they're shooting a layup. Well, now they're flaring out to shoot a three. And I'm not sure that's always the best play. But having said that, I mean, the players are significantly more skilled than they've ever been. They really are. I mean, despite what the naysayers would say. But, I mean, I look at a team like the Mavericks, and, you compare them to last year, they take fewer threes than they've ever taken. And their threes are better, quite frankly, because they're doing so much damage in the paint and at the rim that there's so much space now for them to shoot. And they got a whole bunch of shooters on their team who can make three-pointers and make them at a better than NBA average clip that, you should wind up taking them. So you should wind up taking about, 35 threes a game. That does seem to be, the right number for this particular team to take. There was a great article that was out this morning that kind of just tried to, and I posted it on Twitter, kind of explaining, how while, the results may be, where they are, that there are so many different ways that teams use to get to that particular point that, those who say, well, the game, everybody's doing the same thing all the time, but just jacking up threes. There's a lot of intricacy in how that works. I think the players are great. And I do think that the game is great. I think the officiating could be better. I mean, clearly, I think it could be better. I pretty much believe we could probably say that in all sports.
Yes.
But I do think the NBA has an issue that they really do need to deal with and don't put their head in the sand. I'm not sure they're doing the best job they could in that area. The issue of load management is something that is never going to go away, I think, and it does turn people off, and they should be turned off by it. I mean, you can talk about how the game is so spread out and it's more difficult to defend than it ever was before. Well, then you just got to prepare for it. And maybe I'm too simplistic in that way, but to me, you owe it to the fan base that's paying a really good price for their ticket, let alone whoever is going to watch the game on TV, that if you can play, you should play. And then, you do have the TV issue, and the TV issue is a major one because it's almost as if the NBA has made it harder for fans to watch their teams. With blackouts on League Pass and, the new contract coming up that's going to send a whole bunch of stuff to streaming. I don't know if this is the best long-term strategy for the NBA, but they obviously believe that it is. And I guess starting next year, we're about to find out.
Chuck, before we let you go here, you've always been my voice of reason when it comes to college athletics. Your impressions of, and not so much how the games were played, but how did you feel like the first weekend with the 12 teams involved? How did that go for you?
It was spectacular. Oh my God. I've been dreaming of this ever since I started watching college football, which is basically about 50 years ago, right?
Right.
It was incredible to see a late December game at Notre Dame.
Right.
And I think the fact that the tournament began at Notre Dame just lent a greater aura to it than it already had. And you're at State College, and you're at Ohio State, and you're at Texas. It's my goodness. If you're a college football fan, you just have to, you can't get enough of it. It was, as far as I was concerned. And I know, the NFL put 2 games on Saturday, and one of them, the Steelers and Ravens, is arguably the best rivalry that the NFL has right now.
Unbelievable, yeah.
And I had absolutely no interest in watching that game, none whatsoever. And I'll admit, my college and NFL leanings are pretty much 50-50, maybe even a little more toward the college game than the NFL. I'm the French Foreign Legion when it comes to the NFL. I have no dog in the fight.
Right.
Once the Jets moved to the Meadowlands, I was done with them, and that was the end of it. But I can't imagine how great it was. I mean, I thought it would be. It was even better. The reality was better than the dream. And then you get to the next round, and frankly, I think it's a bit of a letdown by going to the bowl sites.
Yeah, I do too.
It's like they basically need. There are 2 things that need to happen. Obviously, they need to seed honestly. You win the conference, that gets you in the tournament. That's fine. That's great. Mm-hmm. But you don't deserve a top 4 seed just because you won your conference. You got to seed it honestly, and then you have to reseed after every round, so that your top seed, whoever the committee decides the top seed is going to be, that top seed is protected. And that should happen, and it does happen pretty much at all levels of sport, except really for the NBA, which is really kind of nuts when you think about it. But you do those 2 things and then ultimately get to a point where everything is on campus until the championship game, and you have a college Super Bowl. Look, the NFL is a $25 billion a year business. You can learn from this. There's something that they must be doing right, and there's nothing wrong for college football to emulate what the NFL has done as far as the seeding of the playoffs and playing the playoffs, and then ultimately, having a Super Bowl, say on a Saturday night, someplace that, because college football is meant to be played on Saturday, and that would absolutely be bonkers. It would be spectacular.
Well, Chuck, you're a super beast, man. Can't thank you enough for the time. Happy holidays to you, and enjoy the game tomorrow.
Appreciate you guys. Take care. Merry Christmas. Happy Hanukkah.
Yes, sir. Merry Christmas to you as well. Happy Hanukkah. Walchuk texted me right now just to let me know that he's kicking his feet up and watching Wedding Crashers. It popped up on the TV.
Why is he not watching college tape? He's got some scouting report. We got a couple weeks before the draft show starts up here.
I'm sure you got a lead on him there. All right, it's the G-Bag Nation here on a Christmas Eve TD Tuesday. We have the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day in honor of it being December 4th, 2024. And with the recent passing of the great Ricky Henderson, we present the top 10 greatest athletes of all time who wore number 24. 877-881-1053. That's next right here on The Fan.
What was it? Pepper Lady. Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
You know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean like your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, right.
All right, it's Christmas Eve 2024. We just lost the great Ricky Henderson. We have the Wooly Bully Top 10 list of the day, the best athletes all time who wore number 24 segment here in the nation. Of course, brought to you by Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost with the Frankels. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck attorneys in Dallas. Segment also brought to you by Soda, state-of-the-art weight loss, and Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. Let's get to the list here before we bring in Mark Schler to talk some NFL football with our good buddy Stink. Best athletes who wore number 24. Lucius Alexander, who comes to mind?
Kobe.
Ding, ding, ding.
And
Spoiler alert, number one.
Also, really?
Yeah.
Okay, I also have Jim Jackson here, too.
Love it.
Yeah, Jim Jackson, bro.
Jim Jackson has not been texted in yet. Kobe Bryant, of course, has. We have Bobby Jackson in the 214. Champ Bailey.
Yeah, I got Champ Bailey on the list, too. Absolutely.
That was one of the ones when I was thinking about this. I was like, Kobe, Champ Bailey. Those ones were immediate. And then...
Beast Mode.
Oh, yeah, Marshawn Lynch. Good pull. Yes. I'll tell you what, this top 10, I don't know. It might not be... I mean, we'll see how it shakes out here. This is not me putting it together. This is America voting on it, okay?
Jeff Gordon on that list?
Jeff Gordon is not in the top 10.
His car wore number 24.
That's true, famously.
Black SS with the navigation.
Yeah.
Yeah, he must be outside looking in here, unfortunately.
This is the Nation did this?
Yeah,
so
this is the Nation.
To me, like when I was growing up, Everson Walls wore 24.
Okay, yes. Yeah. No, he deserves the respect. Thank you.
Yeah.
You can give me all the old, the crusty pulls that you have from 2020 or from 24, the jersey number. Tom Chambers being texted in. He's outside looking in as well. Mark Aguirre being texted in. We have Robinson Cano being texted in. How about this one? You'll probably like this.
Aguirre? Oh, Mark Aguirre.
Yeah.
Mark Aguirre. I was thinking of Mark McGuire.
No, he'd be in the top 10.
But see, that's what I'm saying. Mark McGuire wore 25.
Right.
That's what I was just like, whoa, what are we doing here?
How about a crusty Willie Wood nomination?
Willie Wood.
Willie Wood, yeah. Willie Wood was Green Bay Packers.
My man name was Willie Wood.
Willie Wood.
That's wild.
Yeah, Green Bay Packer dude. He was a corner. He was damn good.
48 interceptions.
Yes. Him and Dick Night Train Lane.
Get out of here, man. Stop. That's enough.
Yeah.
The law
Willie
office
Wood,
of
Dick
Willie
Night
Wood.
Train. Stop,
Dick
bro.
Night Train Lane. Detroit Lions.
Turn the mic up.
Man, these dudes had great nicknames, by the way, back in the day.
They did. Yeah, they really did.
Clyde Bulldog Turner.
Thought you were about to drop another one on me.
I think that was Bulldog.
Yeah, bull balls.
Manny Ramirez being texted in the 469. He's outside looking in as well. Ty Law, really awesome corner for the Patriots for many years, also outside looking in.
Ty Law was damn good.
Getting some, how about Darrell Revis?
Oh, Revis Island.
Revis Island was no joke, dude.
There was no barber on Revis Island.
Was he famous for a poor haircut?
It's just awful haircut. Every time I see him, I'm like, damn, bro. You know you're going to be on TV every Sunday, right?
I do think of the beard being generally unkempt, so I guess that doesn't totally surprise me.
Yeah.
He's just a football guy.
Was his beard worse than Ed Reed?
Well, Ed Reed's was well-groomed, even though it was...
Ed Reed looked unhoused at all times.
I felt like Ed Reed was always on the verge of like living out of his car.
Yeah. He still has the best Hall of Fame bust of all time. Yeah. Just a picture perfect copy and paste with the hair grown out a little bit, the beard grown out.
Yeah.
What a legend he was. Paul George being texted in. He did not crack the top 10. Barry Bonds getting some love, but he's also outside the top 10.
Barry Bonds outside the top
because
this
he
is a
was
hate list.
he did most of his dominance was in the number 25, right, with the Giants, because he changed his number to honor his dad.
Yeah.
So I think he was just 24 with the Pirates.
Yeah, but the dude,
which was still amazing.
That guy was an MVP without when he's with the Pirates.
All fair.
Yeah.
Sam Jones also outside looking in. Now we get into the top 10.
Sam Jones. Is he the guy that's on the NBA network?
Yes.
Like he's always like, is he the guy that the guy that Lucy? She played
he had a Toxic Tuesday.
The Toxic Tuesday
He was
meltdown.
doxing that guy, right?
Remember that guy was watching his house?
Yeah.
Like, how about the place you got there in Florida?
They're
Man?
doing some pocket
You
watching.
can't be calling poverty out here. You got a brand new house you putting up.
Sam, like the guy was like calling him out for being like kind of a broke broadcaster.
Then he showed up at his house trying to do that little fake weird video to make good.
Yeah.
Hey, we're cool, right? Shake hands, man. We're cool. Right?
Forced and awkward. That was hilarious. Sam Jones outside looking in. All right, number 10, Champ Bailey. There he is. 52 interceptions in his career. 4 touchdowns. Would have been 5 had Benjamin Watson, the tight end of the Patriots, not chased him down 99 yards, I believe, in a playoff game at Mile High. And I think he fumbled it, went out of the end zone, and everything's going to be like a 100-yard pick six on Brady.
How could you let
Ben Watson? Well, because he was kind of putting the brakes on it the final 20 yards. He thought it was an easy money touchdown.
no.
Here comes Ben Watson with a great hustle play. Would have been 5 total touchdowns there. Champ Bailey was a beast, though. Coming in at number 9, baseball's Lou Brock.
Oh, gosh. Why didn't I think of Lou Brock? I went to Cardinal games as a kid.
From 61 to 79, he was hitting dongs. 149 homers.
Stealing base.
Yeah, 938 stolen bases.
Yeah, Ricky Henderson broke his record.
2-time World Series champion Lou Brock getting some love here.
19.
Best athletes to ever wear number 24 in honor of Ricky Henderson, and it being the 24th day of the final month of the year 2024. How about that? Rick Barry comes in at number 8.
Oh, geez. How did I forget that guy?
He's got, his...
That's free throw line, right?
Free throw, the granny style.
Granny.
But he won with Golden State. I think Golden State's first championship was with him.
Yeah, he's an NBA champion for sure. Finals MVP, all that stuff. 8-time All-Star.
Him and Al Attles.
Yeah, I'm surprised nobody's adopted the granny shot free throw from him.
Some of these dudes need to. I'm telling you, you could be embarrassed, but as long as you're making them, so what? You look worse clanking them.
Yeah, when you get above like 6'10", you cannot shoot a free throw.
No.
6'8", 6'10", it starts getting weird.
Yeah.
972 texting in Charles Woodson. How about that, Broadus?
Jeez, gosh.
Missed that one. Yeah. Another 972.
Willie Brown. I think Willie Brown for the Raiders.
Willie Brown was on the list.
Yeah.
Outside looking in.
Oh, you said that already?
I don't know if I said it, but I saw
Willie
it.
Brown, yeah, it was good.
Marion the Barbarian, R.I.P. from the 972. Yes, sir. He wore that like a beast. Tough guy. Okay, we continue here. Number 7, Miguel Cabrera. He, of course, 470 home runs, ridiculous, 11-time All-Star, World Series champion. I believe David Sampson, who was an executive for the Marlins for a long time, deemed him the best player he ever had on one of his teams in terms of playing with a hangover. Miguel Cabrera.
Really?
He'd go tear it up next day.
Babe Ruth.
Dong.
Babe Ruth would like a word with you. Like
well, this is just for
Dennis Rodman, too, by the way.
Dennis Rodman, yeah.
Actually, Ricky Henderson comes in at number 6.
Oh, okay.
1,406 stolen bases. Rest in peace to the legend. 10-time All-Star, 2-time World Series champion. ALCS MVP. Number 5, we have Moses Malone.
Jeez.
The 76er, number 24.
Yeah.
Averaged 20 and 12. He's an NBA champion, Finals MVP, and a 3-time NBA MVP. It's a heck of a career. Charles Woodson comes in at number 4.
Yep. Lost my job because of him.
65 interceptions, dude.
Yeah.
And 11 touchdowns. Of course, a Super Bowl champion as well.
Would you say he was trash or something, brothers? Like,
No.
skip that guy.
No. I tried to get
He's got an
Parcells.
attitude problem.
I tried to get Parcells to sign him, and he said exactly what you said about him.
Really?
That's what Parcells. He said, I don't want that malcontent playing on my field.
That malcontent.
That's what he called him. Called him a malcontent, and I fought him on it, and he'd had enough of me. He decided to get rid of me after that. He did not want to argue with me.
How
about
dare
playing.
that brother try to talk some sense into me? Get him out of here.
No, seriously. He convinced Jerry. And the sad thing about it was, he gets rid of me, and then 2 years later, he's gone. So, it's not like he stayed another 8-10 years and kept coaching. Like, he got rid of me, and then he was gone himself. So, that was sad.
The legendary Willie Mays comes in at number 3.
Hey.
My gosh.
One of the greatest catches of all time.
How
Shout
many
out to the polo ground.
How many All-Star appearances? Anybody know?
How many years did he play?
Well, he played many years.
Okay, well, you don't know. See, I was
51 to 73. He had 24 All-Star appearances.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to do the math and like every year. I was going to give it, yeah.
Ken Griffey Jr., hello, number 2.
Mays or Jr., better player.
Well, I guess America has spoken. Ken Griffey Jr., he's number 2. And number 1, of course, the Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant.
There you go.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Let's just have that
on
one to jump.
24 day. That's right. Kobe got texted in a ton, and that's well-deserved. Willie Mays, of course, was
Jeff Gordon.
was
I was
texted
disappointed about
I didn't see Jeff Gordon on there, man. I'm sorry to say that.
Yeah, that.
All right, football's finest, top of the hour. Let's go ahead and talk some football with Mark Schlereth next year on The Fan.
Coming up on the next...
be what was it? Pepper Lady.
Cinnamon Sisters?
Those are babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Melons?
Sweet Cloud?
No.
Nutmeg Melons?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they are the #1 Chevy dealer in the world with more Silverados than anyone else. Go see them today or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
All right, let's go to the D&M Leasing Hotline. Welcome in our football buddy, Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise, Mayo Game Day. Be delicious. Merry Christmas, Mark. Thanks for giving us some time, man. How the heck are you?
I'm good, man. Merry Christmas to you guys.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm curious how much stinking good green chili sauce you hand out as presents this time of year.
Well, you know what? We eat plenty, but I'm stuck here in New York with my wife, and my whole family's back in Colorado. So I will miss Christmas Day, but we're pushing it back a couple days. So Friday I'll head back out to Colorado to go see my family. But yeah, they got plenty out, and they've got gifted plenty for me on my behalf.
Hey, Stink, the fact that you've been in the NFL so long, and then your media stuff. Do you ever celebrate holidays? I mean, on time, actual holidays on the day of.
Well, it just depends. I mean, when it's a football season, it's a football season, right?
Right.
So I'm so used to, as a player, practicing on Thanksgiving, and then, that day being a work day, and same thing with Christmas when it falls. So it just is one of those things where you just get used to saying, hey, but I can't be there this year, so we're going to have to push it back. And you get used to that. That's just part of the program, whether it's television, whether it's, you're playing. It's just part of what you have to do sometimes.
Former NFL offensive lineman Mark Schlereth with us here on The Fan. This time of year, we see the quarterbacks gifting their offensive linemen all sorts of awesome Christmas presents. Who did it better? Was it Pat Mahomes with his Yeti cooler filled with a bunch of cool stuff, or was it Joe Burrow with the samurai swords?
Yeah, listen, man. the Samurais are whatever. They're great, I guess, but I don't know. I mean, a bunch of offensive linemen to get together to have their O-line party and start having a couple of drinks, and the next thing you know, there's a sword fight going on. That's how O-linemen play. So I like all the stuff that Mahomes gave out. We used to get, like, Elway used to just give us, like, he would write us a check as an offensive line. So he'd cut us like a $10,000 check and go like we'd go to have our offense. He wasn't invited to the offensive line party,
right?
But like that's what we used to do. But I mean, I've gotten Rolexes from Mark Rippon and Terrell Davis, and I've gotten some good gifts over the course of my career. But well, I tell you what, it's kind of crazy right now. Brock Purdy getting everybody to Toyota Tacomas and Sequoias. I mean, like, hey man, it made me want to come back and play.
I was just wondering, like, when you were in Colorado there, Stink, did you ever think about, like, would a snowmobile been a really good gift for you?
For me, no, because I wasn't going up to the mountains to ride a snowmobile. Like, Denver's such a high altitude desert that, like, most of our rain and most of our snow comes in like April.
Okay.
Like, you don't get a lot in Denver, believe it or not. So, you have to take it up to the mountains. So no, I would not. Plus, man, at that point in my life, I quit. I grew up skiing. I grew up doing all that stuff.
Sure.
My knees were so shot that I just quit doing all those things, all the mountain stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I just never went up to the mountains.
Well, I just saw you talk about that altitude, and obviously playing up there for years, living there now, you get more accustomed to it. But I saw the Colts going into Mile High a couple of weeks ago. Their head coach talking about beet juice being one of the things that they trying to consume to help them deal with the altitude. What's the craziest thing you've heard of people doing trying to acclimate themselves?
Oh, they come a day early, drink a bunch of water. Like, if you go into Mile High Stadium, it's really cool. Like, everywhere you go, especially around the visitors, they've got signs and they've got, like, hey, like hydration signs and the importance of drinking water and what the altitude does and altitude sickness and, hey, 5280, it's a mile up, it's real, It's plastered all over the place where the visiting team walks in and out. Everywhere around their locker room, all the way out to the field. It's a reminder that it's really hard to play in altitude. So it's really funny to see it, as you walk in there as a broadcaster. It's not anything I ever paid attention to as a player, but it's funny. And ultimately, I think the science behind it is truly like beet juice. That's comical to me. It just takes your body is 6 weeks to produce enough oxygen carrying blood cells, like red blood cells. Like your body produces more so that you can deal with the thin air. You can't do it in a day, and you can't do it by drinking beet juice or water. So, you just got to deal with it. It's truly a home field advantage.
All right, let's talk some ball here. Odyssey NFL insider Mark Schlereth with us here on The Fan, brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Mayo game day, be delicious. One of the interesting teams right now in the NFC is the Vikings. Sam Darnold doing what he's doing. What should the Vikings do here? They draft J.J. McCarthy. He'll be bouncing back from injury next year. How should they handle that quarterback situation?
Unknown commodity versus known commodity. I know what Sam Darnold is. I watched it all season long. And by the way, he actually took a pay cut and agreed to be a backup quarterback in San Francisco so he could learn what it's like to play in the National Football League. And so he did it the right way. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is. They don't know what McCarthy is. By the way, I don't know how that knee is going to respond to that surgery. So, to me, it's a no-brainer. You figure out a deal you figure out a deal with Sam Darnold, and you get it signed. Like, you already know the guy's played exceptional football, and I know they've got a ton of weapons and they're really good. But man, his ability to execute that offense, his ability to find open receivers, the throw he made to Justin Jefferson for a touchdown, away from the safety, back shoulder, on the move, getting hit. Like, it was phenomenal, and he's done it all season long. So to me, I know what I have. I know what Sam Darnold is. I don't know what J.J. McCarthy is. So I'm going with the known commodity. That's just the way I operate.
Stink, a lot of us here, even in Dallas who covered the team, we didn't have the Cowboys beat in Tampa Bay, on Sunday Night Football. kind of talk about, though, how you look at the NFC South there with Atlanta and then also then with Tampa. That's just like, it seemed like to me a terrible loss for the Buccaneers.
Certainly was, but I would point to Dallas, and I think I talked to you guys maybe 4 weeks ago when I said I'd retain Mike McCarthy.
Yep, sure did.
And, it's interesting now to watch that team play, to watch the effort that they give. And let's face it, like the last couple of weeks, it was their ability to run the ball.
Yeah.
They didn't run the ball for 2 inches in that game. And they still found a way to win that ball game. And, you're doing it with Cooper Rush, and you're doing it with, it's really interesting to watch it all transpire because, over the last 5 weeks or so, that offensive line has played better. They've had more continuity. They've run the ball, albeit not last week, but they've run the ball better. Defensively, they're playing better. And, I look at all that stuff, and, you can poo-poo it, or you can say, hey, Mike McCarthy hasn't had great playoff success. You can look at all that stuff and say, yeah, I get it. But I guess my perspective from that being in the NFL for a long time, my perspective as a player is, dude, we're the ones that go out and play. We're the ones that have to go out there and execute. And we put it all on the coach, like, oh, he didn't game plan well, or we did. No, bottom line is oftentimes it's us as players. And I always say this, nobody, and I mean nobody, buys a ticket to watch Mike McCarthy stand around his ass off. Nobody. They come to watch the players play, and it is our team. And if we don't execute well, then guess what? We're not going to win. So I look at that stuff maybe a little bit differently. I think Mike McCarthy's a hell of a football coach. And I think the way the Dallas Cowboys are playing right now says to me that, what I said to you guys 4 or 5 weeks ago was right. They're playing hard for him, and he's a damn good football coach, and they've done it with limited talent. So that's just me. That probably means they'll go on and get a young coach that's never done it before, and they'll get all excited because, he's an offensive genius or guru, and, you'll be right back into, out of the frying pan into the fryer.
Well, Mark, we love you, man. We can't thank you enough for the time. Merry Christmas to you, and we look forward to catching up with you again next week.
Sounds good, guys. Take care.
Yes, sir. There he goes. Mark Schlereth, Odyssey NFL Insider, brought to you by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Mayo game day be delicious. The quote of fans don't pay to watch Mike McCarthy stand around his ass off. I liked that. That was. I think we could montage a good 5 or 6 minutes worth of stink from this year. He's got at least one line every week that is just fantastic. Always appreciate it. All right, it's TD Tuesday here, Christmas Eve. Great to have you in the G-Bag Nation. Brian Broaddus, myself, Eric Chiafalo, Lucius Alexander, hanging with you until 7 o'clock. Football's finest. Who had John Gruden feeling nicey in Week 16?
It's afternoons with the G-Bag Boys on 105.3 and the Odyssey app. Proudly presented by Comerica.
This is Zach Gelb with Odyssey Sports Minute, sponsored by TGL, presented by SoFi, beating on January 7th on ESPN. Keep up, it's golf. Entering Week 16, the Raiders and Giants are battling it out for the first overall pick. And yesterday, the Giants lost to the Falcons, and the Raiders beat the Jaguars. And right now, the Giants had the first pick, and the Raiders have fallen all the way to the 6th pick. Las Vegas needs to be in position to draft either Shedeur Sanders or Cam Ward, and right now, barring a trade down the road, they wouldn't be. So yes, even when the Raiders win, well, they lose. I'm Zach Gelb.
Hiley Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Merry Christmas, everybody. Let's do a little football's finest here. Football Power Hour. We'll hit the Expressway commercial free coming up here in about 20 minutes. Get you to LA Live, and then it's TD Tuesday, Rim Sesh, Fan After Dark, and we're home sweet home. Boys and girls, 877-881-1053. Thanks for rocking with us here on a Christmas Eve TD Tuesday. Brian Broaddus, the Super Bowl champion, riding shotgun. I'm Eric Chiafalo. We got Lucius Alexander in the Pimp Cup holding it down. And Wolchuk and Dawson are on family vacation assignment. I say family vacation.
Family vacation
Wolchuk's kicking his feet up on the ottoman watching a rerun of Wedding Crashers. That's how he's soaking in a Christmas Eve.
Yeah.
I don't blame him. That movie still holds up, 10 out of 10.
It's one of the few movies I've actually seen.
Proud of you for
I
that.
enjoyed that. The Wedding Crashers was a good show.
All right, we got lots to get to here. What do you think? We have the ratings now for Saturday when the college football playoff had to go toe-to-toe with the beast that is the National Football League.
I think we were like, 12, 14 million households?
For the NFL?
No, for the college football dudes.
That's what it was for the night game, who had no competition. The Ohio State and Tennessee. That was the highest rated college football game of the day.
They got crushed. Is that what you're about to tell me?
They didn't have any competition. SMU Penn State had competition because they kicked off
11
at
a.m.
11 a.m. And then you had a noon kick here locally between the Texans and the Chiefs. And the disparity was quite large.
Okay.
You had SMU Penn State averaging 6.4 million viewers.
Oops. Okay.
While Texans and Chiefs was going on, that game was averaging 15.5 million viewers. So they more than doubled up on the viewership for the Texans Chiefs compared to SMU Penn State. Now, part of that is because that game got out of hand pretty quickly, and the Texans and Chiefs game was, close in the balance the whole time.
Sure.
So that's part of it, but NFL wins again. Then you get to Steelers and Ravens on Saturday, and that went toe-to-toe with Clemson and Texas, kicking off 30 minutes apart from each other. And Clemson, Texas averaged 8.6 million viewers, and you had Steelers-Ravens averaging 15.4 million viewers. So the NFL continues to clean up in a huge, huge way, and then they'll dunk all over the NBA tomorrow. That's just what's going to happen. And we'll see how Netflix handles things. Jerry Jones was like, no, Netflix will be fine. They had the test run with Paul versus Tyson.
Yeah.
Things crapped out on us. Now we get back to the drawing board and everything should be fine. We'll see. I got a feeling I'm going to see a lot of black screen with a little circle just spinning while I'm trying to watch Mahomes.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in our streaming expert, Lucius Alexander.
That's a lot.
And Lucius, is this thing going to be?
You've been crowned, Lucius. Accept the crown.
Just get me a job.
Is this going to be an epic fail? From what you think?
No. I think it'd be okay.
You don't think it's going to have a problem?
I don't think it'd have a problem. Whatever the kink was during that Tyson situation, I think they're going to get that together.
Yeah, hopefully the NFL is not going to be messing around with this. They'll, really, it's Netflix having to be buttoned up here. But
if Netflix wants to get this gig, this thing can't fail, can it?
No, it definitely can't.
If it fails,
it needs to be a smooth operation.
That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking like if this thing fails, because then they're going to have folks that are just going to say, no, we're not going to watch games on Netflix, and Netflix is going to lose out on, they're going to lose out on that. So this is a big time. I think it's a big time gamble right now. Should it? I mean, am I saying that the right way? Is it a gamble that Netflix is not going to crap out?
I think it is a bit of a gamble. Now, they on their end might know that, hey, we know exactly what went wrong and we got it figured out and we're going to be fine. But me outside looking in, I'm like, yeah, this is a huge gamble. Because you don't mess around with NFL stuff. Not when it's standalone games, Christmas, all eyes on you. And if we're looking at a buffering signal for 4 quarters, that's going to be a disaster. Okay, a couple of clips here. We have some great football sounds of the day. I meant to get to this one yesterday because this one was interesting on Sunday. ESPN NFL Countdown before the games kicked off. This is before we knew that the Eagles were going to be losing to the Commanders. But the point still stands nonetheless. Adam Schefter talking about, like, hey, if the Eagles' seed is locked in, playoff seeding is locked in, by the time you get to the final week of the season, week 18, the Eagles play the Giants for the final game of the year.
At the Meadowlands, no, it's in Philadelphia.
It's in Philadelphia.
I believe it's in Philadelphia.
So,
you know that for a fact?
Yeah, no, I don't know that for a fact. I'm not sure. But you obviously have the looming record-breaking situation with Saquon, as you noted. But there's another layer to this that'll be interesting. Eagles at home?
Eagles at home.
Okay, so week 18, Giants go to Filthy. If the Eagles have their seed locked going into that game, listen to the way Adam Schefter paints this picture.
If the Eagles' seed is in hand and there's nothing at stake, I would say they would not want to get Saquon on the record because you know what? They'd want to sit down, rest their players, and make sure that the Giants win that last game. So the Giants then fall from 1 or 2 to 7 and don't get their quarterback of the future. So there's the hidden meaning.
Oh, my goodness.
That's next.
Okay, that is pretty next level stuff right there from Adam Schefter. It is a great observation and probably would have made things a little bit easier, I guess, if the Eagles would have just beaten the Commanders on Sunday. But the point still stands if their seed is going to be locked after this week's games.
Why would the Giants even try and win that game then?
Well, like the Cowboys trying to win games. These guys don't care. The Raiders just won a game. Antonio Pierce is standing at the podium like, hey, dude, we're trying to win. We're not worried about draft stuff. We're not worried about anything. You know the guys on the sideline coaching the game.
I know
and the guys with the...
I know. You're right. And this could be this guy. This could be like Lovie Smith. Like this could be his... Goodbye. This is like
Brian Dable. You guys going to fire me?
Yeah.
Sure. Well, enjoy the 7th pick instead of the number 1 overall.
I don't see the Giants winning. I don't see the Giants winning that game. Even
if the Eagles aren't going to play most of their guys, we just saw
the Eagles' backups could beat these guys.
They could. Yes, I don't think it's a shoe-in guarantee that the Giants win if the Eagles are kind of throwing the game.
New England, Jacksonville, Tennessee, Cleveland, Vegas. Those are all the teams behind
the Giants.
Yeah.
We just saw the Raiders win. They were picking number 1 or number 2. They win on Sunday, and now they're picking 7th. That's how...
6th. They're picking 6th.
Okay, well, that's how thin the margins are right now between who's picking number 1 and who's picking number 7. It's all pretty neck and neck. It would be fun to watch the Eagles do that to the Giants, and the Giants get a very misguided win, which, of course, is actually a loss because now you don't get Shadur Sanders or Cam Ward, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. That'd be funny. I'm here for it. I'm excited about it.
I'm trying to think of who.
I hope it plays out this way.
I wonder who New England play. I wonder who these teams all play. I'll figure this out. Go ahead.
New England's, I know, got. Well, actually, I don't know anything.
Okay,
let's go ahead and see what John Gruden knows. This is our guy. We always await on a Tuesday during the football season who's got John Gruden feeling nicey. Week 16, take it away, Chucky.
I love speed. You can't coach it. I love speedy playmakers that can dominate the game. And I love rookies with no fear. Rookies that play just as good as anybody. It's got me feeling really nicey. Guys like Brock Bowers of the Las Vegas Raiders. 11 catches, 99 yards. He's the first tight end to ever catch 100 passes as a rookie. He's awesome. Woo! Guys like Jaden Daniels of the Washington Commanders. He throws 2 early picks. It doesn't faze him. He throws for 259 yards, 5 touchdowns, and they shred the Philadelphia Eagles. Woo! Speedy receivers like Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. 10 catches, 144 yards, and 2 touchdowns. When you need a touchdown late, who you gonna call? Justin Jefferson, baby! Speedy halfbacks like Devon Achane of the Miami Dolphins. 17 carries, 120 yards, and a touchdown against the 49ers. 6 catches for 70. I haven't seen speed like this coming out of the backfield since Tony Dorsett. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. 29 carries, 218 yards in a win against the Titans. He looked like a Formula One Indianapolis 500 race car.
There it is, week 16, John Gruden in all its glory.
I got to coach John up about there's a difference between the Formula One and Indy cars. There's a difference. He just got to combine.
It kind of meshed him a little bit.
Kind of meshed him.
It was honoring Christmas and Hanukkah collision course for December 25th this year.
He brought us with the actually.
Yeah, he's watchdogging. That was great content. That's Emmy Award-winning content creation.
I get what you're doing.
I like, you know what? If you're going to talk Formula One or IndyCar, there's a difference.
Get it right, John.
Get it right, John.
Be detail-oriented.
Yeah.
That was fantastic. I mean, this guy he continues to just outdo himself week in, week out. Speed does kill. You can't coach it. He loves it. And he was on one of Barstool's podcasts. I think it was Pardon My Take. And he actually had a nice little story about recently being at a Chicago steakhouse.
I was in Chicago last night having dinner, and one of the waiters, I was at a really nice restaurant, and the waiter came up and says, "How do you like that steak, Mr. Groot?" And I said, "Pretty good." He goes, "Does it have you feeling nicey?" Yeah, it does.
Hey, man, this is he's kind of he's a football icon right now.
Yeah.
And
needs to get his Formula One stuff right.
I'm thinking he might need to end up in the Pro Football Hall of Fame as a broadcaster or as a content creator. Maybe there's a new wing. He's
been a coach. He's been a commentator. He was for Monday Night Football for a long time.
No, the Monday Night Football stuff, I mean, that speaks for itself.
Yeah.
He's certainly not an NFL coach Hall of Famer. We can't give him that.
He's
but
a Super Bowl winner.
He is a Super Bowl winner.
Yeah.
So is John Fox.
That's true.
Didn't he win with the Broncos?
Yeah, he did.
Him and Peyton got carried that year.
They had both got carried that year.
All right, so let's go ahead and take you around the NFL in a couple of other ways here. Football's finest.
John Fox.
Yeah, John Fox. I was just trying to pull out a mediocre Super Bowl winner.
That was another blindsider there.
Yeah, that was pretty good. Congrats to the Saints last night, becoming the first team this season to be shut out. A true disgusting performance. It didn't matter that they tried to go into the freezer, the industrial cafeteria freezer.
That just makes your point not even to try.
No, because they half-assed it. This quarterback's coach was trying to do the best he could with the resources he had, and the best he could do was get Rattler and the other crappy quarterbacks they have into a freezer to call plays together. That's not getting it done. That's not your billionaire owner stepping up and saying, hey, the entire team is going to be ready when we go into the frozen tundra. It doesn't matter because we have a full-size igloo that we can go practice in. So when a billionaire owner decides to step up in that way, we will give him Football Guy of the Week. Mm-hmm. You did have the Packers running back Josh Jacobs. He had another nice game. This rushing attack for the Packers is really no joke, and they're not even really that sneaky. They're just a legit awesome team. That division's really good, and the Lions, of course, get the headlines. The Vikings with only a couple of losses getting a lot of love, but the Packers really, really clicking at the right time, and that's not a team you want to see when it comes to the postseason. But Josh Jacobs, their running back, apparently spent over $100,000 on diamond chains.
They're nice
for the offensive linemen. They all got just
their numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Their numbers as
diamond encrusted.
Yeah, and they look. My goodness,
yeah.
those are.
They don't look too big or gaudy. They look pretty. It looks like they don't seem real wide. Am I missing something? They look kind of small, like almost like pendant kind of things.
I don't think it's that small. I look at it like something that would kind of.
It's not like overwhelming.
No,
right?
It's not overwhelming. They're not going like Flavor Flav with it, but I think that'll fit kind of in the palm of your hand pretty nicely. So that's sharp right there. Shout out to Josh Jacobs for that one. And I also want to acknowledge this here as we're about to talk about the NFL contenders coming up here in the Expressway and some of the Achilles heels that they have. But one of the things that the Chiefs have in their back pocket is not only, of course, Mr. Clutch Mahomes, but Chris Jones.
Yeah.
We know he's a monster beast on the interior. He gets double-teamed 70% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
Your best edge rushers in the NFL, like Micah Parsons, you're being double-teamed less than 30% of the time.
Yeah.
So Chris Jones is getting double-teamed at a crazy rate, and he still leads the league in pressures.
Him and the guy at the Giants get double-teamed more than anybody. The defensive
yeah, Dexter Lawrence.
Dexter Lawrence. Dexter Lawrence, I think, gets double-teamed more than anybody in the league.
Yeah, I guess that's just. I mean, it felt like Oso was doubled more the other night than Micah.
He sure was.
something about the interior, man. That interior pressure is just a nightmare.
It's easy to do, and it's it's easy to take the center and the guards and double, and it's a lot easier than taking tackles and do that. The majority of these tackles will, if you look at the metrics after a game, like Terrence Steele will be single block in 78%, 80% of the game. It's
easier to double on the interior.
Very easy. They just slide the center one way or another.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Chris Jones is just dominating everyone. It doesn't matter. You double team him 70% of the time. He's still going to lead the league in quarterback pressures. That's going to help the Kansas City Chiefs, and they are obviously a Super Bowl contender. How many teams right now are true contenders for the Super Bowl? 877-881-1053. And what might their Achilles heel be? That's next year in the nation.
More G-Bag Nation, less commercials. We go commercial-free all the way to the top of the hour. Coming up next, right here on The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey, Tolos, how about a great gift?
Uber Eats has low fee products? I gotta remember that.
Well, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before. Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel. Oh, is that your name? No, I mean, like, your name. No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen. Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut. But that's hair on your head. I'm not saying this is your hair. Okay, freak me out.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babies.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Pre-curb?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Thanks to the on-time experts, we will be going commercial-free expressway style here to the top of the hour. We'll get you to LA Live here in about 15 minutes. Welcome into the G-Bag Nation on a Christmas Eve TD Tuesday. Who are the real Super Bowl contenders in the NFL right now? How many teams? Because I think there's usually only about 4 or 5. Might be more this year. The parity's real, especially in that NFC. 877-881-1053, segment brought to you by Ciroc Vodka, as well as Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org. And we got another quarterback Christmas gift news circulating to the offensive lineman. We welcome in Mr. Unlimited to the proceedings. How did he do? Did he hold up his end of the bargain? We've seen what these quarterbacks have done.
Plungers from all his rooms in Denver.
That's true. He did have a record-setting number of bathrooms in his Denver mansion. Still no word on how many bathrooms he has in his Pittsburgh house.
Probably a little bit smaller than that.
Think a downsized, probably.
Probably downsized. Yeah.
Well, Russell Wilson, I see this from Adam Schefter on Christmas Eve, has handed out to his offensive line. They each got a $10,000 Airbnb gift card that can be used anywhere around the globe. That's a pretty nice start.
Very solid.
They also got a Louis Vuitton duffel bag in Steelers colors.
Okay, until you go to another team.
Sure. Then you re-gift it, perhaps.
Yeah, or then you sell it back to somebody on the team.
Also got custom-made Steelers Goodman brand shoes, which is Russell Wilson's premium men's clothing brand. I didn't know he had that. And then also a bottle of his wife Sierra's 10-to-1 rum. So he's being helped out.
Keeping it in the family.
His own brand, his wife's brand, but the Louis V bags, Steelers colors, and a $10K Airbnb gift card. I mean, you can do some damage with that.
Could you?
I would think $10K Airbnb.
Yeah, that's really good. Like, especially when the season's over, where you can use that to vacation. Get a Airbnb in Cabo, and I got $10K. Come on.
Yeah, because this is all around the globe. You can go anywhere with this. And this is for his entire offensive line. There's probably 2 or 3 guys maybe that have made some bag, and it's like, okay, whatever, still cool. But for like some undrafted rookie deal kind of players, like you mentioned, this
you're bringing the whole
offseason,
family out.
Yeah, your offseason plans just completely changed. That's actually a really good gift right there. All right, let's take a look at the...
You think he thought of that? Sierra did. Or maybe it's management. Who did that?
Oh, yeah.
Russell did that?
Management.
Yeah, with the assistant. He's probably got the assistant and wifey helping out there. Yeah, I don't imagine he was putting much thought into this. But that's fine. It's really not the thought that counts when you come correct with some cool stuff.
Facts.
So shout out to the assistants. Let's see. Yeah, 214, like 10K Airbnb. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, that's great, bro.
Yeah, because, I mean, I don't know. I don't know how it is, if it's more costly around the globe comparatively to here in the United States or whatever, but 10K is going to get it done. Now, how many teams, as you look at it right now, are true Super Bowl contenders? True Super Bowl contenders that you feel like could actually win it, or at least, getting to the game is enough. Because right now, when you look in the AFC, Chiefs, Ravens, Bills, those are all surefire. If you told me that they were in the Super Bowl when we look ahead to New Orleans here in February, I'd say Sure. Yes, there's real opportunity for all three of those teams. And then once you get into the NFC portion, obviously Detroit, obviously.
Who did you say again in the AFC? Because I'm sorry, I was looking at something real quick.
Chiefs, Ravens, and Bills are all three. Like you're not gonna be surprised. If they're in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. Good.
And then in the NFC, where you have just a lot of solid teams from the Lions, and the Lions would be the heavy favorite if it wasn't for all the injuries that they've suffered, especially defensively. That's the only reason why teams like the Eagles can really feel good about things, assuming the concussion status of Jalen Hurts doesn't get crazy on you. You have Minnesota with the way they're playing and defensively, some of the best in the league. And then we just talked about the Green Bay Packers, and they smashed the Saints last night, but they're on a really good run right now. And this is now 2 years in a row where Jordan Love has really cranked up his production level.
3 of the 4 reside in the NFC North. 3 of my 4 are mine. I had Detroit, Minnesota, Philadelphia, Green Bay.
Right. So, yeah, the NFC North is crazy.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I think the NFC North has got 3 of the 4 teams that I listed in the NFC. I thought that could get to the Super Bowl. 3 of them come out of the NFC North.
Yeah, totally.
I don't trust the Rams. I mean, I'm just looking at potential division winner type people. Atlanta, Tampa, no. Detroit, Minnesota, Green Bay, sure. Those, Philadelphia, absolutely.
Yeah, you got 4 NFC teams that are truly, they could be Super Bowl teams. You wouldn't be surprised at all. 3 in the AFC. So I think you got 7 real contenders, and I feel like that's more than usual. And then you got the tier 2, like you mentioned, the Rams, which, yes, I don't think they're a Super Bowl team. Their defense is just not going to be good enough. But
the number 1 tier team for me, and this is going to be, I think I might be wrong about this, but I think Washington would be that for me. Washington would be the first tier 2 team.
Oh, okay. Yeah. And that's
then Washington, Rams. I know it's a rookie quarterback situation, all that, but I think the Commanders, they present some problems for you offensively. Defensively, it's a struggle for them, but offensively, they can put up a bunch of points, and their quarterbacks run around, make plays. That would be a good tier 2 team for me.
Yeah, with Jaden Daniels playing the way he's playing right now, anything is possible to play spoiler along the way. Their defense will not allow for them to be in the Super Bowl, but the Commanders and the Rams are going to be 2 teams that you're not going to want to see for sure. So looks like we got 7 real contenders, and Bill Barnwell has an article of just like the Achilles heels for all of the contending teams.
Mm-hmm.
And, will they be able to overcome it kind of deal? And, you start with the Chiefs, and they looked really, really good. That's a good Texans defense.
Mm-hmm.
You were supposed to have a hobbled Mahomes. Didn't look that way. They bring back finally Hollywood Brown after he's been out all season, add a little bit more speed to the offense there. And they targeted him quite a bit. And obviously the DeAndre Hopkins trade has been nice for them. And then Xavier Worthy, they've been using him a little differently. You imagined him at the start of the year as just just 9 route this thing and we'll try and hit 50-yard bombs to you. That hasn't been the case. The explosiveness, the deep passing attack is the Achilles heel, according to Bill Barnwell, when it comes to the Chiefs. But with getting healthy at the right time, and I think they will become a little bit more explosive with Hollywood Brown now in there. They've learned how to use Xavier Worthy to sort of utilize his quickness and just get him in the screen game, help him to get some yak going. Like, they've developed that. Their screen game to the running backs and stuff. Without Pacheco, they're trying to have to figure it out. You always know Travis Kelce's going to elevate his game once you get into the postseason as well. So I think they've been workshopping how to approach things offensively this year because they've dealt with so many injuries. Rashee Rice, Isaiah Pacheco, being 2 of the big ones there offensively. And then, of course, without Hollywood Brown all year, now you get him back. Pacheco's back. I don't think that they will be able to completely just solve their explosiveness problem, but I do think it'll get better. And I just think they're still a very well-rounded, despite all the issues they've had offensively. All of the advanced metrics have them in the top 5 to 8 in just like every offensive category. And again, Mahomes, Kelce, Andy Reid, they always elevate their game in the postseason. I think their offense is starting to get right at the right time, which is good because I don't think their defense is quite as dominant as it was last year. So all this talk about the Chiefs offense not being all that great and they're winning games by scoring 17 to 20 points, I think you're about to see that start to change a little bit.
Yeah, I think another thing you need to look at with the Chiefs real quick on this one is just 3 little nuggets coming from next gen. They're top 5 in unblocked quarterback pressures on blitzes each season under Steve Spagnuolo.
He's a beast.
So he creates free rushers. The second thing is they force a tight window throw, the 6th highest rate in the NFL. So they're kind of getting all over your receivers. They're making your quarterback have to work to get the ball to your receivers. And they've also, we mentioned Jones, 5 of his sacks have all been from the edge. So they're not only playing him just at tackle, but they're putting him out on the outside, and that's where they seem to be. So to me, you look at the Chiefs, we talk about their offense, their defense is what really kind of, in my opinion, keeps them in games and then allows their offense to kind of catch up.
Yes, there's no doubt about it. And last year, especially on that postseason run, their defense was locked down, and their defense has been really, really good this year. But I don't like it's still top 10 good. But last year it was top 3 to 5 good.
Yeah.
But now, even again with their offense being talked about having a down year and dealing with all sorts of different injuries and stuff, you still have the Chiefs' offense being better from an expected points added metric this year. They're better than last year, and then the success rate stuff, they're better this year offensively than they were last year. And again, the Chiefs still went on to win the Super Bowl, and they had to do it on the road, and it's looking like they're going to get the bye and the home field advantage. Chiefs to the Super Bowl.
Well, Kelsey, you talk about
I'm fully on board.
Yeah, but you talk about explosive plays. This has been really a down year for Kelsey. I think he's averaging like around 3.5 yards of yak after receptions, and we've seen him have far, far more success doing that. And they're playing a ton of 12 personnel stuff. So, with tight ends and stuff, how many explosive plays are you really, really going to have in that personnel group? So they're kind of adapting. They're adapting to how they need to play right now, with all the injuries they've dealt with.
Yeah, and what they've had to do is just lean on Mahomes on third down, and their third down conversion rate is just through the roof ridiculous. And now I think they won't have to depend on that quite as much, getting a little bit healthier at the right time. But when you look at how good they've been on third downs this season, it is, it's borderline, it's historical. The highest success rate on third and fourth down through the first 16 weeks of a season. You're talking about last year's Chiefs being number 1, this year's Chiefs being number 2 over the last decade.
Yeah.
So like Mahomes and Andy Reid, third down, they just they know how to get it done.
Mahomes is averaging like 9 yards a scramble. That's something that, that's the 7th most in the league. When you look at it, his
efficiency.
He's run 35 times. I'm just looking at the numbers. He's run 35 times this season for 319 yards, 2 touchdowns, 20 first downs. That's the 4th most in the NFL right now. His ability to run 9 yards a carry per scramble, it's the 7th. It's the 7th most among quarterbacks with 10 or more scrambles this season. He punishes you running the football. 20 first downs. Think about that. So that's, he knows how to play the game. Very, very smart in that way. Hey, listen, can't make a throw. Going to scramble here. Going to get a first down. Going to get 9 yards on this carry. That's pretty impressive. That's why they win the games they do.
And what's funny is, and I know the Bills beat the Chiefs, but when you look at the Bills' Achilles heel, Bill Barnwell says it's getting off the field on third down.
Yeah.
And this is a little bit recency bias here because through week 13, the Bills ranked 8th in the league in EPA per play and points allowed per possession on defense. Nobody seemed to be too concerned with what they had going on, but Buffalo ranks 31st in both metrics since then. And when it comes to the third down defense, Buffalo is allowing teams to convert more than 44% of their third downs into first downs, which is tied for the 3rd worst this season.
Oh, they're terrible. The Bills are terrible. They're last in the NFL when it comes to pressures. When you talk about quarterbacks when their defense has to face when their quarterback, the opponents don't get pressure on them, they're last in the league. Teams are just killing them. They might bring pressure and it's not getting home. They're last in the league when it comes to that metric. So yeah, it's been a tough go. They're bad in quick passing. They're bad in short passing. They're bad in passing with no blitz. They're okay in passing versus blitz, but when it comes to intermediate passing and stuff like that, they've had their struggles.
Yeah, it's been trying to get off the field on third down. I mean, the Patriots went 7 of 12 on third down, 2 for 2 on fourth down. And that's the Patriots. And over the past 3 games, 60% is what offenses are converting third downs into first downs versus the Bills. That's a problem. You see Mahomes in the playoffs, and you can't get off the field on third down. You don't stand a chance, dude.
Where the Bills where the Bills are very good is they play really good run defense, and that you wonder if the good run defense is making the pass defense bad because teams just aren't running the ball. They're saying no, we have a better chance of throwing it, block the front, throw the ball. You have a better chance of beating the Bills that way because their run defense is pretty solid. It's a top 10 run defense.
Shout out to Bills head coach Sean McDermott, though, because he was in the middle of a Zoom interview, and you remember the infamous 9/11 reference that he got called out for. Yeah. Well, listen to this. He gets asked a question, and this is the way he responds to it. This is yesterday.
Let's see. About to use an airplane, a flying analogy, but I'll stay away from that. So no, just
come on, man. You're not even supposed to say that out loud, dog. Yeah. Just do another again. What are you doing?
Oh my gosh, we know his wheelhouse, man. That is pretty funny stuff right there.
Can't help himself.
And then we have some Christmas football tomorrow. We referenced this yesterday, but here's the sound of Lamar Jackson apologizing in advance to his coach because in Houston tomorrow, Beyonce's the halftime show, and Lamar Jackson's going to be watching.
A little disappointing that she's going to be performing at a halftime show that you can't watch.
Nah, because I'm going to go out there and watch. Yeah. Go out there and watch, man. My first time seeing Beyonce perform, and it's at our game. That's dope. I'm gonna go out and watch. Sorry, Hawa. Sorry, fellas.
Depends how big your lead is. If you guys have one.
Nah, man. I'm not even thinking about the lead. I was just thinking about just seeing Beyonce for the first time.
So he might be a little bit distracted there. Hopefully,
hey, you go out and warm up
sake.
early.
Yeah,
just gotta catch a couple of go to the men's room, catch an adjustment, and then go out and warm up. Just go and stand there and warm up while she's performing.
I love it. All right, Lucius shaking his head there.
Yeah, I know. I didn't know what catch that adjustment was in the men's room. I don't know what's going on with my man right there.
Man, I'm sorry. Sorry about that.
Well, let's go ahead and on that note, we'll
there's some adjusting going on there. Especially when you're standing in our men's room here, you got to adjust your feet.
Christmas
You
Eve.
sure do, bro.
LA Live.
Yeah. Hey, so how are we doing with the athletes whose names connote Christmas?
Yeah, Johnny Jolly was the last name texted in. I'm giving it a ding. Thank you, 469.
Okay. I wrote something down here where you guys were talking football. Meta World Peace?
Lucius came to play today. I don't like this.
I got a few. I'm not going to give them all up because we still have another hour.
No, Lucius,
he said he was going to wake up at about 4 o'clock.
I told you. Kelvin Joseph. Joseph, man.
Oh, man.
Good
call. Yeah.
Joseph. With that said, Joseph Randall. You know, I wrote them both down. Jimmy Clausen.
Oh, jeez.
All right, I'm going to leave it alone. I got a few more.
Turn off your mic, Lucius.
Yeah,
you're on a heater right now.
I got a few more. All right, let's get into a Toxic Tuesday Christmas Eve edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
All right, you squares.
Rick James will 100% be playing in snow right now if he was alive. I promise you.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
Jesus is the reason for the season.
Story about the woman who testified for years that, you know, I don't have no husband, I don't need no man in my life, and just me and Jesus. And 3 o'clock in the morning, a house caught on fire, and the fella ran out the back door, and somebody said, "Uh-oh, there go Jesus."
Very good. Very good.
Yeah, baby, This is LA Live for Tuesday, December 24th, 2024. It is a Toxic Tuesday, Christmas Eve vibes here in LA Live. Happy holidays, people. Happy holidays. We made it. Be careful out there. It is a Toxic Tuesday. And I have some toxic things lined up because there's a whole lot of toxic stuff going on out here in our world, but I pulled the reverse. It's probably not the vibes to give them on a Christmas Eve. You don't give them something toxic.
I hear you.
Give them something to laugh at, something they can enjoy. So I pulled that up. By the way, before I tell you what I did, some Exodus movies that don't get enough props. I was thinking about too when you guys were doing your football thing.
Yeah.
Long Kiss Goodnight. The Long Kiss Goodnight.
Okay.
That is a Christmas movie. Chef kiss to that. The Gremlins.
Ooh.
Gremlins is a Christmas movie.
Christmas movie.
Because, the Mugwai was a Christmas gift. So, chef's kiss to that. Batman Returns, I don't know how, I don't know what we rank it in the Batmans, but it's definitely a Christmas movie.
I trust you guys on that.
Is that Poison Ivy? Is that
That's the Cobblepot. Oswald Cobblepot, the penguin.
Oh, that's the penguin.
Danny DeVito?
Danny DeVito.
Penguin.
That was really good. Like when they throw him the fish when he's making the speech. And he's like, he just starts. Yeah.
And I'm not sure, but is Goodfellas a Christmas movie? Goodfellas a Christmas movie? I'm not sure.
Well,
I'm not sure. There was definitely a Christmas scene in there.
There was some, like, they were talking about the Lufthansa robbery and stuff like that. And they were, okay.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of Christmas music in.
I think the bar was
score.
decorated like Christmas theme.
Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
I think you're right.
Yes, it was. I'm not for sure if I'm right, but I know there's definitely Christmas scenes in it.
Some
Probably
scenes, yeah.
someone would argue with you if it's a Christmas movie. Well, actually.
Why
Lucius.
argue?
Yeah, man, I'm not going to give you any toxic stuff here on a Toxic Tuesday, but I do have some stuff lined up for you. God bless the soul of my dear mother. God bless her. I used to stop by her house and visit, and she was one of the early adapters of YouTube. She used to watch like concerts and performances and stuff on there.
She gets it.
She gets it. Used to watch a lot of Jackson 5 stuff from TV way back in the 70s and whatnot.
72, 73.
So I would pull up on Mom, and she had that YouTube out, and I say, let's do some news bloopers. And we'd watch news bloopers and cry laughing for hours, it felt like.
That's amazing, dude.
For hours, it felt like.
That's a rabbit hole that you could literally spend all day watching.
100%. I'm talking about we're laughing and coughing. That type of laughing, you know what I mean?
You could hear Newey Scruggs in the background.
Yeah. So I got some holiday news bloopers for you guys here to ride home with on a Christmas Eve. But first, let's get to the G-Bag of the day. G-Bag of the day, we do it every weekday on the Fan at 2:30. If you see anything floating out there, don't be afraid to hit me up at Lucky Lucius P on social media. Lucius Alexander on Facebook. That is Lucious. Yes, that's my name. And you can follow us all at G-Bag Nation on Twitter. A winner right here comes from the ESPN alternative broadcast of Tennessee and Ohio State college football game. Pat Max crew. What are they talking about here, man?
You boys are down there in front of the Tennessee fans. There has to be a lot of regret coming from down there.
Oh, yeah. It's terrible. I honestly am starting to feel bad for some of them, and the worst part is Thick Nut, a.k.a. Slim Nut, is busting his all over their face because he is partying in front of them right now.
Yeah, anytime a nut goes wild,
what the hell?
Things get crazy.
What are we talking about?
Pat just go double down, steady. Yeah.
I mean, a good catch by him, too.
Yeah.
He always has his guys back there.
He always does. Always has his guys.
Just rolls with it. Did you see his Saturday game day talking about South Carolina Gamecocks and being the mayor?
No.
Of Gamecock Town, but he wasn't saying game.
I'm scared of that.
It was unbelievable.
I'm scared of that.
It was unbelievable.
Yeah. Like, didn't he hold up? He held up like the mascot, didn't he? Was this the one you were talking? Because he was there in South Carolina, and he like held it up and was like doing all kinds of.
He was having himself a good time.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Batman Returns, Mr. Freeze. Which one is the Penguin? Is that 3, 4? You know what? You're doing too many of them.
I trust you guys in these things. I just say yes.
Shoot.
Yeah,
man.
Batman Returns was Clooney and Arnold as the Mr. Freeze. I think Poison Ivy, Uma Thurman is also in that one.
Oh, that's the one we like totally skipped over. We went to.
Everybody panned it, but I was young enough to like appreciate it because I didn't know any better.
Catwoman was a good one.
Amen.
Catwoman, yeah. Catwoman.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there's a line from that movie I wish I could repeat right now. It's so amazing. Probably could with the right context, but I can't do it. All right, let's get into a little news bloopers here while we got some time.
Yes.
You guys probably heard this one. Total unfortunate mistake by this guy. Let's go to ABC 7. The Nutcracker, I believe it's called.
The Nutcracker performances are tomorrow night and Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, the old Nutcracker.
The old Nutcracker. Someone says here on the Twitch, no, Batman Returns was Penguin and Catwoman. Thank you.
I mean,
Okay,
goodness
here we
gracious.
go. Yes.
I told you, bro.
Yeah.
Well, actually.
We can't agree on anything.
Well, actually, guys.
Yeah, Batman, they're right. I finally Googled it. That's Pfeiffer and Keaton and DeVito and Walken.
That's the good one. That's
yeah,
a
that
great
one's
one.
amazing.
Yeah, they should have shelved that Arnold Schwarzenegger one. I don't like saying that guy's last name on the microphone.
I like to just go Arnold with that one.
Arnold.
Yeah,
Governor.
God, man. Let's go to Jolly Saint Nick. I believe that's what they want to say here.
You know, that they were seeing Jolly Saint Lick, or that they've seen Jolly Saint Nick.
Jolly Saint Lick. Hey. Hey. Batman Forever was Two-Face and the... Oh, my God! Can we stop it?
I think we're trolling us now. I think they're trolling us.
Oh, my God. Which one is it? Huh?
Yeah. You're looking it up there, Chief.
Batman Forever.
It's hilarious.
That's the Jim Carrey Riddler and Tommy Lee Jones. Val
Two-Face
Kilmer.
is great.
Val Kilmer was Batman.
R.I.P. Is he? He's gone. He's in the bosom of the Lord right now, right?
Val Kilmer.
He was definitely sick.
He has throat issues.
Let me see if he's still with us.
I don't want to kill Val.
No. I think he's got the...
He's still with us.
Oh, gosh. Thank you.
Merry Christmas, Val Kilmer.
It's a Christmas miracle. ABC 6 Philly. There's a reporter at the post office seeing who's sending Christmas gifts off.
Are you mailing a Christmas gift? No. Say yes anyhow for camera.
I'm Jewish. I celebrate Hanukkah.
Are you mailing a Hanukkah gift?
No, because it's over.
Okay, Hanukkah is over, so...
He can't get it. He's just trying to do content, you know? Just trying to get content here, yeah?
Ouch. New Year's superstitions. You guys have any New Year's superstitions?
I have superstitions to begin with.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Next Wednesday will definitely be a superstitious
Yeah.
question for the Tolos if you guys are hearing that. I'm not sure.
Lucius, are you with us next Wednesday?
Hey, I'll be here.
Black Eyed Peas, I'll bring them.
Yeah, I gotta have the Black Eyed Peas for good luck.
There you go.
What else is there
This
for
one,
New Year's?
This one right here I never heard of. Let's go to Fox 44, New Year's superstitions.
Or you have anything you want to get done before the end of the year?
And you know, they say wash those clothes,
Mhm.
you know, make
Never heard
greens and cabbage and black eyed peas, you know. Just clean up, you know. Start the new year fresh.
Start the new year
Oh, I
fresh.
never heard about that one.
Which one?
About washing clothes before the new year.
They say you want to, you don't want to wash on New Year's because it will wash away a family member. And then, what I also heard,
Wow. Okay.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
The older gentleman just not holding up well.
Poor guy.
He was really tickled by that.
Poor guy. Yeah, I didn't know you're not supposed to wash clothes on New Year's Eve because you'll wash away a family member or something like that.
Wow.
That's going to put people in the laundry room, honestly, across the country.
Come on, man. Yeah. Which one? Oh, they played the wrong clip. I'm not going to do that one yet. It's Good Day Sacramento. They're dealing with rain like we are here in the DFW right now. Listen to this report.
One thing I wanted to point out this morning, visibility down to 1/4 mile in the Fairfield area. So if you're heading out to perhaps catch a flight in San Francisco, you run into a little bit of visibility issues. All right. I know, I'm sorry, Ashley.